World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 740 to Chapter 764. The banquet ended quickly. Fong Ping had also gained quite a lot. Firstly, Zali Kallo was the Lord's man. He had to tell old Zhang about this when he returned. Secondly, apart from the true monarch's residence, the rest of the mines have the true monarch's spiritual energy attached to them. Don't even think about mining. That would be courting death. Thirdly, Zhao Xingwu might be going to the clear void heaven. Fourthly, apart from the sky elm demon plant, no other monarchs would return during the sacred fruit feast. After the banquet with Zhao Xingwu ended, the Feng residence regained its peace. Fong Ping continued his closed-door cultivation. In the eyes of outsiders, Fong Ping was trying to break through to peak rank 6, but Fong Ping was actually trying to achieve rank 8 4th level. Other than the breakthrough in martial arts, Fong Ping continued to divide his strength to prevent his ability to control his strength from deteriorating once he became stronger. While he was in closed-door cultivation, Fong Ping was also reading some books. There was a library in Duke Feng's residence. As an outsider, Fong Ping did not know much about the restricted area. It was necessary for him to borrow some books to understand the situation. This was something that Jin Yuhuai and the rest were doing, so it was not surprising. Meanwhile, Magic City Catacombs. Hope City. Outside the city, a streak of sword light tore through the air. Old Manly guffawed. Green-haired tortoise, you think you can kill me? Dream on. Humph. A cold snort rang out, and a figure appeared in a flash. Soon, a second figure, a third figure, and 3 figures appeared in succession. Longevity sword, you're very powerful. If 3 of us can't kill you, then 4 or 5 of us. This time, you're dead for sure. As soon as he finished speaking, a few more auras rose in the distance. At that moment, a sword gleam shot out from behind Old Manly, tearing through the void. Wu Quishan seemed to be in a sorry state, but he laughed heartily and said, with just the 2 of you. Only 6 people? Not enough. Anything else? As you wish. The monster Sunflower City Lord sneered. At this time, several towering demon plants soared into the sky from afar and rapidly flew over. Old Manly grinned. Is he on steroids? Must he really want to kill us? Wu Quishan also had a smile on his face as he said, Monster Plant 5 cities, Monster Phoenix City, 6 cities working together, it's not easy. Of the 12 rank 9s, only 9 are here now. Where are the rest? Although he said that, he cursed in his heart. More and more, on their side, he, Li Chongqing, and Elder Fan only had 3 people. Guixingquan and the rest could only hold back 1 rank 9 at most. 3 people against 8 rank 9s, and it might not even be all of them. If old Zhang still did not send reinforcements, they would be finished. The monster Sunflower City Lord sneered and said, I'll satisfy you. MCMAU is now on the Royal Court's must-kill order. Don't even think about living. Old Manly sneered and said disdainfully, what's the use of saying all this? Come on then. Even if I die, I'll bring you along with me. I want to see if you can block this strike of mine before I die. The monster Sunflower City Lord snorted coldly and did not reply. Both sides quickly retreated. After retreating to a certain distance, Wu Quishan suddenly looked at Old Manly and cursed, where did he go? What? Still playing dumb. Wu Quishan's expression darkened. Where's Fong Ping? Old Zhang hadn't sent reinforcements yet. He was probably in trouble. Who knew if there would be any reinforcements? Let that kid get some good stuff to nourish himself. In the past, needless to say, that kid would have sent it himself. Now there's no movement. Is he not in the university anymore? How could that be? Keep hiding it. Wu Quishan glared at him, took a deep breath and said, if this goes on, we'll all die. I don't know what old Zhang is doing. The 6 cities have joined forces. At least a few rank 9s should have come as reinforcements. Now none of them are here. When they meet up, we'll be in trouble. Old Manly panted and said helplessly, these guys are determined to kill us this time, not only us, MCMAU is their target. Wu Quishan retreated to the city wall. Looking at the MCMAU instructors and students who were rushing back to the city from outside Hope City, he frowned slightly and said, someone has died in battle again. Now the armies from all cities are meeting up. F***ck, it's getting harder and harder. He cursed. Old Manly also glanced at the people who were rushing back from outside the city. He sighed softly and said after a while, when we annihilated Skygate City, only 100 people died in battle. Not long after now, almost 100 people died in battle. If this goes on, the strength that MCMAU has accumulated will be exhausted. That kid is back. He knows that both of us are guarding the catacombs. In the end, so many people died. Do you think he'll scold us to death? You still have the leisure to think about this? Old Manly said helplessly, when that time comes, it's hard to say if both of us will still be alive. If that's the case, he's really not in school? Wu Quishan's expression changed. He could not help but scold. I knew something was wrong before. When we fought Monster Sunflower City, that kid couldn't be among them too, right? You just King mess around. Wu Quishan scolded for a while, then looked at the rank 9s who were meeting up in the distance. He exhaled and said, we're in big trouble. Let some people retreat first. Retreat? Old Manly frowned. Very quickly, he gritted his teeth and said, don't retreat. There are almost 2,000 middle-ranked people in MCMAU. The 6 cities' armies are only the combined armies of Monster Sunflower City and Monster Phoenix City. The number of middle-ranked martial artists is also only this. We can fight. Not only can we fight, but we must also win. As long as we can hold back the high ranks, there's no reason MCMAU will lose. How can there be no deaths in war? Some dying in battle, that's something that can't be helped. But according to the previous situation, we have 2,000 middle ranks. We can fight them even if we fight 5,000. The number of foreign martial artists is equal to our middle ranks. What's there to be afraid of? Even if the 6 cities join forces and all of them meet up, there are only 5,000 to 6,000 middle ranks. We can fight them. You're crazy. If they all die, just wait for that kid to go crazy. Don't worry about him. Old Manly took a deep breath and said, most of the new students don't know the cruelty of war. Not just the new students. Ever since his batch, the casualties among the students have never been high. Even in the battle that destroyed Skygate City, it was the same. How can there be no deaths in war? Last time when Skygate City was defeated, these fellows still thought that the catacombs could not withstand a single blow. That's good too. Let them see what cruelty is. Wu Quishan took another look at the MCMAU instructors and students who were still retreating outside the city. After a long time, he said, fine. Let's fight then. That kid is soft-hearted and lacks ruthlessness. This time, let him know that blindly protecting isn't a good thing. Also let him understand that MCMAU instructors and students will not be burdens. They are also martial artists who dare to fight. Both of them looked at each other and said nothing more. They stared vigilantly at the rank 9 powerhouses who were meeting up in the distance. At the same time. Education Department. Minister Wang said anxiously, Minister, Magic City's catacombs is in chaos. The 6-city alliance is bound to destroy MCMAU. Send people to rescue them quickly. Zhang Tao frowned. Rescue? How? Now all the catacombs have gone crazy. They are all attacking and fighting. But there are still a few rank 9s that can be mobilized. Zhang Tao glanced at him and snorted. You go. Aren't you already rank 8 5th refinement? You've been in closed-door cultivation for so many days, but I don't see you breaking through. Go to Magic City's catacombs. Also, call Nan Yunping and the others. If you don't die in the catacombs, then there's hope to enter rank 9. If you die in the battle, then that's fate. Rank 9s can't be mobilized. There's also a big battle in Capital City's catacombs. In other places, there are a lot of sporadic battles, but, no buts. Minister Wang gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Soon, he became the office manager and began to contact people to go to MCMAU. After Minister Wang went out, Zhang Tao leaned on the chair and pondered. Beside his ear, Li Jin said in a low voice, do you really want to watch? Li Chongqing and the others have died in the catacombs. That's a huge loss. Zhang Tao said impatiently, don't worry about this. Who can survive? Let the others gather and attack capital city's catacombs. It's good that MCMAU has attracted the attention of the restricted area. Capital city's catacombs has been fighting for almost 100 years. It's time to kill some more fellows. You must be fast. We must give people the impression that Sino Nation is doing its best to rescue MCMAU. If Li Chongqing and Wu Kuishan die in the battle. Fine, let's not talk about them. Your grandchildren are also in Magic City's catacombs now, Zhang Tao said calmly, that's fate. I've said it before. That kid isn't ruthless enough. I'll teach him a lesson. Let's see if he dares to cause trouble everywhere again. It's fine now. How can there be no deaths in war? Anyone can die. He's no exception. This be asterisk starred. He's let Monster Life King Court join the battle in advance. He's ruined a lot of things. If MCMAU really suffers heavy casualties this time, it's not our responsibility, it's his. He does things without considering the consequences. I can't keep wiping his ass for him. He can mess around normally, but how can he mess around during critical moments? He has no patience at all. That time at the King's battleground, he either killed Ji Yao directly or left her alone. Now we're in trouble. He hasn't appeared yet. Zhang Tao, is he really still in MCMAU? How would I know? Zhang Tao said impatiently, I'm not a follower. Am I supposed to keep an eye on him? Where is he hiding in seclusion? Am I supposed to look for him everywhere? Don't worry about him. You do what you need to do. Let the Fallen Star Army and Wuan Army get ready. We're going to do something big this time. Don't capital cities' catacombs like to fight? After fighting for so many years, with countless casualties, they still dare to violate the ban. This time, we'll let them suffer a big loss. Li Zhen asked again, are we really going to attack capital city and not Magic City? That's right. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. But I have to remind you, if Wu Kuishan and Li Chongqing really fall, even if we take capital city, it might not be worth it. I know. I don't need you to remind me. Zhang Tao frowned. They won't die that easily. Wu Kuishan and Fan Haiping are originality martial artists. Li Chongqing is almost the same. Together with Guo Xingquan and the others, they might be able to enter originality directly during critical moments. It's only the 6 cities. There are still a few monster plants that won't leave their roots until the last moment. If they die, it can only be said that they were unlucky. Then the rest of MCMAU, Li Zhen, don't be so wishy-washy. Someone has to die. If MCMAU doesn't die, then Capital City will suffer great losses. I can't make such a decision just because Fang Ping is unhappy. Right now, attacking Capital City is indeed the most suitable plan for our goal. We can't choose to give up on a group of martial artists in Capital City just because of MCMAU. Li Zhen was silent. Not only Fang Ping. You still have 2 grandchildren over there. Zhang Tao did not have many grandchildren. There were 4 in total. The 2 youngest were over at MCMAU. Zhang Tao doted on them very much. Zhang Tao ignored him and continued, don't just sit around. Go to the Forbidden Catacombs now and wait at Mount Imperial Sea. Wang Jinyang and the others have gone to the King's battleground. Something might go wrong. You go and wait for the results. What about you? I'll go patrol Mount Imperial Sea, just in case. Also, after the patrol, I'll go to Magic City to keep watch. If Magic City's catacombs are really breached, I have to kill those who broke out as soon as possible. Nan Yingyue will keep watching Capital City to prevent any problems. Li Zhen thought for a while and said, Zhang Weiyu can still be transferred. Why don't we let him go to Magic City? Zhang Tao pondered for a moment and said after a long time, Zhang Weiyu is not far from the top. After Nan Yingyue breaks through, the catacombs will keep a close eye on him. If he goes to the catacombs now, it will be very dangerous. Zhang Tao frowned and said, I even suspect that this is the catacombs' plan this time. Recently, all the catacombs have been very turbulent. Maybe they're trying to divert our attention, lure Zhang Weiyu into the catacombs, and take the opportunity to kill him. Unfortunately, we don't know how the catacombs are arranged. Now I'm thinking about the catacombs in Xizjiang and Xihai. However, the situation is unclear, so we can't let Zhang Weiyu test it out easily. Li Zhen was speechless. Zhang Tao did not say anything else and sighed softly. The previous few big battles made everyone feel that humans were not in a disadvantageous position, but that they could still fight back. However, reality proved that they were thinking too much. If the catacombs did not do anything, then so be it. If they did, how could humans be their opponent? Now, danger was everywhere. MCMAU's losses were not too heavy yet, but the losses in other places were even worse. It's a pity that I don't know what's going on with that kid now. Otherwise, it would be good to get some imperishable substances to replenish himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao calculated. If he went to patrol Mount Imperial Sea now, he might still run into that guy. He could not do anything about MCMAU now. He could not use Zhang Weiyu's life to gamble that the catacombs did not have any arrangements. You can only rely on yourself. The powerhouses in the catacombs are afraid of death, so they won't enter the stage of life and death quickly. It's hard to say how long Li Changxing and the rest can hold on until you come back. After waiting for Li Zhen's mentality to recede, Zhang Tao thought for a moment. Soon, he took out his phone and made a call. After a moment, he said, "Go to Magic City, but don't go in recklessly. Wait for news. If it's really the last moment, bring a few people out and give up on Magic City catacombs." "Minister, why don't I go in?" "No. Right now, the Monster Plants King's court must be watching you. If you go in and get entangled, people from the restricted area will come immediately. So, you can only end the battle quickly. Take the opportunity to bring a few people and quickly leave the battlefield." On the other side of the phone, Zhang Weiyu said with a sullen face, "Damn, when will these days come to an end? It used to be good, but now it's messed up." Zhang Tao said impatiently, "You're talking to me? Ask Li Zhen and Nan Yingyue. It's not my responsibility. Both of them have broken through and killed some people. Now they're all waiting for you. How can you continue to succeed? Things don't happen more than 3 times. If you break through, then it's best to do it on the ground. Do it properly. Don't think too much. If you really go to the catacombs, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to come out alive. I think it's still too early for me to break through. It's not that easy. Then there's no other way. Unless you're 100% sure that you can escape, otherwise, it'll be extremely dangerous for you to enter the catacombs. Right now, we're also not sure where the catacombs have made arrangements. Maybe they have arrangements everywhere. Many of the catacombs castellans have not fought before. We're also not clear about their strength. In short, don't take risks easily. Moreover, people from the restricted area have been entering the outer realm recently. There are people everywhere. If the rank 9 don't fight, it's hard to distinguish their strength. Those who have stepped into Origin Dao have similar chi dynamics, unless they deliberately show it. The catacombs are deliberately misleading us. We can only test them slowly, Zhang Weiyu said angrily. There are too many rank 9s in the catacombs. It's a pity that we don't have much information about them. Otherwise, we can find a chance to take down a group of their powerhouses. Why would we need to hide like this? It's not that simple. Zhang Tao shook his head slightly. Those fellows from the catacombs are watching us. Once we go in, it'll be very difficult to come out. Li Zhen and I tried to go in a few times, but we were quickly forced to retreat. As he said that, Zhang Tao continued, "Moreover, people from the outer realm don't know much about the restricted area. When people from the restricted area come out, and there's a true king guarding, it's hard to catch them. In short, it's extremely difficult to obtain some information." "Alright, enough nonsense. Be careful. Remember, don't enter the catacombs unless it's the last resort." "Understood." Zhang Weiyu responded. After thinking for a while, he said, "Those 2 brats at your house, don't worry about them. If they really die over there, there's nothing we can do." Zhang Tao hung up the phone and tapped the table lightly. He did not expect Fang Ping to do anything big this time. He just needed to return safely and bring back some information. I hope nothing happens. However, there are too many rank 9s in the restricted area. That fellow might not be able to come into contact with this level. I'm afraid it's hard. Zhang Tao shook his head again. How could he have the chance to come into contact with powerhouses if he pretended to be a weakling? That fellow might be fooling around in some small city now. The probability of something big happening in the King battleground is not high. That fellow might not have the chance to sneak in. It's better to wait at the edge of Mount Royal Sea, Skyplant City. The golden glow on Fang Ping's body flashed again. Rank 8 4th Refinement. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He had finally achieved rank 4 golden body. His strength had become much stronger. Fang Ping did not cultivate anymore. He walked out of the courtyard. At this moment, Fang Ping's aura had reached peak rank 6. As soon as he came out, he saw Jin Yuhuai leading a group of people. They seemed to be preparing to go out. Fang Ping's expression did not look too good. Not bad. Previously, he had a few people with him. Now, he had more than 10 people. These few days, this fellow had been living very freely. He had roped in many martial artists from the outer realm. Brother Jin, where are you going? Fang Ping laughed. Jin Yuhuai tilted his head and glanced at Fang Ping. His expression changed slightly. Soon, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Kuei. This speed is too fast. You're already a peak warlord? It's alright. It's all thanks to your highness's reward." Fang Ping gave a perfunctory reply. Jin Yuhuai hurriedly smiled and said, "It's like this. Recently, many important people have come to the city. Some highnesses have also rushed over. I heard that people from the Destiny Royal Court are also coming today. That's why we're preparing to go and take a look." People from the Destiny Royal Court are coming? Fang Ping's heart stirred slightly. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that I've broken through. I'm also thinking of going out to take a look. Shall we go together?" Jin Yuhuai cursed in his heart. "If I go with you, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the Skyplant army." However, since Fang Ping wanted to go, he could not say anything. He laughed dryly and said, "All right then. If Brother Kuei doesn't mind, then let's go together." Fang Ping did not hesitate. He did not follow. Instead, he walked straight at the front. Jin Yuhuai and the others behind him could only follow. Genius in a second. Remember website. Mobile version. Skyplant City. Outside the city gate. The group of people rode on all sorts of demonic beasts and entered the city. Ji Yao even rode on a phoenix demonic beast and flew through the air. The imperial city didn't allow flying, however, Ji Yao was an envoy, and her phoenix was a descendant of a true monarch. It wasn't a good idea to let flying monster spirits walk. Of course, even flying monster spirits had to follow the rules if they didn't have a powerful background. Skyplant City. Ji Yao flew at the very front. The people below her, including the divine generals, were all riding on demonic beasts instead of flying. A few young men and women in the crowd were particularly eye-catching and extravagant. One of the young men had a gloomy look in his eyes as he murmured, "Skyplant City is indeed extraordinary. It's even more suitable for cultivation than Destiny City." With that, he looked at a middle-aged man to his left and asked, "Royal Uncle, where is Duke Feng's manor?" The middle-aged man beside him was also gloomy. Riding a ferocious tiger, he frowned slightly. "Don't mess around, Zhener. We've come to Skyplant City to get you a holy fruit so you can reach the Divine Champion realm as soon as possible." "Royal Uncle." The young man's expression was cold as he whispered, "The holy fruit won't be given to me so easily. I'd rather meet Feng extermination." "Zhener." The middle-aged man called out in a low voice. "This is Skyplant City. Don't mess around. The Xian family is different from before. If you want to revitalize the family, you must endure. Getting the holy fruit will help you reach the Divine Champion realm as soon as possible. That's the most important thing." The young man looked around and chuckled. "Zhener understands. But I really want to go to Duke Feng's manor and ask why the royal patriarch was the true monarch who died after so many years of war. Also, True Monarch Blue Moon went into seclusion at the True Monarch Hall after returning. Royal Uncle, I want to visit True Monarch Blue Moon after the fruit feast." "Shut up." The middle-aged man shot him a cold look, frowning. "Don't bring that up again," he transmitted. Remember, the royal court still cares about father. Father has just died, so we can come to Skyplant City to get the holy fruit. However, the Xian family no longer has a true king. Although I stepped into the divine way a long time ago, my progress was not great. You, on the other hand, have just entered the venerable realm not long ago, and your divine Tao has yet to be determined. You should enter the divine general realm as soon as possible so that you don't have to comprehend your own Tao. Father has left behind a true monarch ultimate art. If you study it carefully, you might be able to walk the same path as father. If my Xian family wants to rise again, we can only rely on you. Right now, I can't change to the divine Tao and recultivate. Once I change to the divine Tao, I won't be able to quickly comprehend father's Tao and fall from the divine Tao realm. The Xian family will be in danger. Uncle Wang, the young man, Xianxia, revealed a sorrowful expression as he transmitted his voice. With Wang Zu's death, is the royal court going to let it go just like that? King Feng and the others had caused Wang Zu's death, and true monarch Blue Moon had even fought alongside Wang Zu. Zhener heard that it might not be just King Feng. There might be someone else who secretly made a move, which led to Ancestor Wang's death. Watch your words. And Ji Yao. Xianjin's face revealed a hint of resentment. He looked at Ji Yao who was in front of him and transmitted his voice. If not for her, Ancestor Wang wouldn't have fought in order to take revenge on Fang Ping. When Ancestor Wang was still alive, he treated her very well. Now that he was implicated, she was only punished by the Lord. Uncle Wang, this is so unfair. She has already decided to get the holy fruit. As for me, Ancestor Wang died in battle. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the holy fruit. Zhener is unwilling. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. After a long time, he transmitted his voice. Don't hate. Remember, follow the original plan to gain Ji Yao's sympathy and display your strength and talent. Now, if the Xian family wants to maintain its position, we can only rely on you. If you marry Ji Yao, the Xian family will be able to rise again sooner or later and defend the Xian King region. Otherwise, after a period of time, the King region will fall. I can at most be a city lord. From then on, the Xian family can only defend a royal city. However, a royal city has to pay tribute to the royal court every year. How are we going to feed the Xian family? How are we going to let the Xian family produce another true king powerhouse? Xianjin took another look at Ji Yao who was in the air in front of him and nodded slightly. His gaze was still extremely sinister. Although he hated Ji Yao, Uncle Wang was right. He could only rely on Ji Yao to take back everything that belonged to the Xian family. Otherwise, the Xian family with only one deity realm powerhouse could not defend the King region. With Ancestor Wang's death, many people were watching the King region. Those subsidiary divine generals of the Xian family were all restless and prepared to seize the Xian family's property. With Ancestor Wang gone, Uncle could not suppress those divine generals. Now that he did not make a move, it was because Wang Zu was dead. His relationship with Ji Yao also seemed to be good to others. That was why everything was preserved. However, this was not a long-term plan. I have to become a divine general quickly, embark on the divine Tao of Ancestor Wang and marry Ji Yao. Only then will I have the chance to grow smoothly and become a true king to take revenge. Inner City. On a crystal tall building. Fang Ping drank wine mixed with a large number of energy fruits and said with a smile, Lord Fengyu, are those few young martial artists the descendants of a true king? I think they are still before divine generals. Fengyu also drank a mouthful of wine, drinking until Jin Yuwai's face turned pale. One cup was about 10 life stones. Kue Ming this bastard, he said that he would not pay. He actually invited Fengyu and even ordered such expensive 100 treasures due. If he continued to drink like this, sooner or later he would be bankrupted by these two beasts. Jin Yuwai wished he could kill these two fellows, but at this moment, he could only put on a smile and pretend to be calm. Fengyu drank a cup of wine and said with a smile, Princess Ji Yao, you have seen them before. The other three are also descendants of a true king. The one on the left is a descendant of the Tiger King, a peak commander. The one in the middle is a descendant of the 100 Mountain King, a beginner venerable. The one on the right. Fengyu looked for a while, then frowned slightly and said after a while, descendant of Xian King. Xianjin. Descendant of Xian King? Fang Ping saw that his expression was not right and asked curiously. Lord, this is. Fingyu took a light breath and said quickly, Xianyu True King's grandson is also one of the Destiny Royal Court's crown princes, and Xianyu True King died previously. Previously, I heard that Xianxia caused a ruckus in the Destiny Royal Court and wanted us to give an explanation. However, this matter has nothing to do with Prince Feng Mansion. It should be Li Yi and the others who have a headache. Xianxia always felt that it was because of Lord Prince Feng. However, Prince Feng Mansion will not bear the responsibility for this matter. The death of a true king is not a small matter. When it comes to a critical moment, Prince Feng Mansion will not bear the responsibility for others. Fang Ping understood. He was saying that when it came to a critical moment, he would push the responsibility to the Lord's faction. Fang Ping observed Xianxia for a while. A descendant of a fallen true king, this identity was good. If this person knew that the Lord's faction had schemed against his grandfather and caused his grandfather's death, would he fly into a rage? Would he be so indignant that he would kill Li Yi and Feng Miaxing out of his desire for revenge? No. Including Ji Yao, a crazy fellow who was eager for revenge would kill Ji Yao. The Destiny Royal Court's true king going out to battle had a lot to do with Ji Yao. I must preserve Kuei Ming's identity. This identity is very good. Fang Ping began to plan in his heart. Before this, he had been wondering if the fallen true king's descendants would come. The probability of them coming was not small. A true king had fallen. Judging from Ji Yao's tone earlier, it was obvious that she was not done yet. If that was the case, it would make sense for the fallen true king's descendants to come to Skyplant's royal court. Whether it was compensation or something else, the person involved had to come. Otherwise, if the fallen true king's death was covered up just like that, the other true kings in Skyplant's royal court would not agree to it. After killing Li Yi and Ji Yao, I can keep Feng Miaxing alive. I'll let him bring me to the king battlefield. It'll be safer for me to escape from there. If I kill the descendants of these two lord kings, no matter what the reason is, it will cause chaos. If the one who killed them is a fallen true king's descendant, it will be even more of a mess. If Ji Yao dies here, no matter who killed her, it will be a big deal. If Li Yi is killed in Skyplant City, it will be an even bigger deal. Thoughts rose in Fang Ping's mind. Xianxia, this identity was indeed not bad. However, these fellows were all gathered together. It was not easy to attack. There were also God General level powerhouses around them. It was even more difficult to attack. I'll do it. After I'm done, I'll leave. Whether I kill Feng Miaxing or not, whether he brings me to the king battlefield, I have to leave as soon as possible. Fang Ping thought to himself, but he said, Sir, will Her Highness Ji Yao and the others move to the royal court? Of course not. Feng Yu smiled. Why would the royal court let martial artists from the outer court move in? They will stay at the place arranged by the tribute hall. Fang Ping smiled. I see that the monsters under them are ferocious. I don't know if they will sell them, be careful with your words. Feng Yu reminded him. Don't go looking for them with the idea of buying and selling monsters. It will easily cause trouble. In Skyplant's royal court, monsters are not their vassals. They have the same status. They are just partners. I misspoke. Fang Ping felt a little regretful. He said, Sir, is there no other way? Don't think about this. Feng Yu's attitude towards Fang Ping was quite friendly. Fang Ping, who had already become a peak warrior, was not too far away from becoming a commander in his eyes. At this moment, seeing that Fang Ping was interested in monsters, he smiled. Actually, the royal court also has these contracted monsters. Of course, it's mainly monster plants. However, we are different from them. We will only find some contracted monster plants to work with when we reach God General level. Therefore, in the royal court, those who have contracted monster plants are all top-notch powerhouses. However, there is also an advantage to this. We do not need to provide for the monsters anymore. When everyone works together, the other party will be God General level. As for Skyplant's royal court, although they have been working together for a long time, it is not that easy to provide for the monsters. If you want the monsters to keep up with your cultivation progress, it will consume a lot of resources. Even ordinary martial artists cannot afford it. Fang Ping understood now. No wonder there were almost no martial artists in the outer domain who would subdue monsters. Just like humans, the outer domain martial artists might not be able to afford it. On the human side, the monsters subdued had a higher probability of becoming divine weapons. They could eat too much, moreover, their progress was not as fast as humans. If they wanted to keep up with the humans' progress, the resources consumed would be astronomical. Just look at Jiao. The more it ate, the higher its level became. Later on, it even had to eat imperishable substances. As Fang Ping spoke, Ji Yao and the group had already walked past the building where they were. Ji Yao, who was flying in the air, swept a glance at them. She did not care. Although she had seen Fang Ping and the others not long ago, these people were not worthy of Ji Yao's attention. She had long since ignored them. Fang Ping did not care about this. He continued to stare at them. Ji Yao has improved very quickly. Peak rank 7. Fang Ping was secretly shocked. The Ji family was really rich. How many good things had she eaten? It had not even been half a year since the trip to the royal battlefield. Ji Yao had actually gone from peak rank 6 to peak rank 7. She must have eaten countless treasures, right? Feng Mieshing was considered rich. However, until now, he had not entered upper stage rank 7. He was still a middle stage rank 7. Comparing these two people, their wealth was obvious at a glance. Peak rank 7. This is not enough. However, this woman might be carrying the Life King's split body. I still need to take it easy. Fang Ping thought to himself. He continued to drink in big gulps, until Jin Yuwai's face was ashen. At this moment, it was only a few days before the Holy Fruit Feast. I should also get down to business. I'll take this as practice for what's coming next. Fang Ping did not look at Ji Yao and the others anymore. Very quickly, he left the small building. As for paying the bill, that was, of course, Jin Yuwai and the others' business. The Holy Fruit Feast was also getting closer and closer. At this time, the number of powerhouses in Sky Plant City had increased greatly. At this time, Fang Ping was no longer in closed-door cultivation. He would often go out for a walk. No one cared about this. Martial artists from other regions had been going out these days. The prosperity of Sky Plant City made these people enjoy themselves a little. Feng Mieshing had also disappeared these few days. No one knew if he was preparing for something. As Fang Ping went out for a walk, something small happened in Sky Plant City. It was indeed not a big deal. One of the commander-level powerhouses under Li Yi's command had suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. Li Yi was still in closed-door cultivation in the palace. He had his own mansion in the imperial city. Although Li Yi had recruited some powerhouses in recent years, the rank 8 third-stage powerhouse who was his Dao protector last time was considered the strongest person he had recruited. The rest were a few commander-level powerhouses. Before this, one had already died. Now, another one had gone missing. The outside world did not care much. The people in Li Yi's mansion were a little surprised. Where did this commander-level powerhouse go? Li Yi was in closed-door cultivation. The rank 8 powerhouse was also in the palace. There were only a few commander-level powerhouses in the mansion. They really could not do anything about it. No one cared that a commander-level powerhouse had gone missing. After all, the commander-level powerhouse was a rank 7 powerhouse. It was normal for him to go out for some business, although the timing was not quite right. Soon, however, in Li Yi's mansion, the second commander-level powerhouse disappeared. 2 had disappeared, and 1 had died. In a short period of time, without 3 commander-level powerhouses, some people in Li Yi's mansion could not sit still. The Sky Plant military had also sent people to investigate, but there was no conclusion. In the palace, Li Yi had also just come out of the Lake of Life. At this moment, his body was glowing gold yellow. After a few days, Li Yi had finished honing the last of his skull and entered rank 8. When he heard the news from the mansion, Li Yi's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not have many powerhouses under his command. 2 commander-level powerhouses had gone missing all of a sudden. 1 had even died before this. Now, there were only 2 commander-level powerhouses under his command. Where did Mu He and the others go? Li Yi mumbled. A general who came to report the news said in a trembling voice, I don't know. Commander Mu He and the others suddenly disappeared. The Sky Plant military has checked. There are no records of them leaving the city. They didn't leave the city? Li Yi frowned. They didn't leave the city. Where are they? Having said that, he asked, have you checked other places? Are they in the life mining area? The incomer hurriedly denied. No. Commander Li Yi went down to check. He didn't see Commander Mu He and the others. Li Yi tapped the seat of the chair softly. He looked at the rank 8 powerhouse beside him and asked, Li Yuan, where do you think Mu He and the others went? Li Yuan was a rank 8 third forging martial artist. He was also the strongest powerhouse Li Yi had recruited so far. He was highly regarded by Li Yi. Hearing Li Yi's question, he thought for a while before saying, Mu He and the others wouldn't have left the mansion without a word. Also, the Sky Plant military is looking for them now. Our people are also looking for them. If they're still in the city, then they should show up. Unless they're entangled with something and can't come back. Or, they're already dead. Dead? Li Yi's expression darkened even more. He said in a low voice, did anything special happen in the Imperial City recently? The general powerhouse who was still kneeling on the ground thought for a while before saying, the Destiny Royal Court's envoy group has arrived at the Royal Court. Her Highness Ji Yao is the envoy. The other highnesses have also arrived at the Imperial City one after another. What about Feng Miexing? His Highness Feng seems to be in closed-door cultivation recently. I heard that he might be breaking through to upper stage commander. Closed-door cultivation? What about Feng Zhe and Feng Hua from the Feng Mansion? Both of them have been in the Feng Mansion all this time, Li Yuan said softly. Venerables might not be able to make the two captains disappear without a trace. Feng Hua is on par with me, so I'm afraid he won't be able to do it. Feng Zhe is at the peak of the Venerable Realm, so he might be able to do it, but killing Captain Mu He won't be of any benefit to them. Feng Miexing is still waiting for the Holy Fruit Feast to snatch the Holy Fruits, and he's also waiting to fight for the position of the Left Marshal, as well as to cause trouble for His Highness. At this time, he might not cause any more trouble. Li Yi frowned. I also feel that he won't do this now, but if he wasn't the one who disappeared, who was it? What's his motive? Li Yi was still thinking when she suddenly said, who's in the Destiny Royal Court's envoy group? Her Highness Ji Yao, Divine General Ji Nan, Divine General Xian Tong, and Her Highness Xian Jin. Li Yi suddenly frowned. The descendants of the mystic Jade Monarch. Then, she looked at Li Yuan and asked, did Feng Miexing try to sow discord? Without waiting for him to answer, she looked at her generals and asked, has Divine General Xian Tong done anything recently? Your Highness, this subordinate doesn't know. Trash. Li Yi waved her hand. Scram. When they ran away in fear, Li Yuan said softly, Your Highness suspects that Divine General Xian Tong did it? It's hard to say. They are all suspects. Feng Miexing, the other princes, and Xian Tong are all suspects. None of them are good people. Li Yi frowned. If Mu He and Divine General Xian Tong are really dead, then someone might be trying to mess things up. How audacious, to actually dare to act in the Imperial City. Aren't they afraid that Lord Tianyu will sense something amiss and kill him? Li Yi stood up. I'm going back. Your Highness. Li Yuan said hurriedly, this isn't the right time. Stay in the Imperial Court. Li Yi said disapprovingly, I'm at the Venerable Realm, and so are you. If they want to act against us, Deity Realm powerhouses will cause a huge commotion. My residence isn't far from the Imperial Court, and Tianyu will be able to sense it very quickly. Moreover, do they dare to act against me in the Imperial City? These fellows won't dare to act recklessly. I want to see who did it. If I don't go back, this palace's residence will become an empty residence. Li Yuan thought about it and said, then go to the Tianji army over there and invite a divine general to accompany. No need. Moreover, it's not suitable either. Previously, Kuei Ming that beast ruined my important matter. Now, the Tianji army is watching. I can't let the Tianji army side take action privately again. However, you go to the central region of the Tianji army and let Uncle Wang arrange a team of powerhouses to patrol the vicinity of my residence. Li Yuan saw that Li Yi was not careless and heaved a sigh of relief instead. He hurriedly said, "Then this subordinate will go and arrange it right away. With the Tianji army patrolling, no matter how bold the thief is, they won't dare to cause trouble in the residence either." Li Yi did not speak anymore, her expression still dark. Who was it that did it this time? Guts really big enough. This was the imperial city. Wanting to kill 2 commanders without making a sound was not that simple. Deity realm powerhouses would all create a bit of a commotion. Moreover, once a deity realm powerhouse made a move, it could not be concealed. Presently, there were many powerhouses in the imperial city. It was very easy to be exposed. Could it be an acquaintance? Li Yi pondered in her heart. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to do. At the same time, a few thousand meters away from the imperial palace, Fang Ping looked around. He entered a place that sold heavenly treasures, looked around casually for a while, and left quickly. Li Yi left the imperial palace. Fang Ping calculated in his heart again. Li Yi left the imperial palace, but Xianxia did not leave the messenger's dojo. This matter was not easy to handle. He still had to think of a way to let Xianxia out, and he could not let a divine general follow her. While Fang Ping was thinking, his heart suddenly moved slightly. Damn, what was going on? In front, Zhao Xingwu walked straight towards his side. Fang Ping hurriedly avoided him, walking to the side of the Crystal Avenue. Zhao Xingwu did not seem to care about him, continuing to walk in the direction of the Imperial Palace. He did not know if he was going to the Imperial Palace. Fang Ping lowered his head obediently and did not say anything. After Zhao Xingwu left, Fang Ping cursed wildly in his heart. What was the meaning of this? He had already met Zhao Xingwu 3 times these few days. Although Zhao Xingwu was just passing by every time, as someone who was not far from the summit, did he have so much free time, wandering outside every day? Fang Ping did not care about him anymore. Very quickly, he walked towards Prince Feng's residence. Behind him, Zhao Xingwu walked straight to the Imperial Palace gate, looked at the powerhouse guarding the gate, and said lightly, "I would like to pay a visit to True King Tianyu. Does True King Tianyu have time to meet me?" The gatekeeper was a peak rank 8 powerhouse. Seeing Zhao Xingwu, he felt a slight headache. Quickly, he said, "General Zhao, Lord Tianyu is condensing the holy fruit in the next few days. He is not seeing guests. Then I shall pay my respects to the royal lord. The royal lord is not feeling well and needs to rest. He is not able to receive you, sir." Not feeling well was not suitable to be used on others, but it was fine to use it on the royal lord. Zhao Xingwu frowned. After a while, he said, "Then forget it. When True King Tianyu and the royal lord are free, I will be free anytime." Having said that, Zhao Xingwu turned and left. A silhouette appeared in his peripheral vision, and he hesitated slightly. Was it him? If it was, then he was too bold. He actually dared to come so close to the Imperial Palace. There were true king-level powerhouses here. Was he the one who killed Li Yi's subordinates? He was also one of the commanders of the Tianji army. Although he was not in charge, he still knew such news. Li Yi had just left the Imperial Palace. Could it be? Zhao Xingwu hesitated again. Killing 2 rank 7 martial artists without making a sound was something only an Origin Path powerhouse could do. However, other than Origin Path powerhouses, there were others who could do it. A fellow who had a golden house, a certain someone's golden house could trap a rank 7 martial artist in an instant by concealing his aura. By concealing his aura, he could kill the other party quickly. The other party could not even make a sound. I can't continue to run into him by chance. As Zhao Xingwu thought about this matter, he walked back to his own mansion, minding his own business. He was being watched by many people. He could not act on his own. On the other hand, that fellow was a small fry. Not many people would pay attention to him. Coming from another realm, the imperial city was bustling. Martial artists from other realms wandering around would not attract attention. If it's him who killed Li Yi's people and waited for Li Yi to return to the mansion, could it be that he wants to make a move on Li Yi? But Li Yi is not stupid. He has also reached rank 8. If he kills Li Yi, he might not be able to escape. Is it a real martial artist from another realm, or is that fellow in disguise? Can he disguise? Zhao Xingwu was not too sure about this. However, he was sure of one thing. That fellow could conceal his aura. Moreover, he had seen some people before. He was a top-notch powerhouse below the pinnacle. If he had seen them before, he would feel a sense of familiarity. No matter how he changed, the sense of familiarity would not change. Moreover, when he was being hunted that day, he was at ease. Most importantly, not many people noticed that when he was fighting, he actually protected the heavenly golden lotus in his arms. If he was not 100% sure, why would he deliberately protect these external objects? He could not even escape in time. A martial artist from the 7 southern regions. Sunflower. Monster Sunflower City. MCMAU's frontline city. When he left the 100 Kings Palace, he actually purposely sized up the underground treasure vault's door. Is he curious, or does he have other motives? Many thoughts emerged in Zhao Xingwu's mind. It was a pity that he could not keep an eye on the other party. Otherwise, he could investigate a little and see if the people in Li Yi's residence had disappeared. If he was in Duke Feng's residence, then he would be sure. His eyes are filled with a thieving glint. He doesn't look like a good person. His gaze is very similar to that kid's. Zhao Xingwu sighed in his heart again. The kid's gaze when he saw something good was very similar. Prince Feng's residence. In the courtyard. Zhao Xingwu, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Was Zhao Xingwu good or bad? Old Zhang didn't say anything. Then he had to treat the other party as a bad person. His identity might really have been exposed. Zhao Xingwu wanted to kill him before, would he attack him now? Right now, he wasn't sure if he was someone from Duke Feng's residence, so he didn't dare to act rashly. However, now that he was being watched by Zhao Xingwu, he might quickly give himself away. We have to prepare for the worst. Fang Ping was on his guard. He dared not trust Zhao Xingwu. The other party might attack him. Even if Xianxia didn't make a move, he would still be in deep trouble if his identity was exposed. Could it be that I have to give up the identity of Kuei Ming? Maybe. I need to give up. Previously, Fang Ping was still thinking of keeping Kuei Ming's identity. But now, it was very dangerous. Perhaps Zhao Xingwu had discovered something. Kuei Ming's previous performance was a little overboard. It was not a good thing to attract attention. It's dangerous to impersonate someone you don't know, thoughts flashed through Fang Ping's mind. He had 2 objectives for coming to the palace this time. First, he had disturbed the catacombs. Second, he could earn a lot of money. It would be best if he didn't expose his identity. But in reality, the first goal and the second goal conflicted. If he didn't want to expose his identity, then he couldn't rob others. If his personal style was too strong, it would be easy for others to associate him with him. His personal charm is too great. I can't even stop him. Fang Ping had no doubt that if he really went to mine or robbed something else, it would make some people think otherwise. Maybe I can take the initiative to do something, such as exposing my identity? Fang Ping suddenly had a ridiculous thought. It would be even better if it was real and fake, making it hard for others to see through and figure it out. I'm afraid I really have to give up on Kuei Ming's identity. No. Don't give up on Kuei Ming's identity, make Kuei Ming disappear. Fang Ping thought of something else. Perhaps he should not give up on Kuei Ming's identity and disappear from the imperial city. His mentality probed into the space. Fang Ping glanced at Kuei Ming's corpse and thought of many things. The disappearance of someone from Li Yi's side was not enough to prove that it was Xianxin's doing. However, what if someone from Feng Extermination's side also disappeared? Zhao Xingwu, Fang Ping muttered to himself again. It was better not to pin his hopes on others. If Zhao Xingwu really suspected him, then he had to resolve it immediately. Otherwise, he would get into trouble sooner or later. Who knew what kind of person Zhao Xingwu was? It's better to rely on myself than on others. In the catacombs, I can only trust myself. Fang Ping thought about many things. Then, as usual, he continued wandering around. The holy fruit feast was drawing closer and closer. 3 more days, in the past 3 days, no one had disappeared, and every family had increased their vigilance. However, the holy fruit feast was just around the corner. Aside from the incident in Lian's residence, the rest of the people were relieved. Prince Fang's residence. Commander's court. Feng Yu looked at Jin Yuhuai, who had come to report the news, and couldn't help but laugh. He stood up and said, "Kuei Ming invited me to a banquet again?" Jin Yuhuai had a helpless and sorrowful expression. Yes, again, in the past few days, that bastard Kuei Ming had gone crazy. He often invited Feng Yu to banquets, and every time, the consumption was enormous. Jin Yuhuai had to foot the bill. Jin Yuhuai was almost unable to control himself. One more time and he would explode. How could he cheat people like this? Every time, he would use his own money to make friends with the important people in the residence. This was too much. Despite the anger in his heart, Jin Yuhuai still put on a smile and said, "Sir, Brother Kuei and we are newcomers. In the residence, only you can help us the most, sir. Please do us the honor." Feng Yu smiled. "Fine, I'll go take a look then. Next time, tell Kuei Ming not to waste any more. Save the life stones, you'll need them in the future." Jin Yuhuai smiled and nodded hurriedly, but in his heart, he was cursing. It was not Kuei Ming's, why should he save it? Without another word, Jin Yuhuai led the way in front with a respectful expression. These days in the imperial city, that bastard Kuei Ming did not know if he had been to other places, but he was familiar with places to eat, drink, and have fun. Along the way, Feng Yu smiled and said, "This time at the Divine Guest Restaurant?" "Yes, sir, the food at the Divine Guest Restaurant is not bad." Feng Yu smiled and nodded. It was a good place. A meal would cost at least 100 life stones. Even he, who worked in the Feng residence, only received a few hundred life stones every year. Sometimes, Feng Yu also felt that being a commander in the outer domain might not be worse than being in a forbidden zone. However, there were many opportunities in the imperial court, and it was not just a matter of salary. It was too difficult to become a god general in the outer domain. Soon, a huge building appeared in front of the two of them. Jin Yuhuai hurriedly smiled and said, "Sir, Brother Kuei booked the Divine Dao Pavilion on the 3rd floor, Divine Dao Pavilion. Kuei Ming is too wasteful." Feng Yu smiled happily, but he scolded him. "It was just a meal, why waste so much?" Jin Yuhuai cursed again. "Waste? If it's a waste, then don't come. You know it's expensive, but you still come. Aren't you just trying to earn a living, shameless fellow?" As the two of them spoke, they soon reached the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was different from the 1st and 2nd floors. The 3rd floor was divided into a few halls, and each hall was huge. Jin Yuhuai continued to lead Feng Yu to the Divine Dao Pavilion. After a few steps, Feng Yu stopped in front of a hall. He frowned slightly and did not say much. After passing the hall, he said, "Xianxia, these people are here too." Jin Yuhuai smiled and said, "I'm not sure about this, but the Heaven Fate Royal Court is not far from the Divine Guest Building." Feng Yu did not say much. Soon, the two of them reached the Divine Dao Pavilion. Feng Yu did not sense Kuei Ming's aura. He turned and said, "Kuei Ming is not here yet?" Jin Yuhuai cursed in his heart. Where is this fellow? Feng Yu would usually arrive early when he was asked to invite him. Why was he not here today? Even though he was unhappy, Jin Yuhuai hurriedly said, "Sir, please go in and rest for a while. I will go down and take a look." Brother Kuei rarely misses time. Perhaps he was delayed by something today, no problem. Feng Yu did not mind and said with a smile, "I know Kuei Ming's character. He was probably delayed by something. Go down and take a look." "Sir, please wait." Jin Yuhuai smiled and said. Then, he looked at the maidservant waiting at the entrance of the Divine Dao Pavilion and scolded, "Go and prepare. Sir is here. Prepare to serve the dishes." "Yes." At the entrance, the two maidservants responded delicately and hurriedly went to make arrangements. Jin Yuhuai led Feng Yu into the hall and personally served him tea. Then, he apologized profusely and left the hall to look for Kuei Ming. "What is that fellow doing?" He said that he would talk to Feng Yu about entering the mining area of life to cultivate. "He made me excited, and now he is gone. Bastard, if he does this again, I am going to go bankrupt." Jin Yuhuai cursed in his heart. This was the last time. If Kuei Ming asked him to pay next time, he would say that he had no money. Was that fellow really going to kill him? When they were downstairs, Jin Yuhuai looked left and right but did not see anyone. he was even more frustrated. Feng Yu was still waiting. The other party was a direct descendant of Feng Miexing and a commander expert. If this continued and Feng Yu was unhappy, there would be trouble. After waiting for a while, there was a sudden roar less than 1,000 meters away from where they were. Jin Yuhuai was slightly stunned. At this moment, many experts in the divine guest house opened their windows or went downstairs. Feng Yu went downstairs and frowned. What is going on? Jin Yuhuai, is Kuei Ming not here yet? Lord. Brother Kuei is not here yet. Just as Jin Yuhuai was speaking, Feng Yu frowned. What is going on ahead? At this moment, a large number of Tianji army soldiers were rushing forward. Feng Yu said, let's go and take a look. The royal city has always been peaceful. Recently, there have been many incidents. As he spoke, Feng Yu suddenly bowed. Greetings, your highnesses. At this moment, Xianxia, Ji Yao, and the rest came down from upstairs. Xianxia snorted coldly when she saw Feng Yu and the Maple Royal clan's crest on his body. Ji Yao also directly ignored him. The few of them looked into the distance. Ji Yao said slowly, it seems like someone died. Xianxia nodded. Yes, someone died. With that, he mocked, Tianji City is known as the #1 city in God Continent. Even a true monarch cannot surpass it. However, these few days, there have been incidents. The few young men and women beside Xianxia laughed with a hint of mockery. Tianji City had frequent incidents and they had seen it. At this moment, Feng Yu suddenly frowned and said, let's go. With that, he brought Jin Yuhuai, who was still in a daze, and walked forward. Seeing that he was in a hurry, Xianxia suddenly smiled. Let's go and take a look. Did something happen to the Feng royal residence? They weren't familiar with the Feng royal residence. However, looking at Feng Yu, they seemed to be related. Lord, Jin Yuhuai was also nervous. Feng Yu took a deep breath. It seems like Kuei Ming. Damn it, I hope it's not him. Kuei Ming? Jin Yuhuai was shocked. Something happened to Kuei Ming. Without giving him a chance to think, they soon arrived at a small alley. The Tianji army had already sealed the place. Once Feng Yu arrived, he immediately shouted, I am Feng royal residence's Feng Yu. Let me in. At this moment, the Tianji army outside had unfriendly expressions and didn't give way. Inside, an expert said calmly, let him in. Feng Yu snorted and walked into the small alley. When he entered, Feng Yu's face instantly turned green. He suddenly looked at the few Tianji army generals and gritted his teeth. Good. Very good. How dare you do this in front of everyone? The few commanders of the Tianji army also frowned slightly. Soon, a person in front said coldly, Commander Feng Yu, you can't speak carelessly. Carelessly? Feng Yu's expression was ugly to the extreme. Looking at Kuei Ming, whose body exploded and only half a head was left, he said angrily, how could Kuei Ming die here? You deserve to die. Kuei Ming came to the imperial court not long ago, and the only people he offended were you. Last time, you wanted to kill him. This commander didn't think you would dare to do this. As he finished, Feng Yu grabbed half of Kuei Ming's head and said coldly, a venerable did it. One hit to kill, and there are remnants of imperishable substance. The few commanders didn't speak. They also felt it. Feng Yu looked around and said coldly, Kuei Ming was killed in the imperial city. This commander will immediately report this matter to His Highness. No one is allowed to leave. Wait for His Highness to deal with it. Jin Yuhuai, go back and tell His Highness that Kuei Ming was killed. At this time, Jin Yuhuai was stunned. Kuei Ming died just like this. He didn't expect this at all. Then, his heart was filled with joy. It was great that he was dead. It was great that he was dead. This guy had been guessing whether he was colluding with the Land of Rebirth. He even blackmailed him. Now that he was dead, it was great. Hearing Feng Yu's shout, Jin Yuhuai hurriedly said, I'll go back immediately. As he finished speaking, Jin Yuhuai hurriedly ran toward the Feng mansion. In the alley, Feng Yu held half of Kuei Ming's head, looking at the Tianji army cautiously as he slowly retreated. A moment later, before Feng Miexing arrived, a rank 9 divine general from the Tianji army arrived. As if he already knew what happened, he frowned slightly and said, Commander Fengyu, we didn't expect Kuei Ming to die. Kuei Ming's death has nothing to do with the Tianji army. Sir, you don't have to explain to me. When His Highness arrives, everything will be clear. Fengyu was unwilling to say more. Outside, Ji Yao and the rest were watching the situation inside as if they were watching a show. Next to her, someone explained in a low voice, Kuei Ming is from another region. He's from the Feng Mansion. A few days ago, he had a conflict with the Tianji army. On that day, a commander under His Highness Li Yi tried to kill Kuei Ming, but it was all for naught. That commander was killed. Because of this, the left commander of the Tianji army happened. Ji Yao knew about this. She smiled and said, It's him. I've seen him before. He came out of the 7 southern regions with Feng Miexing. I didn't expect him to die here. There's going to be a good show. Ji Yao was happy to watch the show. Feng Miexing's subordinate was killed on the street. Moreover, it was related to the position of the left commander. Li Yi's people had tried to kill him before, and the Tianji army had participated too. Now it was even more interesting. Kuei Ming was dead. Ji Yao was still waiting to watch the show. Soon, the crowd outside grew. In the crowd, Zhao Xingwu was surprised too. Dead? Kuei Ming was dead. Did that mean that he guessed wrong? Zhao Xingwu was still in shock. Soon, someone outside shouted, Make way. Make way. His Highness Feng is here. The crowd opened up a path. Feng Miexing was livid. He rushed over with 2 rank 8 powerhouses and a few rank 7 powerhouses. When Fengyu saw Feng Miexing, he said hurriedly, Your Highness, Kuei Ming is dead. Got it. Feng Miexing responded coldly and rushed over. With a wave of his hand, half of Kuei Ming's head flew into Feng Miexing's hand. Feng Miexing checked it and said with a livid expression, Good. Very good. On that day, the commander said that since Kuei Ming is dead, unless you kill me, you will have to give Duke Feng's residence an explanation. Feng Miexing's expression was frighteningly ugly. He said coldly, The Tianji army is so arrogant. They killed people from the Feng Mansion just like that. They might as well kill me too. As soon as he said that, a silhouette descended from midair. He said with a cold expression, Your Highness Feng, you can't say things like that. Do you think that I would let a nobody like Kuei Ming be killed? Huaqi Dao. Feng Miexing was hysterical and said angrily, This is the Imperial City. Are the Tianji army all trash? If it wasn't you guys who killed him, then any random person could kill a peak warrior in the court. Is there still any safety in the Imperial City? Huaqi Dao was speechless. Regardless of whether the Tianji army did it or not, they were in big trouble. One of the Feng Mansion's champions, one who had a conflict with them, was killed on the streets. At that moment, Feng Miexing suddenly said, There is still some imperishable substance left on Kuei Ming's body. Fengzhe, sense it and see who left it. Fengzhe hurriedly took the head and sensed it carefully. He was about to speak when half of Kuei Ming's head suddenly exploded. Feng Miexing's expression turned even uglier. Fengzhe was not surprised. He said in a low voice, I touched the imperishable substance and my head exploded. However, this aura, it's a little like, who? Speak. Feng Miexing looked around with a cold expression. A maple leaf suddenly appeared in his hand as he gritted his teeth and said, I want to see who controls this imperial court. How dare they kill me just like that? I've warned them again and again, but they still dare to do this. This is too much. Feng Miexing was furious. Kuei Ming was already a peak champion. His personal strength was not important, but he had said in front of everyone that no one would dare to touch Kuei Ming after the previous incident. How many days had it been? He had been slapped in the face. Not only was Kuei Ming dead, but he was also killed on the bustling street. This was not only a slap to his face, but also to the Feng Mansion. Fengzhe hesitated for a moment before saying, It's like supremacy Li Yuan's aura. Nonsense. At that moment, someone outside shouted. Li Yan walked in with Li Yuan. Li Yan's expression was ugly as she shouted, Feng Miexing, tell your people to watch their mouths. Li Yuan has always been with me, so why would he kill someone? Even if I wanted to kill someone, I wouldn't need Li Yuan. I would kill Kuei Ming myself. Feng Zhi transmitted his voice, "Your Highness, there is a slight resemblance, but it's not very clear. It's about to dissipate. It's also possible that someone framed Li Yuan." When Feng Miexing heard this, he did not say anything. He looked at Lian and said coldly, "Lian, you know better than me how Kuei Ming died." After saying that, he looked at Hua Qidao and said coldly, "General Hua, someone from the Feng mansion was killed in front of everyone. There should be an explanation. Is there no clue as to who the real culprit is?" At the side, Lian sneered, "It's just a champion who died." Feng Miexing retorted, "I'm not trash like you. Moreover, who knows if the few commanders in your residence who have disappeared have really disappeared or just faked it? No one saw them and no one knows if they're dead or alive. Kuei Ming was killed in front of everyone, and now you're telling me it's insignificant? Lian, you're trash, but don't treat everyone else like trash. Kuei Ming died near the imperial court. Do you know what this means? It means that the Tianji army has completely lost control of the imperial city. It means that if someone wants to kill us, it'll just take a little more effort. You're still so smug, trash. What a joke." Feng Miexing mocked. Li An's face turned green, but Hua Qidao did not retort this time. He said with a cold expression, "Your Highness, Feng is right. This place is not far from the imperial court. How dare they kill Kuei Ming in front of everyone? Investigate. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. I also want to see who in the imperial city has the guts to provoke the Tianji army again and again." After saying that, Hua Qidao suddenly looked around and said coldly, "Before I came, this area had already been sealed by the Tianji army. I can confirm that the high-ranked martial artists who were here earlier are still here. No one has left. The one who killed Kuei Ming is a venerable powerhouse, or even a god-general powerhouse. Since everyone has met, please cooperate with the Tianji army this time. Please forgive us." As he said that, he looked at the few commanders who had arrived earlier and said coldly, "Tell me, what did you see?" Reporting to Commander Hua. "We were patrolling in another area when we heard a roar and quickly rushed here. As soon as we arrived, we saw Kuei Ming's corpse. There was no trace of the enemy." The commander of the Tianji army spoke for a while. Hua Qidao said coldly, "Why did Kuei Ming appear here?" At this time, Feng Yu answered, "Kuei Ming invited me to the divine guest house for an appointment. When I arrived with Jin Yuhuai, I didn't see Kuei Ming. While we were waiting, something happened here." Feng Yu said a few words and quickly looked at Jin Yuhuai. Jin Yuhuai said nervously, "These few days, Kuei Ming often invited the lords in the residence. Kuei Ming was preparing to enter the imperial residence's life mining area to cultivate and break through to the quasi-commander level. Today, Kuei Ming asked me to invite Lord Feng Yu. He said he would rush to the divine guest house in advance. In the end, when Lord Feng Yu and I arrived, Kuei Ming was still nowhere to be seen. The previous few times, he had arrived early. After that, it was as the Lord said. We heard the noise, and the Tianji army rushed over. Lord Feng Yu sensed that something had happened to Kuei Ming, so he rushed over. In the end, he found out that Kuei Ming had really been killed." Hua Qidao's expression was cold. He looked around and said, "Who is the divine general in charge of this place today?" "Commander Hua, it's me." Hua Qidao glanced at the golden armor divine general beside him and said in a low voice, "Did you sense anything?" The divine general who replied looked helpless and immediately said, "There was nothing unusual at the time. However, these few days, the number of powerhouses in this area has increased. The moment the noise was heard, I had already locked on to 39 high-ranked martial artists in this area. However, Commander Hua also knows that killing a general takes a very short time. There were too many high-ranked martial artists nearby at the time. They are all suspects." 39. Hua Qidao glanced coldly at the high-ranked martial artists around him. In the crowd, Ji Yao saw him looking at her and humphed. Hua Qidao ignored her. Ji Yao and her group were the most suspicious. There was no other reason. These people were from Destiny Court. Not only Ji Yao and her group, but also Li Yi and her group, including the other highnesses. Hua Qidao felt a headache coming on. Why were they all here today? 39 high-ranked martial artists. Most of them were powerhouses belonging to various forces. All of these people could have killed Kuei Ming. Usually, a general would die if he were to die. However, Kuei Ming was different. He was a member of Prince Feng Mansion. Moreover, he had just gotten into a conflict with the Skyplant's army, and Li Fengmiasheng had said that no one in the imperial city would dare to touch Kuei Ming at this time. At most, he would not come to the imperial city in the future. In the end, it had only been a few days, the Skyplant's army's matter was not over yet, and Kuei Ming had been killed. This was no longer the left army's matter. If this matter was not handled properly, the entire Skyplant's army would be implicated. Both the Central and Right Army could be implicated. Was there any value in the existence of a Skyplant's army that could not protect the imperial city? Ji Yao, Xianxia, Li Yi, Huayu, Ziyue, one by one, names flashed through Hua Qidao's mind. The possibility of Li being the culprit was not high. The others were all suspects. There was even the possibility that the Feng Mansion was directing and acting on their own. However, there was no need for this. The Feng Mansion couldn't handle the entire Tianji army. If they caused trouble now, it would only make the Feng Mansion a laughingstock and benefit others. Who could it be? Hua Qidao cursed in his heart. Over the past few days, things had piled up one after the other. These people did not even stop. What exactly were they trying to do? To completely disrupt the entire Heavenly Plant City? Now, everyone was a suspect. What were they trying to do? Why did he have to take away the entire Tianji army? The center and right divisions of the Tianji army were the last assets of Wang Lord and the right divine general. Once someone tried to take it, how could Wang Lord let it go? It was different from the left division. The left division could not be suppressed by itself, and the Lord did not have a suitable candidate, so he decided to give up. But that did not mean that they had given up on the entire Tianji army. If they gave up on the central division, they might be able to bear it, but the right division definitely could not. The right divine general had been in charge of the right division for many years. If they gave up on the right division, the right divine general would fall out with them. Hua Qidao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He felt that the atmosphere in the imperial city was getting more and more strange. Kuei Ming is dead, what a pity. At the same time, Fang Ping sighed in his heart. No, Feng Yu was sighing in his heart. Fang Ping was currently standing beside Feng Miasheng, beside Hua Qidao and the rest, waiting for them to track down the murderer. Kuei Ming was dead, and everything was fine. How great, look, now these people were looking at each other, suspecting each other. No one suspected Kuei Ming, right? As for him, he was Feng Yu. What did it have to do with him? When Kuei Ming died, he was still waiting for Kuei Ming at the Divine Dao Pavilion for his appointment. Feng Yu's identity might be better. A rank 7 martial artist has a higher status, but not many people pay attention to him. He's also Feng Miasheng's direct descendant, and he's quite familiar with him. At least, he's gotten to know him a lot these days. Not bad at all. Fang Ping was very satisfied. This identity was not bad. As long as he was familiar with changing identities, it would be good. See, Zhao Xingwu no longer suspected him, right? The person you suspected is dead. Let's see how you can doubt him. Please remember this book's original domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Fang Ping did not think it was important who killed Kuei Ming. Hua Qidao was still asking questions. Fang Ping sent a voice transmission to Feng Miasheng, saying hurriedly, Your Highness, Kuei Ming is dead. Some people are acting recklessly now. There are only 2 venerable lords in the house now. Your Highness, why don't you send someone to the True King Hall to inform Duke Feng? Feng Miasheng's expression was cold. He also sent a voice transmission. They don't have the guts. At this time, everyone was talking through voice transmission. After Feng Miasheng finished speaking, the strongest Feng Zhi reminded him, Your Highness, be careful. Fang Ping said hurriedly, If Your Highness is unwilling, why don't you go to Lord Lu's residence and rest for a few days? The 2 venerable lords will accompany Your Highness. I will stay behind to guard the Feng Mansion. There are no divine generals guarding the mansion now. Your Highness's safety is of utmost importance. Your Highness. Feng Zhi and Feng Hua looked at each other and said hurriedly, Your Highness, Feng Hua is right. We will rest in Lord Lu's residence for a few days. It won't be too late for us to return after the sacred fruit feast ends and the powerhouses leave. Feng Miasheng frowned. He looked at Fang Ping and said, "If I am not around, you will be in danger, Your Highness." Fang Ping was touched. He said hurriedly, "I'm not afraid. There must be someone guarding the mansion. Otherwise, how will the other houses look at Prince Feng Mansion? If they all leave the mansion because of fear, Prince Feng Mansion will not be able to survive in the future." Feng Miexing glanced at Feng Hua. Feng Hua was a rank 8 third-stage martial artist. It might be better for him to stay behind in the mansion. Thinking of this, Feng Miexing said, "Feng Hua, stay behind with Feng Hua and the rest. After this, Feng Jie and I will go to Uncle Godless's residence." Feng Hua said hurriedly, "I will be loyal to my duty." Fang Ping also responded hurriedly, sighing in his heart. "Feng Hua, I don't want to kill you, but you insist on staying. I have no choice." As for pretending to be Feng Hua and continuing to improve his position on Feng Miexing's side, forget it. A rank 8 powerhouse was very eye-catching. Moreover, if Feng Miexing did not die now and went to the king's battlefield, they could still go together. However, Feng Hua was a rank 8. Even if he went there, he would not be in the same region. Fang Ping felt that it was still necessary to follow Feng Miexing closely. Once I get rid of Feng Hua, True King Manor will be mine. Fang Ping sighed. Just like that, I managed to become the Grand Chief of Feng Mansion? Should he take the underground or veins and treasuries of the Feng Wangfu's estate? What a dilemma. 3rd level rank 8. He's weaker than me. If he's trapped in the Golden House, it shouldn't be too difficult to kill him. As they spoke, Feng Miexing spoke again. "Who do you think killed Kue Ming? Why did he kill Kue Ming? Don't tell me it's just to create enmity between us and the Tianji army? But we've never been on good terms with the Tianji army." Fang Ping hesitated for a moment, then said, "Your Highness, I don't think it's Li Yi's doing. Killing Kue Ming has no benefit to Li Yi and the others. This subordinate suspects someone." "Who?" "Xuanzhen." Fang Ping said anxiously. "Xianxia has always been extremely dissatisfied with Prince Feng's mansion. He feels that the death of true monarch Mystic Jade was Lord Feng's fault. He knows what happened to Kue Ming and what happened before. If he killed Kue Ming now, not only would the mansion lose face, but it would also make His Highness and Li even more hostile towards each other. There's one more thing that I'm not sure if I should say. Speak. This subordinate feels that Your Highness is still too careless. His Highness wants to marry Her Highness Ji Yao. I feel that the biggest problem isn't Li Yi or the other highnesses, but Xianxia. Xianxia has always been following Her Highness Ji Yao and has never left her side. Previously, I heard His Highness Xianxia and Her Highness Ji Yao talk about His Highness and Li Yi frequently. Moreover, Her Highness Ji Yao thinks that Xianxia has something to do with Monarch Mystic Jade's death. She feels guilty and is extremely friendly towards Xianxia. Your Highness, if this goes on, Her Highness Ji Yao will probably hate His Highness even more and like Xianxia more and more. Feng Miexing's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he happened to see Xianxia and Ji Yao whispering to each other through voice transmission. Feng Miexing's gaze changed. That damn fellow, he might really be the one who did it. Thinking of this, Feng Miexing quickly asked, "Is he here today?" Her Highness Ji Yao and the others are at the Divine Guest Tower. Where was Divine General Shantong before? This subordinate does not know, but Divine General Shantong is not at the Divine Guest Tower. At this moment, Shantong was also there, but he was not with Ji Yao and the others. Xuantong's expression did not change. In fact, he did not think much about it. It had nothing to do with him. He did not go to the Divine Guest Tower because he wanted to buy something and was not with Ji Yao and the others. Feng Miexing glanced at Shantong with a dark expression. Shantong was not at the Divine Guest Tower. That meant that Shantong had enough time to kill someone. It was just killing a champion martial artist. To Shantong, it was just a matter of a casual move. Li Yi's commander had disappeared, and Li Yi had lost all her dignity. Her own residence's champion had been killed, and she had lost all her dignity. In terms of status, he was the grandson of a monarch, and Li Yi was the son of a lord. Now that the two royal courts needed to unite by marriage, a marriage could promote cooperation, although the effect was mediocre. However, the probability of the marriage was not small, and he had a higher chance. Xianxia was only the grandson of a fallen monarch, so his chances were slim. However, he had used the death of the mystic Jade Monarch to gain Ji Yao's sympathy. He often spoke ill of Feng Miexing and Li Yi, and then publicly humiliated them. Ji Yao would not like them anymore. Although she did not like them, this situation would worsen because of Xianxia. Thinking of this, Feng Miexing suddenly said, "General Hua, is the person who killed Kuei Ming and caused the disappearance of Li Yi's commander the same person?" Hua Qidao frowned and said lightly, "I do not know." Feng Miexing said coldly, "The Tianji army is indeed becoming more and more useless. They know nothing. There is no guarantee of the safety of the imperial city. Who knows, something might happen to the imperial court one day. Your Highness, you worry too much." "Humph." Feng Miexing said slowly, "Everyone saw this. Li Yi, I have no intention of arguing with you. Let me ask you, did the commander of your residence really disappear?" Li Yi's expression was ugly. "Of course it's true. A god general might be able to make a commander disappear without a trace, but the safest is still a god realm powerhouse." Feng Miexing said calmly, "There are not many god realm powerhouses in the imperial city. Apart from the Tianji army, there are some." "General Hua, was it done by someone from the Tianji army?" Hua Qidao said coldly, "Impossible. Then there are only a handful of god realm powerhouses left. Now, apart from the Tianji army, there are 3 god realm powerhouses." In the crowd, Zhao Xingwu said lightly, "Your Highness Feng, there is no need to count me in. I have people watching me." The moment he said that, the expressions of Hua Qidao and the others changed. Zhao Xingwu burst out laughing. He didn't care at all and continued, "When I enter the 20-mile range of the imperial dynasty, there will be many people staring at me. You have to be careful that I might suddenly go on a rampage and kill someone important, so don't count me in." Feng Miexing was not surprised. Zhao Xingwu was an outsider and a top-notch powerhouse, so it was necessary to watch him. Otherwise, if this fellow went berserk, he might even kill the Lord King. Feng Miexing said with a smile, "Miexing naturally does not suspect General Zhao. Apart from General Zhao, there are also Divine General Xiantong and Divine General Jinan here. The 2 of them are also God Realm powerhouses." Coincidentally, the disappearance of the commanders in Li En's residence happened when the 2 of them came to the imperial city. It is the same today. Ordinary supremacies will definitely not hide it from the divine generals when they attack Kuei Ming. "General Zhao, did you feel anything strange today?" Zhao Xingwu said lazily, "I don't care about these things." In the crowd, a middle-aged man beside Ji Yao said coldly, "What do you mean, Your Highness Feng?" Feng Miexing said with a smile, "I have no intention of suspecting Divine General Jinan." As he said that, Feng Miexing suddenly looked at Xiantong and said with a livid expression, "But it is hard to say for Divine General Xiantong." "Humph." Xuantong's expression was extremely ugly as he said in a low voice, "Feng Miexing, you have to think before you speak." Feng Miexing sneered. "Of course I will think. Don't think that I don't know anything. Since Mystic Jade True Monarch has fallen, the Xian family has always hated the palace and Feng Mansion." In the crowd, Xianzhen suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Feng Miexing, I will not hide my dissatisfaction with you. But Li Yi and I have no enmity." Feng Miexing sneered. "Alright, stop pretending. There are some things that you really don't know. Mystic Jade True Monarch's fall has nothing to do with my imperial ancestor. Anyone with a brain would know that it is. Impossible. I can't wait for Fang Ping to die immediately. Moreover, the previous incident was also instigated by imperial ancestor. It failed, Fang Ping did not die, Mystic Jade True Monarch fell, imperial ancestor was blamed by the other true monarchs. What good does it do for Feng Mansion? It can be said that Feng Mansion hoped more than anyone else that the last time would be successful, that they could kill Fang Ping and destroy the land of rebirth. Do you really not know about these things? Of course, you know clearly who did what happened to Mystic Jade True Monarch. If I can understand it, then so can you. Do you really not know? Li Yi's act has already spread, do you really not know? If that is the case, Feng Miexing." Li Yi's face was cold, her expression extremely ugly. Feng Miexing sneered. "I won't bear this kind of trouble for others. If Xianzhen wants revenge, if Destiny Royal Court wants to cause trouble, then it has nothing to do with me or Feng Mansion. Li Yi, you know very well who did the disappearance of a few chieftains in your mansion. If it was me, even if I can't deal with you, Li Yi, killing a few of your chieftains is not a bad idea. Then, killing Kuei Ming in my mansion will make Feng Mansion and the Tianji army more hostile towards you, Li Yi. This will only benefit some people. Feng Miexing's intelligence was currently off the charts. He grinned. While you're at it, you can watch us make a fool of ourselves in front of Ji Yao. Ji Yao, although we don't see eye to eye, I still want to ask you something today. Xianxia must have said a lot about Li Yi and me being useless, right? Ji Yao harumphed and said nothing. She glanced at Xianxia and frowned slightly. That was true, Xianxin's expression was extremely ugly. Beside him, Xian Tong suddenly laughed. Your Highness's analysis is very good, but this is all just a one-sided story. Are you saying that I killed Kuei Ming? Killed the chieftains in Li Yi's mansion? What a joke. When I entered Tianji City, I was also being watched. As soon as he said this, Zhao Xingwu sneered. Are you talking about when the people in Li Yi's mansion disappeared? Or are you talking about today? Coincidentally, I was near the imperial court these few times. Everyone was watching me. Where would I have the time to watch you? When he said this, Xian Tong's expression stiffened. Hua Qidao and the rest also stiffened. He was right, Zhao Xingwu was right, those few times, Zhao Xingwu had indeed been loitering around the imperial court. When he did that, the powerhouses near the imperial court had been watching him. No one really cared about Xian Tong. Compared to Xian Tong, a powerhouse like Zhao Xingwu was more worthy of attention. They stiffened. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. What was Zhao Xingwu trying to do? Could it be that he was nearby all those times? As expected, he had been suspected. Fortunately, he had changed his identity. Otherwise, Xian Tong might have guessed his identity. However, Zhao Xingwu had done a good job. This way, no one was watching Xian Tong. Hua Qidao glanced at Xian Tong and did not say anything. It was just a suspicion. There was no evidence. As the envoy of Destiny Royal Court, the Royal Court would not do anything to a Divine Path powerhouse just because of a suspicion. That would cause the other party to be extremely displeased. Feng Miexing did not pursue this matter anymore. He sneered. Alright, things are more or less clear now. Kuei Ming's dead. That's good too. At least I know that someone is secretly plotting against the Feng Mansion. Kuei Ming's death is good. A general is dead. It's enough that I know some things. Xianxin's face was ashen. He said angrily, Feng Miexing, how dare you slander me? Slander you? Feng Miexing sneered. You think you're worthy? To put it bluntly, you don't have the right now. Your Xian family wants to keep your current position and wants to capture Ji Yao. Do you think everyone is blind? But if Ji Yao marries me or Li Yi, seeing that Ji Yao was about to lose her temper, Feng Miexing said impatiently, don't interrupt. Idiot. You've been plotted against and you don't even know it. Every time, it's you who spoils everything. Time and time again. If it weren't for you, I would have killed Fang Ping long ago. Why would I wait until now? Feng Miexing scolded. He continued, Xianxia wants to gain your sympathy. It's inevitable that he wants to marry into the Ji family. Everyone can see it. You're the only one who doesn't. Li Yi and I are his biggest opponents. Xianxia doesn't dare to attack me and Li Yi, so he can only play some tricks. What a joke. Feng Miexing sneered again. He turned and left. As he walked, he said, Kuei Ming is dead. There's no need to investigate anymore. But the Tianji army, hee. Feng Miexing was extremely satisfied. Kuei Ming's death made the Tianji army a target for everyone again. Xianxin's true colors were exposed. Kuei Ming was really his lucky star. Previously, Kuei Ming had exposed Li Yi. Now, he had dug out Xianxia and dealt a blow to the Tianji army. Feng Miexing realized that ever since Kuei Ming had sided with him, he had been helping him until his death, helping him gain the upper hand. As for whether it was Xianxia who did it, it was not important. He wanted others to think that it was Xianxia. That was enough. Feng Miexing was extremely dissatisfied with Xianxia spending so much time with Ji Yao. If this went on, would Ji Yao still have a chance? Now, Ji Yao, that idiot, would probably not trust Xianxia anymore. Killing two birds with one stone, Feng Miexing laughed loudly and left arrogantly. Good news, Kuei Ming's death was really a good thing. In the crowd, Xianzhen's expression was ugly. Xian Tong said softly, "This has nothing to do with me or Xianzhen. The Xian family has many things to do now. They won't cause unnecessary trouble by doing such trivial things." Hua Qidao said lightly, "I also believe that this has nothing to do with Divine General Xian Tong." As he said that, Hua Qidao snorted coldly and quickly left with the Tianji army. Whether it was the Xian family or not, it was best to throw it to the Xian family. Everyone could accept letting the Xian family be the scapegoat. Those princes could not be the scapegoat. Ji Yao could not either. She had a noble status. The Tianji army was even worse. The Lord could not afford such a loss. After thinking about it, they could either throw it to Zhao Xingwu or the Xian family. After all, they were outsiders. But Zhao Xingwu had always been watched. Throwing it to him would mean that all the experts in the city were trash. Letting Zhao Xingwu kill someone under their noses would be too much of a waste. In the end, Hua Qidao suddenly realized that throwing it to the Xian family was the best option. Mystic Jade Monarch had fallen anyway. Moreover, there was a lot of commotion now. The Xian family said that they wanted to hold the royal court accountable. Now that the Xian family was the scapegoat, would they still have the face to hold them accountable? It was rare for Hua Qidao and Feng Miexing to agree. They should be thrown to the Xian family, whether it was true or not. After Hua Qidao left, the others also dispersed. Zhao Xingwu smiled coldly and slowly left. He was puzzled. Had they really made a mistake? After they left, Ji Yao looked at Xianzhen. Xianzhen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He hurriedly said, "Ji Yao, this matter is not as they say." Ji Yao said coldly, "I know. Whether it is or not, it is not true. All of you are the pillars of Destiny Royal Court. How can you allow others to slander you? This matter has nothing to do with Destiny Royal Court." In other words, she only believed in Destiny Royal Court. Whether it was true or not, Destiny Royal Court would not admit to it. Xianzhen's eyes flashed with anger as he said in a low voice, "This was not done by me, nor by Uncle Royal. Feng Miexing deliberately framed me. As for Wang Zu's death..." Xianzhen's expression became uglier. Feng Miexing's words were all false. He could not be bothered with him. Although Feng Miexing did not mention names, his words were very clear. Wang Zu's death was really a result of someone's scheme. Ji Yao did not care whether it was Xianzhen's doing or not. Her eyes were cold as she said, "Don't worry, Grandpa Xianyu's death will not be taken lightly. But I'm warning you, Xianzhen, do not act recklessly. Killing a few small fries won't help the situation at all." Xianzhen was so angry that he was about to explode. "Do you really think I did it?" Beside her, Xian Tong frowned. "Ji Yao, the people in Lian's residence disappeared. I was with Jinan at that time." Beside him, God General Jinan smiled but did not say anything. It was the middle of the night. Who would be with Xian Tong? However, Xian Tong's aura was still there. He could sense it. However, powerhouses like them, even if they lived nearby, would not deliberately sense each other's presence. It was a taboo. If they left quickly and set up a mentality barrier, it would be difficult for them to be discovered quickly. If Zhao Xingwu did not attract attention, Xian Tong might be noticed. However, since Zhao Xingwu was nearby, it was very likely that everyone was watching him and did not pay attention to Xian Tong. Seeing that, Xian Tong did not say anything. He was extremely annoyed. Why did it become the Xian family's problem out of nowhere? Before he came, he had repeatedly reminded Xianzhen to keep a low profile, to endure, and to lie low. Why would they cause more trouble at this time? Someone was plotting against them. Damn it, chaos, chaos. At this moment, Fang Ping was gloating as he followed Feng Miexing back. "You suspect me, I suspect you." Was this not what he wanted to see when he entered the catacombs? With the current situation, even if he revealed that he was Fang Ping suspected that these fellows might not believe him. They might even think that someone was fishing in troubled waters. Needless to say, the possibility was very high. These fellows in the catacombs were quite smart. They liked to overthink. Even if they did not like to overthink, it was because it was not worth it. How many fools were there to be able to cultivate to this level? However, the less stupid one was, the easier it was to take the bait. As they walked, Feng Miexing said, "I'm not sure if Xian Tong did it. However, Prince Feng's mansion is indeed not safe enough. These people have muddled the waters. It's hard to see the truth. Feng Zhe and I will go to Uncle Godless mansion. Feng Hua, you and Feng Yu should be careful. Don't act rashly." "I understand." Both of them responded hurriedly. Feng Miexing did not say anything else and left quickly. Once he left, Feng Ping heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled. "Sir, I'm relieved that His Highness has gone to Lord Lu's mansion. I'm still worried that there are no divine generals in the mansion." Feng Hua said as they walked, "That's true. However, you and I have to be careful. Recently, there are many powerhouses in the Imperial City. Someone wants to do something in the dark. Without a divine general in Prince Feng's mansion, it's very dangerous. As for True King Hall, I wonder if Lord Feng Qi will let Divine General Feng Qi return. Divine General Feng Qi still has to listen to Lord Feng Qi's summons. He might not be able to come to Prince Feng's mansion, that's true." Feng Hua sighed. He lamented again, "It's all because of that bastard Feng Ping." During the trip to the 17 southern regions, a few divine generals from 9 cities died. Sigh. That bastard, I'll kill him sooner or later. Feng Ping's expression was ferocious. He glared at Feng Hua. "You're dead. You're definitely dead. Those who scold my people in front of me will not have a good ending. After I kill you, I'll be in charge of Prince Feng's mansion. If you die, Feng Miexing will never dare to return to the manor. As a direct descendant, it's time for me to take over." Both of them returned to the mansion. There were still a few chieftains in the mansion. However, these people had always been stationed in Prince Feng's mansion. They were not as close as Feng Yu and Feng Miexing. Naturally, their status was not as high as Feng Yu's. As the strongest powerhouse in the mansion, Feng Hua did not care about these things once he returned. He went back to his own mansion, minding his own business. As for Feng Ping, he began to arrange for the chieftains to lead a patrol team. Prince Feng's mansion was tightly guarded. For a moment, the atmosphere in the mansion was tense. Feng Ping also issued orders continuously. He wanted the mansion to be tightly guarded. Without his and Feng Hua's orders, all powerhouses were not allowed to take a step out of the mansion. Feng Hua was quite satisfied with Feng Ping's arrangements. After a brief inspection, he no longer cared about these matters. As for Feng Ping, after he was done with the arrangements, he entered the underground mineral vein. Kue Ming did not have the right to enter, but Feng Yu did. Feng Ping felt that it did not matter whether he dug or not. It was a huge mine, after all. It was rare to have a chance to look at it openly. When he went underground and saw the mineral vein, Feng Ping instantly felt extremely regretful. What a pity. Such a huge mine, even bigger than the outer regions, he could only look at it and not take it. What a pity. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version in the underground mineral vein. The Maple Mansion's mineral vein was not irregular. Instead, it was a regular strip that extended toward the depths of the palace. However, the further it went, the thinner it became. The source was indeed the palace. The mineral veins in the imperial city originated from the palace, guarded by True King Tianyu. However, True King Tianyu did not attach mentality to the mansion's mineral vein. This was also a form of respect for the True King. The other mineral veins were attached with some True King mentality. It's hard to even blow up the mine. Feng Ping looked for a while and shook his head again. The Maple Mansion's mineral vein was solidified by the True King. The energy could flow, but it was difficult for it to leak on a large scale. If it did not leak, then it would be difficult to blow up the mine. That's true. It's an imperial city after all. The energy is too dense. If a powerhouse ignites the energy, it will cause an explosion. I know this. There's no reason the powerhouses in the imperial city don't know this. These guys won't let themselves live on top of the explosives. 99 of them exploding together can easily kill a rank 9. If the energy doesn't leak on a large scale, naturally it won't explode. Fang Ping felt that it was a pity. Otherwise, if all 99 mineral veins were together, this explosion would destroy the entire Sky Plant City. He did not know how many martial artists would be killed. A few million would be considered a small number. Fang Ping knocked on the wall next to him. Not all walls were energy stones. This was a passageway in the giant mine. The underground cultivation room was actually surrounded by the giant mine. The true king solidified it slightly. The true king would not expend a lot of mentality to do this. No one dared to take it if it was left here. If a pit appeared after digging a piece, it would be big trouble if someone found out. Moreover, it was difficult for non-commander level martial artists to enter this place. Commander level powerhouses all had their own goals. How many energy stones could they take away without a storage ring when they dug? Because of this, there had never been a case of a giant mine being dug up in the imperial residence in so many years. I'll leave the mine here first. It'll be dug up sooner or later. I should think about what to do next. Now that Feng Hua is still alive, it's not convenient for me to come and go. I just framed Xiantong. Now everyone is watching him. If I make a move, it'll give Xiantong a chance to clear his name. But then again, I'm not trying to frame Xiantong. I'm just making the situation more chaotic. Fang Ping subconsciously wanted to rub his chin, but quickly gave up. Maple did not like this action. There are too many experts in this damned place. If we were in the outer domain, with just 2 rank 9s, I could stir up chaos in the outer domain. Right now, there are people keeping an eye on all the Great Duke's residences and important residences. The Tianji army has been mobilized in large numbers, and there are many divine generals. Fang Ping deliberated again and again. After a long time, he made a decision. I'm not going to the prince's mansion and those places anymore. Heavenly Plant City was so big. He should be making some money by cutting grass and hunting rabbits. There were many shops in Sky Plant City, and high-ranked powerhouses were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. He would go and do a few things first to muddy the waters. The Imperial City was huge and had a large population. How could there be no bad guys? If he set an example first, a bunch of bad people might soon appear. Fang Ping waited for the sky to turn dark. He started making some arrangements so that he could leave the house without being discovered. Right now, he was the chief steward of the Feng Palace. That fellow Feng Hua didn't care about anything. The house was strictly patrolled, but Fang Ping knew that there was a gap. As long as he left the house now and no one came looking for him, there would not be a problem. Maybe I should dig a tunnel under the Feng Palace. It'll be easier to get in and out. Fang Ping had not done this for a long time, but now he thought of digging a tunnel. The Feng Palace was heavily guarded now. It was almost the same at night as it was during the day. If he was not careful, he could still be discovered easily. It won't be a big problem if I dig a little deeper. By the time I'm discovered, I'll have already run out of the catacombs. Fang Ping started working as soon as he thought of it. Not many people dared to barge into his compound. Fang Ping knew the distribution of the mineral veins, but he did not dig toward the mineral veins. Digging a tunnel in the True King's mansion was the easiest. The other places were all distributed by the True King's mentality. As Fang Ping dug the tunnel, he pondered. Which shop should he rob? Those that were too strong would not do, and those that had too little stuff would not do either. He had to find some shops that were not too strong to rob. It would also make people scratching their heads. It's better if it's a mess. While Fang Ping was digging the tunnel in the Imperial Palace, Hua Qidao's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "My king, the thief comes and goes without a trace. He might not be Xiantong. Right now Tianji City is in chaos, everyone is in danger. King, if this continues, the Tianji army will lose face. Not just the left division, but the other 2 divisions will also have problems." King Lord did not panic. He leaned on the throne and said with a faint smile, "There's no rush. There's no need to panic. Would the imperial court fall into chaos because of such a small problem?" King Lord said as he lightly knocked on the throne, "The thief doesn't dare to show himself, and it just so happens that the Sky Elm Guardian is condensing the holy fruit for the next 2 days, so it can't be distracted. The thief probably knows that the Sky Elm Guardian won't be patrolling for the next 2 days, which is why he dares to act so brazenly. There's always a reason for the chaos. Why did you create chaos in Skyplant City? Look for opportunities in the chaos. What kind of opportunity does he want? Kill a few captains from an Er's residence and a general from Prince Fang's residence? That's not their goal. Wang Zhu pondered for a moment and said, actually, there are only 3 parties who will create chaos. True King Manor, Destiny Royal Court, and you and I. Of course, you and I wouldn't do such things. If it's not the other True King Manors, then it's people from Destiny Royal Court. What are the other True King Manors' goal? King Lord murmured, it can't be to cause chaos in the majestic court. The True King Manor's goal is only the position of King Lord. If there's chaos, this king and the Skyplant army will be questioned. But that's not enough, they won't dare to kill me, because the Sky Elm Guardian is still here. If they don't dare to kill me, then how will they mess things up? Thinking of this, King Lord said in a low voice, send someone to inform the right divine general and have him secretly go to an Er's residence. If they're from the True King Manors, they might attack an Er. King, they're that bold? We have to be on guard. King Lord said, then added, if they're not from the True King Manors, but from Destiny Royal Court, what's their goal? To have us fighting amongst ourselves. An Er is in danger, and so are the crown princes like Feng Mieshing. Have the Skyplant army increase their protection. These people can't die, at least not in the Imperial City. Hua Qidao thought for a moment, then said, King, if they're not from the True King Manors or Destiny Royal Court, could there be others? Others. King Lord's eyes flickered, then said, have someone keep an eye on Zhao Xingwu. Then, he thought for a moment, then added, Zhao Xingwu might not want the 2 majestic courts to be peaceful. Although there are people watching him, it's not enough. Qidao, go watch him personally. It doesn't matter if he's discovered. Qidao understands. King Lord suddenly said, he comes and goes without a trace, and the key is that he's mysterious. It's hard to find him. If that's the case. Qidao, how many sky canopies are there now? 16 pieces. Go and make arrangements. Set up sky canopies in some of the important places. Have the Skyplant army's trustworthy people keep an eye on the sky canopies. This king wants to see if he can really go up and down without a trace. Hua Qidao's expression changed slightly, saying hurriedly, King, monitoring the True King Manors will easily cause disputes. Also, there's a limited number of sky canopies. They were set up to deal with the Land of Rebirth. Now that they're being used in the Imperial City, once they're moved, it'll easily cause damage, King Lord said lightly, don't worry about it. After the Holy Fruit Feast ends, they'll naturally be withdrawn. The sky canopies were created by the True King. It's hard to detect unless you're a true king. This king also wants to see who's creating all of this. As for the Land of Rebirth, the sky canopies might not be useful. Do some experiments first. If it's really effective, then let the True King Palace provide some. Qidao understands. Hua Qidao said no more. Very quickly, he left to make arrangements. King Lord leaned on his throne, smiling. Good at hiding, huh? If that was the case, then let's give it a try. Let's see how long they can hide, unless they don't move. However, after 2 days, the Heavenly Elm Guardian will no longer be distracted. When that time comes, the other party might not dare to move anymore. Royal Residence of Feng. Fang Ping had already dug the tunnel. This time, he dug it very deep. The exit was at the foot of a wall near Prince Fang's mansion. There was no one there. I still have to pick up my old profession. I can't forget it. Once the sky turns dark, I'll go out and snatch one. At the same time, I'll see if there's a chance to teach Xianxia a lesson, Fang Ping calculated in his heart. He began to set up a mentality barrier inside the house. A rank 7 mentality barrier would dissipate in no time once it left its owner. However, it could still be maintained for a period of time. During this period, as long as Fang Ping returned, no one would notice that he had left. However, if someone came looking for him, it would be a little troublesome. If there's nothing going on in Royal Residence of Feng, most people won't come looking for me. However, I can't not be on guard. When I return, I'll be careful. If I'm really discovered, I'll run first and change to another identity. Fang Ping calculated for a while and made a decision. He did not want to be surrounded. When he returned, he would conceal his aura and investigate carefully before returning to the royal residence. As he waited, the sky turned dark very quickly. Even at night, Sky Botanic City was still brightly lit. However, it was night after all. It was impossible for everything to be as bright as day. In the darkness, Fang Ping's head popped out, and he quickly squeezed out from the sewer. At this moment, Fang Ping's appearance had changed, and his aura was restrained. He was only a rank 4, and he was exceptionally low-key. Walking out of the darkness, there were many people on the streets. Even at night, there were still many people in Sky Plant City. Fang Ping walked in the direction where there were fewer people. If he wanted to rob someone, it was better to rob somewhere with fewer people. Just as Fang Ping was walking toward a less crowded area. Sky Plant Army Headquarters. A group of people stared at the 16 giant screens. Feng Manor was not one of them because Feng Miesheng wasn't there. He was with the Vice Hall Master of the Tribute Hall. At this moment, the huge screen was aimed at Lu Wushen's manor. The places where Lu Wushen, Zhao Xingwu, and Ji Yao were staying, as well as Li Yi's mansion and the mansions of other crown princes, were all displayed on the big screen. In the underground hall, someone laughed and said, "The sky curtain is indeed useful. Those below the true monarch realm can't detect it and have nowhere to hide. As long as the thief appears in the sky screen, he won't be able to hide." In the crowd, Divine General Li said coldly, "Watch closely." Everyone's every move in these mansions was observed and observed clearly. If anyone is scouting around the mansions, keep a close eye on them too. Hide in the Imperial City and catch this guy sooner or later. Everyone agreed. A group of powerhouses stared at the screen. No one could escape their sight. While the Skyplant army was staring at the screen, Fang Ping did not know that there was a surveillance system in the royal court. From Fang Ping's perspective, the people in the royal court were all powerhouses. These powerhouses were more used to using mentality to scout. This was much more convenient than any surveillance system. At this moment, Fang Ping had already arrived at a small shop. There were not many people at night, much less than during the day. In the shop, other than the employees, there were only 2 customers. Fang Ping glanced at it. The things sold in this shop were not anything good. Of course, that was relatively speaking. The shop mainly sold some energy fruits, which were more targeted at the 3 lower ranks. Martial artists in the 3 lower ranks were not very common in the Imperial City. Fang Ping could only say that the other party had failed to locate them. In the Imperial City, they should sell things that middle-ranked martial artists needed. However, those things cost a lot. Without capital, they probably could not open them. Fang Ping was not picky. It was good that there were fewer people. He also wanted the resources that were useful in the 3 lower ranks. It was not a bad idea to rob them without knowing his true intentions. Selling the resources that rank 3 martial artists needed, naturally, there were no powerhouses in the shop. High ranks were not cabbages either. In the entire shop, there was only 1 rank 4 martial artist in charge. Fang Ping did not delay. He released his mentality instantly and killed these fellows with a shock. Very quickly, he collected all the energy fruits and corpses into his bag and closed the shop door. At this moment, he had already transformed into the rank 4 in charge. He closed the shop door and left. The few passers-by outside did not care. It was normal that the shop was closing. It was late at night. Not every shop would be open. Walking on the Crystal Avenue, Fang Ping looked happy. Although the shop was not big, the things were still quite valuable. It actually increased his wealth by 3 million points. That meant that these energy fruits were worth 30 billion. It was just a small shop. It was worth a lot. I'm almost at 400 million wealth. At this rate, it's enough to rob 200 small shops. Skyplant City was incomparably huge. There were tens of thousands of shops. If he robbed 200 shops and cleaned them up properly, he might not be noticed. Of course, once he attracted attention, people would quickly notice that something was wrong. Let's go this way. I'll go take a look at Wanting Tower. That Xianxia guy doesn't go out. It'll be very difficult to kill him. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. Things changed quickly. Xianxia did not leave. How could he kill his imposter? Along the way, Fang Ping came across shops with fewer people. He would go in and take a look. If the situation allowed it, he would kill the other party directly, hide the corpse, and close the shop. When he was about to reach Wanting Tower, Fang Ping entered another shop and killed a few people again. He robbed the items and was about to close the shop and leave, when he suddenly froze. Why didn't my wealth increase? Fang Ping was instantly on guard. Danger. There was only one situation where his wealth did not increase. He was in danger. This time, Fang Ping did not close the door and left. He went straight into the shop and closed the door from the inside. His expression changed slightly. What was going on? Where was the danger coming from? He had scouted the surroundings. No one could pose a threat to him. Even origin powerhouses could not hide from him. Unless a true king was patrolling nearby. True King Tianyu has come out of closed-door cultivation? Fang Ping's heart was pounding. Did he not say that he was bearing fruit? Why did he come out of closed-door cultivation, and he happened to be investigating here, just when Fang Ping sensed danger? Skyplant Army HQ, someone said lazily. There's nothing strange about Wanting Tower, but there seems to be something wrong with the shop near Wanting Tower. A customer clearly went in just now, but the manager closed the door. Could it be that he's trying to kill us for money? Someone laughed and said, who cares? There are many people who do this in the city. There are a few shops that are rigged. It's common for outsiders to go in and not come out. But it's usually people from the outer city. People from the imperial city wouldn't dare to mess around. Let's go take a look, just in case there's a problem. Maybe they're discussing other business. Although they were talking, very soon, someone went out and instructed to go take a look. After all, if there was any trouble near Wanting Tower, they would be laughed at by the Destiny Royal Court. At this moment, Fang Ping was extremely uneasy. What's going on? Is it a true king powerhouse? But if it's a true king patrolling, I would have been discovered just now. Where's the danger coming from? Fang Ping's head hurt. What was going on? Could it be that there was a system malfunction, or could it be that the two god generals in the nearby Wanting Tower had ill intentions towards him? It could not be, right? Fang Ping's ability was also extremely strong. Unless the two god generals had their eyes on him and had ill intentions towards him, otherwise, other people were not considered a threat to Fang Ping. It shouldn't be. If the two god generals really had their eyes on me, I can detect them with my rank 9 mentality probing. If it's not a true king, not a god general, then who is it? Could it be that someone is watching me in the dark? It can't be Zhao Xingwu, right? It can't be, right? Then why is my wealth not increasing? Someone must have their eyes on me. I can't detect mentality. Could it be that they can observe me from a distance without using mentality? Fang Ping ridiculed in his heart. Everything was fine before. His wealth increased by a sum of looting. Why was there a problem now? Fang Ping racked his brains. After a long time, he seemed to have thought of something. He muttered in his heart, did I forget something? That day in Qingyang Royal City, those powerhouses were probing us in Future Square, but later, when these powerhouses were recruiting, they sent people straight to some people without hesitation. Li Yi also said that that day, Huayu had taken a liking to him, but he had not come into contact with Huayu at all. He didn't see it. If he really saw it, Huayu wouldn't be able to hide it from him. Some things that he did not pay attention to before now surfaced in Fang Ping's mind. Maybe, they can really observe me from a distance. Fang Ping's heart stirred. It couldn't be, right? The catacombs had this kind of technology. Very soon, Fang Ping sensed something strange. Outside, there was a team of Skyplant Army patrolling in his direction. Looking at their posture, it was obvious that they were heading straight for him. A war general is leading the team, not a powerhouse. It seems like they didn't notice that I'm different. But they're heading straight for this shop. That means that they've noticed something strange and specially came to check. The other party can monitor the situation nearby. Fang Ping was greatly shocked. If that was the case, then he would be in big trouble. Previously when he went to Li's mansion, although he changed his appearance, once there was a surveillance system, someone might have already discovered him. He collected the two chieftains' corpses, restrained his aura, and ran all the way back to Feng Mansion. Doesn't that mean that I've been exposed long ago? No. If that's the case, the royal court would have attacked me long ago. Previously when I robbed the shop, there was no abnormality. My wealth still increased. This means that even if there's a surveillance system, it's not spread all over the city, but in some specific areas. There's a surveillance system near Wanting Tower. Fang Ping thought of many things. The catacombs actually had this thing. This was not a small matter. If this thing appeared on a large scale, how could he carry out surprise attacks in the future? How could he carry out robberies? Alright, these were not important. What was important was that if this thing appeared in the outer realm, if it could be set up on a large scale, every move of humans would be under the other party's surveillance. It was impossible for human powerhouses to stay in the city forever. Once they left the city, their whereabouts would be discovered. If a rank 7 martial artist went out to search for fortuitous encounters and was found out by the other party, it would be dangerous if the other party sent 3 to 5 rank 7s to intercept and kill him on the way. The distance between human cities and catacomb cities was generally quite far. Unless the powerhouse deliberately revealed his chi, otherwise, it would be difficult for the other party to detect any changes from so far away. Sometimes, some rank 9 human overseeing would leave the catacombs, but not for too long. During this short interval, the other party would not know. However, if there was a surveillance system, the catacombs would definitely recognize rank 9 powerhouses. Once they left, the other party would take advantage of this moment to launch a surprise attack. That would be even more troublesome. Is it troublesome to set up this setup? Are there any conditions? If it can be set up at will, the catacomb cities will often be raided. If they can just throw a device and monitor them, then humans will be in big trouble. Fang Ping thought of many things, but his feet did not delay. The shop had a back door. Fang Ping left directly from the back door. However, his wealth still did not increase. This meant that this side was also under surveillance. Fang Ping did not stop. His speed was extremely fast. Very soon, he walked in the opposite direction of Wanting Tower, blending into the crowd. After blending into the crowd, Fang Ping continued to speed up, leaving Wanting Tower. Halfway there, Fang Ping found a deserted place, changed his clothes, changed his appearance, and once again blended into the crowd. At this moment, his wealth only increased. This meant that he was out of danger. At this moment, Fang Ping also sensed the danger. At the shop he left, there were currently a few powerhouses' auras descending in an instant. 3 god generals. No, 4, Fang Ping was shocked. As expected, his abnormality had been discovered. 4 god generals had arrived. If not for the system not increasing his wealth, which aroused his suspicion, he would have been screwed this time. I was too careless. I underestimated the intelligence of the catacombs martial artists. These people actually built surveillance cameras. Not only surveillance, but I also can't detect it. This at least has some special rank 9 means. This is very important. I have to tell old Zhang when I go back. Old Zhang can't do it. The catacombs have already been created, yet humans don't have this. This is too embarrassing. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Old Zhang was too useless. Although this had nothing to do with old Zhang, he had almost been caught in a trap. Old Zhang had to bear this responsibility. This is a little troublesome. There are surveillance cameras. Does the royal residence have surveillance cameras? Didn't they say that the royal residence is invincible? Fang Ping complained in his heart. Very quickly, he remembered that this had not happened before. This meant that the surveillance cameras might have been installed recently. The Skyplant's army's god generals have been mobilized. This means that the Skyplant's army did this. Was it the royal lord's order? Is it only in Wanting Tower, or are there other places as well? The royal lord is monitoring the royal residence. If this gets out, will it cause a big commotion? Fang Ping had another plan in his heart. This was getting interesting. As for the surveillance cameras, Feng Extermination and the others probably knew that there were surveillance equipment. They might have used it in Xinjiang Royal City. Even if they had used it before, it did not mean that they knew they were being monitored, the royal lord monitoring the royal residence. These people would probably not be happy about it, would they? There's no harm in trying. Maybe there will be some surprises. Fang Ping was secretly happy. This was a good thing. No powerhouse would be willing to be monitored all the time. The royal lord might have done it recently, but it did not mean that those powerhouses would think so. There's going to be a good show. Fang Ping was much more careful this time. He purposely robbed a small shop on his way to see if his wealth had increased. If it did not, it meant that danger was nearby. When he was near the royal residence, Fang Ping looted a small piece of life stone from a passerby. In the end, his wealth increased too. This meant that there was no danger near the royal residence. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly realized that he had neglected this function in the past. If his wealth increased near the royal residence, it also meant that he was not discovered by anyone inside. Otherwise, if there were powerhouses ready to surround and kill him, his wealth would not increase. I must be good at using the system's function. If I have time, I can go to the Lake of Life and try fishing some. If my wealth increases, it means that there's no danger. If it doesn't increase, it means that there's more danger. That's right, the same goes for the underground mineral vein. I can go to other places and try digging some. But it's quite dangerous. If I'm discovered, it'll be troublesome. Fang Ping realized that he had unlocked a new function of the system. Although he knew about this in the past, he did not pay much attention to it. At most, he would do some early warning, but he rarely did it. This time, he managed to escape a calamity. When I ambush Ji Yao and the others, I can actually try it in advance. I don't have to share it with others now. If I get it, it'll be my own. If there's danger, then my wealth won't increase. As Fang Ping thought about this, he entered the royal residence through the underground passageway. As for the chaos at Wanting Tower, he could not be bothered. These people only saw his fake face, so he did not have to worry about being discovered. However, if this was the case, people might start to make some connections. I have to leave as soon as possible. Perhaps people will soon guess that it's me who came here. If that's the case, the chance of causing chaos in the catacombs is not high. Then, the main mission now is to kill a group of people and rob a large sum of money? Fang Ping suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. This was good too. It was very tiring for him to stay here alone, calculating how to make the two big houses go against each other. Moreover, the probability of success was very small. He would be exposed sooner or later. Once he was exposed, everything he did now would not be of much use. Alright, my goal is clear. Kill a group of important people, rob a bunch of money, bring back some information, and maybe cause some trouble. That's enough. Fang Ping set the tone, and suddenly felt relaxed. He was not suited to be a spy, he was more suited to be a bandit. No wonder before he came in, old Zhang's attitude was that it was enough as long as he could get some information back. Old Zhang did not expect him to do anything big at all. The probability of Fang Ping creating a rift between the two big houses was not high. If Ji Yao and the others were really dead, they would definitely investigate it thoroughly. He might not be able to hide it from the two big houses. No, it should be almost impossible to hide it. Forget it. Even if they know I did it, Ji Yao and the others died in Skyplant City. That's big trouble. Maple Prince and the others are not on good terms with the Lord's faction. When the time comes, they will definitely hit each other when they're down. Maybe they will push out one side as the scapegoat. It depends on who can outscheme who, or maybe it depends on strength. This old guy, the Lord, might not be as weak as he appears. Maybe he still has some trump cards. Even if he doesn't, he can still scheme against an immortal king powerhouse. From the looks of it, maybe this time I can force the Lord to reveal some of his trump cards. Let Maple Prince and the others be more vigilant, lest they fall into the Lord's trap in the end. Fang Ping suddenly felt that Maple Prince should thank him. He was thinking for his sake, helping him find out some of the Lord's trump cards. This was a good thing. Please remember this book's original domain name, Imperial Palace. In the main hall. Escaped? Wang Zhu murmured, slightly surprised. Hua Qidao said solemnly, Wang Zhu, something's not right. This subordinate has checked and found that 36 shops in the imperial city that normally wouldn't be closed are all closed tonight. Not only are they closed, but everything in the shops has also disappeared. Not only that, but the people have also disappeared without a trace. As soon as he finished, Wang Zhu suddenly stood up and walked to a crystal mural at the side. He said, show the sign of the closed shops. The mural was a huge map of the imperial city. Hua Qidao's mental power fluctuated, and soon, 36 red dots appeared on the mural. Interesting. Wang Zhu looked at the mural and said softly, what do you see? Hua Qidao looked for a while and said, a straight line. Starting from the southern gate of the inner city, it goes straight to Wanting Tower. Near the starting point, there is a regal mansion and 3 divine generals' mansions. Don't just look at this, look more closely. Hua Qidao looked carefully and suddenly said, there's a slight deviation. 36 shops, the shop near Feng Mansion seems to be a little off. That's right. Wang Zhu said calmly, the other shops almost all came in a straight line, but the shop near Feng Mansion is too close. Wang Zhu murmured, did they leave from Feng Mansion? That might not be the case. Given the thief's shrewdness, they would have deliberately avoided their own area. Could it be that they purposely targeted Feng Mansion? Hua Qidao said, other than Feng Mansion, Huai Mansion at the starting point might also be a suspect. Wang Zhu said with a smile, almost everyone in the southern part of the city belongs to Feng Mansion. The thief left from the southern part of the city and went straight to Wanting Tower. Wang Zhu sighed softly and asked, you said that the steward of the shop near Wanting Tower left before you arrived? Yes. You lost a level 5 martial artist? Yes. All the people in the shop are missing, dead or alive? Yes. Wang Zhu said with a chuckle, it's the same as a nurse, dead or alive. This means that the thief has a storage item. A level 5 steward, is it really a steward? I'm sure the person who left is the manager. Hua Qidao was silent for a moment, then said, I can't be sure. At the venerable level, experts can change their appearance. At that time, there were no divine generals nearby, and the other party had concealed his aura, so we couldn't detect him. Concealing his aura. If the other party is a divine Dao expert, even if he conceals his aura, there are still 2 divine Dao experts in the Myriad Court Tower. At such a close distance, it's very easy to be detected. Did Wanting Tower make any unusual movements? Nothing unusual. Wanting Tower is not acting strangely. That means either they didn't notice or they are in cahoots. Wang Zhu said softly. Then, he suddenly smiled and said, there's another possibility. The other party can really change his appearance and aura without being noticed. Qidao, do you feel a sense of familiarity? Change my appearance, Hua Qidao pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he shook his head in disbelief. Even immortal generals can't detect a change in aura. This seems to be what Her Highness Ji Yao and Feng Miesheng mentioned before, Feng Ping. Wang Zhu's face suddenly turned cold. Then, he recovered his smile and said, familiar, right? Feng Ping. Back in the land of kings, Ji Yao and Feng Miesheng both said that Feng Ping can change his aura. Back then, he pretended to be Ji Yao's subordinate. How is that possible? Hua Qidao was in disbelief. How could it be Feng Ping? Feng Ping was in the land of rebirth, and this was the core of Skyplant's royal court, Skyplant City. There were true king-level powerhouses here, and there were many immortal generals' powerhouses here. Now, Wang Zhu actually said that Feng Ping from the land of rebirth might have entered the city. That couldn't be. Hua Qidao was stunned for a moment. Could Wang Zhu have guessed wrongly? Hua Qidao said hurriedly. Wang Zhu, we haven't met the other party. As long as the other party is a venerable, they have this ability. Wang Zhu smiled faintly. Yes, venerable martial artists do have this ability. But you have to know that there are countless powerhouses in the imperial city. We might encounter immortal generals at any time. Wouldn't a venerable martial artist in disguise stand out more if he met immortal generals on the road? The imperial city is bustling. Such a disguised venerable actually dares to walk on the imperial road. Isn't he afraid of being targeted? Since he has the guts, it means that he's confident that he won't be discovered. If it's not Feng Ping, then it's a top-notch immortal Dao powerhouse. But I think that the possibility of it being Fang Ping is higher. Wang Zhu, could it be someone else who also has the same ability as Fang Ping? Hua Qidao was still in disbelief, passing through the Outland, Mount Royal Sea, passing through countless cities, and arriving at Skyplant City was not something a resurrected martial artist could do, not even a true king. Now, Wang Zhu said that a resurrected martial artist wanted by them might have come to the Imperial City. Hua Qidao only thought that it was a fantasy. Wang Zhu continued unhurriedly, if it's Fang Ping, how did he get in? Wang Zhu pondered for a moment and murmured, the Outland can only be entered through the Outland. Moreover, to reach Skyplant City quickly, it's very difficult. Outland, not long ago, and the rest went to the Outland to recruit genius martial artists and just happened to bring in a batch of Outland martial artists. If this opportunity is seized, then Fang Ping might sneak in. Go, get the information on the Outland martial artists who entered the Imperial City recently. Also, the Imperial City has been busy recently. I think it happened after and the rest came back. Hua Qidao's expression changed slightly, but he said no more. As the left marshal of the Skyplant's army, he was the protector of the Imperial City. These martial artists entering the city from the outside had to be recorded. Hua Qidao said no more and went straight out of the basilica. Very soon, Hua Qidao returned and said, most of the Outland geniuses recruited that day were killed by City Lord He of Qingyang Royal City. In the end, only Hua Yu, Ziyu, Feng Miexing, and Yangxing were left. They recruited a total of 140 Outland geniuses into the Imperial City. How many people are there in the Southern Territory? Hua Qidao took a look and said, there are a total of 32 people in the Southern Territory. How are they distributed? Feng Miexing has the most martial artists from the Southern Territory under his command. There are a total of 17 people. The other highnesses have 15 martial artists from the Southern Territory under their command. Fang Ping came from Sino Nation in the Land of Rebirth. Sino Nation is only connected to the Southern Territory. If Fang Ping wanted to enter, he would not have entered from other territories. Although this is possible, the possibility is very low. In that case, if Fang Ping impersonated a martial artist from the Southern Territory, he would be among these 32 people. Hua Qidao said suddenly, Kuei Ming is also a martial artist from the Southern Territory. Kuei Ming, Wang Zhu said softly, Kuei Ming. Fang Ping. 7 Southern Territory. MCMAU, Kuei Ming is dead. The only martial artist from the Southern Territory who died in public. The only martial artist from the Southern Territory who died in public. Why did the others die quietly, but Kuei Ming died in front of everyone? The thief could even kill a commander-level martial artist without a sound. Could it be that he could not kill Kuei Ming without a sound? He's trying to cover up. Hua Qidao frowned. But when Kuei Ming died, I was there too. He was indeed someone from Godland, idiot. Wang Zhu said lightly, since he has a storage artifact, when he impersonated Kuei Ming, he killed Kuei Ming and kept his corpse. Naturally, the one who died was the real Kuei Ming. Hua Qidao's expression changed. His voice was slightly hoarse. Then he is not Kuei Ming now. Wang, did he change his appearance again? The possibility is very high. Wang Zhu walked around the basilica for a while. He looked at the map again and chuckled. Feng Mansion. Looks like it's not a trap. He should still be in Feng Mansion. Very gutsy, very greedy heart, he actually robbed and killed shops near Feng Mansion. That's right. Resurrected martial artists lacked resources. These resurrected martial artists could not hold back when they saw something good. Feng Miexing was not in Feng Mansion at the moment. The only one who was taken away was Fengzhe. Fengzhe was a peak venerable martial artist. It should not be him. Then who is Fang Ping? He entered the venerable realm not long ago. He should still be an early stage or middle stage venerable? Wang Zhu murmured, it's not that easy for him to kill a venerable. Commander stage martial artist, on the other hand, should not be too difficult for him to kill. I remember now. Someone from the outer domain reported that he had a materialized space made of imperishable substances. Catching a commander stage martial artist off guard, trapping a commander stage, restraining his aura, and killing the commander stage in the materialized space could indeed be done without anyone noticing. No wonder I could not find any traces of him, I see. Hua Qidao's expression changed. He said hurriedly, then I will lead the Tianji army to besiege Feng Mansion immediately. No. Wang Zhu pressed his hand lightly and shook his head. Feng Mansion cannot be barged in. Feng Mansion is already extremely dissatisfied with me. If we besiege Feng Mansion now, there will be trouble. Fang Ping has snuck into Feng Mansion. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Wang Zhu suddenly laughed. If Fang Ping has snuck into Feng Mansion, what is his goal? What does he want to do? What kind of mission does he want to accomplish in Godland this time? Hua Qidao frowned. After a long time, he said, spy on the royal court's intelligence, kill some important people, or simply incite a war between the two royal courts. Then who is his target? Fang Ping is only a venerable. His target can only be martial artists weaker than him. Feng Miexing, Li Yi, Ji Yao, and even the other highnesses could all be his targets. That's right. Wang Zhu laughed again. Summon Er back to the palace. Summon the divine generals in the imperial city for a meeting. Say that it is to investigate the thief. Also, summon Ji Yao here to discuss the matter between the two courts. Hua Qidao's expression changed drastically. Wang Zhu said lightly, give him a chance. Doesn't he want chaos? Alright, I will grant his wish. The divine generals had all left and come to the palace. What should he do with so many descendants of the true kings in the imperial city? It was time to clean up these fellows. I am not dead yet, but they are already thinking of replacing me. If these people died, how should the true kings react? Should they attack the land of rebirth immediately, or should they groom another heir of the Lord to replace me? Once the war started, everyone in the royal court was united. At this time, Wang Zhu had the highest chance of achieving true king level. Having one more true king was no small matter. Should he give up on this opportunity, or continue waiting? Qidao, if it were you, what would you choose? Hua Qidao was silent for a moment, then said, wait. Right now, the true kings have not come to an agreement. Destiny Royal Court's attitude is still unclear. In order to fight for the greatest benefits for themselves, the true kings will continue to wait. Wait until all the passageways are open. When all the passageways are open, the true kings can do better and be safer. Moreover, they can groom another true king, a descendant of the same family to become a true king. If the true kings are ruthless enough, they can kill the new true king. Since they are from the same family, they might be able to cross over to the second path. Perhaps this was the Maple King's motive. When the war started, those who did not achieve the second path would be in danger of dying. If they wanted to obtain the greatest benefits, they would have to achieve the second path. Only then could they compete with the Temple Masters and the Life Kings. That's why I feel that even if Feng Miexing and the rest die, the true kings might endure it quietly and continue to lie low for a while. They are also determined to get the Lord's position. The Lord smiled faintly. However, it will take time to choose a new heir to the Lord's position. And what I lack is time. After saying that, the Lord laughed again. I can't do such a thing. Once I do, it will be the day of my death. Others can't do it either. If they do, it will all fall on my head. But someone can do it. A martial artist resurrected. A martial artist resurrected who is wanted. A martial artist resurrected who is unscrupulous and even came in through Feng Miexing. If he does all this, it will have nothing to do with me. Lord. Hua Qidao looked worried. He said softly, Lord, if you summon all the god generals now, people will definitely suspect you. The Lord paced for a moment, then suddenly laughed. That's true. I'm a little impatient. Then summon some of the god generals. With so many major events happening in the imperial city, summoning the god generals to discuss matters is only natural. Also, if Fang Ping makes a move, the Sky Plant's military will surround and kill him immediately. Oh, right, the Lord said suddenly, don't be in a hurry to kill him. Force him to pass through Zhao Xingwu's mansion. I still want to test Zhao Xingwu. Hua Qidao took a deep breath. After a long time, he said, Lord, if he escapes, then he escapes. The Lord said lightly, if he really escapes, that's fine too. But if we can kill him, then kill him. If he really escapes from the imperial city, it will show that I'm useless. It will show that the Sky Plant's military is useless. He can change his appearance and restrain his aura. Even so, as long as we keep an eye on him, a venerable martial artist like him won't be able to escape. The Lord spoke for a while, then suddenly said, "Don't summon Er. Let him continue to stay in the mansion." "Lord, don't be too special. Just summon Ji Yao will do." "Lord." Hua Qidao's expression changed. Then he said hurriedly, "Then I'll go and protect Her Highness Li Yi." "No." The Lord continued pacing. After a long time, he said, "If he really dies, then that's Er's fate. However, I can let a Sky Plant's military commander patrol the vicinity of Er's mansion. This is the only thing I can do." Hua Qidao took a deep breath and said seriously, "Then if Fang Ping doesn't do anything, or our guesses are all wrong, it's fine." The Lord laughed. "It's fine even if we're wrong. We'll just try. If he doesn't do anything, let the Sky Plant's military search the entire city for the thief. Create a sense of oppression and make him feel like he'll be exposed at any time. If that's the case, he can only leave Sky Plant City as soon as possible. Since he's here and has a chance to kill some important people, can he hold back? The opportunity is fleeting. If he misses this chance, he won't have another chance." "I understand." Hua Qidao responded hurriedly, his tone slightly anxious. "Kill those highnesses." This was not a small matter. It might incur the wrath of the true kings. The Lord was taking a risk, but now, these true kings were also forcing King Lord to abdicate on his own accord. In the true king hall, there were still some who supported the Lord. They were searching for treasures to help the Lord recover. Maple Duke and the others could not force the Lord to abdicate. Grooming a new Lord was also a form of coercion. The situation was tense. A great war was about to break out. The Lord had not recovered from his injuries and could no longer lead the entire battle. They could only let the new Lord take over. Only by letting these fellows who were qualified to succeed the new Lord die could they buy time for the Lord. "Fang Ping," Hua Qidao murmured in his heart. Was Fang Ping really here in the Imperial City? How dare he? Hua Qidao thought for a while and said, "Even if the God General leaves, the Lord, there are still some venerables protecting them. They won't leave so easily." The Lord nodded slightly and smiled. "That's a little troublesome. We can't be too obvious. How about this? Let the Sky Plant's military make a big move and see if we can attract some attention. As for the rest, we'll see if Fang Ping can seize the opportunity. If he can't, it's nothing. It's an accident anyway. If he really can't succeed, it's not a big deal." Hua Qidao said nothing more and left quickly. After he left, the Lord continued to stare at the map. He looked at the information of the martial artists from other regions and was silent for a long time. Residence of Prince Feng. Feng Hua entered Fang Ping's residence. He laughed as soon as he entered. "The thieves are really bold. They actually robbed a bunch of shops. Now the Sky Plant's military is searching the city." As Feng Hua spoke, outside the door, a commander-level powerhouse said loudly, "Sirs, the Sky Plant's military has ordered that they hope to investigate the manors. The thieves might be hiding in the manors." "Nonsense." Feng Hua was furious. He scolded, "No. How can the Sky Plant's military run wild in the true king's manors?" Outside the door, the commander-level said hurriedly, "The Sky Plant's military said it's for the safety of sirs. The thieves might be divine path powerhouses. Some true king's manors don't have Lord God generals keeping watch, so it's hard to find traces of the thieves. Now that the thieves are becoming more and more unscrupulous, the Sky Plant's military has already sent someone to report to the true king's hall. Very soon, the Lord True King will return to the city to investigate. To prevent the thieves from escaping, we need the cooperation of the manors. If the manors are unwilling to let the Sky Plant's military enter the manors, the Sky Plant's military also hopes that the manors can let the divine generals on good terms enter the manors to investigate." As soon as he said this, Feng Hua frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and said, "Go and report to His Highness. See if Hall Lord Lu is free. The Sky Plant's military is not allowed to enter the manors. If Hall Lord Lu is free, he can come to the manors to investigate." "Yes, sir." The other responded and left quickly. In the main hall, Fang Ping laughed. The Sky Plant's military is really useless. Hundreds of thousands of Sky Plant's military, dozens of divine generals, and they found nothing. Now they want to investigate the matters. Compared to back then, they're really getting worse. That's true. Feng Hua also laughed. They're indeed getting worse. However, the thieves are unscrupulous, arrogant, and despotic. It's possible that they're hiding in some matters. The 49 true kings' matters are the Sky Plant's military's forbidden land. And there are less than 10 matters with divine generals guarding them. If the thieves are really hiding in matters without divine generals guarding them, it's really hard to investigate. As Feng Hua said this, he laughed. But the possibility of the thieves hiding in King Feng's mansion is not high. Divine generals often come to King Feng's mansion. Fang Ping nodded and laughed. That's true. Lord King Feng is famous. How would the thieves dare to come to the manors and behave atrociously? Although he said this, Fang Ping was cursing in his heart. Why the rush, if they really wanted to investigate? He had to be careful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have dug the underground passage. He would have to fill it up later to prevent people from noticing. The two of them chatted for a while. Not long after, the commander who had just gone out returned. He said hurriedly, "Sirs, His Highness said that the Sky Plant's military is not allowed to enter the manors. Also, Hall Lord Lu and the others have been summoned to the imperial court to discuss matters. Most of the divine generals in the city have gone to the imperial court. His Highness ordered us to be careful." Hall Lord Lu went to the imperial court. Feng Hua sneered. The Sky Plant's military is powerless? A mere thief, and now all the divine generals have to discuss it. Will His Highness be okay with Divine General Lu leaving? No problem. On His Highness's side, not only is Lord Fengzhi there, but there are also 2 venerables from Hall Lord Lu's mansion. That's good. Feng Hua responded. Fang Ping smiled. Is the Sky Plant's military still interrogating in the city? Yes. Are there any other imperial residences that allow the Sky Plant's military to enter? Or are they only targeting my mansion? All the imperial residences have been requested to assist in the investigation. The divine generals from the imperial residences have also been summoned to the imperial court to discuss matters? Yes. Fang Ping did not ask further. After the other party left, Feng Hua muttered, "It seems like the imperial court is indeed a little anxious. The Lord is no longer as brave as he was back then." If it were back then, with the left and right divine generals in charge and the Lord's great talent and strategy, such a small matter would not affect the Lord at all. Yes, they're anxious. Fang Ping nodded slightly, but he was calculating in his heart. Summoning the divine generals to discuss matters, so anxious, also, asking the imperial residences to cooperate in the investigation. You've already installed surveillance cameras in people's houses. Do you still need the imperial residences to cooperate? I've just returned, and you've already sent the divine generals away. Fang Ping was deep in thought as he chatted with Feng Hua. Since the incident of the shop being robbed had been discovered, it meant that the news of the missing people and corpses had also entered the Lord's ears. His escape from Wanting Tower and disappearance would probably arouse some suspicions, right? Would the Lord be able to guess that it was him? If he could guess it, then what kind of situation would be the most advantageous for the Lord? Would he send someone to kill him directly? Old Zhang said that that fellow is an old fox. If someone as insidious as old Zhang says that he's an old fox, then he's definitely not a good person. Maybe I've really been exposed. Although he might not know who I am, he might have guessed that I'm in the imperial residence. In the Lord's eyes, who can die and who can't? Sending the divine generals away to give me a chance? Or is it really too urgent and needs the divine general's cooperation? Fang Ping's gaze flickered, and he suddenly laughed in his heart. No matter what, he would not take the risk. His life was his own, he was not a professional spy. Why should he guess what the Lord was thinking? He was preparing to leave. Before he left, he would do something big. I'm not killing anymore. I'm going to the imperial residence to mine. I don't care what you think. You probably didn't think that I would go mine instead of killing, right? 49 imperial residences, and you sent the divine generals away. Great, here's my chance. Fang Ping snorted in his heart. I don't care what you think. I'm not staying in the imperial residence anymore, and I don't want Fingyu's identity anymore. I'll continue changing identities, however, even if I'm not staying in the imperial residence anymore. I still have to do something big. At the thought of this, Fang Ping looked at Feng Hua, a conflicted expression on his face. Feng Hua was slightly taken aback. What was wrong with Fengyu? Sir. I have something to inform you. Feng Hua frowned and did not speak for a moment. Fang Ping, on the other hand, berated, those outside, retreat. At the periphery, a commander-in-chief and a few generals left quickly. Fang Ping, on the other hand, set up layers of mentality barriers. Feng Hua's frown deepened, and he said mildly, Fengyu, what are you trying to say? Fang Ping took a deep breath and set up the barriers. His expression was solemn as he said slowly, I found out. Lord Maple is a son of AB****. Feng Hua's pupils contracted sharply. For a moment, he was shocked beyond belief. In God's land, in the imperial residence, he scolded a real king. In the next moment, Feng Hua's vision went black. Then, just as Feng Hua was about to resist, the space suddenly contracted violently. Sir, did you have enough fun scolding AB****? A laugh sounded beside his ear. The golden glow on Feng Hua's body instantly exploded to the extreme. However, at this moment, he and Fang Ping were pressed together in the narrow space. No matter how much he struggled, he could not move an inch. Feng Hua's eyes revealed a trace of despair. He was imprisoned. In the next moment, Feng Hua's aura changed drastically. Even if he died, he would not let the other party off easily. As for the current Fang Ping, while he was speaking, he did not do anything but crazily hit the other's head with his head. Rumble. A series of rumbling sounds rang out in the narrow house. Fang Ping and Feng Hua were pressed together tightly. Relying on the fact that his golden body was stronger than the other parties, Fang Ping was straightforward and direct. Want to self-destruct? No way, I'll kill you. Rumble. A series of explosions resounded throughout the small house, but the sound was muffled by the house. None of the imperial residence commander-in-chiefs outside could sense it. Kacha, the sound of golden bones cracking rang out. Endless destructive force erupted from Fang Ping's head, crashing madly, again and again and again. Feng Hua gathered his strength a few times, but it was scattered a few times. In the end, Feng Hua seemed to have no strength to struggle anymore. However, Fang Ping did not care. Even if his golden flesh cracked from crashing, he did not care and continued to hit. Fang Ping. Feng Hua, who seemed to have been hit to death just now, said through gritted teeth. He recognized the other party. No, I'm Fengyu. Venerable Feng Hua, rest in peace. Fang Ping bared his teeth and hit hard again. There was a rumble. The sound of the explosion exploded. More than half of Fang Ping's flesh cracked. Fang Ping shook his head and cursed in a low voice, I can still explode when I'm about to die. What a waste of my millions of wealth points. Why bother? After cursing, Fang Ping's body flickered with golden light, and he returned to his original appearance in an instant. Then, Fang Ping's face changed, turning into Feng Hua's. I have thousands and thousands of aliases. Let's see how many you can find. I'm off to mine. Fang Ping grinned. Very quickly, he appeared outside the House of Gold. The House of Gold, which was wrapped in mentality, disappeared in an instant, along with Fengyu. Please remember this book's domain name. Fengyu, there's no need to send me off. Pay attention to the situation in the residence these few days. Don't worry, my lord. If there's anything, I will report it to you. All right. In Maple Jade Manor, Fang Ping was talking to himself. His volume was not considered low. After exiting the main hall of Maple Jade Manor, Fang Ping suddenly looked at the crowd outside and shouted, Why are all of you guarding the inner mansion? To the outer court. The Tianji army is in a mess, don't give those fellows a chance to spy on the Wang Fu. Yes, sir. Feng Hua was the strongest person in the manor. How could these people dare to hesitate? Very quickly, everyone walked towards the outer courtyard. Fang Ping ignored them and shouted again, All of you, guard the outer yard for me. No one is allowed to enter. When His Highness is not here, the residence does not receive guests. Yes, sir. A series of shouts rang out again. Fang Ping pondered as he walked out. After a while, he suddenly said, That Jin Yuhui, right? Stop. In front of him, Jin Yuhui's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly stopped and said with a face full of smiles, My lord. Fang Ping glanced at Jin Yuhui, then looked at those foreign martial artists beside him, frowned slightly and said, Letting you guys enter the imperial residence is not to let you guys stay idle. Go to Li's mansion and keep an eye on her. If there's any movement, come back and inform me immediately. Jin Yuhui had a helpless look on his face as he lowered his head and said, Sir, I'm just a general realm warrior. Fang Ping's expression turned cold in an instant. He scolded, Then what's the point of keeping you pieces of trash? The only useful Kuei Ming was dead. Were all of you trash? Be careful, don't get discovered. The imperial city doesn't allow people to fly, so they have to go in and out through the ground. Find a place near Li's mansion and keep watch. If there's any movement, report to me immediately. Yes, sir. Jin Yuhui responded. Seeing this, Fang Ping shouted, Hurry up. Jin Yuhui did not dare to delay and hurriedly ran out. Fang Ping saw that the other foreign martial artists were also about to leave. He shouted coldly, He alone is enough. You guys as well. You, go to King Hua's manor and keep an eye on him. You, go to Ziluo Palace, you, go to the Ice King Palace, and you, go to the Myriad Court Pagoda and keep an eye on those from Destiny Royal Court. Fang Ping made arrangements one by one, saying sternly, You're not allowed to show any signs of abnormality. You've just arrived, the mansions of the kings are not familiar with you. If there's any movement, inform me immediately. Yes, sir. Everyone nodded in agreement and soon, they all left. Fang Ping and the others left, sneering inwardly. Did the king lord know who he was? These foreign martial artists were secretly following him. If the lord really suspected that he was in the Feng mansion, would he think that he was mixed in with these people? Regardless of whether he would be suspected or not, he had to make arrangements first. It would be good to divert attention. After making these arrangements, Fang Ping did not rush to the underground mineral vein. Instead, he went to Fenghua Manor first. Fenghua was a rank 8 martial artist after all. He should have some savings, right? Fenghua Mansion. Fang Ping sent his subordinates away. After searching for a while, he found Fenghua's treasury. Pauper. Upon entering the treasure vault, Fang Ping suddenly cursed under his breath. In any case, he was an expert of Feng Mansion. Fenghua was previously the chief steward of Feng Mansion, yet he was actually so poor, 1,000 caddies of energy stones and 30 caddies of life essence. How did this guy get by? Fang Ping cursed in his heart. He was really too poor. The energy stones were worth 300 billion, and the life essence was worth 75 billion. This was the wealth of Fenghua, the chief steward of Feng Mansion. He had gotten by for nothing. Fang Ping shook his head. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. It was not a bad idea to keep it. As for Fenghua's divine weapon, Fang Ping did not get it. The other party did not even have time to use the divine weapon before he was killed by him. The divine weapon was still in the Sanjiao gate. At this moment, Fang Ping took a look at his own data again. Wealth, 482 million points. Vitality, 70,300 calories. 70,450 calories. Mentality, 4,098 Hz, 4,098 Hz. Destructive force, 35 yuan, 35 yuan. Bones honed, 206 bones, 100%. Storage space, 1,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, his wealth increased by close to 100 million. This was the wealth he obtained from robbing those shops. Fenghua's things were not included yet. Fang Ping continued to wait for a while. Suddenly, he let out a soft humph. Something was wrong. Fenghua's things were not included in his wealth. Someone was watching him from the outside. There's danger indeed. Someone is watching me from outside the Feng Mansion. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. The King Lord probably did not expect that he could use this to determine the danger. The people from the outside were definitely not weak. It could be a divine path powerhouse who had been watching Feng Mansion all this time. That was why he felt a sense of danger. He had been exposed. I have to be careful. My wealth must not exceed 1 billion. If it exceeded 1 billion, then it would be troublesome. Once the system was upgraded, he might not be able to conceal his aura. If he could not use some of the system's functions, then he would really be waiting for death in Imperial City. These things from Fenghua are worth more than 37 million wealth. This is more than 500 million wealth points. At most, I can snatch more than 400 million wealth points, which is 4 trillion worth of things. No. Fong Ping suddenly thought of a problem. Why did he do this? Should he not snatch things? Upgrade the storage space. To upgrade the storage space, 1 cubic meter required 500 million from before. Now it was 50,000 wealth points. I'll just spend it to upgrade. Fong Ping shook his head. He was really stupid. If it really did not work, he would condense a large amount of imperishable matter. Would he still have to worry about not having enough wealth points? A space of 1,000 cubic meters was really small now. It was stuffed with a lot of things and a bunch of corpses. It was almost too big to fit inside. Fong Ping was not careless. Without hesitation, he spent 100 million wealth points to expand the space by 2,000 cubic meters. In an instant, a space of 3,000 cubic meters appeared in his mind. 3,000 cubic meters is not considered big. Sooner or later, it will be able to fit the entire Imperial City. Fong Ping made up his mind. He was satisfied. He was not afraid of robbing anymore. As long as it was not something worth more than 10 trillion in one go, he did not have to worry about getting out of danger instantly. His wealth points were increasing rapidly. After tidying up Fenghua's treasure trove, Fong Ping closed it and walked toward the underground mineral vein. At the same time Fong Ping went to the treasure trove. Outside Feng Mansion. Hua Qidao frowned slightly. Many foreign martial artists had come out and scattered. What was going on? Hua Qidao cursed in his heart. It was a pity that he had used up all 16 sky screens. Otherwise, he would have set up one in Feng Mansion. Did Fong Ping sense something? Or did these foreign martial artists receive an order? These people are all rushing toward the manors and important territories. Is Fong Ping still in the mansion, or is he mixed in with this group of people? Hua Qidao felt a headache coming on. The King Lord's actions put him in a difficult position. If he had directly exposed that Fong Ping was in Feng Mansion, he would not have to go through so much trouble. Even Feng Miashing himself would have to investigate the mansion thoroughly, however, he could not do that now. Who was Fong Ping? Hua Qidao continued to stare at Feng Mansion for a while. His feet moved and he left the spot. He wanted to go to the headquarters to keep an eye on the sky screen. If Fong Ping made a move on the princes, he might be mixed in with the foreign martial artists just now. The probability of him staying in Feng Mansion was not high. Jin Yu Huai. From Li Yi's side? Or someone from the other prince's side? Hua Qidao did not think too deeply. He would know soon enough. In the underground mineral vein. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, he laughed. They left, his wealth points increased quickly. This meant that no one was watching him anymore. Interesting. Does this mean that I'm out of danger? These people didn't even leave a guard behind? There are no surveillance cameras in Feng Mansion? If there were surveillance cameras, it meant that he was not out of danger yet. If someone was still watching him from outside and was stronger than him, it meant that he was still in danger. Now that they had left in an instant, it meant that the King Lord did not have enough manpower. The departure of the foreign martial artists also meant that the people who were watching him had left. Then I won't hold back. Fong Ping did not waste any more time. He began to go deeper into the mineral vein. Soon, Fong Ping began to set up a barrier and gently bombarded the huge mineral vein. Gotcha. After a while, the solidified layer of mentality that the true king had set up was shattered. Fong Ping exhaled slightly and continued to dig. He had thought about it. He would hollow out the inside but not the surface. Later, he would create a fake mentality barrier to fill up the hole. Although he could not hide it for long, as long as they did not investigate on purpose, he would not be exposed for a while. Fong Ping quickly opened up a small hole at the top and began to dig quickly. A rank 8 divine weapon Chengdao appeared in his hand. As he dug, Fong Ping thought to himself that he should forge a high-grade shovel. At least a rank 8 or 9 shovel. It'll be much easier to dig. Fang Ping thought about it as he dug. The royal residence's mineral vein was indeed huge. Moreover, there were not many impurities. This was a mineral vein that had been specially condensed by a true king powerhouse. It was not naturally formed, so it was much easier to dig. 1,000 caddies. 2,000 caddies. As Fang Ping dug, he stuffed them into his space, calculating the value in his heart. 1,000 caddies was 300 billion. Feng Hua's items had increased his wealth by more than 30 million. Although he had spent 100 million, it had exceeded 450 million. Based on this situation, Fang Ping would be able to level up if he dug out 20,000 caddies, which was 10 tons. However, Fang Ping was not willing to level up at this time. He did not think too much about it. As he dug, he continued to expand his space. Very soon, his space was expanded by 2,000 cubic meters, reaching 5,000 cubic meters. His wealth was depleted by another 100 million points. 3,000 caddies. 5,000 caddies. When he dug out about 10,000 caddies, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The energy concentration in the mineral vein had begun to drop. Although the huge mine was huge, it was also very long. Fang Ping did not dare to dig the huge mine that extended to the outside of the royal residence. If the tremors were too big and attracted the true king monster plant's attention, then it would be troublesome. Dig a little more. I'll leave immediately. Fang Ping continued to mine. He did not mine the energy ores on the surface. Instead, he drilled directly into the mineral vein, mining rapidly. After a while, Fang Ping drilled out of the mineral vein, filling up the big hole above with the energy ores that he had cut off from the surface. Fang Ping's mentality began to solidify continuously, sealing up the hole. My mentality barrier will disperse in 3 hours at most. Once it dispersed, if someone entered the mineral vein, they would feel the energy leakage and realize that there was a problem with the mineral vein. Fang Ping drilled out of the mineral vein and mended the hole. Looking at his space, he had dug out at least 15,000 caddies. His wealth had increased by about 400 million. There were very few rank 7 and rank 8 energy ores mixed in. Most of them were rank 9. It's reached 750 million again. Fang Ping sighed incessantly. Usually, it was extremely difficult to level up. Now, in just a short while, he had expanded his space to 5,000 cubic meters. He was about to level up again. Then I'll continue expanding it. This time, Fang Ping was even more extravagant. He directly spent 250 million points to expand his space. In the blink of an eye, the space had expanded to 10,000 cubic meters. Fang Ping grimaced. 10,000 cubic meters. How many things would he need to fill it up? He had close to 500 million points of wealth left. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. He began to condense a large number of imperishable essence clusters. One cluster was 1,000 yuan. That was 10 million wealth points spent. One cluster, 2 clusters, he condensed 30 clusters and used up 300 million wealth points. Only when he was left with 200 million did Fang Ping stop. This is good stuff. 1,000 yuan. If an impasse martial artist is injured, 1 cluster is enough to heal the injury. I'm rich. Why did I think so much before? If I knew it was so easy to get rich, I would have done it long ago. At this moment, Fang Ping realized that he had really hit the jackpot. In the storage space, aside from the large number of treasures, there were 300 caddies of energy liquid, almost 16,000 caddies of energy ores, more than 30 caddies of life essence, and 30 clusters of imperishable substance worth 1,000 yuan. Skyplant City was the real treasure trove, 99 mineral veins. It's time to go. I can't stay in Prince Feng Mansion any longer. Fang Ping dared not stay in Prince Feng Mansion any longer. While no one was watching him, he should leave Prince Feng Mansion as soon as possible. Changing to another identity and continuing his carefree life was the right thing to do. The next target is Prince Hui Mansion. Fang Ping had a plan in his mind. He could not go to the manors with the crown prince. He could not go to the manors with divine general powerhouses either. There might be surveillance cameras there, however, among the 49 manors of true kings, some of the true kings had not shown their faces for hundreds of years. Now, there were only a few small fries in the manors, and they were almost forgotten. That place was the real good place. I'm afraid you think I'm going to the powerhouse's territory to stir up trouble, but I'm not going. You're worried for nothing. Fong Ping walked out of the mineral vein very quickly. The mineral vein was not unguarded. 2 general-level martial artists stood on the left and right sides of the mineral vein. Seeing Fong Ping come out, the 2 generals did not dare to ask anything. They bowed respectfully to send Fong Ping off. Fong Ping returned to Fenghua Mansion, closed the door to the isolation room, and continued digging. He was leaving. Soon, outside Prince Feng Mansion, Fong Ping appeared. At this moment, he had changed his appearance again. He changed so much that he did not even recognize who he was. His aura was maintained at rank 4, and he quickly left the vicinity of Prince Feng Mansion. In the imperial court. In the basilica. At this moment, there was a lot of noise. The lord's face was deathly pale. He knocked on the throne lightly, interrupting everyone's discussion. He said slowly, "Everyone, now that the thieves are unscrupulous, the Tianji military is at fault. This matter will be concluded, and there is no need to discuss it anymore. Everyone, let's talk about investigating the mansion. This cannot be done." Below, Lu Wushan said immediately, "The mansion is the Lord True King's mansion." Before the True King's Hall gives a reply, "We cannot investigate without permission," an old man sitting on the upper right side said slowly, "Are we going to let the thieves create chaos in the Imperial City? Now that the Imperial City has been turned upside down, there is no trace of the thieves. The other party is most likely hiding in the mansion." Marshal of the Right. Who said that the thieves must be hiding in the mansion? Who knows, they might be among us. Someone sneered and said playfully, "To cause such a disaster and still be able to escape the Tianji military's investigation, I think it must be a Divine Dao Realm martial artist. In that case, almost all the Divine Dao Realm martial artists in the Imperial City are here now." Nonsense. A load of nonsense. Someone scolded. The Marshal of the Right frowned slightly. At this moment, the person who had spoken before smiled again. "Why don't everyone wait in the Imperial Court? I want to see if there will be any more movements in the city. If there is, then it means that the thieves are not among us. If not, is there still a need to continue investigating?" After this person finished speaking, another god general said lightly, "The thieves are not stupid. Since we are all waiting here, the thieves might not make a move on purpose." These people discussed animatedly. On the other side, Ji Yao sent a voice transmission. "Uncle King Nan, Lordly seems to be unable to control the situation in the Imperial Court. Such a small matter has actually escalated to this stage. My father has repeatedly warned me to be careful of Lordly, but I'm afraid he didn't expect that the Heavenly Plant's Imperial Court has already reached this stage." Jinan also sent a voice transmission. After all, his strength has been damaged. In the God continent, there is no powerful Lordly. It is already very rare for Lordly to be able to sit on the Lord Li's position for more than 10 years after his injury. However, the True King Hall's patience has reached its limit. Lord Li is unable to recover, and his injuries are worsening instead. Under such circumstances, the Heavenly Plant's Imperial Court will naturally lose control. Is the death of Grandpa Xianyu really related to Lord Li? Jinan was silent for a moment, then sent a voice transmission. "It's hard to say. It might be related, or it might be someone else's doing. It's possible that they want us to force Lord Li to do something." Ji Yao heard this and looked at the pale Lord Li. She thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Wang, it's just Lian and Feng Mieshing's subordinates being killed. Something happened to some shops, and dozens of god generals are actually arguing over this. Is there a need for this?" Jinan smiled. "Actually, this is just a pretext. If Lord Li doesn't summon the god generals to discuss this, then it's all because of Lord Li and the Tian Plant's army's incompetence. Now that the god generals are gathered for a discussion, these god generals and the experts of the True King Hall are all helpless. It's not that Lord Li and the Tian Plant's army are incompetent, but that all of them are incompetent. If one side makes a mistake, the other side will reprimand them. However, if both sides are at fault and incompetent, then the pressure on Lord Li will naturally be much smaller. Yaoer, this is where Lord Li is smart. It's best if these god generals have a solution. If they kill the hidden enemies, then Lord Li's goal will be achieved. If there's no solution, then we'll share the responsibility. If the 49 king halls and the 8 halls can't do anything, then it won't be the Tian plant's army's problem anymore. The left side of the army isn't stable to begin with. If we lose the center and right, then Lord Li's prestige will plummet, and he won't be far from abdicating. I see. Ji Yao understood, but she couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. The Skyplant's court was growing more and more chaotic. Ever since Lord Li's injury, the court had been in chaos. It wasn't like Destiny Court, where House Ji's words were absolute. Now that her father had become a true king, he'd reached a new peak. The lords of various royal cities had taken the initiative to pay tribute to the imperial city. Over at Destiny City, her father's words carried enormous weight, and all the true king halls bowed their heads in submission. As for Ji Yao, she was someone Li couldn't compare to. Li Yi was someone everyone dared to bully in the Skyplant's court. Ji Yao, on the other hand, was someone even Divine Realm cultivators had to bow and address as Your Highness in Destiny Court. Sitting on his throne, Lord Li's expression was ugly. He didn't say anything else and continued listening to the discussions. At this time, Hua Qidao walked out from behind the throne and transmitted a few words to the Lord. Lord Li didn't speak, merely tapping his fingers. Hua Qidao seemed to have received some sort of order and quickly left. Skyplant's military headquarters, in a grand hall. Hua Qidao walked in and said in a low voice, "Divine General Li, did you find anything?" Divine General Li stared at the sky for a long time, then exhaled. "Nothing. These people have been watching the monarch's residences, no different from normal scouts." Hua Qidao looked toward Li Yi's residence and said, "This Jing Yu Huai. Keep an eye on him. He sold some pills from the land of rebirth earlier, there might be some problems. It's best if nothing happens to Li Yi. The king only has one son, Li Yi, of course." Divine General Li replied. He was also a member of the Li family, so he valued it more than Hua Qidao. How tolerant. Hua Qidao sighed. If Fang Ping had really snuck in, and he didn't make a move now that the opportunity was right, then the other party was really tolerant. As he said that, Hua Qidao added, "Could it be that the Skyplant's military has caused too much of a ruckus, so he doesn't dare to show himself?" Divine General Li said softly, "What do you mean, Commander Hua?" "Let the Skyplant's military lord check some shops, and withdraw some people from the vicinity of the monarch's residences. These divine generals won't stay for long at the royal palace. Once they leave, he won't dare to show himself." "All right." Divine General Li did not hesitate. He was a member of the Li family. If the Lord really abdicated, he might be in big trouble. If not for the Lord's prohibition, he would have killed those princes personally. At the same time, Zhao Xingwu's residence. Zhao Xingwu did not go to the imperial court for official business. Currently, he sat in the main hall, silent, not speaking for a long time. Below, the former 8th elder drank tea and said with a smile, "Grand Elder, you're still the most carefree, unlike me, it's like a prisoner here." Zhao Xingwu ignored him, raising his head to look at the ceiling, his gaze slightly strange. The person who was watching him had left. Not only had the person who was watching him left, but even that wisp of true king mentality seemed to have disappeared. Was true King Tianyu at the final deadline of the holy fruit condensation? Nobody was watching him. Were they not afraid that he would cause a ruckus? Something's not right, something's not right. The divine general entered the palace for official business, and there's actually nobody watching over here. Is this deliberately creating an opportunity for me? I feel like I'm being watched. Is someone hiding from me and spying on me? Zhao Xingwu fell into deep thought. What was the Lord trying to do? Was there a need to scheme against him? If he really wanted to make a move, would he have waited until now? Or did the Lord have other motives? For a moment, Zhao Xingwu was a little confused. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Duke Huai Manor. Fang Ping's disdain was at its peak. How could this be called a prince's residence? The powerhouses guarding the vast Duke Huai Manor were only a few 7th-grade powerhouses, not even a single 8th-grade powerhouse. Isn't this a little too miserable? Even the Feng royal residence was inferior. That's true. The Huai Manor doesn't have an heir to the throne. The previous Huai Muqing might have had a chance of becoming the crown prince, but he died too early. The Huai Manor. didn't have a suitable candidate, so they had no choice but to give up. There aren't any important figures from the Hui Manor here, so a few 7th-grade martial artists are already pretty good. Fang Ping explained on behalf of King Hui. As a true king, he was too shabby, so he had to take care of the other party's pride. That's what you get for shouting that you'll kill me. This time, I'll rob your mansion. The imperial residence was too big, and there were only so many powerhouses. Fang Ping curbed his aura, found a random spot, crossed over the high wall, and blended into the imperial residence. After a while, a group of patrolling soldiers disappeared. It was as if Fang Ping had entered a no-man's land. Groups of people disappeared one after another. Gradually, Duke Hui Manor seemed to have sensed some movement. The few Commander Realm martial artists did not dare to fly in the air and began to investigate the surroundings. Fang Ping, who was at rank 8 4th refinement, was not someone they could compare to. Soon, a commander disappeared. At this moment, the remaining commanders felt that something was amiss. At this time, a commander shouted, "Everyone, come here. Something's not right, quick." As soon as he said this, a few commanders nearby rushed over. Someone said in a low voice, "Something's wrong. The aura is much weaker. Did someone sneak in?" A commander at the side also hurried over, extremely vigilant. He said in a low voice, "The Tianji army was going to patrol the Wangfu before this, perhaps the thief really is hiding in the Wangfu." "Hui Ping, should we inform the Tianji army?" This person was asking the person who had just shouted. Hui Ping, who had just yelled for everyone to gather, looked around and said gloomily, "There's no rush. Let's wait for everyone to gather and see if there are any unforeseen events. If we inform the Tianji army now, where will the face of Duke Hui Manor be?" As soon as he said that, Hui Ping's golden house suddenly appeared and enveloped the few of them. Then, his mentality exploded, killing the middle and low-ranked martial artists who were rushing over. He cursed, "What's going on? Was my answer not accurate enough? Why do you guys want to kill him?" Fang Ping felt wronged. "I'm a thief crying thief, asking you to gather. You asked me, and my answer is very accurate. Informing the Tianji army was indeed shameless. Why did you want to kill him? Who are you?" The expressions of the captains who were trapped changed drastically as they shouted loudly. "What are you shouting for? No one can hear you. Tell me, how did you discover the problem? I'll give you 3 seconds. 3. Boom." As soon as Fang Ping said the word 3, he erupted instantly. This time, he did not squeeze them. Instead, he exploded directly. With a low roar, the destructive force on his fist erupted, blasting a rank 7 chieftain into pieces in an instant. "Trash, even a rank 7 wants to fight me. Damn it." When the remaining 2 saw this, they were both terrified and furious. "Didn't you say to count to 3? In their terror, the 2 of them did not fight Fang Ping. They hurriedly bombarded the walls, trying to break out of the cage. This place was too small. Even if a rank 7 martial artist encountered a weak rank 9, he would not be killed instantly if he was given a little space to perform. A martial artist's close combat was the most dangerous, but now, they had to do it even if they did not want to. The 2 of them bombarded the wall madly for a while, but the wall did not budge an inch. Both of their expressions changed completely. Without another word, they turned around and attacked Fang Ping together. Fang Ping did not dodge or evade, allowing the 2 of them to bombard his body. His body shone brilliantly with golden light. Fang Ping said with a look of enjoyment, "Fight, I don't lack imperishable substances. I'll self-destruct myself and save some trouble." "Bastard, who the hell are you?" "I'm Feng Miexing." The next moment, Fang Ping's figure changed, suddenly turning into Feng Miexing's appearance. The rank 8's ability was not unfamiliar to these few chieftains. However, when Fang Ping's aura also turned into Feng Miexing's aura, their expressions changed completely. "Fang Ping." At this moment, the 2 of them roared madly. It was Fang Ping. Fang Ping looked surprised. "Am I so famous now? You 2 recognized me just by changing my face?" There was no time to waste on them. Fang Ping shrunk the room instantly. The 3 of them squeezed together again. This time, the 2 of them looked hopeless. Without hesitation, they self-destructed with a boom. The golden glow on Fang Ping's body flickered for a while. Very quickly, it returned to normal. I have to hurry. The rank 7 martial artist's auras dissipate. At most, it will take 3 minutes before someone notices. Fong Ping did not hesitate. His mentality swept across the entire imperial residence. Very quickly, Fong Ping found the imperial residence's treasury. There were originally 2 rank 6 martial artists guarding the treasury, but now they had become corpses. Fong Ping smashed the treasury's door with one blow. When he entered, he cursed again. The Huai residence was too poor, rats could run in the treasury. Other than a few big boxes of energy stones, some armors, and weapons, there was almost nothing in the treasury. Fong Ping did not care too much. He put away the things directly, and then quickly ran toward the underground mineral vein. This time, Fong Ping did not try to hide anything. In a moment, he broke the mentality barrier and dug quickly for a while. In less than a minute, Fong Ping drilled out of the ground and left quickly without looking back. Since chaos was going to happen, then let it happen. Not long after Fong Ping left, outside the Huai residence, a group of patrolling soldiers passed by the Huai residence. The commander in the lead took a look at the Huai residence and frowned slightly. Then, his expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "Where are the residence's guards?" In the past, there were guards outside the residence of the Huai residence, but now, the gates of the Huai residence were closed, and the guards were gone. Behind him, a general said in a low voice, "Did they go in?" No, the Huai residence was a forbidden area. The Skyplant's army had no right to use their mentality to sweep the Huai residence. At this time, the commander hesitated slightly. Very quickly, he shouted, "Is Commander Huai here?" After waiting for less than 3 seconds, the person's expression changed completely. No longer holding back, his mentality swept across the Huai residence. With this sweep, the corpses on the ground appeared in his mind in the blink of an eye. Something happened. Quick, inform the sirs. Something happened to the Huai residence. The commander shouted loudly, rising into the air and shouting, "The Huai residence has been destroyed. Alert!" This person shouted loudly. In the nearby area, some mansions moved upon hearing the news. One by one, the martial artists were on high alert. One by one, the high-ranked martial artists began to sweep their mentality. Skyplant's army headquarters. Hua Qidao was still looking at the sky when his expression suddenly changed. There was some commotion at the inner city's south gate. What's going on? Skyplant City was huge. Although he had stepped into the origin path, he could not reach the entire inner city. At this moment, however, he sensed that there was a commotion among the powerhouses at the south gate. Their chi activity was at its peak. That's the direction of the Huai residence. Hua Qidao's expression changed. Without another word, he left the headquarters. Something had happened to the Huai residence. After something happened to the Huai residence, a moment later, something happened to a divine general's residence in the distance. Put the entire city on lockdown. Hua Qidao rose into the air and shouted loudly. His heart was filled with rage. What was going on? Was it Fong Ping? But why was Fong Ping here, in the palace? The Lord's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, the right divine general frowned slightly. Something seems to have happened. At this time, Hua Qidao shouted loudly. In the basilica, the divine generals were moved and quickly left the basilica. At this time, in Willow Wushan's residence not far from the palace, Feng Miexing suddenly flew into a rage. He rose into the air and shouted, "Hua Qidao, how dare you!" Hua Qidao, who was about to go to the Huai residence, saw him in the air and was furious. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Miexing said angrily, "The Skyplant's military dares to monitor the 49th Duke's residence? Bastard!" With that, Hua Qidao could not care less about the Huai residence. ***, how did Feng Miexing know? Right now, Feng Miexing did not care about the Huai residence at all. In reality, he was only a rank 7. He did not notice the commotion at the Huai residence. He only knew that someone from the Feng residence had sent a letter from Fenghua, although the handwriting was messy and did not look like a letter from Fenghua. However, Feng Miexing did not care so much. He only knew that the Skyplant's military was monitoring all the Duke's residences, including his Willow Wushan's residence. Feng Miexing cursed. Then, he rose into the air and used his mentality to explore his surroundings. Soon, he seemed to have found something. High in the air, Feng Mieshing threw a punch. The void shook slightly, like a wave, and a transparent crystal appeared in the air. B** starred. Feng Mieshing was furious. At the same time, in the palace, the expressions of the divine generals changed drastically. The Sky Plant's military was monitoring all the Duke's residences. D***MN. Although the sky screen could not transmit sound, their every move in the residence was monitored. It was not difficult to learn how to read lips. For powerhouses, it was really not difficult. If the sky screen happened to be monitoring their lips, everything they talked about in the residence would be known by the Sky Plant's military. B** starred. How dare you? Hua Qidao, who gave you the guts? At this time, the divine generals from the Duke's residences, including some powerhouses from the 8 halls, were furious. Behind them, the Lord, who had not come out of the main hall, was frighteningly pale. D***MN. How could there be such a careless mistake, Feng Mieshing, that B** starred, the sky screen could not be detected unless it was a true king. Right now, there was only true King Tianyu in the city. The Lord had already prepared to lead the sky screen after capturing Feng Ping. Who would have thought that it would be exposed just like that? Only Hua Qidao and a few Sky Plant's military commanders knew about the sky screen setup. How did Feng Mieshing know about it? The Lord did not expect it to be Feng Ping. Feng Ping had just entered Godland. He probably did not even know what the sky screen was, let alone detect it. How did he know about this? In midair, Hua Qidao felt a splitting headache, then he shouted angrily, something has happened to Duke Huai Manor. Everyone, now is not the time to pursue this matter. These B** stards. Was this the time to pursue this matter? As soon as he said that, the right divine general also said in a low voice, everyone, I will explain this matter to everyone. Qidao, bring people to Duke Huai Manor. Quickly. Since the right divine general had spoken, Hua Qidao did not hesitate anymore. He brought a few divine generals and rushed south quickly. The others, however, looked gloomy. What did the Duke Huai Manor's trouble have to do with them? The Sky Plant's military was monitoring them. This was a serious matter. However, there were still a few divine generals who did not stop. They used the flight step and flew toward their own mansions. These people were powerhouses from some important mansions. Now that something had happened to Duke Huai Manor, they were also worried that something would happen to them, so they left one after another. As for the flight ban, who cared about that at this time? Normally, everyone would care a little, give the Lord's faction some face, and give the majestic court some dignity, but now, the Sky Plant's military even dared to do things like monitoring. What else did they have to worry about? Soon, a powerhouse in the distance began to bombard the sky. A moment later, there was a cracking sound. In the palace, some of the powerhouses who had not left spread out their psyche energy. Seeing this scene, someone snorted coldly, his face dark. There really was monitoring. No one cared about the Lord in the main hall anymore. Many people looked at the right divine general, their faces ashen. The right divine general was also distressed. What was done. If they did not know, or if they found out later, it would have been fine if they did not admit it. But now they were caught red-handed. The Sky Plant's military was in big trouble, supervising the 49 true king residences and the residences of the 8 halls experts. If the royal court was strong enough to suppress these people, then it wouldn't matter. The problem was that the majestic court did not have this power, they could not suppress these people, and now the problem had been discovered. This was really troublesome. Li Zhu, this is troublesome. You were too careless. The right divine general murmured inwardly. He did not look at the Lord behind him, feeling somewhat sorrowful. In the past, if all 3 of them had advanced to true monarch, this scene would not have happened. With the 3 true monarchs working together, at least half of the true monarchs in the true monarch hall would support them. Even monitoring the true monarch hall would not be a big deal. Can you recover or not? If not, the position of Lord will only bring you harm and no benefits. Why don't you give it up? The right divine general had another thought. It was a good thing that Li Zhu could recover. He also needed the position of Lord to help him reach true monarch realm. But if he was really crippled, keeping the position of Lord might not be useful. Now that the true monarchs were eyeing him, something would happen sooner or later. It was better to abdicate now, give up everything, and go to the true monarch hall to commit suicide. For the sake of their past relationship and the protection of some true monarchs, Monarch Feng and the others would not do anything to a crippled lord. While he was thinking, Hua Qidao shouted in the distance, "The thief destroyed Duchy Hui Manor." The mine was damaged, the thief came from Monarch Feng Manor. Hua Qidao did not question the lord anymore. He knew what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Miesheng, who was still cursing, was stunned. Then, he said angrily, "Nonsense. Monarch Feng Manor, how was that possible?" Hua Qidao did not care about that. He flew over Duchy Hui Manor and headed straight for Monarch Feng Manor. Now, the lord's plan could not go on. The thief did not act according to the lord's plan. He did not attack the princes at all. Instead, he killed the unimportant people of Duchy Hui Manor. The thief had no intention of killing the princes at all. This time, Hua Qidao did not care about anything. He used his mental power to check Monarch Feng Manor. After a while, he shouted, "Feng Hua is not in the manor. Feng Yu is not in the manor either. Let's go." At that moment, the divine generals in the palace rose into the air and headed straight for Monarch Feng Manor. Until now, they still could not figure out what was going on. What was going on? Could it be that the thief from before had come out to commit murder again, or was it a thief from Monarch Feng Manor? Among the crowd, Lu Wuxian rose into the air and returned to her manor. She grabbed Feng Miesheng and headed straight for Monarch Feng Manor. At that moment, Feng Miesheng's expression was gloomy. He did not say anything about the surveillance. Something had happened at Monarch Feng Manor. Feng Hua and Feng Yu were not in the manor. Where were they? He had reminded them many times not to leave the manor without permission. Now that the two of them were guarding Monarch Feng Manor, how could they not be in the manor? Just now, Feng Hua had sent someone to deliver a letter. Feng Hua. There's something wrong with Feng Hua. Feng Miesheng's expression changed. He had been so furious that he did not have time to think about it. At that moment, he took out the letter that Feng Hua had asked someone to deliver to him. After reading it carefully, Feng Miesheng cursed, "This is not Feng Hua's handwriting." Lu Wuxian did not even look at it. It did not matter whether it was or not. Feng Hua was gone. Could it be that the thief had been hiding in Monarch Feng Manor all along? Those people had left, but there were still people outside the imperial palace. Ji Yao looked at the chaotic sky plant city and a large number of experts flying in the air. She could not help but laugh and shake her head. She said calmly, "Imperial uncle, the imperial city forbids flying. It's all talk now." Jinan also laughed. She turned to look at Lord Li, who was still sitting in the hall. Without saying anything, she turned and bowed. "Lord Li, we will take our leave first." Although Lord Li's face was pale, he still wore a smile. "Slow down. The thief is cunning. Divine General Jinan, please be careful. I will arrange for people to protect Wanting Tower. Sorry for the embarrassment. I wouldn't dare." Jinan was rather polite. After exchanging some pleasantries, she did not fly in the air. Instead, she left with Ji Yao on foot. As for Xiantong, he had already left when the incident happened. Xianxia was still in Wanting Tower. After everyone left, Lord Li looked at the Sky Plant army guards in the hall and waved his hand. "All of you are dismissed." The Sky Plant army did not dare to question him. They all left the hall. A moment later, an old voice sounded in Li Zhu's ears. "Li Zhu, this old man should make a move. Lord Protector, you don't need to do anything. All the monarchs know that you are condensing the holy fruit. You are focused on this. If you make a move now, won't the monarchs be suspicious?" Lord Li smiled faintly. "If it's chaotic, then so be it. It won't be too chaotic. I, Li Zhu, am useless. Everyone has seen it." Ji Hao thought. Even the Destiny Royal Court can see it. At this time I, Li Zhu, will probably disappear from the monarch's eyes. However, the Destiny Royal Court probably wants to see me, a useless lord, remain on the throne. It's also what some monarchs want to see. The Maple Monarch and the others want to seize the position of lord and have their descendants step into the true monarch realm. They even want to take the second path. How could they be ignored? Even the hall master might not want them to take the second path. The more uselessly Zhu is, the more stable his position as lord will be. If it weren't for the hall master's support, I would have already abdicated back then. That's fine. These people have been watching me and think I have a plan. After this, I'm afraid they won't think that way anymore. The celestial elm monster plant's old voice sounded again. You did it on purpose? That's not the case. Lord Li laughed. It's just that plans can't keep up with changes. I overestimated Fang Ping's ambition. I didn't expect him to only be greedy for money. This is beyond my expectations. I thought that he came to the royal court and Skyplant City after so many hardships. A mere life stone shouldn't be enough for him. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Interesting. Lord Li shook his head. He had overestimated Fang Ping's ambition. A mere mineral vein. Even if it was thrown in front of him, he would not even bother to take a look. He thought that the land of rebirth had gone through so much to get Fang Ping here and would not lose sight of the bigger picture. In the end, he was proven wrong. Fang Ping did not attack those princes. Those people were the descendants of monarchs. They all had hopes of stepping into the true monarch realm. At least after becoming a lord, there was hope. In the end, Fang Ping did not attack these fellows who had hopes of becoming monarchs in the future. Instead, he went to the unimportant Hui Manor to snatch the mineral vein. Unbelievable. I was still wrong. Previously, when those shops were in trouble, I thought that he had already gotten the resources he wanted. At this time, he should focus on proper business. Lord Li did not know what to say, taking such a huge risk and entering deep into the enemy's camp. Was there someone who wanted to steal the life stones? When people died, there was nothing left. They could not bring anything with them. Putting himself in their shoes, any spy deep in the enemy's camp would not be tempted by these life stones right now, or just run away. Why don't we do something big? In the end, there was nothing. The celestial elm guardian was speechless for a moment. What he said made sense. Indeed, in the eyes of powerhouses, what was a mere mineral vein? Even the city lords in the outlands had mineral veins. Not to mention the royal court powerhouses. Entering deep into the royal court was more important than a mineral vein. The celestial elm monster plant did not think about this anymore. It spoke again. He is indeed different. I have investigated carefully before and did not find any traces of him. It's best not to leave this person alive. As it spoke, the celestial elm guardian's voice changed slightly. Zhao Xingwu is moving. Lord Li frowned slightly. He said, Lord Guardian, keep an eye on Zhao Xingwu. Zhao Xingwu is more important than Fang Ping. He is also a pawn of the true King Hall. We cannot let anything happen to him. I understand. The celestial elm guardian responded. Very quickly, there was no more sound. At the same time, a Chongdao suddenly appeared in Zhao Xingwu's hand. He slashed at the void. A crystal-like object shattered immediately. Zhao Xingwu looked around. His aura rose to the extreme. He said coldly, why spy on me? If you really want to see, just enter the house. Grand Elder, Eighth Elder's face was filled with nervousness and shock. So powerful, Zhao Xingwu's aura rose to the extreme. The Chongdao in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light. It made him tremble in fear. A top-notch rank 9 divine weapon. In addition to studying the true king's ultimate art, the current Zhao Xingwu was more than 30% stronger than before. If before entering the restricted area, Zhao Xingwu was on par with Zhang Weiyu and the others. Now, he might be even stronger. This was a true top powerhouse that had walked the Great Dao to 999 meters. He was in no way weaker than Nan Yunyu in the Battle of the Forbidden City. Zhao Xingwu's aura rose to the extreme. At this time, a figure flashed in the air. The right divine general had a dignified expression. He slowly said, why is Marshal Zhao so angry? The bandits wreaked havoc not only in Marshal Zhao's house, but also in other places. They weren't targeting Marshal Zhao alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the right divine general lightly said, Marshal Zhao, it's fine if you shatter the sky curtain. Why do you need to release your aura and disturb the atmosphere? Zhao Xingwu sneered. A divine light erupted from his eyes. He coldly snorted and said, even if I am unhappy, what can you do? It's fine if a true king is spying on me, but if you dare to spy on me again, I will cut you down. Humph. The right divine general coldly snorted. His complexion changed and he instantly left. Just as he left, a massive spatial crack exploded where he was. Scram. If you dare spy on me again, I will cut you down. Zhao Xingwu coldly snorted. He put away his divine saber and returned to his house, no longer bothering with him. In the air, the right divine general's complexion changed again, so strong. After changing for a while, he pondered in his heart. Is this guy doing this on purpose? A powerhouse like Zhao Xingwu, when his aura erupted, was incomparably powerful. Not only did he come here to investigate, but even a true king had to keep an eye on him. Many powerhouses in the city had noticed this side at this moment. They were extremely vigilant and could not be bothered to continue searching for Feng Ping. Does he know that the person who came is Feng Ping? He received very little information. He probably doesn't know. The right divine general analyzed in his heart for a while. Even the Lord King might not be sure that it was Feng Ping. He could only say that the probability was very high. The King Lord had always relied on guesses and various clues to make his guesses. Zhao Xingwu, a guy who was being monitored, probably did not know. No matter what, this guy's hope for the palace to be in chaos should not be wrong. The right divine general's gaze was cold and fierce. I'll let you be arrogant for a while more. No longer concerned about Zhao Xingwu, the right divine general's silhouette moved, swiftly flying into the distance. Since Feng Ping did not follow the plan, then he had to kill the other party. He could not let him escape. Otherwise, the Skyplant's army would not be able to hide this time. P.S. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., there will be a donation event on the website, giving away a Gaowu bolster, MCMAU token, Gaowu t-shirt, important cameo. I hope the brothers will support it. M. Feng Mansion. At this moment, Prince Feng's residence was in a complete mess. Many commander-level powerhouses gathered together and looked at Hua Qidao, who was exuding a cold aura. Hua Qidao looked at the crowd below and shouted, "Everyone from the Feng Mansion, gather in the outer court." Not far away, Feng Miexing, who was being pulled by Lu Wushan, shouted, "Hua Qidao, the Feng Mansion is not up to you to give orders." "Your Highness." Hua Qidao's expression was ugly as he said coldly, "Normally, the mansion is not under my jurisdiction. However, the Huai Mansion was destroyed today, and the culprits came from the Feng Mansion. If there is no explanation for this, I will not be able to answer to the true King Hall and Lord Huai Mansion." Feng Miexing shouted, "Hua Qidao, stop framing the Feng Mansion. The Tianji army is useless. How could the Feng Mansion be related to the culprits?" Feng Miexing was not stupid. It did not matter if the culprits came from the Feng Mansion or not. The Feng Mansion was also a victim. Although there were no important people living in the Huai Mansion, it was still the Huai Mansion's reputation. The Huai Mansion had long been dissatisfied with him. He had always felt that it was his fault for losing the 18 southern regions. Now that the culprits came from the Feng Mansion and destroyed the Huai Mansion, the Huai Mansion would definitely hate him. Even if the Huai Mansion did not cause trouble for him because of the king ancestor, Feng Miexing was still terrified to be hated by a true king. Hua Qidao replied coldly, "Your Highness, I am not making up nonsense whether it is true or not. Where are Venerable Fenghua and Commander Fengyu in the Feng Mansion? Also," Hua Qidao said coldly, "there are secret passageways in the Fengyu and Fenghua mansions." Secret passageways? Feng Miexing's expression changed as he looked at Lu Wushan. He was only a rank 7 and could not detect very far underground, so he did not discover anything. Lu Wushan nodded slightly. He had discovered it too. There was indeed a secret passageway. Although there were signs of it being buried, it was fine if they did not investigate. Gods like him and Hua Qidao could easily discover something unusual with a simple investigation. Feng Miexing cursed in his heart, but his expression remained the same as he said, "This doesn't mean anything. Fenghua and Fenyu are missing. Maybe it's the work of the thief." As he spoke, Feng Miexing landed in the mansion. He looked around and shouted, "Do you see Fenghua and Fenyu?" In the mansion, a commander hurriedly said, "Reporting to Your Highness, Commander Fengyu had a discussion with Supremacy Fenghua. After that, Supremacy Fenghua sent us to patrol the outer court. After that, we haven't seen Commander Fengyu." what about Fenghua? Venerable Fenghua went to the mining area of life. After that, he returned to the mansion and didn't see him again. Mining area? Feng Miexing's expression changed again as he shouted anxiously, go to the mine. Soon, everyone walked toward the entrance of the mine. A moment later, everyone arrived. At this moment, the two generals guarding the mine had not left and were still guarding the entrance. Both of them had seen the chaos in the mansion. When they saw Feng Miexing and the others, they were terrified and quickly bowed. Feng Miexing did not even look at them as he walked straight into the mine. Behind him, Hua Qidao and the others, as well as some of the onlookers, followed. Feng Miexing ignored them and followed them. There were no secrets in the mine. When they reached the mine, Feng Miexing did not notice anything, but Lu Wuxian frowned slightly. Hua Qidao quickly noticed that something was wrong and suddenly looked up. How dare you, Fenghua, Hua Qidao growled and suddenly punched the top. Feng Miexing's expression turned ugly. Just as he was about to speak, there was a loud crack. A crystal wall at the top shattered, revealing a hole inside. Lu Wuxian used her spiritual power to check inside. It's been hollowed out. The other party used the Undying Deity to fill the gap. Feng Miexing quickly asked, can the Undying Deity's aura remain? Hua Qidao said lightly, yes, Fenghua's aura. Humph. Feng Miexing said coldly, Fenghua would not do such a thing. If he really wanted to, he wouldn't do it now. Fenghua has been in the Feng mansion for 30 years. There will be plenty of opportunities. For a mere life stone, Fenghua would betray the Feng mansion unless his undying deity exploded. Feng Miexing did not believe that Fenghua would do such a thing. Fenghua was the chief steward of the Feng mansion. If he really wanted to steal the mine, why would he wait until now? At this moment, Feng Miexing frowned. He glanced at Lu Wuxian, who nodded slightly. There was indeed some remnant aura of Fenghua. Feng Miexing's expression changed again. Fenghua's letter said that the mine was stolen. That was not Fenghua. Who was it? Feng Miexing said in a low voice. Fenghua would never betray the Feng mansion. Unless something really happened to him. Fenghua is an intermediate venerable. As he spoke, he looked at Hua Qidao and gritted his teeth. Hua Qidao, the Tianji army even dares to monitor the Feng mansion. Is the Tianji army so useless? If that's the case, the entire Tianji army can be disbanded. Every year, the imperial court uses a large amount of resources on you. Almost all of the imperial court's treasury is spent on you. What use do you have for such useless people? Hua Qidao's expression did not look good either. However, this was not the time to fuss over this. He said in a low voice, we did leave some traces. It was because we noticed the traces that we discovered that the thief might be hiding in the Feng mansion. That's why we decided to use the sky screen to monitor. The situation was urgent. The true king's palace needed time to reply. The Feng mansion did not allow the Tianji army to enter and investigate. I had no choice but to think of the sky screen. Hua Qidao changed the sequence and used the sky screen. That was after the king's residences refused to assist in the investigation. This way, it would not be an intentional investigation of the Feng mansion in advance. As Hua Qidao spoke, he quickly added, we discovered that the thief was very cunning. He was at least an honorable realm martial artist and could change his appearance. This means that he was not just a beginner honorable realm martial artist. His control over his strength and the golden body was extremely brilliant. Previously, the other party robbed some shops, and we discovered some traces of him. We've been tracking him, but he managed to escape from us and entered the king's mansion. Hua Qidao looked around and said slowly, the Feng mansion is not under the Tianji army surveillance. We have no right to investigate the Feng mansion, so we could only let the thief escape. Feng Miexing ignored him. He frowned and said, a venerable. To be able to kill Fenghua, he must be at least an upper stage venerable. No, an upper stage venerable might be able to kill Fenghua in a fight to the death. However, there have been no signs of a battle between high-ranked martial artists in the imperial city recently. Killing Fenghua without a sound. Feng Miexing's pupils constricted. He suddenly looked at the imperial court. The heavenly elm guardian could do that, or a top-notch divine path powerhouse like the right divine general, who was ranked in the top 10 of the god list, Otherwise, even if Hua Qidao wanted to kill Feng Hua, he would definitely be able to do so. However, if he did not cause any commotion, then he would be overestimating Hua Qidao. Hua Qidao seemed to know what he was thinking. He said nonchalantly, "When we were tracking the thief, I felt that he was not too strong. If he was, we would not have been able to track him. He might have some special ability, or even a way to hide his aura. Otherwise, with such a close distance and the countless powerhouses in the Imperial City, how could he hide from us so easily? Special ability. Hiding aura?" Feng Miexing's expression changed. Then, his expression turned ferocious. Special ability, he only knew one martial artist who could hide aura, Feng Ping. Was it Feng Ping? How could it be? It could not be, Feng Miexing roared in his heart. It could not be. It could not be Feng Ping. If it was Feng Ping, did it not mean that the other party had been hiding in his house, right under his nose? Feng Miexing was not the only one who thought about it. Beside him, Lu Wuxian also muttered, hiding aura. Only Feng Ping, who is suspected to be the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor in the Land of Rebirth, has this ability. Marshal Hua, are you saying that the person is Feng Ping? That's ridiculous, Hua Qidao frowned slightly. It might not be him. Feng Ping seems to have just entered the venerable level. I have not thought much about this person before. Besides, Feng Ping is still in the Land of Rebirth. I am just wondering if there is someone else who also has this ability. After all, God's land is huge. There are countless powerhouses. Perhaps there are others who can do this. Feng Miexing did not listen to what he said. Suddenly, he burrowed into the hole in the mineral vein above him. After checking, he muttered, there are traces of a divine saber. A saber-using martial artist used a divine weapon to cut the mineral vein. Having said that, Feng Miexing quickly burrowed out again. He gritted his teeth and said, is it the same for Duke Huai Manor's mineral vein? Duke Huai Manor's mineral vein has been forcefully destroyed without any concealment. However, there are also traces of a divine saber. Without another word, Feng Miexing hurriedly left the mineral vein. Seeing that, everyone followed him. Fenghua Manor. Feng Miexing opened Fenghua's treasure vault. It was empty. Then, Feng Miexing found a hidden secret passage in the bedroom. After looking for a while, Feng Miexing went to Maple Jade Manor and continued his search. At this moment, Feng Miexing did not say a word. His face was gloomy. Then, he shouted, where are the foreign martial artists? Men, bring them here. Beside him, Hua Qidao sneered in his heart. You finally noticed. A commander beside him said hurriedly, Your Highness, the foreign martial artists were sent by Venerable Fenghua to do some work. Damn it. At this moment, Hua Qidao said, those foreign martial artists? I noticed something strange earlier. These people have been sneakily monitoring the important areas of the Duke residences. When something happened, I've already sent people to arrest these foreign martial artists. Even the foreign martial practitioners under His Highness Hua Yu's command were included within the scope of their capture. Recently, there have been many incidents in the Imperial City, and all of them happened after these foreign martial artists arrived. If the criminals really started the crime before that, then these foreign martial artists are the most suspicious. Feng Miexing's face was ashen. Since you know, why didn't you arrest these people earlier? Hua Qidao said calmly, these people were brought here by His Highness. There is no concrete evidence, only speculation. The Tianji army has no right to arrest them. Besides, if the Tianji army really wanted to arrest them, would His Highness agree? Humph. Feng Miexing ignored him. At this moment, a few more martial artists arrived in the sky. Hua Yu, Purple Moon, and the rest arrived as well. Once Hua Yu arrived, he immediately asked, Commander Hua, what is the meaning of this? The Tianji army wants us to hand over the foreign martial artists. Hua Qidao said, Your Highness, the criminals might be among the foreign martial artists. For the safety of Your Highness, I have no choice but to do this. Hearing that the criminals might be among the foreign martial artists, Hua Yu said nothing more. At this moment, a large number of Tianji army escorted some people over. Jin Yuhuai and the rest were filled with fear and horror. Again, what was going on? This time, they had come to the restricted area. It was too shocking. Before they even reached the Imperial City, more than half of them had died. Only the lucky ones like them were left. How many days had it been? Something had happened again. Jin Yuhui was close to tears. If he had known this would happen, he would have stayed in the foreign martial artists and continued doing business with the land of rebirth, earning some resources, and cultivating diligently. Who would have thought that things would happen one after another after just a few days in the restricted area? This was too dangerous. Feng Miexing ignored them. His mentality scanned these people again and again. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Kill them all." "Your Highness." Before Hua Qidao could say anything, Lu Wushan frowned slightly and shouted in a low voice. There were more than 100 people, and they were all warrior-level martial artists. This was a little different from before. Although a large number of people had died in Qingyang Royal City, there were not many descendants of powerhouses among them. After all, the powerhouses that Feng Miexing and the rest had chosen were the most outstanding ones. Moreover, they had not been in the Imperial City back then. Now that they were in the Imperial City, everyone was watching. Among these 100 people, there were more than 30 descendants of the foreign city lords. If they were killed just like that, who knew if their enemies would inform the foreign city lords? There was a high possibility that many of these people had connections with the foreign martial artists. As a result, Feng Mansion had provoked a large number of foreign city lords. Feng Miexing did not care about this. Just as he was about to continue, Lu Wushan said, "If there are really martial artists above the venerable realm hiding among them, I will test them and find out." As he spoke, Lu Wushan suddenly swung his palm at one of them. "Ah!" A scream was heard. The person who was hit was bleeding profusely from his head, exposing his white bones. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Wushan shook his head and said, "The skull is not golden. He is not a venerable realm martial artist." This was also the best way to prove whether a martial artist was a rank 8 golden body. The skull was the symbol of a rank 8 golden body. Since the skull was white, it was naturally impossible for a rank 8 powerhouse to disguise themselves. When Feng Miexing saw this, he shouted, "Attack!" The commander-level martial artists in Duke Feng's mansion didn't hesitate at all and attacked those people. The others watched coldly from the sidelines. Breaking the skull and exposing the bones was not a serious injury, but it was definitely not a light one. However, at this moment, these people were already lucky to be able to escape death. No one cared about their injuries. 1, 2. Soon, no one was able to escape such treatment. Their skulls were exposed, and none of them dared to cry out. They looked at the crowd in fear, not daring to make a sound. "Your Highness, no." The commander-level report made Feng Miexing frown. At this moment, Hua Qidao suddenly said, "Actually, there is one missing foreign martial artist." The image of Kuei Ming running away and shouting suddenly flashed across Feng Miexing's mind. He said suddenly, "Kuei Ming is dead. His remains are still there, storage artifact." As soon as this was said, Feng Miexing had to admit it even though he did not want to admit it. There were some things that he already understood. Kuei Ming. Feng Miexing's expression turned uglier and uglier, hiding his aura, storing artifact, mining, digging underground. It was good enough to have one of them, but he knew of all of them. There was only one person who could do this. Fang Ping. Feng Miexing gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Fang Ping, his greatest enemy, was right under his nose, making a fool out of him, mocking him. He was the one who brought Fang Ping back. Before this, he had thought that Fang Ping was his lucky star. What a joke, even more shameful. Feng Miexing was about to explode. Then, he turned around abruptly and shouted, "Since you suspected him, why didn't you arrest him? Damn it! Guards of Prince Feng's mansion, search the entire city immediately." Feng Miexing was furious. Seeing that the people in the mansion were still hesitating, he roared, "Go!" Lu Wushan said in a low voice, "Your Highness, if it's really Fang Ping, it's been some time since Prince Huai's mansion was destroyed. He might have changed his identity. The Imperial City is so big, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to track him down. Then investigate it thoroughly." Feng Miexing said furiously, "Everyone in the Imperial City, investigate one by one. Fang Ping is a martial artist who has been resurrected, and he's a venerable martial artist too. No matter how hard he tries to hide, he can't be completely untraceable. His internal organs, his skull, they're all different. Follow the method just now and investigate one by one. I don't believe that he can hide from everyone. Fengzhe, go to True King Hall and ask Ancestor Wang to return. Your Highness, go. I'll be with Uncle Wushan from now on. Who can hurt me? Go and inform Ancestor Wang that Feng Ping has come to the Imperial City. Having said that, Feng Miexing shouted, martial law is in the Imperial City. Everyone is allowed to enter but not leave. Ask Pantheon of Demons to cooperate. All the monster plants are to seal off the underground passageways. I'd like to see how he's going to escape. Seal off the underground passageways and investigate one by one. They would definitely be able to find Feng Ping. Feng Miexing gritted his teeth. You're the one who delivered yourself to me, this time I'll definitely kill you. However, as soon as he said that, Hua Qidao and the others frowned. Hua Qidao quickly said in a low voice, Your Highness Feng, it's not appropriate to seal off the entire Imperial City and investigate it thoroughly. It's also impossible, there are tens of millions of people in the Imperial City. It won't be easy to investigate one by one. Feng Miexing was furious. Feng Ping has come to the Imperial City. Are we going to let him leave? He's the reincarnation of a demon emperor. He might be able to take the third Dao. You're telling me that such a person isn't worth it? Hua Qidao said. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You deliberately let Feng Ping go before. Now that Feng Ping is right under your nose, as long as you put in some effort, you can definitely capture him and kill him. At this point, you still dare to shirk responsibility. Feng Miexing was completely enraged. Feng Ping was here. As long as they investigated the Imperial City thoroughly, they would definitely find that fellow. But now, the Sky Plant Army was deliberately indulging themselves again. In his rage, Feng Miexing did not bother to hide anything. He said angrily, when the Wang ancestor returns, I'll definitely tell him everything. You framed the Wang ancestor, and now you're ignoring the might of a true king and deliberately letting Feng Ping go. You let him destroy Duke Huai Manor, monitor the True King Manor, and even gather the god generals for a meeting today, leaving us to guard the manor. Hua Qi said, How dare you? How vicious of you! Hua Qidao shouted, Your Highness, be careful with your words. We didn't know that Feng Ping was here. Even now, it's only Your Highness's one-sided story. We have never had any contact with Feng Ping. As for monitoring some mansions, I have indeed overstepped my bounds. I will go to the True King Hall to ask for forgiveness. As for the rest, it's all Your Highness's one-sided story. How can you speak nonsense? Humph. Feng Miexing snorted coldly again. He looked at Huayu and the others and sneered. Get lost. If you stay in the Imperial City, even if you don't die now, you'll die sooner or later. The 300,000 Sky Plant Army is rotten to the core. Even if Feng Ping doesn't kill you, there will always be people who want to kill us. What a good way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. I want to see if you dare to kill me. From today onwards, I will enter the palace. Before the king ancestor arrives, I want to see if I will die. Unless the entire Imperial City is destroyed, otherwise, I will die in the palace. Everyone here today can bear witness to that. How dare you? Let's see how big your guts are. In the crowd, everyone's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Hua Qidao felt a headache coming on. This Feng Miexing, damn it, dragging the Sky Plant Army and the king ancestor down with him again and again. The key was that this fellow was not stupid when he should be, but when he should not be, he was extremely stupid. Feng Miexing did not care about this. He no longer cared about Duke Feng Manor. He leaped into the air and said, I will go to the palace now. As for whether or not you let Feng Ping go, it's all up to you. If you capture Feng Ping, I promise to write off everything that happened before. If you can't capture Feng Ping, then just wait and see. Since you disregard the rules and everything, then there's no need for me to follow them anymore. When the king ancestor returns, we'll settle the score. Hua Qidao's expression was extremely ugly. At this time, Huayu and the rest also leaped into the air, laughing. Feng Miexing, let's go together. We will also go to the palace to rest for a few days. 300,000 Sky Plant Army soldiers, dozens of divine generals, and yet we can't even capture a thief. Our lives are in danger at any time. What a joke, the imperial city has really declined. Everyone laughed, their laughter was sinister, the sky plant army was trash. This was an undeniable fact. But whether they were real trash or fake trash, that was hard to say. After these people left, the other divine generals also sneered and leaped into the air to leave. The ban on flying had become a complete joke. After they left, one of the sky plant army's divine generals said in a low voice, "General Hua, what do we do now?" Hua Chidao's expression was ugly. Very quickly, he said in a low voice, "Go, get the pantheon of demons to activate the sealing formation. All the monster plants, seal the underground passageway. The sky plant army's commander-level martial artists, patrol the outer city. Investigate. Don't we want to investigate? Investigate thoroughly then. Investigate everyone. This is an order from Duke Feng Manor. Since we want to investigate, then investigate all the princely manors and all the hidden personnel. I also want to see how strong the princely manors are and how many people they have. Go now." "Yes, sir." Everyone accepted the order and left. Very soon, the entire imperial city entered a period of martial law. 300,000 sky plant army soldiers poured out from all directions. Hundreds of high-ranked martial artists were scattered in all directions. On the imperial city's city walls, those green monster plants began to spread and extend. Underground, the tentacles formed an impenetrable net that extended hundreds and thousands of meters underground. Not only that, this large net began to combine with the mineral veins. The entire underground became a large net. Sky Plant City seemed to have become an enclave wrapped in a bowl. The 99 mineral veins were not distributed randomly. At this moment, they had also combined with the monster plants, sealing off the entire Sky Plant City. Underground, it had become a dead end. On the ground, more than 300 high-ranked martial artists were scattered in all directions. On the 200,000 meters long city walls, there was a high-ranked martial artist guarding almost every 3,000 meters. Other than the high ranks, above the city walls, middle-ranked martial artists also formed a human wall. Every few steps, there was a middle-ranked martial artist standing guard. Inside the city, more than 10 divine generals rose into the air, monitoring the entire city from above. Every true king's residence and every divine general's residence had powerhouses standing proudly in the air, monitoring the surroundings. Sky Plant City was fine when it did not move, but when it moved, it was extremely terrifying. The residents in the city were panicking. The imperial city had already ordered that no one was allowed to go out for 3 days, everyone had to stay in their houses and wait for the Sky Plant military to investigate. Under the leadership of a few powerhouses, dozens of monsters that looked like hunting dogs were also sniffing around Prince Feng's residence and Prince Huai's residence, carefully identifying the aura. Since Prince Feng's residence wanted to investigate, the royal court would not shirk the responsibility anymore. Otherwise, some things would really be difficult to explain. Feng Miexing's words were forcing the royal court to abdicate. If they did not investigate, they would not be able to catch Feng Ping. That would be the royal lord's responsibility. If they investigated, even if they did not catch him, at least it would prove that the royal lord's faction did not deliberately let him go. In the imperial palace, the royal lord chuckled and murmured, "There's nowhere to run. What a pity." Under such circumstances, Feng Ping was probably dead meat. Zhao Xingwu's residence. Feeling the imperial city's martial law and the omnipresent danger, Zhao Xingwu's expression was also uncertain. Under such circumstances, unless one was at the peak, there was really no way out. Feng Ping actually fell here. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor at the same time. Wanting Tower. Ji Yao's expression was also extremely cold. In the hall, Ji Yao suddenly slammed the table and said coldly, "Uncle Wang, Feng Ping actually came to Sky Plant City. We must kill him this time." Ji Nan said in a low voice, "Little Yao, this is Sky Plant's royal court's matter. It has nothing to do with us. If we make a move here, it will make Sky Plant's royal court vigilant. Now that Sky Plant City has set up a trap, if Feng Ping is really here, he definitely can't escape." As she said that, Jinan looked outside through the window and said, "Moreover, no one can say for sure whether it is Feng Ping or not. No one has seen Feng Ping before. Everything is said by the Sky Plant's army. Little Yao, sometimes what you hear may not be true, and what you see may not be true. Sky Plant's royal court's situation is complicated now. Maybe someone is deliberately setting it up. Deliberately setting it up? Ji Yao was a little doubtful. Beside her, Xian Tong said lightly, it's still possible. Whether it is Fang Ping or not, who can say for sure? It's not surprising that someone wants to use Fang Ping's name to make some arrangements. Fang Ping is a resurrected martial artist. Even if he explains, who will believe him? Moreover, there won't be such a chance at all. Who will listen to Fang Ping's explanation? Ji Yao fell silent. After a moment, she suddenly said, if it is really Fang Ping, I heard that he came to Wanting Tower before. Could he be hiding among us now? Jinan said with amusement, how could that be? He made a big commotion at Hui Manor previously. How would he dare to come to Wanting Tower again? Moreover, we know our people very well. He can't impersonate us rashly. Ji Yao frowned. That's not for sure. If it is really Fang Ping, this person is extremely daring. He might dare to do it. Uncle Wang, we still have to investigate in case he sneaks into our side. Jinan thought for a moment and said, that's true. Then let everyone gather and investigate one by one. Ji Yao suddenly looked at Xianxia and the rest, frowning slightly. The few of you have to investigate too. Based on my understanding of him, this person is extremely daring. The more dangerous it is, the more he has to try. The few of you have different identities. The more you are like that, the more likely it is that you will be impersonating him. As she said that, Ji Yao continued, according to the current news, Fang Ping might have impersonated Kuei Ming, Maple Jade, and Feng Hua. When Kuei Ming died, Maple Jade was at the scene. At that time, Maple Jade purposely chose to meet us at the Divine Guest House. Maybe he had the intention to observe us. Upon hearing this, the descendants of the monarchs were somewhat displeased. A young man said slowly, Ji Yao, there's no need to do this, right? Don't tell me you don't even trust us? Be careful. Ji Yao responded coldly, then snorted and said, this person is my great enemy, I must kill him. This empress can't completely trust the few of you, but it's naturally fine to prove that you aren't him. Everyone looked at each other, speechless and aggrieved. When did things reach this stage? He still had to prove that he was himself. The few of them felt helpless. Soon, one of the young men slapped his chest, and a crack appeared on his chest, revealing his internal organs that had been completely transformed from energy. Then, this person drank a big mouthful of life essence, saying slightly helplessly, Ji Yao, is there no other way? With the Heavenly Plant's Royal Court's inspection this time, who knows how many people will die? Ji Yao said coldly, the ones who die are their people, it's not our place to worry. But, Ji Yao looked at Jinan and said, Uncle Wang, is this the only way to check? Is there no way to break his qi concealment technique? Jinan pondered and said, I've never seen Fang Ping before, and I don't know what kind of technique he used to conceal his qi. Before this, you guys couldn't detect it, maybe it's because you guys aren't strong enough. It's hard to say. Whether he can hide it from God general level martial artists, but if it's really him this time, then it means that he has the ability to do so. As for true king level, it's impossible to determine at the moment. The biggest difference between resurrected martial artists and us is the difference in qi, as well as some differences in their structure. If qi can't be determined, then we can only use this method to determine. Or, after thinking for a while, Jinan suddenly laughed and said, actually, there's another way, the indestructible deity materialization. This is actually very simple, and it's easier to determine, but the indestructible deity materialization is an ability that only high-ranked martial artists can have. If he disguises himself as a middle or low-ranked martial artist, then there's no way to determine it. As soon as this was said, the youth who ruptured his internal organs earlier said helplessly, Master Jinan, doesn't this mean that what I did just now was useless? Jinan laughed and said, actually, it's still more accurate to determine the internal organs. The indestructible deity materialization can change its form. Fang Ping's materialization is more complicated, and it's easier to transform a complicated materialization into a simple one. However, he hasn't seen our materialization before, And if he wants to transform it, there's no reference, so this method of judgment can still be used. After all, we can't let all high-ranked martial artists rupture their own internal organs and let others examine them. Ji Yao nodded slightly and said, you guys just need to show your indestructible deity materialization. Xianxia and the others were helpless, and did not say much, showing their materialization one after another. Some were in the form of monsters, some in the form of weapons. These were also the most common materialization forms. Ji Yao watched for a while, not saying anything. Soon, Ji Yao summoned those Destiny Royal Court martial artists. This time, the envoy group came close to 100 people. There were more than 10 high-ranked martial artists, and the rest were all rank 6. The two god generals, Jinan and Xiantong, began to check one by one. Soon, Jinan laughed and said, Little Yao, you're worrying too much. There's no resurrected martial artist. Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and walked to the window, looking at the chaotic sky plant city outside, and asked hesitantly, where is Fong Ping? Seeing her like this, Jinan was also very helpless. Ji Yao had been arrogant since she was young, and she had almost never been at a disadvantage. In the end, it was not the first time she was defeated by Fong Ping. Wang Zhandi almost died in Fong Ping's hands, and on the trip to the 18 Southern Territories, she even lost her divine weapon, even causing the 18 Southern Territories to be lost. This had a lot to do with Ji Yao. After that, she even pushed for the two royal courts to cooperate, resulting in the death of a true king. If it were someone else, they would have been long dead. Although Ji Yao relied on the Ji family's power and was not seriously affected, these things still dealt a big blow to her. As they spoke, Jinan suddenly roared, How dare you! As soon as the words came out, he and Xiantong rushed toward a basilica on the left at the same time, directly breaking through the wall, instantly killing their way to the monster's resting area next to it. Damn it! Jinan saw the situation in the basilica clearly and was instantly furious. His mentality suddenly overflowed, his aura exploding, and he roared, Fong Ping has been here. Quick, surround this place immediately. At this time, Xiantong had already rushed out, looking everywhere. Ji Yao also entered the basilica. When she saw the phoenix chirping continuously, she hurriedly began to communicate. Very soon, Ji Yao's face was livid, and she gritted her teeth and said, It's Fong Ping. It's that bastard. The phoenix said that its vision suddenly went black, and then it lost consciousness. When it woke up again, Tyrannosaurus and Chi-Hu were already gone. This time, Destiny Royal Court brought a lot of monsters with them. There were even 5 high-ranked monsters. These high-ranked monsters could not be treated as normal monsters, and they also had their own resting area. Now, there were only 3 left here. Jinan's mentality had already spread out, and she said coldly, How dare they? Actually making a move right under our noses. If this kind of person doesn't die, then we'll have to be careful in the future. They really did not expect this. When the Sky Plant army was patrolling, when the whole city was surrounded, that guy actually dared to appear in 1,000 buildings, just next door, and killed 2 rank 7 monsters. They were also human, and if they were human, they could not always be on guard. Jinan, on the other hand, sensed the change in aura very quickly, but in just a moment, the person disappeared. Everyone's faces were livid. If this kind of person did not die, they really had to be careful in the future. It was too dangerous. In just a moment, he killed 2 rank 7 monsters, and he also ran away. It was too scary. Not only did Jinan investigate the surroundings, but he also investigated the entire 1,000 buildings. Seeing that these people were chasing after the enemy, as if they had forgotten about other places, in the corner, 2 rank 4 martial artists looked terrified. One of them, blood flowing from his mouth, a large hole opened in his chest, and most of the internal organs inside were shattered. He said, trembling, Sir, Ji Yao and the others glanced sideways. These 2 people were sent by 1,000 buildings to feed the monsters. Looking at the injuries on both of them, they should have been injured by the monsters. Ji Yao looked at the phoenix sparrow, and the phoenix sparrow chirped a few times. Ji Yao said coldly, the phoenix sparrow said that it woke up and accidentally hurt these 2 people. Someone, give these 2 some fountain of life. Thank you, Your Highness. Both of them looked excited. Their injuries were extremely serious. Without the fountain of life, they would die without a doubt. However, they were just small fries. Where would they get the fountain of life? 1,000 buildings would not care about the life and death of 2 small fries, and would not waste the fountain of life on them. Among the people Ji Yao brought, a commander martial artist stepped forward, frowned, and poured a little fountain of life on both of their chests. Very soon, both of their injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ji Yao tilted her head and said, "Both of you, did you notice anything unusual?" "Your Highness, I was serving a few Lord Divine beasts and did not notice anything. When I woke up," as this person spoke, he looked at the phoenix sparrow with some fear. Just now, when the phoenix sparrow flapped its wings, the 2 of them could not even withstand the aftermath and were almost killed. Seeing this, Ji Yao did not ask any more, also knowing that she would not be able to get anything out of him. At this time, people from 1,000 buildings side also arrived. A commander powerhouse hurried into the main hall. Seeing that 2 monsters were missing, his expression changed drastically, saying hurriedly, "Your Highness." Ji Yao snorted coldly, full of dissatisfaction. This was Skyplant City, ridiculous Skyplant City, with so many powerhouses. They actually let Fang Ping wreak havoc. Even 2 high-ranked monsters were killed. Ji Yao snorted coldly and did not say anything more, turning to leave. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said, "Uncle Wang, can he pretend to be a monster?" Jinan was stunned for a moment, saying uncertainly, "I don't think so. The monster race is completely different from us, and not the same system. Also, the monster race is huge." Although she said that, Jinan still used her mentality, scanning the 3 monsters inch by inch. A few monsters seemed to be slightly dissatisfied, neighing in a low voice. After a moment, Jinan shook her head and said, "There should be no problem." Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief, not asking any more, saying, "Uncle Wang, pay more attention these few days. Don't let that guy have another chance." "Don't worry." Jinan glanced at Xiantong, who was negotiating with the Skyplant army outside, and did not say anything more. Everyone left one after another. At this time, the commander of 1,000 buildings glanced at the 2 terrified subordinates at the side and shouted, "Useless. Serve the few divine beast lords well. If there are any more mistakes, don't even think about living." The 2 of them hurriedly responded. At this time, one of them said softly, "Wu Li, are you okay?" The man called Wu Li shook his head slightly, his expression still filled with shock and fear. The man who asked before was somewhat helpless, sighing softly, saying, "Be careful. If there are any more mistakes, our lives will be in danger." Luckily, Her Highness Ji Yao took pity on us and rewarded us with the fountain of life to heal. Otherwise, both of us would not be able to live. Wu Li nodded, continuing to maintain his silence, looking at the injury on his chest, his thoughts unknown. Seeing that he did not utter a word, the man knew that he was probably scared out of his wits and did not say anything else. In reality, he was also scared out of his wits. Right now, his legs were trembling. It was too terrifying. Wanting Tower had actually been broken into by someone, and they had almost died here. At this moment, Fang Ping, who was called Wu Li, looked at the wound on his chest that was healing, thinking about a very serious problem. "Is it useful for me to pretend to be this guy?" As for his internal organs, Fang Ping felt that there was something wrong with those people's brains. He was a rank 8 golden body, even if his internal organs were shattered, he would not die. Just now, in that instant, he directly shattered his internal organs, the kind that were completely shattered. He conveniently took out the internal organs of the true black force and stuffed them into his own internal organs. Some of them were shattered, and no one would want to take a second look at them after the first glance. How simple. He did not want his internal organs anymore. That should be fine, right? However, would pretending to be a guy who raised monsters be useful? Ji Yao, this woman is so paranoid, she's even a little neurotic. How can I pretend to be a monster? Even monsters have to be checked, she's crazy. Fang Ping really could not pretend to be a monster. It was not a problem with his aura. It was that his form could not change that appearance. Although golden body powerhouses were strong, their strength lay in their golden bones. Unless Fang Ping shattered his own bones and reassembled them, he might be able to reassemble them into a monster skeleton. But that included the skull. Shattering his own skull, he might really die. Idiot. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Did she really think that he was omnipotent? This monster's head was so big, it was impossible to pretend. It was not a big problem to raise the bones slightly and compress them a little. If it was a complete transformation, he would still kill himself. My internal organs have just been shattered. Ji Yao and the others all saw it. They probably won't suspect me anymore, right? Fang Ping glanced at his companion beside him, but this guy was a problem. He did not know what was going on with Wu Li. If not for the fact that he wanted to leave someone to deal with 1,000 buildings, it would have been better to kill him just now. But it's good that I've snuck into 1,000 buildings. It's so close, I can also investigate and understand these people's situation. I'll find a chance to stir up some trouble, kill a few people, and continue pretending. As for the royal court's lockdown, Fang Ping felt that it was a stupid decision. 10 million people, if you check them one by one, let's not talk about how long it will take. After you check one, I'll kill the one that has already been checked, and I'll continue pretending. What a joke, unless I kill everyone in the city directly. Then I'll admit defeat. Fang Ping was full of disdain. If he had the guts, he would do it. Kill everyone in the city below high ranks, then he would be willing to die with them. But if it did not work, what was the point of the lockdown? At most, he would continue to mingle in Skyplant City. But I can't run out now. If I leave the city alone, I'll be more conspicuous. It's better to wait for the holy fruit feast to end and leave together. Fang Ping had a plan in his heart. If he went out alone now, even if he really broke out of the encirclement, he would still be killed. The royal court was so big, where would he be afraid? On the way, there would be a lot of people in the royal city. If he was chased from behind, he might not be able to return to Earth alive. It's more reliable to go back through the king's battleground. Fang Ping was thinking about these things now, waiting for an opportunity. He believed that someone would create an opportunity for him. It was not an opportunity to impersonate someone else, but an opportunity to go to the king's battleground. If they could not kill him here, those people would go to the king's battleground. They would definitely go there. Old Wang, you guys give it your all. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. If they did not give it their all and did not make a big commotion, they would not go to the king's battleground. Then, he might not have the chance to go there quickly. If time dragged on, he would be easily exposed. At the same time, the king's battleground. Rank 7 territory. Li Hansong blew up an early-stage rank 7 martial artist with a punch, laughing loudly. I, Li Hansong, am here. Fang Ping will be here soon. I'll kill all of you. If you're not happy, come and kill me. Not far away, Qin Fengqing scolded, what are you doing? You guys are crazy. Why do you have to get involved with that bastard Fang Ping? Qin Fengqing was going crazy, we're here to make a fortune, not to court death. Fang Ping has so many enemies, why do you guys have to get involved with him? Li Hansong did not care about him, laughing loudly. See? This person is Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping's cousin. They're closer than real brothers. If we kill him, Fang Ping will come for revenge no matter what. Come on, I came to the king's battleground this time to seek revenge. How dare you chase after us last time, you're asking for it. Crazy. Really crazy. Qin Fengqing wanted to cry but had no tears. You're the F***king cousin with Fang Ping, I'm not, I'm innocent. You're asking for it. At this moment, powerhouses came from all directions using flight steps, each of them furious. Run! Li Hansong shouted. Yao Qingjun, Wang Jinyang, and the rest did not hesitate, using flight steps to escape. Qin Fengqing felt extremely wronged, saying sullenly, what are you guys doing? Stop fooling around, guys, I'm going to die because of you. Wang Jinyang used flight steps to escape, laughing. What are you afraid of? Didn't you always think that you're stronger than us? But you're not famous, who would know who you are? Now you're stepping on Fang Ping's name, so we can show our faces. Last time in the king's battleground, we killed many people too, but they only know Fang Ping, not us. Isn't this not giving us face? Old Wang, don't be crazy, you're going to kill us. Qin Fengqing really wanted to cry. Stop fooling around, I'm so scared. Here in the rank 7 region, they were all chasing after them now. He was going crazy. He did not get any benefits, but he had really made a name for himself. Listen. Qin Fengqing. Where's Fang Ping? I'll kill you. I want to see if Fang Ping will come or not. Qin Fengqing, you're dead meat. You can't escape. From all directions, dozens of rank 7 martial artists roared one after another. Qin Fengqing was exasperated. He was here to make a fortune, not to seek death. He could not live on like this anymore. Old Wang and the rest of these lunatics did not come for anything else but to make a name for themselves. Now, their names were really big. Previously, some of the rank 7 martial artists who were scattered were killed by them. Now, they were all gathered together to hunt them down. If this went on, he was going to explode. In front, Li Hansong laughed loudly. A bunch of trash, and you want to kill us? Where's Ji Yao? Where's Feng Miexing? Where did those trash go? Weren't they clamoring to kill us earlier? Did they want to kill Fang Ping? Now we're here. Do we even need Fang Ping to make a move? We'll kill you until you're scared witless. A bunch of trash. How dare you clamor to kill us? Remember my name, Li Hansong. If Feng Miexing and the rest of the trash dare to come, I'll blow them up directly. Bastard. Bastard my ass. Come and kill me. Li Hansong was clamoring fiercely, but he still held on to Yao Qingjun tightly. He transmitted his voice, run quickly, you're too slow. Yao Qingjun did not say a word and sped up again. Li Hansong grumbled, why are you so useless? It was so good in the past, they couldn't find us if we weren't in their line of sight. Now, we're being hunted down every day. Yao Qingjun was furious. He transmitted his voice and scolded, I'm not as capable as Fang Ping. It's good enough that you can run. Your ability to provoke hatred is 30% of Fang Ping's. If this goes on, let me tell you, we'll all be in danger. Li Hansong grinned. What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, after we kill a few more people, someone will definitely spread the news and wait for Feng Miexing and the rest to come and kill us. You're crazy. Yao Qingjun was helpless too. He transmitted his voice, you and old Wang have been killing people since you came in. You've been trying to lure Feng Miexing and the rest in. Why, do you really want to kill Feng Miexing and the rest here? Can't we? It's not that we can't. Yao Qingjun was speechless. He was even helpless. He transmitted, but the 4 of us are no match for them. There are almost 100 of them rank 7 martial artists now. If Feng Miexing and the rest come in, there will be more people. Right now, the 2 majestic courts have yet to unite completely. Once these people come in, they may officially unite. When that time comes, how are we going to escape? Then let's get out. Yao Qingjun was speechless. Was it that easy to get out? Right now, many rank 7s were watching the exit. What were these 2 fellows up to? At the same time, Qin Fengqing tugged at old Wang, transmitting his voice, Old Wang, what are you doing? Don't tell me you want Fang Ping to come in? But that fellow Fang Ping might be eating dust somewhere now. If Feng Miexing and the rest come, but Fang Ping doesn't, we're dead meat. Wang Jinyang laughed, transmitting his voice, don't worry. Fang Ping will come. Of course, it's hard to say when. We have to make a big fuss. Otherwise, if Feng Miexing and the rest look down on us, they might not come. But if we suffer heavy losses here, they won't be able to hold back. But what if he doesn't come? Nothing. Old Wang, don't do this. Tell me what plan you have. I'm going to die if you don't. If this goes on, won't we be making dumplings for them? Wang Jinyang hesitated for a moment, smiling. It's okay. Don't worry, we have a trump card. What trump card? It won't work if I say it. Qin Fengqing wanted to cry but had no tears. After a while, he said, what the F***ck? You guys are crazy. I regret it now. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Now, I don't get any benefits, and I'm being hunted every day. Qin Fengqing pulled a long face. He could not live on anymore. What if Fang Ping could not come, wait for death? Wang Jinyang patted his shoulder, looking helpless. I told you not to follow us, but you insisted. It's too late to cry now. Qin Fengqing looked dejected. Nonsense. How would I know that you guys would be so crazy? You came here not to look for treasures, but to kill people. If you want to kill people, so be it. The key is that you didn't get any benefits. It's a big loss. Seeing his dejection, old Wang comforted him again. Don't worry. This time, when Fong Ping comes, he'll definitely earn a lot. It'll be enough for you to eat for a few years. But if you count on yourself, how much can you earn? If you don't get Fong Ping here, how can you have the chance to earn a lot? Qin Fengqing scolded him telepathically, why don't you let this guy impersonate you or someone else? He could even impersonate Fatty Jiang. Why did he have to go through the restricted areas? Isn't he just bored? There are more opportunities to make a fortune in the restricted areas. Forget it. He just wants to show off. Otherwise, he could kill a few restricted area martial artists here, then impersonate someone else. Isn't that the same? That's different. The martial artists here stay here all year round. Other than people like Feng Miashing who leave frequently, there are others who stay here for decades and don't leave. As old Wang said that, he added, you should be faster. You can't beat them in a fight, and you can't outrun them either. What's the use of keeping you? Qin Fengqing was speechless. He felt even more helpless. How would he know that he would be hunted the moment he entered? Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Sky Plant City. Wanting Tower. Fong Ping fed the phoenix with energy stones. Not only energy stones but also some life essence. Fong Ping was jealous. Damn, so extravagant, he really wanted to kill them and rob them of their dog food. As he was feeding, Ji Yao walked in and walked straight to the phoenix, saying, Phoenix, I'm going to the imperial court to participate in the holy fruit feast tomorrow. I can't bring you along. You, Ji Yao hesitated. She turned to Jinan and said, Uncle Wang, Fong Ping hasn't been caught yet. If we go and he attacks again, what will happen to the phoenix? The phoenix sparrow also let out a few low cries. It was scared, Fong Ping was too scary. It was also a rank 7 monster that had forged a golden body in advance. Fong Ping captured it just like that. It did not even have time to react. Now that Ji Yao and the rest had left, wouldn't it and the other 2 monsters have to be careful? Jinan muttered, it should be fine. Would Fong Ping dare to come again? Besides, Guardian Tian Yu will come out tomorrow. Wanting Tower is not far from the palace. Fong Ping won't have the guts to show up now. Ji Yao hesitated. At this time, Xianxia entered the basilica and smiled. Ji Yao, don't worry too much. If you're really worried, let King Tong stay at Wanting Tower. Ji Yao glanced at him and said, Divine General Xiantong isn't going to the palace? Xianxia chuckled. King Tong has already entered Divine Path. If he goes, he won't have the chance to fight for the holy fruit. King Nan going is enough. With you and King Nan around, what can the Sky Plant's royal court do to us? Ji Yao nodded. Alright, let General Xiantong stay at Wanting Tower. If Fong Ping dares to show up, that's for the best. Kill him. Having said that, Ji Yao's face darkened again. She cursed, the Sky Plant's military is a bunch of trash. Really trash. Ji Yao's impression of the Sky Plant's military was terrible. Not only the military, but the Sky Plant's royal court was also trash. They still could not find Fong Ping, they chatted for a while and did not stay. After confirming that Divine General Xiantong would stay tomorrow, Ji Yao and the Phoenix chatted for a while and left. After they left, Fong Ping glanced at Xianxia who was beside Ji Yao. You're courting death. Fong Ping felt very helpless. Previously, Xiantong had been following Xianxia around. Fong Ping was worried that he was not familiar with Xianxia and that Xiantong would notice something unusual. After all, they were uncle and nephew and were quite close. But now, Xianxia actually wanted Xiantong to stay behind, then he would be able to do it. Xianxia was both arrogant and self-abased. Due to the death of the true king and his family, he wasn't close to the other descendants of the true king. The only one who spoke was Ji Yao. However, Ji Yao's attitude towards him had become much colder, and she didn't pay much attention to him. Other than Xiantong, her family, Xianxia barely talked to anyone else. What a good candidate. It's just that it's not easy to kill. There were still 2 divine generals here, and they were practically inseparable. It would be a little difficult to kill Xianxia. Xianxia was only at rank 8 first refinement. Fang Ping did not think it would be too difficult to kill him if he wanted to achieve rank 8 second refinement. Even if this guy's grandfather died, he wouldn't have the protection of a true monarch's clone. There was no other reason. The true king had fallen. Even if he had a split body before, it would be crippled now. Unlike the other descendants of the true king, who might have such a thing. Therefore, killing Xianxia should be the easiest way to kill the descendants of the true king. How can I kill him without anyone noticing? Although dragging someone into the golden house could conceal his aura, Xianxia was a rank 8 martial artist. If he suddenly lost his aura in front of a rank 9 powerhouse, wouldn't that be a confession? I have to lure them away, but these guys are all very timid now. They don't dare to disperse easily. Fang Ping's mind was filled with thoughts. Then, he looked at the monsters. Perhaps, he still had to land on their heads. The monsters had gone crazy and ran away. Jinan and Shantong were going to capture them, right? The monsters had gone crazy and caused chaos in Wanting Tower. Would Xianxia and Shantong separate? The remaining 3 monsters were all rank 7 monsters. Among them, the Phoenix Sparrow was the strongest. It might be comparable to a rank 8 weakling. Even a rank 8 martial artist would find it difficult to subdue a monster like this. It would also be difficult to subdue them without hurting them. If it was a rank 9, it would be easier to kill it. If he wanted to protect the monsters, it would be more difficult. I don't care anymore. I'll create some chaos. Whether it's Xianxia or the others, I'll give it a try. The probability of Xianxia being alone was the highest. This guy was very arrogant and did not group with others. If Shantong left, this guy would most likely follow behind Ji Yao. If Ji Yao's monster mount was in trouble, would Ji Yao still have the mood to care about him? Thinking of this, Fang Ping looked at the monsters again. How could he make them go crazy? Don't blame me. I can only use you guys as practice. Fang Ping knew a way to make the monsters go crazy. It was simple. He could destroy their mentality. However, it was not a complete destruction, but a state where their mentality was scattered. Under such circumstances, whether it was a human or a monster, they would go crazy. The key was control. If he used too much force and completely destroyed their mentality, then they would die. If he used too much force, he would not be able to make the monsters go crazy. If they were still conscious, then they would not go crazy. It's my first time doing this. I'm not very familiar with it. Don't blame me if I kill them. Fang Ping began to waiting for the sky to turn dark. It was not good to move in broad daylight. At night, a little chaos was also good. In the palace, the Lord was getting more and more tired. Hua Qidao, the right divine general, and divine general Li were all silent, waiting for the Lord to speak. After an unknown amount of time, the Lord suddenly laughed. Where do you think he is hiding now? Could it be that he has already left? Hua Qidao said softly. The Lord laughed. Then the disappearance of the monsters in Wanting Tower, was it done by someone else? Hua Qidao thought for a moment. I'm actually curious. Why did he kill the monsters? The Lord was slightly stunned. After a moment, he said helplessly, it's hard to guess. Maybe, he was interested in the monsters' carcasses and wanted to bring them back to forge a divine weapon. As soon as he said that, the expressions on their faces were complicated. A guy who did not play by the rules was a real headache. Why did Fang Ping kill the monsters? For the people of Destiny Royal Court, but the Heavenly Mandate Royal Court had 2 divine generals there. For him, killing monsters was an arduous and unrewarding task. After the incident, worried that Fang Ping would sneak in, Destiny Royal Court checked again and confirmed that Fang Ping did not take advantage of the chaos to sneak in. If that was the case, it meant that Fang Ping was really killing monsters for the sake of killing them. Could it be that he was trying to intimidate Destiny Royal Court, or was he trying to divert everyone's attention? If he doesn't follow the rules, it'll be hard to judge his every move. The Lord was speechless. How could a guy who did not know what he was thinking or what he would do next predict his next move? The right divine general thought for a moment and said, he can't keep hiding. He must want to leave Skyplant City as soon as possible. But now, Skyplant City allows entry but not exit. It's heavily guarded. If he wants to leave, he can only find a suitable opportunity. If we extend the lockdown, the only thing he can do is leave with some important people. After the Holy Fruit Feast ends, the Highnesses and the people of Destiny Royal Court will leave. This is inevitable. So the main focus is on them. Lord, send someone to monitor these places. Fang Ping will reveal his whereabouts sooner or later. The Lord pondered for a moment and said slowly, then continue to monitor these places. Now that the plan has been disrupted, we have to capture Fang Ping and answer to the true King's Hall. Otherwise, this will be troublesome. The Lord said slowly, if you were him, who would he impersonate? They looked at each other. Hua Qidao hesitated for a moment and said, it'd be best if he's a martial artist under the Highnesses. He won't attract too much attention. Previously, he impersonated a martial artist under Feng Miexing. His position is neither high nor low. It's just right. The Right Divine General thought for a moment and said, actually, the Highnesses might not leave. On the other hand, the people from Destiny Royal Court will definitely leave. Previously, when he killed the monsters at Wanting Tower, maybe he wanted to sneak in. He just didn't find the opportunity. If it were me, to ensure that I can leave Skyplant City, I'd continue to look for opportunities, the Lord laughed. That's right. That's very likely. If that's the case, if something happens to Wanting Tower again, he might have found the opportunity to sneak into Destiny Royal Court's team. Once the Holy Fruit Feast ends, the people from Destiny Royal Court will leave. This is inevitable. If he wants to leave as soon as possible, this is his chance. The Right Divine General's eyes flickered. Then I'll keep an eye on Destiny Royal Court. My lord, we can even contact the two Divine Generals secretly and tell them to pay attention to all this and lure Fang Ping to death. The Lord tapped his seat lightly. After a while, he laughed. All right, tell them not to be too careless. This guy is very slippery. As he said that, the Lord smiled and shook his head. Who would have thought that we'd be troubled by a martial artist who's not even a Divine General? Even if he dies, he should be proud. The huge royal court was troubled by a martial artist who'd been resurrected. Even the imperial city was locked down. This was the first time in history that something like this had happened. On this day, the two Divine Generals also received the Right Divine General's message. The three deity realm powerhouses were all calm and collected, waiting silently. It was not just Wanting Tower. The residences of the powerhouses who might leave the royal court after the Holy Fruit Feast were also being watched. If Fang Ping wanted to leave, he would definitely not choose those who were uncertain. Destiny Royal Court had the greatest hope. The sky darkened once again. Fang Ping had been very quiet recently. The other martial artist who fed the monsters with him also did not speak much. The atmosphere in the Imperial City was not good recently. Here, the high-ranked monsters were also intelligent, so they did not dare to speak carelessly. This had saved Fang Ping a lot of trouble. Fang Ping began to feed the monsters again, cursing them again and again in his heart. They could really eat 5 meals a day. They stuffed themselves to death. Like a big boss, he fed the monsters some energy stones. Fang Ping also had to help them clean their fur. Fang Ping prepared to make his move as he worked. Before he made his move, Fang Ping discreetly stuffed one of the energy stones from the dog food into his storage space. The monsters had a big appetite. Ji Yao and the others were also people who did not care about the energy stones. They provided them freely. No one would know if a piece was missing. Most people could not take it away, let alone dare to. Fang Ping was not greedy for this energy stone. He just wanted to test if there was any danger. In the end, after the energy stone entered the storage space, there was no reaction for a long time. Fang Ping hesitated slightly. Was it the presence of the two god generals that caused the danger, or was it because of something else? With these two god generals here, I've always been in danger. It makes sense that my wealth did not increase. But if they don't suspect my identity, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Could it be that they suspect me? Or are they suspecting everyone in Wanting Tower? Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. This was not easy, his wealth did not increase. This meant that there was danger. Was he suspected? Wanting Tower is still in great danger. The kind that I can't handle. Otherwise, my wealth would not have increased. The key is, did they suspect me? Or did they think that I would appear here and wait for me? Fang Ping did not know whether he should do it or not. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly said in a low voice, "Do you think the thief from last time will continue to come to us?" He did not even know the other person's name, so he ignored it directly. The person beside him glanced at the three monsters carefully and said in a low voice, "It's hard to say. That person is too bold." "If we had died here the last time," Fang Ping suddenly said self-deprecatingly, "we don't even know if the corpses can be preserved. Maybe we would have given them directly." Clang clang, the phoenix sparrow suddenly called out. Fang Ping glanced at the phoenix sparrow and saw the disdain in its eyes. He laughed hurriedly and said, "I didn't mean it that way. Lord Beast God will naturally not be interested in my dirty flesh and blood." Fang Ping explained hurriedly. Beside him, the other person also bowed hurriedly. Then, he glanced at Fang Ping and said in a muffled voice, "Don't talk nonsense. If we really die, no one will want our corpses. We can dig a hole and bury them. We can even provide some energy for the giant mine underground." Fang Ping laughed. "If we really want to dig a hole and bury us, I would rather be buried in the imperial court. I would live in the imperial city and see the imperial court right in front of me." Fang Ping stopped halfway through his sentence. The person beside him laughed softly. "Don't even think about it. Who are we to be buried in the imperial court? But you can't be wrong. Our underground mine is one of the imperial court mines. We can be considered to be somewhat related to the imperial court." Fang Ping nodded slightly. There was danger, however, he could give it a try. He had changed so many identities. What if he changed to a dead person's identity? If there was danger, it would be extremely dangerous to attack Xianxia at the first instance. However, it would be hard to say for the second time. "I don't care if you guys have any suspicions. I'll die once first. I'll act when the opportunity arises." Fang Ping made up his mind. In the next moment, the man beside him and the three monsters blacked out. They entered the golden house once again. Roar! The three demonic beasts were extremely terrified. Again, boom. This time, Fang Ping compressed the entire space. From all directions of the golden house, mentality pierced the three monsters. His mental energy was above 4,000 hertz, which was slightly stronger than these few beasts. A blood-curdling scream was heard. Fang Ping and the other follower did not make a sound. It was as if they were already dead. Fang Ping moved extremely quickly. Once again, he shattered his own internal organs. Similarly, he shattered the internal organs of the person beside him. Then, the golden house disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as it appeared, Fang Ping's mentality exploded again. The entire basilica collapsed. Fang Ping and the other person fell to the ground abruptly. Their eyes were wide open. They died with a grievance. Meanwhile, the three monsters were going berserk. Their mentality was under attack. The monster's mentality was average to begin with. At this moment, they were slightly delirious. Roar! Clang, clang, the monsters had just appeared outside the golden house. In the blink of an eye, three extremely powerful auras were emitted. Then, in the blink of an eye, three silhouettes appeared in the damaged basilica. Damn it! Jinan and the other two hurriedly suppressed the monsters that had gone berserk. Jinan had just suppressed them for a while. Suddenly, her expression changed. She shouted, "Yaoer, all of you, come over here." On the other side, Ji Yao and the rest rushed over when they heard the commotion. Jinan looked at them while suppressing Phoenix Sparrow. Her mentality overflowed. She scolded, "Damn it! How can someone run so fast? Where is he?" At this moment, outside of Wanting Tower, god generals rose into the air one after another, searching everywhere. Underground, on the ground, and in the sky, a large number of martial artists started patrolling. In the damaged basilica, the right god general did not say a word. He bombarded the ground to see if there were any secret passages. As for the two middle-ranked martial artists who had died, the right god general did not even look at them. If they were dead, so be it. Now, in order to capture Fang Ping, they could even use high-ranked martial artists as bait, let alone 2 servants. After bombarding for a while, the Right God General said in a low voice, "How did he get here? How did he leave?" Having said that, his eyes suddenly moved. He shouted, "Everyone in Wanting Tower, gather here. Everyone. Skyplant's military, enter Wanting Tower and search. Don't let go of any place." As soon as he said that, Ji Yao, who had just arrived, took a look at the still berserk phoenix sparrow. Her eyes showed a hint of heartache. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, "Could he really be hiding among us?" The Right God General's expression was ugly. He said in a low voice, "It's possible. If he's quick, he can create chaos and hide among the crowd again. It'll be very difficult to detect him." Jinan frowned. "But since he's already among us, why is he creating chaos?" The Right God General's expression was gloomy. "Maybe it's to gain more. Fang Ping is audacious and greedy. Tonight's operation might be related to tomorrow's holy fruit feast. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Maybe, he also knows that we've guessed that he'll blend into some teams. All subordinates will be suspected. Who doesn't attract suspicion easily? Does anyone believe that he dares to impersonate an important person and blend into the imperial court?" Everyone was stunned. Did Fang Ping have the guts? The Right God General suddenly looked at Ji Yao and said with a smile, "Among all of us, the one who won't be suspected the most is Your Highness Ji Yao. Your Highness, you didn't seem to have verified your identity the last few times. This time, since Fang Ping has shown up, he might have some other purpose. Your Highness, Fang Ping might be creating chaos on purpose, purposely making us think of Xianxia and the other highnesses. We will suspect everyone except Your Highness." Ji Yao's expression was ugly. "Me? You're saying that I'm Fang Ping?" The Right God General laughed. Just in case, Fang Ping disappeared instantly just now. He couldn't have left Wanting Tower. There are no underground passages either. Where is he? This time, everyone has verified it again. Not only the immortal god materialization, but also the internal organs. No, there's also the Highness's divine weapons. If Fang Ping really killed a Highness, it'll be difficult for him to obtain the divine weapon. That divine weapon is also proof. Your Highness Ji Yao, this is also for everyone's safety. Fang Ping might be hiding here. That's the biggest danger." Ji Yao's expression was ugly. Since when did she have to prove that she was Ji Yao? At this moment, Jinan suddenly sighed. Fang Ping definitely can't be left alive. This person's existence puts everyone in danger. There's no trust anymore. Fathers suspect their sons, sons suspect their fathers, brothers can't be trusted, relatives can't be trusted. There's no one we can trust anymore. As soon as she said that, everyone's expression changed. Ji Yao's expression was ugly. He's still a venerable now. His strength isn't too strong. I've realized that he can't impersonate a martial artist stronger than him, but he has impersonated a venerable martial artist before. What will happen when he reaches the Divine General Realm? Now, Divine General Realm martial artists can still be trusted. But what about in the future? Everyone's expression turned ugly. The Right Divine General's expression was also gloomy. Now isn't the time to consider this. Is everyone here? Jinan looked around. At this moment, the people from Destiny Royal Court had already arrived. However, Jinan still said, "We don't know everyone from Wanting Tower. You guys need to investigate this." "Commander Yi, is everyone here?" The Right Divine General looked at that Wanting Tower powerhouse commander. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he suddenly grabbed him and directly smashed his chest, then instantly smashed his head. Only then did he say, "Is everyone here?" Commander Ye's face was covered in blood, but he could not care less. He said hurriedly, everyone is here." As for the 2 corpses on the ground, he could not be bothered. They were already dead. There was no need to care. Then check them one by one. The Right Divine General barked coldly, looking at Ji Yao again. Ji Yao snorted. Without saying much, a rank 9 divine weapon appeared in her hand instantly. Following that, Ji Yao hesitated for a moment before displaying her materialization. It was not a phoenix, but a lifelike true dragon. Seeing this scene, Jinan suddenly said, "Enough. She's Ji Yao. There's no mistake." The right divine general glanced at her true dragon and suddenly laughed. It seems that Her Highness Ji Yao has already confirmed the position of Lord. Once Lord Ji enters the true King Hall, the position of Lord will definitely belong to Her Highness. Ji Yao did not say a word. Meanwhile, Fang Ping, who was pretending to be dead at the side, looked a little strange. True dragon, guardian monster beast, did such a materialization mean that the position of Lord had been confirmed? I hope these guys don't have a hobby of torturing corpses. As expected, there's an ambush. I'm too smart. Fang Ping praised himself in his heart. Pretending to be dead was indeed a wise move. 3 Origins powerhouses, and the right divine general was someone who entered the top 10 of the divine generals ranking. These people think too highly of me. Fang Ping thought to himself. Would these people dismember him in a fit of rage later? It was still extremely risky here. At this moment, he had restrained his aura. He was no different from a dead person. His chest was even pierced directly, his internal organs shattered. However, he had to prevent these people from thinking of this. Please don't find me. If they find me, I'm finished. No, if they really find me, I'll kidnap Ji Yao. I want to see if they won't even care about Ji Yao. Fang Ping was also determined. If they really found him, then his only chance of survival was with Ji Yao. This woman actually obtained a rank 9 divine weapon. She was really rich. I'm a dead person. I'm a dead person. Fang Ping hypnotized himself in his heart. He did not care how these people checked. Wanting Tower was so strict today. He might still have a chance later. After this check, he did not believe that these people would continue checking. Just you wait. I'm definitely going to the Imperial Court. I won't go with you guys. After they bury me later, I'll dig my way in. Fang Ping thought about it, but he was still extremely cautious. It might not be safe underground. The true king monster plant was still there. If there was any movement, he might be discovered. It was best to sneak in through Ji Yao and the others. As for why he sneaked in, Fang Ping did not care anymore. The Imperial Court was the safest place. If there was any movement outside now, he would be targeted. There was no freedom to speak of here. I hope it goes smoothly. Fang Ping prayed again. At this moment, the right divine general and the others' expressions were already extremely ugly. How did he get in and leave? Could it be that he can turn invisible? The few of them looked furious. Ji Yao said coldly, "It's not impossible." "Uncle Wang, can anyone do it?" Jinan smiled bitterly. "This? I'm really not sure." He had never experienced this before. It was his first time knowing about disguising as someone else, let alone turning invisible. Where the hell is he? The few divine generals fell into deep thought. At this moment, the right divine general suddenly cursed under his breath. He snorted loudly and left abruptly. As soon as he left, Jinan also frowned. What's wrong with Zhao Xingwu again? That damn guy. Ji Yao said coldly, maybe he's trying to cover for Fang Ping. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid he's guessed that it's Fang Ping. Resurrected martial artists are cunning. Having said that, Ji Yao said again, Uncle Wang, how did Fang Ping leave? Jinan was also silent. She looked around and said after a long time, since he dared to come, he might have some special methods. Otherwise, he might not have the guts to do so. At this moment, Jinan glanced at the 2 corpses from the corner of her eye. The corpses were badly mutilated. Their internal organs were shattered. They were directly penetrated. Both of them widened their eyes. Their faces were full of fear. The fear was still on their faces. Jinan glanced at them and did not look again. It was only 2 rank 4 martial artists who died. It was not worth paying attention to. This was also a misunderstanding that everyone had. They all thought that Fang Ping only knew how to disguise as a living person. Fang Ping's internal organs were different from the catacombs martial artists. If it was a complete corpse, perhaps someone would check it. However, both of them had penetrated injuries. Their internal organs were all shattered. For a moment, everyone did not care about them. Fang Ping, on the other hand, pretended to be calm. Don't investigate, don't think about it carefully. 2 rank 4 martial artists. If they were dead, so be it. They were actually penetrated. Fang Ping did not have such a hobby. At this moment, he was fighting to catch them off guard. Let their thinking fall into the wrong zone. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. In the future, when the world is at peace, I can actually be an actor and a psychologist. Look, how thorough my research on these people is. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor in the damaged main hall. Everyone checked again, but Fang Ping was still nowhere to be found. At this time, Jinan and Xiantong had also subdued the 3 frenzied demonic beasts. Ji Yao stepped forward to check on Feng Quebec. Her face was filled with heartache and helplessness as she asked, Uncle Wang, is Feng Ke alright? The immortal god has been injured, we need a large amount of spring of life to repair it. Ji Yao heaved a sigh of relief. She did not lack the spring of life. Although the Destiny Royal Court didn't have much cooperation with the Fey Plant Tribe, given her status, even the Fey Plant Tribe's experts would give her some gifts when she visited the Guardian Royal Court. Fang Ping. Ji Yao was going crazy with hatred. It was that guy again, that bastard again, time and time again, she had enough of this fellow. Uncle Wang, if we still can't kill him this time, then when we return to the palace, we must inform father. Even if we can't annihilate the land of rebirth, we must kill Fang Ping. As Ji Yao said that, she said angrily, even if you let the rest of the land of rebirth go, even if you reach some sort of agreement, you still have to kill Fang Ping. As long as he was alive, he was the greatest threat to the imperial court. Uncle Wang, his progress is too fast. We were both warlords back then. Now that he's at the Exalt realm, he's even inferior to me. If this continues, then perhaps it won't be long before he attains the Divine General realm, or even the True King realm. When he reaches the True King stage and sneaks into God continent, he would be in real danger. A True King's descendant smiled and said, Ji Yao, you're overestimating him, right? Ji Yao suddenly turned around and said coldly, overestimated him? Do you think this empress is doing this for a personal grudge? If Uncle Wang and Divine General Xiantong lead this place for a while, you'll die very soon if you're alone. The young man who spoke raised his brows slightly and said with a smile, Ji Yao, there's no need to look down on me so much, right? Ji Yao's eyes flickered as she said with a faint smile, all right. Since you're so confident, Uncle Wang, Divine General Xiantong, let's leave this place. Bai Shangyue, you stay here alone. The expression of the man known as Bai Shangyue changed slightly. His protector, a peak rank 8 powerhouse, smiled and said, please calm down, Your Highness Ji Yao. His Highness did not mean that, Ji Yao said coldly, this empress is not joking. He wasn't angry. Bai Shanyue's words have given me an idea. Fang Ping's repeated appearances at Wanting Tower are probably because of us. He wants to kill us, replace us, and successfully leave the Sky Plant's royal court, but with 2 divine generals present, he couldn't find an opportunity. Since that was the case, then he would give him a chance. It's not just Bai Shangyue, it's me too. We'll split up and go to different courtyards and wait for him to come again. He was very bold, appearing here again and again. Just like that time at the king's battlefield, the more dangerous it was, the more he had to take risks. Resurrected martial artists were all like this. They were used to taking risks, and they were used to betting on a chance to win. Let's bet everything on one throw at all costs. Hearing this, Jinan immediately shouted in a low voice, Ji Yao, don't act recklessly. Ji Yao looked around and said slowly, it's fine. Uncle Wang, we all have the True King's avatar to protect us. As long as everyone is prepared, the Undying God relic won't be able to block a single attack from the True King's avatar. As long as his space is broken, he will no longer be able to conceal his movements. At that time, it will be the time of his death. Having said that, Ji Yao said coldly, don't tell me you guys can't even stop him for a moment? Yaoer. Uncle Wang, kill him. If he doesn't die, are we supposed to hide forever? Once we return to the dynasty, Destiny City is not something Sky Plant City can compare to. Jinan was also very confident. She said, the Sky Plant's dynasty has many factions, and the situation is chaotic. The fact that they can't catch Fang Ping has something to do with their own internal strife, not that they can't catch him. If they really wanted to, as long as there are 4 true kings searching from all directions, Fang Ping will not escape death no matter how strong he is. Everyone knows how powerful the true kings are. The Sky Plants dynasty has dozens of true kings, and it would not be difficult for them to send out 4, but they did not do so. That's why Fang Ping has a chance. But if he dares to go to Destiny City, he will die without a doubt. Yaoer, Fang Ping is not worth the risk. Jinan disagreed firmly. Killing Fang Ping was not impossible. Fang Ping's whereabouts were just hard to track. If they really found him, even divine generals could kill him. His whereabouts were hard to track because the Sky Plants dynasty was very chaotic. If the true kings did not appear, the Lord's faction and the others would have their own plans. Some even thought of letting Fang Ping escape. There were all kinds of people. How could they catch Fang Ping? The 4 great true kings had arrived and completely sealed off the entire Sky Plants city. Every inch of the city was searched. Who could escape their search? The detection of the true kings was slightly different from theirs. There were some areas and places that their mentality could not penetrate. For example, underground mineral veins, deep underground, but there was nothing that could stop a true king powerhouse's detection. Ji Yao was still a little unwilling, but since Jinan had rejected her, she could only say, "What do we do now?" "Uncle Wang, did he really escape from Thousand Halls Tower?" Jinan began to frown when she heard that. She said slowly, "Maybe, we can try to destroy the entire Thousand Halls Tower." He hid his aura, and no one could detect him. The buildings gave him some cover. Perhaps he had destroyed the main hall in order to cover his tracks. But when a piece of land becomes empty, unless he can really turn invisible, he will not be able to hide. There are too many places he can hide. Thousand Halls Tower is so big. With the strength of a venerable, he can even hide in some cracks if he curls up his bones. As soon as she finished, Jinan smashed a huge wooden beam with a palm. She said slowly, "For example, if he emptied the inside and hid in these places, it will be hard to detect him." When she said that, everyone froze. Ji Yao said in a low voice, "Then we'll destroy Thousand Halls Tower. Let him have nowhere to hide." As the few of them spoke, the people from Wanting Tower had yet to leave. The commander whose head injury had yet to recover had a face full of fear as he hurriedly said, "Sirs, you must not. Wanting Tower. Wanting Tower cannot be destroyed. If you destroy Thousand Halls Tower, I won't be able to live. This is a serious matter. Even if you want to capture Fang Ping, you have to report to the Imperial Court." What was Thousand Halls Tower? Usually, this was the place to entertain the Royal City Lord, the Imperial City Emperor, and the Divine Sect. Powerhouses. This was the highest-end guest house in Sky Plant's Royal Court. It was also the face of the Royal Court. If they destroyed this place, even if they knew the reason, it would probably make some of the Sky Plant's Royal Court powerhouses unhappy. They might even think that Destiny Royal Court was provoking them. Ji Yao wanted to say more, but Jinan shook her head slightly. She knew that she could not do it. If the people from Destiny Royal Court really destroyed Thousand Halls Tower, even if they found Fang Ping, some of the old fellows from Sky Plant's Royal Court would be furious. The 2 royal courts had fought for many years. Those old fellows were not dead yet. They were already hostile to each other. Now that something like this happened, they would fall out with each other immediately. Seeing this, Ji Yao scolded angrily, "Idiot. It was just a foreign guest house. If it was Destiny Royal Court, it would have been destroyed long ago." At this time, Sky Plant's Royal Court still cared about these things. They were really stupid. The commander looked embarrassed. He did not dare to defend himself. He said in a low voice, "Then I will report to the Royal Court." Humph. Ji Yao humped softly. Even without guessing, she knew that even if there was a result in the report, it would take a long time. After such a long time, the sky was about to brighten. Could Fang Ping still wait here? Jinan and Xiantong ignored Ji Yao and the rest. Instead, they turned their heads to look into the distance, frowning. Why were there so many things happening in Sky Plant's Royal Court recently? The House of Commanders. Hua Qidao's face was pale. On his right arm, a saber mark was clearly visible. Even his golden bones were cracked. Zhao Xingwu. What are you trying to do? Hua Qidao scolded angrily. Zhao Xingwu held a Chongdao, his eyes cold. He said in a low voice, "Don't go too far." Time and time again. Do you really think I'm dead? I've already warned you many times. Forget about the true kings. If anyone else dares to spy on me, I will kill them. Hua Qidao glanced at the corpses of the Sky Plant's army outside the house. There was even a powerhouse who had just become a god general. His eyes flashed fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, "Zhao Xingwu. They were just tracking down thieves and passed by the House of Commanders. You killed them without saying a word. Do you think the royal court can't do anything to you? Passed by?" Zhao Xingwu laughed coldly. They dared to spy on me just because they were passing by? Who gave them the guts? They're just weak rank 9s. Do they really think I can't kill them? There are many powerhouses in Skyplant City. Why don't I see them spying on others? Again and again, I kill a few weaklings. That's not too much, is it? You. Hua Qidao was furious. At this time, the Right Divine General flew over. He glanced at the dead Skyplant's army. Anger flashed in his eyes. God General, Zhao Xingwu had killed a God General powerhouse, how hateful. It was also terrifying. A God General powerhouse, even if he had not comprehended godhood, was not someone who could be killed so easily. Zhao Xingwu had killed him instantly. This fellow was getting closer and closer to becoming a true king. What is the meaning of this, General Zhao? The Right Divine General said lightly, even if Bai Zhu was in the wrong first, General Zhao would not have killed him. Zhao Xingwu also said calmly, since the Right Divine General says so, then in the future, if someone is spying on the Right Divine General's house day and night with their mentality, won't the Right Divine General be angry? If the Right Divine General can do that, then I am willing to pay the price today and let you deal with me as you wish. The Right Divine General was furious. Zhao Xingwu said lightly, if you are stronger than me, I have to do it even if I don't want to. If you are weaker than me, then you are not qualified. Hua Qidao said angrily, Bai Zhu was a God General powerhouse. If not for your scheming, how could you have killed him? As soon as he finished speaking, the void suddenly trembled. The Right Divine General growled, and a giant axe suddenly appeared in his hand. He swung the axe at Hua Qidao, not to kill him, but to save him. Crack, the sound of glass shattering was heard. A pitch-black crack instantly appeared beside Hua Qidao and collided with the axe light, causing the crack to become even larger. Creak, Hua Qidao's right arm was suddenly grazed by the crack, and golden flesh and blood splattered. Hua Qidao flew back a step, his face full of anger and coldness. Zhao Xingwu said lightly, if I want to kill a piece of trash like you, I don't need to scheme. I will kill you in 3 moves. Humph. The Right Divine General suddenly snorted and shouted, Zhao Xingwu, since you have come to the Imperial Court, then don't be unbridled. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the Imperial Court? Hua Qidao had just entered the Divine Dao. How could he be a match for the veteran Divine Dao powerhouse, Zhao Xingwu, not to mention that Zhao Xingwu had forged a top-notch 9th-grade divine weapon and learned a true monarch's ultimate art. The Right Divine General was somewhat resentful. Was there a need to give Zhao Xingwu these things? Without a divine weapon and ultimate art, although Zhao Xingwu was strong, he might not be a match for him. But now, these things made up for Zhao Xingwu's shortcomings. This person was already ranked at least in the top 3 of the true monarchs. In the battle back then, his injuries had not healed until now, and there were still some residual Great Dao injuries. After that blow just now, he was clearly inferior to Zhao Xingwu. Otherwise, Hua Qidao would not have been injured. Zhao Xingwu was still indifferent and said with a light laugh, I am just proving that to kill a weak 9th grade, there is no need to scheme. Left Commander has just entered the Dao of Origin and is likely still unclear about how great the disparity between Dao of Origin martial artists is. Even if this old man is not as good as Absolute Peak, it is also not that easy for Absolute Peak to want to kill this old man. Could it be that you think that this old man is also like him, without the slightest strength to retaliate in front of Absolute Peak? Hua Qidao's expression instantly turned livid. Zhao Xingwu's words were even more unbearable than injuring him. Furthermore, many people were paying attention now. He, this Heaven Plant Army's left division commander, was easily wounded by someone. It made him lose even more face. Left commander's position, he really could not hold on anymore. Even without the previous incident, he lost so much face in front of Zhao Xingwu this time. He also had no face to lead the left division anymore. Deity realm powerhouses. Deity realm powerhouses actually had such a great disparity too. Hua Qidao was dismayed in his heart. This was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. He felt that after he stepped into deity realm, even if he was not as good as those veteran deity realm powerhouses, the disparity would not be too great either. However, today, Zhao Xingwu proved to him that even if they were both deity realm martial artists, the disparity still existed. The right god general ignored Hua Qidao and glanced at Zhao Xingwu. Suddenly, he frowned and asked, "You advance to god general with the 7 forges indestructible body? 7 forges?" As soon as these words came out, the mentality in the void seemed to increase. Zhao Xingwu said calmly, "No, peak 6 forges. This old man has not broken through the limit and stepped into 7 forges, but it is enough to deal with you rank 9 who advanced to 6 forges or even 5 forges." Even so, there were still many people who were stunned. According to Earth's calculation, the limit of 6 forges was 100,000 calories vitality. A rank 9 who advanced with 100,000 calories vitality. Such a powerhouse's foundation was much stronger than those rank 9 who advanced with 90,000 calories vitality. It seemed like the difference was only 10,000 calories, but upon reaching rank 9 and stepping into Origin Dao, the difference would only grow. In Fang Ping's understanding and Qin Yaozu's explanation, Origin Dao was an amplifier. It amplified the power of vitality. An increase of 10,000 calories vitality, amplified further, would be a difference of more than 10,000 or even tens of thousands of cal vitality. In a battle between powerhouses, a difference of tens of thousands of cal vitality would almost appear to be overwhelming. Strictly speaking, rank 9 martial artists were almost all golden body 6 forges. Once they completed 5 forges, they would be 6 forges. Those with vitality above 90,000 calories were all 6 forges. However, just reaching 90,000 calories was completely different from 100,000 calories. The right divine general said slowly, "Marshal Zhao, I don't care what you want to do, and I don't want to pursue it. Even if you really advance to true king, this is divine land, this is Skyplant's royal court. Here, even true kings have true king's rules. If everyone was like you, killing god general martial artists wantonly, then divine land and royal court would have long ceased to exist. This matter will be discussed by the 8 halls tomorrow. Now, Marshal Zhao, please return to the residence." Zhao Xingwu said lightly, "Am I a captive? If I am, then imprison me. If not, then I am free to go wherever I want. You have no right to talk to me about this. Since True King Tianyu is here, True King can speak." The void was silent for a moment. A moment later, a powerful mentality swept over, and the faint silhouette of a giant tree appeared in the void. Alliance leader Zhao, this old man had just finished condensing the elm fruit. "I didn't expect this to happen. Unfortunately, I came a step too late." Zhao Xingwu smiled faintly and did not reply. Instead, he asked, "True King Tianyu, is this Zhao a captive?" "I hope True King Tianyu can give this Zhao an accurate answer." "Yes, in order to live, this Zhao will definitely follow all the rules. If not, with this Zhao's strength, other than True King Hull, even the royal court has no right to do anything to this Zhao, even the lord has no right to order this Zhao around, much less Hua Qidao." Guardian Tianyu seemed to hesitate for a moment. A moment later, he laughed with an ancient voice. "Of course not. Since Alliance leader Zhao has come to the royal court and entered the Skyplant's army, then you are a member of the royal court. Then this Zhao understands." Zhao Xingwu said with a smile. "Baizhu dared to spy on me. According to the Skyplant's army's rules, he and I are both commanders of an army. He has no right to do so unless he is the commander of the 3 armies. In terms of strength, he is far inferior to me. Spying on experts is a great disrespect. His status is not higher than this Zhao's, and his strength is not stronger than this Zhao's. He spied on me, so this Zhao killed him. This shouldn't be breaking the rules. If you really want to monitor this Zhao, wait until the commanders of the 3 armies are here. Even if this Zhao is dissatisfied, I will not kill without permission." "True King Tianyu, is there anything wrong with my reply?" Guardian Tianyu laughed lightly. Alliance leader Zhao's words are reasonable. Saying this, the phantom looked around and said indifferently, the Sky Plant's army should have some rules. In the God continent, the strong are respected. Alliance leader Zhao is already a half-step true king. With such strength, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a true king. Looking down on experts, you should be killed. You should be killed. If there is a next time, this old man will not sit idly by. Saying this, the phantom dissipated. This matter had come to an end. A god general level powerhouse was killed. It ended just like that. In the void, some powerhouses who used mentality to spy on them retreated one after another, no longer spying. In the palace. The Lord's bedroom. True King Tianyu's voice was heard. Zhao Xingwu is covering for Feng Ping. This person cannot be trusted. This old man will also have to divert most of his attention. I'm afraid I can no longer lock down the whole city and probe the whole city. The true King Palace wants to use Zhao Xingwu to plot against suppressing Heavenly King and the Land of Rebirth. This old man is worried that he is raising a tiger that will bring disaster. The Lord said softly, I understand this. This king has never trusted Zhao Xingwu. Those true kings won't either. Compared to Zhao Xingwu, suppressing Heavenly King is more troublesome. Zhao Xingwu is the best pawn. Whether this pawn was sent by the Land of Rebirth or not, since it was sent, he has no choice but to agree. This king and the true King Palace are in agreement. We must not let suppressing Heavenly King step into the third great Tao. Once he steps into the third great Tao, no one can control him, Guardian Tianyu sighed softly. We can't be careless. If he really is a pawn sent by the Land of Rebirth. Does suppressing Heavenly King really know nothing? It's hard to say. Li Zhu chuckled. The Land of Rebirth isn't completely united. The few true kings led by Zhang Tao, as well as some true kings from other sacred lands, are not necessarily united with the kings of Constellation City. The true King Palace can allow Zhao Xingwu to become a true king. They can even tolerate him stepping into the second great Tao. However, they will never allow suppressing Heavenly King to step into the third great Tao. Suppressing Heavenly King knows this very well. That's why he dared not take a step forward all these years. The moment he steps into the third great Tao will be the moment when the kings surround and kill him. Therefore, suppressing Heavenly King might not be unaware of this. Perhaps, he wants Zhao Xingwu to step into the second great Tao. It's not impossible. Guardian Tianyu's voice became even more ethereal. Is suppressing Heavenly King that bold? Li Zhu laughed. Li Zhu never underestimates anyone, especially a powerhouse like this who can suppress the king single-handedly. Back then, it was because he underestimated King Wu and Pluto that Li Zhu ended up in this situation. Suppressing Heavenly King has lived longer. Perhaps he is the source of all this chaos. Li Zhu will never underestimate his wisdom and boldness. Suppressing Heavenly King. Tianyu murmured. Back then, Heavenly King, and now suppressing Heavenly King. Li Zhu, he even wants to suppress himself. Suppressing Heavenly King is indeed not to be underestimated. Perhaps, this old man should return to guard the palace. The few old fellows in the palace haven't come out. I don't even know if they're dead or alive. Do they know suppressing Heavenly King? Li Zhu's expression changed slightly. Lord Tianyu, you mean, the seniors from the Demon Emperor era? Yes. Are they still alive? I don't know, but perhaps. If they're still alive, I'm afraid they're still in a deep slumber. 1,000 years ago, this old man had seen them, but 1,000 years ago, the Demon Emperor attacked. After that, this old man has never seen them again. Demon Emperor, suppressing Heavenly King, King Wu, Li Zhu murmured. These three people, three eras. The era of sex, the era of suppressing stars, and the neo-martial era. The Land of Rebirth and the recent three eras were closely related to these three people. After a long time, Li Zhu said, Lord Tianyu only needs to monitor Zhao Xingwu. Other matters are not important. As for Feng Ping, Li Zhu has also grasped some clues. Tomorrow, there might be some surprises. The Guardian Tianyu did not speak again. His mentality retreated. After it left, a crystal book appeared in Li Zhu's hand. Different from the one in the domain zone, this crystal book had pages upon pages. He flipped open the crystal book. On the first page, in the middle of the first line, there were 3 catacombs words, Suppressing Heavenly King. Under Suppressing Heavenly King, there were some small, densely packed words. Li Zhu flipped through the pages. The second page was not Zhong Tao, nor was it the true King Hall Master, but Skyplant King. The third page, Destiny King. The fourth page, Demon Emperor. The fifth page, King Wu. The sixth page, one person. Until the last page, it was completely blank. Li Zhu pondered for a moment. After a long time, as if hesitating, but finally, 2 big words appeared on the blank page, Fang Ping. Maybe I should wait a little longer, Li Zhu murmured. The venerable martial artists were still surrounded. Maybe after tomorrow, he would erase this page again. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Wanting Tower. Ji Yao and the rest had already left after searching for a while. The few monsters were also taken away this time. Although the 2 God General level powerhouses did not search anymore, their mentality was still permeating the entire Wanting Tower. There was no need to rest anymore. Outside Wanting Tower, the Skyplant's army did not leave either. In the damaged main hall, the people of Wanting Tower began to clean up the mess. A few martial artists who were cleaning the main hall glanced at the corpses on the ground. Someone sighed softly. Someone looked at the gloomy-faced commander and asked, "Sir, Wu Li and the rest?" Commander Yi said impatiently, "Same old rules. Do you still need to ask me?" No one dared to ask anymore. Commander Yi was almost skinned by the Right God General earlier, and he was still sulking. In addition to Wanting Tower's consecutive incidents, the Lord Commander was probably holding back a belly full of anger. No one asked any more questions. The 2 middle-ranked martial artists each carried a corpse and walked out. After walking for a while, Fang Ping, who was pretending to be a corpse, suddenly cursed in his heart. Why was he dragging his fellow along? At this moment, the person who was carrying Fang Ping was searching Fang Ping's body. After a while, he suddenly said in a low voice, "Wu Li, this guy, he didn't even leave anything after he died." On the other side, the martial artist who was carrying another corpse laughed softly. "Who asked you to snatch Wu Li's corpse earlier? I still have some gains here." "Humph. This guy, Wu Li, doesn't usually leave Wanting Tower. There should be some good stuff at his place. It has to belong to me." Of course. The 2 of them talked and chatted softly again. "Do you think that thief is still in Wanting Tower? This guy even killed commander-level monsters without batting an eyelid. Even some of the venerables died. If he comes again, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. Just stay away. That guy is targeting the people from Destiny Royal Court. Let's stay away from them. Don't go there. It should be fine, right? I hope so." The 2 of them talked for a while. Very soon, a main hall appeared in front of them. Outside the main hall, there were currently several martial artists on duty. Seeing the 2 of them carrying the corpses, one of the rank 6 martial artists sighed. "Wu Li and the rest still have their families. The Lord Commander didn't say to send them back?" The man who was carrying Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Sir is in a fit of rage. How could he care about this? It's good that he's buried here. While he was alive, he never entered the mining area of life to cultivate. Now that he's dead, he'll be one with the mining area. At least his life wasn't in vain." The battle general on duty sighed again in an inaudible voice. These words could only comfort the dead. Who would be willing to die and still be used as trash? However, when a martial artist died, their energy would overflow and fill up the mine. This was also an important reason why the life ore could continuously maintain its energy. The few of them did not say anything else. The battle general on duty arranged for 2 people to receive the corpse. Soon, they carried the corpse into the main hall. In the hall, the warrior opened a door, and the few of them walked down the stairs. Fang Ping widened his eyes and observed carefully. These fellows didn't just find a random place to dump themselves. Instead, they walked towards the fork in the road. After walking for a long distance, they reached the end of the underground building. and there was a crystal-like hole. The martial artist who was carrying Fang Ping and his companion casually tossed them into the pit. Outside, the battle general growled, "Be gentler next time. Although they're dead and will be merged into the life or sooner or later, it's them today. Tomorrow, it might be us." "Sir, you're right." The two of them responded hurriedly. The battle general sighed softly. Without another word, he turned and left. In the underground pit, Fang Ping used his mentality to check. He was in a pit with a radius of about 100 meters. It was not empty, but there were many remains of skeletons. This should be where Wanting Tower disposed of the dead. In other words, the dead in the nearby area might be disposed of this way. Martial artists consumed large amounts of resources and absorbed energy. The catacombs martial artists were almost on the path of energization. These people's bodies contained large amounts of energy. After death, the energy was no longer controlled and began to dissipate. Throwing the dead into the mining area was also a more efficient way to utilize energy. Fang Ping suddenly felt a little disgusted. F***ck, next time, I won't drink any energy fluid. No, I won't even drink life essence. Who knew if it was condensed from the dead's energy? This is hard to do now. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Ji Yao had said earlier that she was tempting him to kill people. Fang Ping thought it was quite a good idea. However, Ji Nan refused. Now that the mentality of these two god generals was densely covering Wanting Tower, it was indeed difficult for him. At this moment, if he made a move again and was discovered, then pretending to be dead would not work anymore. Once was fine. If it happened twice, then it was obvious that something was wrong. Moreover, he could not stay here for long. Who knew if these people would react quickly? Fang Ping glanced at the sparkling and translucent energy crystal walls around him, feeling a little helpless. Should he just dig the mine here and leave? However, Skyplant City's lockdown was tight now. It would not be easy for him to leave. Is there no one cultivating in the mining area? Fang Ping's head hurt again. There seemed to be no one cultivating in the underground mining area. Otherwise, he could find someone to kill and pretend to be them. The energy in the mining area was abundant, but it was also more heterogeneous. Here, it was troublesome for powerhouses to use their mentality to investigate. Moreover, the mining area was a place for cultivation. Powerhouses would not investigate the mining area rashly. This would interfere with martial artists. Cultivation. Jinan and Xiantong did not investigate the mining area. They probably thought that I would not dare to appear here. Fang Ping understood their thoughts. This was not the king's mansion's mineral vein. The mineral veins here were attached with some of Tianyu's mentality. True King Tianyu was in the city. Once he was detected and his whereabouts were discovered by the true king, it would be difficult for Fang Ping to escape. Fang Ping did not think about this anymore. He continued to pretend to be dead and checked his wealth at the same time. His wealth had once again reached more than 300 million. Previously in King Huai's mansion, he did not have enough time and did not dig much. He dug about 3,000 caddies of energy stones and left quickly. Now, the energy stones in his space were close to 20,000 caddies. 10 tons of energy stones. And they're all about the same rank 9 energy stones. My mineral vein in MCMAU is worth about 4 to 5 tons of rank 9 energy stones. Fang Ping did a simple calculation. He now had about 15 tons of energy stones. Moreover, they were all converted to rank 9. The last time old Zhang dug out the entire royal city's mineral vein, it was about 50 tons. This was even mixed with some energy crystals and low-grade energy stones. Old Zhang took 35 tons, and MCMAU took 15 tons. And of these 15 tons, Fang Ping took about a third. He did not take the spoils of war that time, so he exchanged them for energy stones. Old Zhang's 35 tons, if converted into rank 9 energy stones, there's still a discount. At most, it'll be 30 tons. Fang Ping had overestimated the value of that mineral vein. 30 tons, old Zhang still had to support the Wuan army. Moreover, he could not divide it by himself. He had to divide it among the 3 departments and 4 residences. The amount that could really fall into his hands was about 10 tons at most. In this case, I'm richer than old Zhang now? Fang Ping had nothing to do anyway, so he began to calculate the accounts. This did not even include the 30 lumps of imperishable matter worth 1,000 yuan. It also did not include the miscellaneous treasures in the storage space, nor did it include the 300 caddies of energy liquid. I already have 15 tons of rank 9 energy stones, which is 30,000 caddies. For middle-ranked martial artists, 3 caddies of energy stones a year is considered too much. In other words, I can support a middle-ranked army of 10,000 people now. The Wuan army has 38,000 people, but not all of them are middle-ranked. There are at most 10,000 middle-ranked people. With old James' stingy ways, forget 3 caddies a year, even 3 taels a year would be difficult. According to old James' treatment, I can support a middle-ranked army of 10,000 people for at least 10 years. Fang Ping calculated the accounts and estimated the time. It was about 12 o'clock at night now. Night in the catacombs would turn into day at about 7 o'clock. There were about 7 hours left. What should he do in these 7 hours? On the surface, the 2 rank 9s were still patrolling. Although there was no one underground, the true king monster plant's mentality was still very dangerous. Zhao Xingwu seemed to have made a move earlier. Was he covering for me on purpose, or was it because of something else? If something happens to Zhao Xingwu, will the true king monster plant still have the energy to care about the underground mineral vein? Fang Ping pondered for a moment. Right now, Wanting Tower was probably a place where everyone had their eyes on. Although they did not find him earlier, it did not mean that these people had given up. I have to leave Wanting Tower. I'm afraid I can't kill Xianxia. These people all think that I will definitely target the people from Destiny Royal Court. If I appeared in the palace and killed Feng Miexing or Huayu, would anyone believe me? At this moment, Feng Miexing and the other princes had almost all arrived in the palace. To them, there was no place safer than the palace. There were true king powerhouses there, and many god general level powerhouses guarding the lord. Who would dare to cause trouble in the palace? When they arrived at the palace, these people did not even bring along their followers. During tomorrow's holy fruit feast, the people who go to the palace from outside will probably be watched. These people are probably still wondering if I'm impersonating someone. But those people in the palace probably won't think that it's me? Fang Ping's eyes lit up instantly, then, he was overwhelmed with emotions. This was too dangerous and too exciting. True king powerhouses. Now he was thinking of killing and impersonating a true king powerhouse right under their noses. If he gave himself away, he would definitely die. Should I go or not? The palace was not far from here. The mineral vein below Wanting Tower even extended from the palace. Fang Ping could directly reach the palace by following the mineral vein. It's too dangerous. But how is Sky Plant City not dangerous? If I continue to stay here, once those people realize, I'll be in big trouble. It's a pity that I don't know what's going on with Zhao Xingwu. If I knew what's going on with him. If Zhao Xingwu goes crazy again and diverts the true king's attention, then my chance will come. Fang Ping had some corpses and no one to cooperate with. If Zhao Xingwu was a spy, if he went crazy again now, the true king powerhouses would definitely pay attention to him. Then, he would be much more relaxed. Forget it. I'll be fine without Zhao Xingwu's cooperation. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. It was not like he could not predict danger. He walked along the mineral vein toward the palace. There were still some scattered energy stones on the ground. He picked up a few as he walked, testing the danger. If the true king sensed something or took precautions, then his wealth would not increase. However, if his wealth increased, then it meant that no one had noticed him. I'll risk it. At this time, Fang Ping did not hesitate anymore. If this continued, he might not be able to escape Sky Plant City. Feng Miexing had already said that King Maple was coming back. If King Huai Manor was destroyed, what about King Huai? These two people hated him to the core. King Lord was very cunning. There was only one tutelary monster plant in the city. That was why they said they were going all out to capture him, but in reality, they were not going all out. However, when the two true kings returned, with their hatred for Fang Ping, they would definitely go all out. Let's do it. Fang Ping did not pretend to be dead anymore. He withdrew all his aura, and the injuries on his body healed instantly. Those bloodstains, broken internal organs, and whatnot were all left on the spot. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and even took off his clothes. A set of armor appeared on his body. This was the rank 8 divine weapon armor that old Zhang had given him. Things like clothes could easily carry some aura. It was difficult for Fang Ping to remove it completely. However, things like divine weapons were considered as one with a martial artist, so they could still be shielded. Luckily, I have a divine weapon armor. Otherwise, I would have to run around naked again. After putting on the divine weapon armor, Fang Ping muttered to himself for a while. Suddenly, a huge bottle appeared in front of him. Fang Ping wrapped the bottle with a layer of mentality, shielding its aura. The moment I emerge from the palace later, I'll blow up these energy liquids. Fang Ping was a little reluctant. 300 caddies of energy liquids was equivalent to 1500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. But there are energy stones everywhere here. I'll make a small fortune to earn big money. I'll blow up this place and get rid of the corpses. I can also attract other people's attention and make them think that I've come to Wanting Tower again. I'll purposely create chaos. When that time comes, I'm afraid everyone will think that I'm still lying in ambush at Wanting Tower, waiting for an opportunity. If nothing goes wrong, the people at Wanting Tower will definitely be the focus of everyone's attention tomorrow. Fang Ping calculated again and again. 300 caddies of energy liquids would cause quite a commotion when they were blown up. The true kings were also close. Who knows, the true kings might be attracted later. With his current ability, his mentality was slightly above 4000 Hz. His mentality could be used as a starter to ignite the fuse. He could do it 4 to 5000 meters away. However, beyond this distance, Fang Ping could no longer control his mentality to ignite the energy liquids. When he blew up Kuei Ming's corpse earlier, Fang Ping was the one who controlled the explosion. 300 caddies of energy liquids might not cause a big commotion. After all, there are still true kings solidified here. Fang Ping suddenly made up his mind. He would make a big commotion. Suddenly, a ball of imperishable energy appeared in his hand. He pressed it into the bottle. Energy liquids are worth 450 billion. One ball of imperishable energy is worth 100 billion. One ball is not enough. Fang Ping made up his mind again. Again, he put down 10 balls in a row. Even Fang Ping felt a chill run down his spine. This commotion was big enough, right? 10,000 yuan of destructive energy. In addition to the energy liquids, he would definitely blow up all the true king's mentality solidified bodies. When that time came, this mineral vein might even be blown up. There are 99 mineral veins nearby. There are 88 in the inner city. Once one is blown up, the others will be in danger. No matter how strong a true king powerhouse is, he has to come to the rescue quickly. Otherwise, if all of them are blown up, Skyplant City will be destroyed. Fang Ping suddenly felt that he was really a genius. Too genius. When that time came, true King Tianyu might be lured away by him. The others would also be in chaos. When that time came, mentality might run rampant in Skyplant City. In the midst of chaos, an aura flashed and disappeared in the palace. Who would pay attention to the palace? You can't catch the wolf without risking the child. A bomb worth close to 1.5 trillion, and an immeasurable amount of energy stones buried with it. Would it feel good to blow up a bomb like this? Fang Ping floated in the air, floating out of the underground pit. He did not breathe. He retracted all his aura. Like a dead object, he slowly floated deeper into the mineral vein. Fang Ping did not even have to think about where the palace was. He followed the mineral vein to the end. That was where the palace was. No, the end was where true King Tianyu was. That was where the Lake of Life was. The 99 mineral veins convergence point is the most abundant in energy. A true king monster plant is absorbing energy there. No wonder it can create the Lake of Life. I can't go to the Lake of Life. I have to leave halfway. The palace is so big. Is there an underground drainage pipe? Fang Ping was anxious. If there was no, he would have to dig a hole to get out. However, digging a hole would leave traces and movements. Such a big palace could not possibly not have these, right? Although there were many powerhouses in the palace, not everyone was born a powerhouse. Lian and the others were also weak. Did they not eat, drink, and poop when they were young? Fang Ping flew along the mineral vein. After flying for a distance, the mineral vein in front of him had become solid. Wanting Tower is less than 10 li from the palace. I've walked about 3,000 meters now. Does this mean that the first 2,000 meters are solid? Digging a 2,000-meter hole will cause quite a commotion. Should I detonate the bomb now? If I detonate the bomb, does that mean I might bump into the true king? If it comes here to put out the fire, I have to deviate a little. I can't be on the same path as the true king. Thoughts flashed through Fang Ping's mind. And I can't dig a hole, or else the traces will be easily discovered. Do I have to gamble again? An idea flashed through Fang Ping's mind. He would first blow up the mineral vein and make it a mess. Maybe he could blow up a tunnel. Even if there was no tunnel to the palace now, when the time came, maybe the true king would quickly open one. True King Tian, you can shrink its body. That means it's not a towering tree. When the time comes and the underground explodes, it will probably rush here along the mineral vein, right? When that happens, the tunnel will be opened. I'll take advantage of the time it's suppressing the explosion to follow the tunnel into the palace. Then there won't be any traces left. But the time is short. I have to hide nearby. If it still has the energy to care about what's behind, then I might be discovered. The more Fang Ping thought about it, the colder he felt. He was really walking on the edge of death. He might even have to face a true king powerhouse. Now that things have come to this, there's no more time for me to regret and hesitate. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, turned and floated to the side, using the tunnel to conceal his body. After a moment of silent calculation, Fang Ping's mentality suddenly moved. 3,000 meters. The explosion there would not spread so quickly. It should not hit him in a short time. But the time was short. It depended on how fast the true king powerhouse's reaction was. At the same time, it was less than 2,000 meters in front of Fang Ping. In a gigantic underground crystal palace. There was nothing else in the crystal palace except a large pool in the center. In the middle of the pool, a small golden tree floated motionlessly on top of the pool. It was different from the rank 9 monster plant that Fang Ping had seen. On this small tree, an old human face appeared on the tree trunk. Around the crystal palace, 99 mineral veins spread out from all directions. The small tree had very long roots. At the source of each mineral vein, there were some roots climbing. The roots absorbed the energy of the mineral veins and finally gathered it in the pool. Drops of liquid seeped into the pool. Just as Fang Ping's mentality ignited the explosion, among the 99 mineral veins, the source of one of the mineral veins suddenly trembled slightly. On top of the small tree, the old human face suddenly looked in his direction. Before it could continue looking, the human face's expression changed abruptly. Then, it flew into a rage. How dare you? The small tree was shocked. Right under its nose, someone was exploding the mineral veins. Unbelievable, unheard of. In the next moment, the small tree's silhouette could not be seen clearly. As if it had teleported, it penetrated the crystal palace's wall in the blink of an eye, passing through the mineral veins as if it had teleported, rushing toward Wanting Tower. It was fast, and so was the explosion. Just as the small tree left the crystal palace, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. 10,000 yuan of destructive power and hundreds of caddies of energy liquid exploded. The commotion was especially shocking. Boom. This loud explosion disturbed the entire Skyplant city. Wanting Tower. Underground, there was a sudden tremor. Then, the ground exploded. The two rank 9s did not even have time to react before the huge Wanting Tower collapsed. Then, the explosion continued, and Wanting Tower disappeared instantly. Damn it. Your Highness. Run. Save. All kinds of voices came at almost the same time. Jinan was going crazy. He grabbed Ji Yao across the air and roared, "Flight step. The mineral veins are going to explode." Right now, it was not the mineral veins that were exploding, but he could already feel the intense danger. A true king's solidified mentality was exploding. The entire mineral veins were filled with violent energy at this moment. It was going to explode. Before he could finish speaking, an even louder explosion came from the place where the explosion happened earlier. Boom, the entire Wanting Tower was gone. Not only was Wanting Tower gone, at this moment, martial artists who had not reached high rank had disappeared on the spot almost instantly. Some rank 7 martial artists were also vomiting blood, fleeing toward the sky frantically. Bastard! At this moment, an angry roar echoed throughout the entire city. Underground, a towering shadow floated up. A tentacle extended from the giant shadow, extending toward the explosion instantly. Wherever the tentacle passed, the violent energy calmed down in the blink of an eye. However, the explosion spread in all directions. At this moment, a large number of buildings on the ground collapsed with a loud bang. Near Wanting Tower, some powerhouses in the mansions leaped into the air hurriedly, roaring, "Lord Guardian!" Not just one mineral veins, there were many mineral veins in the small Imperial City area. This was the gathering point of 99 mineral veins. If one was blown up, the rest would be affected. Damn it! Even Celestial Elm, a monster plant that had lived for thousands of years, could not maintain its composure now. Even when Zhao Xingwu had slain a divine general earlier, it was indifferent. But now, Celestial Elm was enraged and anxious. Someone had blown up the mineral veins right in front of it, and it was extremely close too. There was a loud boom, another explosion sounded. At this moment, Celestial Elm no longer shrunk its trunk. Instead, it expanded instantly, bursting through the ground, pulling itself out of the ground directly. 10 meters tall, 100 meters tall, 1,000 meters tall, the giant golden tree was incomparably tall. Countless roots were like living creatures, extending in all directions. At this moment, it had to protect the 99 mineral veins to prevent all the mineral veins from exploding. At that time, other than it, there would not be many Divine Realm powerhouses left alive in Skyplant City, and it was at this moment. Not far away. Zhao Xingwu leaped into the air, his face full of shock. Fang Ping. He was sure, 100% sure, that Fang Ping fellow, his guts had already broken through the horizon. He had come to the Imperial City to blow up the mines, blowing up the mines right under the nose of a true king. He was going to blow up the Imperial City. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu could not control his vitality force. Vitality force overflowed, blowing up the commander-in-chief's residence. He really could not control it. How bold of him, and this scene was so familiar. Back then, when he blew up half of gigantic Willow City's mineral veins, he was in the Nanjiang catacombs. After that, Fang Ping directly blew up a royal city in the Tiannan catacombs. And now, the other party had come to blow up the Imperial City. Other than the true King's Hall, is there any place more dangerous than the Imperial City? At this moment, such a thought actually occurred to Zhao Xingwu. Blowing up the royal city, blowing up the Imperial City, only the true King's Hall would not be blown up. The 49 true King's headquarters would not be blown up, if he blew up the true King's Hall one day. With the explosion, the entire Imperial City was in chaos. Countless powerhouses no longer cared about the no-fly order, flying into the air one after another. In the sky above Wanting Tower, Ji Yao was protected by Ji Nan. She was not injured, but she could not hide her shock. Fang Ping, at this moment, true monarch Tianyu, who was spreading its trunk near her, suddenly roared, "Hurry up and suppress all the mineral veins." As soon as he finished, he raged, "All divine generals, seal this place." All divine generals, it was a true monarch. The Lord's orders could not be obeyed, but it could. At this time, if anyone dared to go easy, it would kill. Tianyu's huge trunk reflected the entire sky in gold. Under its rage, no powerhouse in the city dared to refute it. In an instant, powerhouses gathered from all directions. No one is allowed to go out. Anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot. Hurry! Protect all the mineral veins, boom. Some powerhouses were still shouting when another loud sound was heard, followed by another explosion. The huge Tianyu's old face showed anger. It was not that it was not strong enough, but there were mineral veins everywhere underground, spreading too fast. Right now, it was suppressing the violent energy with all its might. If not for its suppression, Skyplant City would be gone by now, while the people in the air were still in chaos. Fang Ping was almost scared out of his wits. At that moment, Tianyu's small tree was about 50 meters in front of him, penetrating the ground and passing by in an instant. Fang Ping's legs almost gave way. 50 meters. If true monarch Tianyu had paid a little attention, it might have seen him. These true monarch powerhouses could often penetrate some material and see very far away places. Although Fang Ping's legs gave way, the moment true monarch Tianyu disappeared, his speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had burrowed into the pit that Tianyu had just dug out. It was no longer a pit. A true monarch powerhouse could be killed by a rank 9, let alone a mere soil and stone. In a rage, Tianyu had smashed a large path into the ground. Less than 2,000 meters. Fang Ping's full outburst, with the rank 9 combat boots on his feet, his speed was also extremely fast. This place was still considered peaceful. Wherever true King Tianyu passed, it suppressed the extension of all tyrannical energy. Fang Ping's speed was so fast that he broke through the air, suppressing the sound of energy explosions around him to prevent his speed from triggering sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping arrived at the Crystal Palace. When he saw the pool in the Crystal Palace, Fang Ping suppressed his greed with all his willpower. I can't take it, that was the lake of life. It was at least 50 meters in radius and 5 to 6 meters deep. How much life essence? The pool was close to 300 square meters. Even if it was just water, it would be 300 tons. The figure flashed across Fang Ping's mind almost instantly, but he quickly denied it. It was probably less than 300 tons. Although life essence was similar to water, it was relatively light. It had shrunk to 1/3 of its original size, 100 tons, 200,000 gene? Who the F***ck is more knowledgeable than me? Fang Ping roared in his heart, 100 tons of life essence and 99 mineral veins. Had any human ever seen it before? No, absolutely not. Those peak experts like old Zhang could forget about seeing such a grand scene in their entire lives. What a pity, what a pity, I can't take it. The true monarch would find out. The true monarch was too powerful, so powerful that even if Tianyu lived here, he might be discovered if he was missing even 1 gram. At this moment, Fang Ping's tolerance had reached its limit. The system valued 1 caddy of life essence at 2.5 billion. 100 tons, 500 trillion, the increase in wealth points was already 50 billion points. This was still a small calculation. It might be more, maybe more than 100 tons. 1 trillion, 100 billion wealth points. If the system could really continue to upgrade, it could upgrade 3 times in a row. All of these flashed across Fang Ping's mind. In the next moment, Fang Ping left directly through a passageway on the side of the Crystal Palace. Tianyu lived here. Some people would come here too. Cultivate. This place was not sealed, but there were passageways. Fang Ping did not even turn his head. In my entire life, this was probably the most persevering moment I've ever had. Billions of wealth, really trillions. I didn't look, I didn't take it. It was right in front of me. I restrained myself. I, Fang Ping, am not a greedy person. It was not until Fang Ping entered the passageway that the roar came from outside. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not care so much. He had already sensed chaos from above. The palace was also in chaos. It was right outside the palace. The mineral vein had exploded. It would be strange if it was not chaotic. Even the true king had gone to help. How could these people not be chaotic? Protect the Lord Royal Lord. Skyplant army, quickly suppress the mineral veins chaos. Someone come quickly, help. For the past 1,000 years, this was the first time that Skyplant City and the palace were in such chaos. Even when the Demon Emperor invaded Godland 1,000 years ago, the Demon Emperor was only acting violently in the outer region. The true king of the restricted area came out of Mount Royal Sea to fight the other party. That battle, even though it was a fierce one, it did not cause Skyplant City to be in chaos. Now, Skyplant City was really in chaos. It was not just the palace. Outside, cries and screams could be heard even from far away. Some buildings collapsed and disappeared. Even though the raging Tianyu had kept his power in check, it still implicated many people at this moment. Some low-ranked martial artists died instantly. Tianyu was already restraining it, however, its murderous intent was bursting out. Even if it was just a wisp that leaked out, it was enough to cause countless deaths. This was a true king, in the palace. At this moment, Feng Miexing and the rest were stunned. Fang Ping. That was the only word in Feng Miexing's mind. Fang Ping was crazy. not far from the palace, he was going to blow up the palace. Lunatic. We must kill this lunatic. If this lunatic does not die, I will never be able to rest in peace. This was too crazy. A venerable martial artist was blowing up the nest that the true king was guarding right next to him. If this was not a lunatic, what was? Feng Miaxing was even trembling a little. When Ancestor Wang came, he must find Feng Ping and kill him. If Feng Ping did not die, he was really afraid. He was afraid. We must kill him. At this moment, Feng Miaxing also rose into the air, looking in the direction of Wanting Tower, his face full of fear. In other directions, people rose into the air as well, looking in that direction. Rumble, another explosion was heard. At this moment, True King Tianyu's body expanded, revealing his true appearance. Feng Ping and True King Tianyu moved almost at the same time. When True King Tianyu revealed his true appearance, Feng Ping also came out of the underground crystal palace. The moment True King Tianyu revealed his true appearance, everyone's attention was drawn. At this moment, Feng Ping did not hesitate. At this moment, the powerhouses were watching from the air, shocked and dazed for a moment. Feng Ping was so bold that he rose into the air and headed straight for Feng Miaxing, who was the closest to him. He was a fugitive. Feng Ping felt that there was no need for him to hesitate anymore. Feng Miaxing was the closest to him, and he knew Feng Miaxing the best. Who else would he kill if not him? While Feng Miaxing was emotionally unstable and distracted by True King Tianyu, who else would he kill if not him? As for whether anyone saw him, Feng Ping could not care less. There was not enough time. Tianyu would be able to suppress the riot very soon. At this moment, the golden house did not shine with golden light. It descended abruptly. Feng Miaxing's vision went black. Before he could react, Feng Ping went all out, his mentality exploding. He could not give him a chance to use the true king's avatar. An explosive rumble rang out in the golden house. Feng Miaxing's eyes went blank. He was not dead yet. The maple leaf appeared in his hand. But he did not have time to throw it out. The rank 8 Chengdao appeared in Feng Ping's hand in the blink of an eye. He slashed. Boom, an explosive sound rang out again. Everything seemed slow, but it happened so fast that it could not be any faster. In the next moment, Feng Ping's figure appeared outside the golden house. At this moment, Tianyu's avatar had just been revealed. Close to 1,000 meters away from Feng Ping, Lord Wan did not use flight step. Instead, he stayed in his main hall, surrounded by a few God General guards. At this moment, Lord Wan tilted his head slightly, his brows furrowed slightly. Soon, he did not care anymore. In the blink of an eye, there were some unusual movements. However, at this moment, the entire palace was in turmoil. A large number of Tianji soldiers were running around in the palace. The powerhouses were also flying everywhere with flight step. It was extremely chaotic. He was a cripple. A cripple could not release his mentality. Naturally, he could not cover the palace. There were some situations that he was not clear about. Huff. Feng Ping panted. The armor on his body had transformed into the clothes that Feng Miaxing wore. Feng Ping's heart was pounding. Did anyone see it? Did anyone? He killed Feng Miaxing in the blink of an eye. It was really in the blink of an eye. It was just killing an upper stage rank 7 martial artist. Feng Miaxing had just broken through to upper stage rank 7. Feng Ping had to go all out to kill him. It was done in the blink of an eye. The people nearby were all watching Tianyu suppress the riot. No one saw it, right? Feng Ping heaved a sigh of relief. No one suspected him. There was no other reason. His wealth had increased. After killing Feng Miaxing, Feng Ping obtained a ring. He did not open it. However, at this moment, his wealth had increased. It had increased a lot. Before this, it had just reached 300 million wealth points. At this moment, the moment he obtained the ring, it had actually reached 600 million wealth points, 3 trillion wealth points. This Feng Miaxing fellow actually has 3 trillion wealth points. No, this fellow actually only has 3 trillion wealth points. Feng Ping suddenly realized. 3 trillion was only 10,000 caddies of energy stones. Feng Miaxing was 2F** king poor, a true king's descendant, the heir to the Lord of Kings, arrogant and despotic to the extreme. A fellow like this only had 10,000 caddies of energy stones? I didn't want to kill you at first. I thought I could keep you alive. I thought about killing a lot of people. In the end, after going one round, I actually came back here. Fang Ping felt helpless. In the beginning, he did not come to the restricted area because he wanted to kill Feng Miaxing. However, when he came, he thought it would be best not to kill him. Even until now, Feng Miaxing still died in his hands. He had to admit that this was Feng Miaxing's fate. Fang Ping held the maple leaf in his hand, hesitating slightly. Did the Maple King's clone detect his mentality just now? Probably not. According to old Zhang, if a true king was not powerful enough, it was impossible for him to be a monitor all the time. Under normal circumstances, he would be in silence. Old Zhang could be a monitor all the time, but it did not mean that others could do the same. Although Fang Ping always felt that old Zhang was bragging, it was inevitable that Zhang Tao was powerful. If he said that the average true king could not do it, then it was probably very difficult. The last time the Maple King's clone detected Zhao Xingwu even gave him a warning. It had only been a few days. The Maple King's clone should be in silence now, right? It should be. Otherwise, if he really found out, even if there was no one controlling him, he would explode on his own. The true king's clone was not only controlled by humans. If the true king's clone was awake, it could also explode on its own. It was the same when old Jean buried one in the sea last time. At critical moments, when these clones were in an active state, they could also explode on their own. His wealth points have increased. He probably doesn't know. Otherwise, he would have exploded and killed me now. Fang Ping pinched the maple leaf and did not care anymore. He put Feng Miaxing's ring on his finger. Fang Ping did not have time to check it. He glanced at the martial artists and the flight stance around him. There were not many people on his side. The closest one was Hua Yu, who was more than 500 meters away. Feng Miaxing and the others entered the palace by themselves. Fang Ping glanced at Hua Yu. Hua Yu happened to be looking at him too. He said coldly, Feng Miaxing, is this person really Fang Ping? Fang Ping's expression was ferocious. Suddenly, his mentality exploded. Some of the servants who were still running below were suddenly killed by Fang Ping. Seeing Feng Miaxing lose control of his emotions, Hua Yu sneered. As expected, Fang Ping had become Feng Miaxing's inner demon. At this moment, Feng Miaxing could not even control his emotions. It was obvious that he had been greatly affected. On the other side, Purple Moon smiled faintly. Feng Miaxing, why make life difficult for these servants? If you have the guts, go and kill Fang Ping. I don't need you to provoke me. Fang Ping's expression was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, you idiots. Fang Ping is audacious. He even dared to do something like this. If I don't kill him, do you think I'm the only one who will be worried? At this moment, true King Tianyu had already suppressed the mind's riot from afar. Fang Ping snorted coldly. His expression was livid. If Fang Ping doesn't die, none of you will have an easy time. You want to laugh at me? What a joke. Just wait for your deaths. This time, the king ancestor has returned. No matter what, I must kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping scolded himself for a while. Then, he saw true King Tianyu's true form shrink. With a snort, he landed on the ground and entered his palace. Then, he yelled angrily, they're all dead? Someone, clean this up. Not far away, Hua Yu and the others sneered. Of course they were all dead. It seemed like Feng Miaxing had been provoked by Fang Ping. Even as they thought about it, their expressions turned serious. Fang Ping must die, a person like this could not be left alive. In the past, they had mocked Feng Miaxing. This time everyone felt how difficult and bold this fellow was. Skyplant City was in turmoil because of one person. Even the true king was angry. At this moment, true King Tianyu was really angry. His mentality began to cover Skyplant City and investigate. The vicinity of Wanting Tower was explored inch by inch. However, the mentality was very brutal. Clearly, there was not much to gain. On the other side, when true King Tianyu began to explore, Zhao Xingwu was just about to move when he heard Tianyu's voice. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will kill you. Tianyu was furious. He, who had always referred to himself as old, was now completely enraged. Hearing this, Zhao Xingwu smiled faintly. True King Tianyu worries too much. I am certain that Fang Ping has come here. True King Tianyu, you better kill him this time. If he doesn't die, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Previously, I entered the royal court because I wanted to kill him. If he doesn't die, with his personality, he will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I will not be able to sleep well even if I reach the peak. True King Tianyu ignored him and continued to explore. Scanning inch by inch was an extremely taxing task. It was impossible for it to scan the entire imperial city on its own. However, it was sure that Fang Ping could not have gone far. It had arrived extremely quickly. With Fang Ping's strength, the distance from the detonation of the mineral veins would not be too far. Fang Ping was definitely still nearby. Of course, the other party might have taken the opportunity to escape when the explosion had sounded. But now, Tianyu was not satisfied. It was a true king rank expert, yet it had been reduced to such a sorry state by a venerable realm martial artist. If it didn't kill Fang Ping, then it wouldn't be able to face the other true kings. He would be laughed at by the other true kings. The resurrected martial artist had blown up the imperial city right in front of him. Although it did not explode, Wanting Tower was now gone, a few hall master manors had collapsed, the royal court had 9 halls. The true king hall was not here, but the other 8 halls were near the imperial palace. The tribute hall was closest to Wanting Tower. Now Wanting Tower was gone, and the tribute hall had been blown away. This was a great humiliation. Not only was true King Tianyu searching, but Jinan and the others were also searching. These people were still searching when true King Tianyu suddenly shouted, "Clear the rubble. Everyone nearby is not allowed to leave. Wait for inspection." It wanted to check every single person in the vicinity. Fang Ping might be mixed in with this group of people. As he spoke, a few divine generals seemed like they were about to leave. True King Tianyu suddenly shouted, "Divine generals are not allowed to leave either." When these words came out, some of the divine generals were stunned. True King Tianyu ignored them. He now suspected that the other could not only impersonate a venerable, he could even impersonate a divine general. As for whether Fang Ping could kill a divine general, Tianyu suddenly thought of something. Perhaps some divine generals were not even real. Some divine generals only came to the imperial city because of the sacred fruit feast. Could it be that they did not come at all? Fang Ping could be impersonating them. Perhaps Fang Ping had been hiding among the divine generals' powerhouses from the beginning. As for sunflower, maple jade, maple flower, perhaps it was all a trap set up by Fang Ping. His real identity was now one of the divine generals. Tianyu thought of it. After it finished speaking, some of the divine generals thought of it too. This time, some of the divine generals from outside were targeted in the blink of an eye. Everyone is in danger, even divine generals cannot avoid it. Jinan suddenly sighed. Divine land was going to be in chaos. If they did not kill Fang Ping now, there would really be chaos. Before this, it had nothing to do with divine generals. Now, even divine generals could not be trusted. As Jinan spoke, he even muttered, could he even impersonate a true king? Impersonation has nothing to do with his strength. Instead, he can impersonate whoever he wants. If that's the case. Jinan shuddered. Ji Yao's face was also pale. She said fearfully, "We must kill him. Uncle Wang, you must kill him. If he doesn't die, there might be chaos." As she spoke, Ji Yao suddenly looked at Jinan. Jinan's expression froze instantly. What did his niece mean? Ji Yao also realized that something was wrong. She said bitterly, "Uncle Wang, now everyone looks like Fang Ping." Jinan was helpless. After a long time, she said, even if he can impersonate, it should only be his aura, not his strength. If he really has the strength to impersonate whoever he impersonates, he would have impersonated a true king long ago and created chaos. Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Jinan had demonstrated his strength before. This should not be Fang Ping's impersonation. Thinking of this, Ji Yao gritted her teeth again. "Uncle Wang, can we really kill him? Even the true king can't find him now. How can we kill him?" Ji Yao looked at Tianyu, who was still investigating from afar. Her expression was bitter. It was so chaotic earlier. Fang Ping might have escaped long ago. How could they investigate? The true king's mentality covered a large area. It could even cover a few thousand li. However, that was covering, not probing inch by inch. A few thousand li away, they could only feel some fluctuations, energy fluctuations. Fang Ping could also restrain his aura. He could hide anywhere, and he could even disguise himself as someone else. At this point, the amount of work required was too much. Jinan transmitted her voice, "The Maple Monarchs will return soon. At that time, the monarchs will join hands and seal off the entire Sky Plant City. He won't be able to escape. But how much longer will the Maple Monarchs need?" Ji Yao felt a little helpless. Although the true king's hall wasn't far from here, that was only relatively speaking. The messenger from the imperial city had just left not long ago. It would take at least 1 or 2 days for them to arrive at the hall of the true king. Furthermore, even if he did, the true monarch wouldn't be waiting for him at the true monarch hall. The true king was also busy. They might have returned to the king's territory, gone to the Royal Sea Mountain, or gone somewhere else. After all, they weren't the kind of followers who could be summoned at any time. Jinan was also helpless. She said, "Then continue to seal the city. Now that Heavenly Jade Monarch is enraged, he will definitely investigate and won't let him leave Heavenly Plant City easily." "I hope so." Ji Yao sighed again. She was deeply worried. Why was Fang Ping so hard to kill? She hadn't expected that even a true monarch would be unable to find the other party. The palace. In the palace where Feng Miexing was. The corpses outside had already been cleaned up by the new servants. Feng Miexing entered the palace alone. The people from Prince Feng's mansion were not brought along. Feng Zhe had also gone to the true king's hall to deliver the message. At this moment, in the main hall, Fang Ping was sitting alone on the high seat. Some servants wanted to come in and serve him. Fang Ping roared furiously, "Get out!" Those people dared not stay any longer. One by one, they fled. Now that His Highness Feng was furious, they dared not court death. The people in the palace were also well informed. They already knew that Fang Ping, who had created chaos this time, seemed to be Feng Miexing's biggest enemy. Now that the other party had created chaos again, it was inevitable that His Highness Feng would be furious. Fang Ping and the rest ran away. He quickly opened Feng Miexing's storage ring, took out a set of clothes and changed. It was still a little dangerous just now. If someone stronger than him, a rank 9 powerhouse, would investigate him. He was wearing the divine armor, and they might notice something was wrong. "I didn't get Feng Miexing's divine weapon. I haven't learned any combat techniques either. If I make a move, I might be exposed. If I can avoid it, I must not. I don't know if the Holy Fruit Feast will start tomorrow. If it does, please don't fight. F*CK, I'm going to learn from Fatty Jiang and scare people with my family background." Fang Ping had a plan in his mind. He could not make a move. If he did, he would be finished. "This time I'll be the strongest king for once. Old Wang, oh Old Wang, I really have to rely on you guys this time. It's urgent. If nothing happens in the king's battleground, with Feng Miexing's personality, he won't leave until he kills me. Only when you guys make a big mess will I find an excuse to capture you guys and force Fang Ping to show himself. Only then can I leave, otherwise, if King Feng really comes back, I might not be able to continue hiding." Fang Ping was helpless now. If Old Wang and the rest did not work harder, he would not be able to hold on much longer. Now that he had made a big mess, he could use the excuse to capture them to force Fang Ping to show himself. That was the best solution. Sigh, before I came, I didn't plan for things to turn out this way. Even a true king wants to kill me. Fang Ping once again felt that he was innocent. Before he came, because he did not know the specifics of the situation, he only had some plans. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Now, a true monarch was still searching for him a few thousand meters away. If things went wrong, a few more true kings would come back soon. "I can't stay in this place anymore. If Old Wang doesn't make a mess, Old Zhang and the rest should work harder too. It would be good to do something big in Mount Royal Sea." Fang Ping's mind was full of thoughts. After a long time, he sighed softly. Forget it, he could only wait. For now, he should count his gains. He should do an inventory of Feng Miexing's belongings. He had to use some of his wealth points. If he really got the holy fruit tomorrow and its value exceeded his imagination, he would be done for if it reached 1 billion points in one go. Fang Ping did not even dare to think about it. That scene was too beautiful, he was a little afraid now. Could the holy fruit be worth more than 10 trillion, if it really exceeded 10 trillion? Damn, he could not take it, in front of a true king, that can't be right. At that time it would definitely be fatal danger. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have increased my wealth points. The key is that I'm afraid the system will have a problem, suddenly feeling that I'm not in danger and doing this to me. Fang Ping was a little shaken. Tomorrow, there would be true kings and a large number of god generals. If he suddenly exposed his true identity, everyone would be looking at him. TSK. Fang Ping did not want to think anymore. Thinking about it made his legs wobble. I have to spend my wealth points. Maybe I can build an eternal lake in the future. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. This time, he had produced so much imperishable substance. Maybe he could really build an eternal lake similar to a bounded domain. How extravagant. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor, a storage ring. This was the first time Fang Ping had obtained a storage ring. The storage jade pendant he had obtained from the king battlefield was very small, only about 1 cubic meter. He had given it to Huang Jing before, but old Huang had given it to old manly Feng Miexing's storage ring wasn't that big either. There was no blood contract. Fang Ping did not know if it was because he was simulating his aura or something else. In any case, he opened the storage ring directly. About 5 cubic meters. It was a rectangular space with a length and width of more than 2 meters and a height of about 1 meter. There were some messy things inside. There's only so much space. I thought that all storage rings were huge. Fang Ping fiddled with the silver ring in his hand. It exuded a quaint aura. Quite a lot of life essence, almost 250 kilograms. Feng Extermination had stored up quite a lot of life essence. It seemed like he was afraid of death. It was a pity that he didn't have a chance to use it before he died. 250 kilograms of life essence was worth about 1250 billion. There's a lot of energy fluid too. This guy is so extravagant. He doesn't even have any energy stones in his storage space. It looks like he uses energy fluid to recover and cultivate. There must be more than 1,000 kilograms here, right? Looking at the concentration of 1,000 kilograms of energy liquid, it should be about 5 times the concentration of energy stones, which was comparable to 5,000 kilograms of energy stones. It was worth 1.5 trillion. 1. Heavenly Golden Lotus. Damn, there's actually a whole heavenly golden lotus. I've never seen a whole heavenly golden lotus before. It has 8 petals and costs 160 billion. Fang Ping was a little surprised when he saw the entire heavenly golden lotus in the air. He had never seen a complete heavenly golden lotus before. Last time at the 100 Kings Palace, he had changed 6 petals, but they were not complete. There were 8 complete petals. 100 sunflower fruits. This should be the bribe from Monster Sunflower City. It's worth 100 billion. Divine weapons. 5 7th grade divine weapons, worth at least 60 billion. This is a reward for this subordinate, right? Fang Ping examined it carefully. There were not many things in the storage ring. Life essence and energy liquid were the most abundant, while the heavenly golden lotus and sunflower fruit were used to increase spiritual power. Very quickly, Fang Ping discovered a treasure that could enhance the physique, the golden body fruit. A golden body fruit was worth 10 billion each, yet Feng Extermination had saved 10 of them. It looked like he was preparing to finish honing his skull and enter rank 8 as soon as possible. After searching for a while more, joy flashed in Fang Ping's eyes. A 9th grade divine weapon. Feng Extermination actually had a 9th grade divine weapon. Could it be that this fellow was using a 9th grade divine weapon? Fang Ping understood now. Feng Miexing seemed to be using the rank 8 divine weapon long halberd that he had used in the battlefield. He had not changed his divine weapon. A rank 7 using a rank 9 divine weapon did not mean that it would be more powerful. The more powerful the divine weapon, the greater the consumption. As for Ji Yao using a grade 9 divine weapon, she was rich and willful. She had a lot of grade 9 divine weapons, so no one would care if she used it for fun. A 9th grade divine weapon is worth at least 100 billion. It's a pity that it's a halberd, not a saber. But I'll get old Jean to modify it, so I can use it as well. The energy liquid was worth 1.5 trillion, the life essence was worth 1,250 billion, the heavenly golden lotus was worth 160 billion, the sunflower fruit was worth 100 billion, the golden body fruit was worth 100 billion, the rank 9 divine weapon was worth more than 100 billion, and 5 rank 7 divine weapons were worth 60 billion. Other than these items, Fong Ping also found some other scattered items. He wasn't too familiar with it, but after checking it out, it should be some treasures that could improve one's mental strength and physical body. There was an energy fruit that looked like an apple. In Fong Ping's opinion, it seemed to be slightly stronger than the heavenly golden lotus. Moreover, he could sense that energy. It might also be a treasure that could improve one's mental strength. What's this thing? It's probably worth more than the heavenly golden lotus. It should be worth 200 billion, right? Fong Ping calculated. The items in Feng Extermination's storage ring were worth at least 3.5 trillion and above. This did not include the storage ring and the True King's avatar. Fong Ping knew that the True King's avatar would not be valued. The few that old Zhang gave him had not been valued. As for the storage ring, it seemed like it would not be valued either. However, this was on Earth. On Earth, the value of things without transaction records would not be calculated in time. It might not be used as a reference. The storage jade pendant that Fong Ping obtained last time was not valued. However, in the catacombs, there seemed to be storage equipment transactions. Fong Ping had seen storage rings for sale in the 100 Kings Palace before. It was just that they were too expensive, almost unaffordable. How much is a storage ring with 5 cubic meters worth? Storage equipment is very expensive. Although it can't be compared to mine, it's still worth more than 100 billion. The system might have calculated it for me. After all, there are storage equipment transactions in the catacombs. Even if the storage ring was not included, Fong Ping calculated. The value was not right. Feng Extermination's items had increased his wealth by 300 million points. However, if he were to calculate it now, it would increase by at least 3.5 trillion. I understand now. As expected, the system doesn't give me any loopholes. Fong Ping shook his head. He understood. The last time he was in Monster Sunflower City, he got a lot of energy liquids. In the end, he gave 500 caddies to Feng Extermination and 500 caddies to Li Yi. Half of the 1,000 caddies of energy liquids in Feng Extermination space belonged to him. Even the big bottle was the same. In that case, if I snatch what I give away, the system won't calculate the value a second time. Fong Ping understood. This was his first time doing this. He had given many things in the past, but he had never snatched them away. For example, he had given many things to old Zhang, but he could not snatch them away. 500 caddies of energy liquids, that's 2,500 caddies of energy stones, 750 billion. If I subtract this, Feng Extermination has about 2,750 billion worth of items. The system added about 300 million points to me, which is worth 3 trillion. Then it can only be a storage ring. Fong Ping had an idea in his heart. The storage ring had added wealth points to him, and its value was about 250 billion. So expensive. If I don't calculate according to the manufacturing difficulty and only calculate according to the size of the space, then 1 cubic meter is 50 billion. Fong Ping sighed inwardly. Storage equipment was indeed expensive. Not to mention that the larger the space, the harder it was to manufacture and maintain. If 1 cubic meter was 50 billion, then wouldn't his 10,000 cubic meter space be worth 500 trillion? If he wanted to expand the space himself, 1 cubic meter would only need 500 million. If I calculate according to the system's valuation, then the value of my jade pendant last time is comparable to a rank 8 divine weapon. And this storage ring is even more expensive than a rank 9 divine weapon. Its value is comparable to a rank 9 divine weapon armor. Fang Ping sighed again. Storage equipment was indeed rare. The value of an armor was usually about 2 to 3 times that of a divine weapon. The storage ring in his hand might be small, but its value was comparable to a rank 9 divine weapon armor. Even Fang Ping did not have a rank 9 divine weapon armor. I've really struck it rich this time. Once again, Fang Ping calculated his assets. 1,000 caddies of energy liquid plus energy stones is equivalent to 35,000 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. There are a total of 9 petals of the heavenly golden lotus, 8 golden body fruits, 130 sunflower fruits, more than 500 caddies of life essence, 1 rank 9 divine weapon, 5 rank 7 divine weapons, 1 storage ring, some divine fruit, vein molding flower, 100 honing fruit. 20 lumps of 1,000 imperishable substance. Fang Ping shook his head. The total value was definitely more than 10 trillion. This trip to the catacombs was really profitable. Looking at his own data again, Fang Ping felt even more emotional. The catacombs was a real treasure trove. Wealth, 620 million points vitality, 70,400 calories, 70,480 calories, mentality, 4,099 Hz, 4,099 Hz, destruction force, 35 yuan, bones honed, 206 bones, 100%, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, I can't keep so many wealth points. I have to use some more. Fang Ping dared not keep so many wealth points. Very quickly, he began to condense the imperishable substance lumps again. 1,000 yuan per lump. 10 million wealth points per lump. This time, Fang Ping made up his mind and condensed 50 lumps straight away. This time, his wealth points dropped to a little more than 100 million points. There are 70 lumps of imperishable substance now. 70,000 yuan of imperishable substance. Fang Ping shook his head. He was a rank 8 4th level martial artist. His imperishable substance was only 35 yuan. Based on this calculation, the amount of imperishable substance he condensed was comparable to the sum of 2,000 upper stage rank 8 martial artists, rank 8 martial artists, rank 8 3rd level martial artists, could condense about 1 yuan in a month. At peak rank 8, it would be slightly faster. They could condense about 2 yuan in a month. Fang Ping was not too sure about rank 9. However, it should not be too much. 5 yuan a month was considered too much. Desperate realms might not be too slow. At desperate realms, the speed of mentality recovery was relatively fast. Their abilities were also extremely strong. Fang Ping felt that it was possible to recover 100 yuan in a month. Even if desperate realms powerhouses recover 100 yuan of imperishable substance a month, to condense 70,000 yuan, they would need 700 months, 60 years. Fang Ping sighed even more. 60 years, old Zhang and Li Zhen combined didn't even take 60 years to reach the peak. In other words, even if the two of them didn't use the imperishable substance to refine their bodies, they wouldn't have as much time as Yang Kai did. These newly promoted Paragon powerhouses are poor, but it's hard to say for the others. Star Town's desperate realms have been Paragon powerhouses for a long time. Even if these people use a lot of it for their own cultivation, they can still save some. Fang Ping suddenly thought of a problem. Those veteran Paragon powerhouses might have saved up a lot of imperishable substance. Of course, they needed to cultivate. Sometimes, they would also fight. Once they started fighting, they would consume a lot of it. However, Star Town's Paragon powerhouses had been at least 300 years. Saving 100 yuan of imperishable substance a year was considered little. After so many years, they should have at least a few thousand yuan in assets, right? It's hard to say. These Paragon powerhouses will fight too. Once they fight, even a few thousand yuan can't afford to be consumed. Fang Ping shook his head again. For example, Warlord. In a previous battle, he killed a true king. He was also heavily injured. Not surprisingly, in order to recover quickly, Warlord might have used up a lot of the imperishable substance he had saved up. These desperate realms would not let themselves be injured for too long. So, from the looks of it, even if the desperate realms stay longer, I'm afraid they're poor. After all, the stronger they are, the more they consume. If they want to hone their bodies to become stronger, it won't do if they don't have enough imperishable substance. Fang Ping seriously doubted that even if all the desperate realms on Earth were added together, would they have more imperishable substance than he had. 70,000 yuan is equivalent to a peak rank 8's cultivation for 3,000 years. Fang Ping calculated again, mumbling in his heart, most rank 8 powerhouses can't cultivate to golden body 9 refinements. It has a lot to do with the imperishable substance. The gap is too big. If they rely on themselves, they might not have enough imperishable substance to cultivate until they die. But I'm different. I have so much imperishable substance. If my mentality can keep up, I can definitely cultivate to rank 8 golden body 9 refinements. Fang Ping did not know how much imperishable substance he would need to cultivate to rank 8 golden body 9 refinements, but it would definitely not be little. Ordinary rank 8 powerhouses would really cultivate to death. Even if there were paragon elders in the family, they would not give their own imperishable substance to their descendants to cultivate their golden body. Even paragons themselves lacked it. How could they have so much imperishable substance to give to others? Old Manly uses vitality to cultivate his golden body. Vitality is easy to recover. I use imperishable substance to cultivate my golden body. I have a lot of imperishable substance too. If that's the case, in today's world, the only ones who can cultivate their golden body to the highest level are me and Old Manly? Fang Ping licked his lips. What kind of power did a rank 8 golden body 9 refinements have? He really wanted to try it earlier, the cultivation difficulty was so high. It could not be too weak, right? A rank 8 9 refinements or an origin path powerhouse, who was stronger and who was weaker. Fang Ping had no clue how to comprehend the origin path. Fang Ping felt that this kind of high-difficulty task was not suitable for him. If he wanted to improve his combat strength, the first thing he had to do was to improve his golden body. I've proven my Tao through strength, right? Fang Ping suddenly thought of a term. Rank 9 was the path of enlightenment. The time he had been practicing martial arts was too short. Until now, he was still confused about the path of martial arts. He was already an upper stage rank 8 martial artist, but he was still like that. He was afraid that when he stepped into rank 9, he might not be able to walk the path of origin very quickly. Then he would be a weak level 9, a weak rank 9. Fang Ping felt that it was too shameful to be a weak rank 9. He might as well continue cultivating his golden body. There was no need to be tortured by others when he entered rank 9. A rank 8 oppressing a rank 9 was what he should do. As he thought about it, he sighed suddenly. What was the point of thinking about all this now? The most important thing now was to find a way to leave Skyplant City. If he didn't leave now, it would really be difficult for him to leave. The return of the Maple Prince and the others was a big problem. After all, they were his own grandchildren. How could he not sense something was wrong? The sky was bright. Earth calendar, November 15th. On the second night, Fang Ping entered the catacombs. It had been almost half a month since Fang Ping had entered the catacombs. On the 6th, it had been 10 days since Lao Wang and the others entered the king's battlefield. Mount Imperial Sea. Zhang Tao gazed at the depths of Mount Imperial Sea from afar, his gaze deep. That kid, he had stayed for quite a long time this time, half a month. There was no news for half a month. Could he have been seen through? Half a month was not a long time for the average martial artist. There were those who stayed in the catacombs for decades. Some rank 9 powerhouses guarded the catacombs and did not leave the catacombs for decades. They were not alone. But to Fang Ping, it was really a long time. Annihilate Skygate City, go to the bounded boundaries, fight the forbidden catacombs. Fang Ping had not stayed in these places for too long. While Zhang Tao was pondering, a figure came using flight step from afar. He did not come from the outer boundary, but from the restricted area. Zhang Tao took a look, his gaze moving slightly. Something had happened in the king's battlefield. Very soon, the person arrived. Greetings, Martial King. The person who came was Fang Ping's acquaintance, Wei Yong, the family head of the Wei family in Star Town. When Wei Yong saw Zhang Tao, his gaze was complicated. Zhang Tao smiled. Family headway, are you the one guarding the king's battlefield this time? Yes. Wei Yong responded. His gaze became even more complicated. He stood opposite Zhang Tao, paused, and said, Martial King, the next time martial arts university students enter the king's battlefield, can you notify them a month in advance? Zhang Tao said nothing. Wei Yong sighed. Martial King, it's not easy for Star Town to nurture some juniors. We can't afford to go on like this. We can't go on like this. The last time Fang Ping came, the juniors in Star Town in the king's battlefield had a hard time. They couldn't kill Fang Ping, so they took it out on others and hunted our people everywhere. It's just been a few days. Wei Yong did not want to speak anymore. His expression was bitter. God, please don't let the martial arts university people come. It had been 100 years. Although Star Town had fought many battles in the king's battlefield, it could not be like this. Zhang Tao coughed softly and smiled. Family headway, let's talk business. What's going on? Wei Yong remembered this and sighed. Wang Jinyang and the others entered the king's battlefield 10 days ago. Fang Ping did not come at first, so we thought it was fine and did not inform the people inside to evacuate. Who knew that these people are not quiet people? Martial King, these few days, the rank 7 region is in chaos. Plus that brat Jiang Hao from the Jiang family, a group of people can't wait for the world to be in chaos, killing wantonly in the king's battlefield. What ruins, what mystic realms, they don't care at all. In short, it's killing. They kill whoever they see. It's chaos, it's a mess. In the king's battlefield, our goal is still for the ruins, for the opportunity. Killing is not the main thing. In the past, unless it's to fight for the ruins, there's only killing. If it's not near the ruins, there's very little killing. But now, no matter where it is, there's endless killing. Many people from the rank 7 region have already come out, some have already gone to the 2 royal courts to ask for reinforcements. As Wei Yong spoke, he was almost suffocated to death. It was not like this. The real killing was more frequent in the rank 9 region. There, not only humans were killing each other, but the few royal courts were also killing each other. They all had their own goals. As for the other regions, it was mainly to explore the ruins and improve quickly. Their ultimate goal was to enter the rank 9 region and find some of the things that the top powerhouses wanted to see. If the killing in the 7 and 8 regions was intense and everyone died, who would go to the rank 9 region to search for the traces of the 2 royal courts? But now, the rank 6 region was almost empty. The rank 7 region was also in chaos now. Over at Star Town, many people could not hold on anymore. 2 days ago, the Su family's second son ran out with a long face. He could not hold on anymore. In the past, everyone talked about territories and camps. Now, there was no need to talk about it anymore. They were all in a killing frenzy. It did not matter whether it was ruins or not. When they saw people, if they were not on the same side, they would kill them. If they could not kill them, they would run. If they ran, there would be people chasing them. The more they chased, the more people there were, the messier it would be, coupled with the chaotic monsters inside. The rank 7 region was no longer a place for people to stay. Zhang Tao coughed softly again and asked, what about the casualties? They're mainly going after the martial arts university students. Star Town's casualties aren't that high, but the people from the other holy lands won't agree to it. They're furious now and hope that Sino Nation can disqualify the martial arts university students. Wei Yong smiled bitterly. King Wu, the people from the 6 holy lands would join forces. But now, when they see the Sino Nation martial artists, the people from the other holy lands are running as far as they can. The holy lands have already sent people inside to summon their rank 7 martial artists back. Zhang Tao snorted. A bunch of trash. What's there to run for? Wang Jinyang and the rest, the strongest one, Yao Qingjun, has just achieved upper stage rank 7 not long ago. How much trouble can they cause? Even the early stage rank 7 Qin Fengqing didn't say to run. Why are they running? I remember that the Holy Lands still have some peak rank 7 martial artists inside. Do they have the guts to cultivate to this level? Zhang Tao's expression was cold. How did they cultivate? Did Qin Fengqing run away? Wasn't he still at the king's battleground? He had just achieved rank 7, Wei Yong smiled bitterly again. He said, Qin Fengqing, it's not that Qin Fengqing doesn't want to run, it's that he can't. Right now, in the rank 7 territory, there are people hunting him down everywhere. Others can still leave the exit. The catacombs don't want to fight wantonly at the exit either. But Qin Fengqing and the rest, they reached the exit. I heard from the people who came out earlier that when they were near the exit, more than 20 rank 7s wanted to kill them. How can they get out? Wei Yong continued, King Wu, if this goes on, I'm afraid these people will really be in danger. If they can't find the weak point of the rank 6 territories barrier, I'm afraid they won't be able to leave the king's battleground. Zhang Tao's head hurt. He thought for a while and asked, did the 2 catacombs kings send reinforcements? Not yet. Wei Yong replied, I heard that the heirs to the throne and the catacombs have been fighting for an opportunity recently. These people have now returned to the depths of the catacombs. That's why there are fewer people in the rank 7 territory in the king's battleground. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would have been killed long ago. Wei Yong had also heard about it from the martial artists guarding the king's battleground. These catacombs' royal highnesses were mostly rank 7 and 8. They had many subordinates, like Feng Miexing. Many of the commanders under him would enter the king's battleground with him. Under normal circumstances, when one of them entered, he would bring at least 3 martial artists of the same rank under him. That was the least. Now, more than 10 royal highnesses from the 2 royal highnesses did not come to the king's battleground. Suddenly, there were less than 100 people. This was the reason why Wang Jinyang and the others hadn't been surrounded and killed so far. Moreover, the important figures of the 2 royal highnesses were not here. No one had the prestige to unite the 2 royal highnesses. Thousands of demons and the guardian royal highnesses did not care either. If Ji Yao or Feng Miexing and the rest were here, they could at least contact the demons guarding the royal highnesses. Opportunity, Zhang Tao murmured. What opportunity? Could it be that the kid Feng Ping was also waiting for an opportunity and that was why he did not come out? This kid was extremely daring and liked to do things on a grand scale. With so many crown princes gathered together, the kid might just go there. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment. Wang Jinyang and the rest had stirred up trouble in the king's battleground. Now that the king's battleground had gone back to look for reinforcements, the crown princes might lead their people over to encircle them. Is he deliberately creating chaos in the king's battleground? This kid has already made up his mind to find a way to get to the king's battleground? After a long while, Zhang Tao said, when the people from the restricted area come to help, then come back and report the news. Then Wang Jinyang and the rest, calm down. I have no other way now. I can't go in. If I can't go in, they can't come out. There's no point in panicking. Wei Yong was helpless. After thinking for a while, he said, King Wu, if they don't die this time, the next time they come to the king's battleground, you must inform us in advance. Zhang Tao was speechless. What was up with the people in Star Town? They were so timid. What was there to be afraid of? There were many rank 7 martial artists in Star Town. There were at least 20 in the king's battleground. This was just Star Town. In the other sacred lands, there were more than 50 in total. That was the least. They could also recruit more people, up to 100 people. With so many people, if they really fought, did they have to be so afraid of the restricted area? As human martial artists, it was 1 against 2. They could even fight 200 rank 7 martial artists. What was there to worry about? As Zhang Tao thought about this, he said casually, don't worry too much. The 2 majestic courts are not on good terms, and neither are the crown princes. Even if there are reinforcements, it will be a dozen people at most, no need to be pessimistic. Wei Yong thought about it and agreed. 2 crown princes were probably the usual limit. A dozen people did not need to worry too much. Right now, there were only 60 to 70 people from the 2 majestic courts in the rank 7 region. The king's battleground was huge. It would not be easy to find Wang Jinyang and the rest with 70 to 80 people. As he thought about it, Wei Yong suddenly said, there won't be more than 10 people this time, will there? Zhang Tao was about to say no, but he suddenly paused. After a while, he coughed softly and said, tell the human martial artists in the rank 7 region to prepare to evacuate at any time. Wei Yong was stunned. Just now, you said not to be afraid. Martial arts practitioners need to be bold. Why are you preparing to evacuate now? Zhang Tao found it hard to say. I'm worried that something might happen. According to the previous situation, the reinforcements might only be a dozen or so people. This time, it's hard to say. When 100 or so people come, you'd better evacuate as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might be wiped out by the two majestic court's reinforcements. Of course, he could not say this directly. Zhang Tao still reminded him again, saying, the situation is not too stable recently. The catacombs is also more chaotic. If more reinforcements come, then everyone will be in danger. So, make sure you're fully prepared. Okay. Wei Yong did not think too much. He would just prepare. Soon, Wei Yong left. He still had to go guard the king's battleground to prevent any problems. After he left, Zhang Tao thought for a while. Maybe he should go to the Forbidden Catacombs. The Forbidden Catacombs was the closest to the king's battleground. He was now in the capital city catacombs. It was a little further away. I don't need to call for help, right? This thought came to Zhang Tao's mind. If that kid really came, it meant that the commotion would not be too big. Otherwise, he would not have come to the king's battleground so easily. Me alone should be enough. As he thought about it, Zhang Tao cursed in his heart. What kind of person am I, the martial king? Do I need to call for help when I go to the king's battleground to pick up a few juniors? Skyplant City. Fong Ping's palace. Outside the hall, there were no weaklings this time. A rank 7 powerhouse stood outside the hall and said respectfully, Your Highness, Sir Guardian and the king have jointly invited all the lords of the royal court to a banquet today. Inside the hall, Fong Ping asked lazily, the holy fruit feast wasn't affected? The commander outside hurriedly said, It's just a small thief. The chaos has long been quelled, Fong Ping sneered. As he walked out of the palace, he snorted coldly and said, A mere little thief? How arrogant. Did you catch him? Not yet. Lord Tian, you couldn't even catch the thief himself, yet you call him a mere thief. Do you think Lord Tianyu is useless? Plop, the commander instantly knelt on the ground, his face pale, and hurriedly said, This subordinate dares not. Your Highness, please forgive me. Fong Ping said coldly, It's all because of you bunch of trash. A bunch of incompetent fellows. The 300,000 Skyplant army soldiers are all useless. They sealed off the imperial city for several days and even allowed Fong Ping to do such a terrible thing. Such a Skyplant army still wants to fight the martial artists who resurrected. Before this commander could reply, Huayu and the others had already left the palace. When they heard Feng Miaxing's reprimand, Huayu smiled faintly and said, After all, the Tianji army hasn't fought in many years. Feng Miaxing, don't be too harsh on them. On the other side, an early-stage rank 8 martial artist named Yangxing, the crown prince, also laughed and said, That's right. Ever since that battle more than 10 years ago, the Skyplant's military has become a retirement ground. How could they still have the ability to catch bandits? The few of them were unbridled as they chatted cheerfully. Today, it wasn't just the sacred fruit feast, there was something else. The battle for the commander of the 3 divisions of the Tianji army. They said the Tianji army was trash, but was the Tianji army really trash? 300,000 Heaven Plant army soldiers, after fighting for many years, martial artists did not retire. All 300,000 of them were middle-ranked martial artists, and there were hundreds of high-ranked powerhouses. Who would not want to take over such a force? Fong Ping ignored them and said mildly, Get up. The commander who was kneeling on the ground trembled in fear and slowly stood up. Lead the way. Fong Ping's expression was cold and detached. The other party dared not say another word. He bowed and led the way. On both sides, Huayu and the others exchanged glances and snorted softly. Feng Miaxing was as arrogant as ever. Out of the 16 crown princes, Feng Miaxing was the weakest. What was there to be arrogant about? However, King Feng's battle prowess was rather strong, and he had roped in a group of true kings. This was something that others could not compare to at the moment. They didn't say anything else and walked toward the Myriad Dao Palace. The Myriad Dao Palace was also the most important palace of the Heaven Plant's royal court. It would not be opened unless there was an emergency. just as Fang Ping and the others were walking toward the Myriad Dao Palace. Outside the palace, some divine generals also received invitations. Those from the Heavenly Fate Royal Court also arrived. At this time, Ji Yao and the others had brought a few demonic beasts with them. They had originally planned to leave them at Wanting Tower, but now that Wanting Tower was gone, there was naturally no need to leave any demonic beasts behind. Moreover, Ji Yao was worried about leaving Phoenix Sparrow behind. Who knew if Fang Ping would appear again? Outside the huge main entrance of the palace, Hua Qidao and the right divine general stood on both sides, followed by 4 or 5 divine generals. More than 10 divine generals stood on both sides of the main entrance, waiting for everyone. Such a lineup was extremely rare. The crowd was not in a hurry to enter. There were rules for entering the palace. The people from the Heavenly Fate Royal Court entered first, followed by the true king's residence, then the powerhouses from the 8 halls, and finally the other divine generals. The crowd was still waiting for the people from the Heavenly Fate Royal Court to enter when a figure slowly walked over. He ignored everyone and walked straight toward the main entrance of the palace. Jinan, who was just about to step forward, paused for a moment. She gently held down Ji Yao, who was about to step forward. Ji Yao's expression did not look too good. She said in a low voice, "Uncle Wang." Jinan shook her head slightly and transmitted her voice. "Let him go first. There's no need to fight over this." Ji Yao was a little dissatisfied, but she did not say anything else. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. Zhao Xingwu ignored everything and strode forward. Hua Qidao and the others' expressions changed slightly. Hua Qidao and the right divine general exchanged a look. The right divine general quickly smiled and said, "General Zhao, I will accompany you." "Thank you." Zhao Xingwu did not say much. The right divine general transmitted his voice to Hua Qidao and walked toward the Myriad Dao Palace with Zhao Xingwu. As soon as the two of them left, the mentality in the crowd fluctuated. A resurrected martial artist is so arrogant. I don't know what the royal court is thinking. The land of rebirth is nothing to worry about. They don't need Zhao Xingwu to set an example at all. Nothing to worry about? General Mu, it's meaningless to lie to yourself at a time like this. There are dozens of true kings in the land of rebirth. It's hard to defeat them by relying on the Sky Plant's royal court alone. It's been so many years and the war has never stopped. The royal court has not gained any advantage. That Zhao Xingwu doesn't affect the overall situation, you can't say that. Perhaps the true kings want to divide the powerhouses of the land of rebirth to prevent the true kings from fighting to the death in desperation. There are dozens of true kings and top-notch true kings like Heavenly King Garrison. If they really fight to the death, our side will be in danger. Even so, we can't let Zhao Xingwu be so arrogant in the royal court. That's true. The crowd discussed. At this time, Ji Yao and the others walked into the palace. As they walked, Ji Yao said telepathically, "Uncle Wang, Zhao Xingwu is from the land of rebirth. He should be more familiar with Fang Ping." Previously, he seemed to be covering for Fang Ping on purpose. "Do you think you will know where Fang Ping is?" Jinan pondered for a moment before replying, "Not necessarily. Zhao Xingwu is a key person. Even if Fang Ping is really related to him, he won't look for him at this time." "That's hard to say. That guy is very bold. The more dangerous it is, the more likely he will do it." Jinan shook her head and said nothing more. Her niece was a little obsessed. Jinan sighed softly in her heart. Fang Ping. Fang Ping alone had dealt a heavy blow to Ji Yao, Feng Miexing, and the others. If she had known this would happen, she would not have gone to the land of war. As they were talking, the people behind them entered one after another. When everyone had entered, Hua Qidao shouted, "Close the door." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge palace door closed with a loud bang. Then, on the crystal walls of the palace, tendrils began to spreading toward the walls and toward the ground. The powerhouses who were walking on the road saw this and frowned. Hua Qidao saw this and said loudly, "To prevent thieves from destroying the banquet, the imperial court has strengthened the defenses. Everyone can attend the banquet in peace." Hee hee. Someone laughed mockingly and did not say much. In his heart, he was cursing. Who was he trying to fool? however, he was too lazy to expose him. What would the king lord do to them here? Today, the important figures of the imperial court were attending the banquet. Whatever they did here would depend on whether the true kings agreed or not. Myriad Dao Temple. At this moment, there was not one throne on the main seat, but two. Li Zhu sat on the left, and on the right was a weathered old man. The old man's hair and beard were all white, and he wore a golden robe. His gaze was fixed on the main entrance of the palace, as if he had seen through everything. The moment Zhao Xingwu entered, the old man said slowly, "Are you really going to hand over the left division of the Tianji military to Zhao Xingwu?" The king lord said softly, "Other than him, there are no other suitable candidates." "What about Li Feng?" "Li Feng needs to stay in the central region. Lord Tianyu also knows that I no longer care about the central region. If Li Feng leaves, I'm afraid the central region will no longer be stable." Li Feng, also known as Divine General Li, was one of the 10 great generals of the central region. He was also Li Zhu's brother, but not blood-related. There were very few rank 9 powerhouses with blood-related brothers. Tianyu pondered for a moment, not answering. This was not his main body, but his clone. At the true monarch realm, even demonic plants could be summoned. Being close to the main body, its clone had the same intelligence as the main body. Right now, the clone and the main body were in a shared state. This was also the dream of all monster plants. They could walk freely on this vast land, no longer need to use mentality to communicate, do things that they could not do in the past, and even play around in the mortal world. However, it was difficult for monsters to become true kings, too difficult. The monster plants that had taken root in cities in the outer region for thousands of years were all pursuing the illusory true king path. Tianyu did not continue talking about Zhao Xingwu, saying again, "I'm afraid Fang Ping won't dare to come here. With me here, would he really dare to take the risk?" Li Zhu laughed. "It's hard to say. He's very brave. Also, King Feng and the others are about to return. If he doesn't mix with these people now, it won't be so easy for him to leave Tianji City." Tianyu's expression did not change, falling completely silent. At this moment, before Zhao Xingwu and the rest reached the main hall, a commotion broke out outside. "Li Yi, do you want to die? How dare you release your aura on me? Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you're a venerable? Feng Miasheng, I've just broken through and can't control my strength well. Don't misunderstand." Li Yi's mocking voice rang out. "You're asking for death?" As soon as she said that, Tianyu frowned slightly, saying slowly, "Feng Miasheng, stop." Outside the main hall, Fang Ping had already taken out the maple leaf and was about to throw it at Li Yi. Li Yi's expression was livid, no longer as arrogant as before. He was cursing in his heart. Feng Miasheng was a lunatic now. They had not even exchanged a few words and this fellow wanted to kill him. This was the imperial court, outside the main hall. Fang Ping's expression was grim. He glanced at Li Yi coldly, his expression slightly ferocious as he said in a low voice, "Don't provoke me anymore. I'm looking for something to do now. If I can't find that bastard Fang Ping, then I'll try killing a few pieces of trash." Li Yi's expression was livid, he snorted and ignored this lunatic. He entered the main hall and bowed. Fang Ping stared at his back for a while, not in a hurry to enter. At this time, Huayu and the others walked over. They had heard the conflict between the two earlier and were all smiling. They ignored Feng Miasheng and entered the main hall one after another, bowing to Lord Wang and Tianyu. Then, they each found a seat and sat down. They did not just sit on the seats randomly. There were some tables on both sides of the main hall. Everyone sat at the tables. However, there were no names on the tables. Fang Ping really did not know where he should sit. However, he also saw that Li Yi and the others were sitting on the left side. The right side was empty. There were a few empty tables on the left side of the main hall. Fang Ping guessed that they were not there for them but for some top-notch powerhouses. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to enter the main hall. His expression was as gloomy as still water. Only when he saw a group of people walking over from not far away did he regain his smile. Seeing Zhao Xingwu walking at the front, Fang Ping quickly smiled and said, "General Zhao is here." Zhao Xingwu nodded lightly. He ignored them and entered the main hall directly. He saluted the two people in front of him with his fists, then sat down on the second seat on the left. Fang Ping saw that and smiled. Then, he saw Lu Wushan in the crowd and hurriedly greeted, "Uncle Wushan." "Your Highness." Lu Wushan laughed and greeted, "Your Highness, why aren't you entering the main hall?" Fang Ping sneered and said unscrupulously, "Some people saw that I have no entourage following me and my strength is not as good as theirs, so they actually humiliated me in court." "Uncle Wushan, are you attending a banquet or are you trying to kill me?" Feng Miasheng, "Uncle Wushan, please bear witness. If I die, it will not be Fang Ping's doing. I'm just afraid that someone will kill me and frame Fang Ping." When Lord Wang returns, in the main hall, Lord Wang's face was pale. He smiled faintly and said, "Miasheng, don't talk nonsense. Enter the main hall. Ear has just broken through and lost control of his strength. He doesn't mean to target you." At this moment, many people had entered the main hall. Fang Ping glanced at Li Yi and sneered. Li Yi's expression was ugly, but Fang Ping ignored him. "Who was looking at you?" "I was just looking for a seat. Now I know. I'm actually sitting next to this guy." The crown princes were all sitting on the left. Fang Ping took a look. It seemed like they were assigned according to their strength. Hua Yu, Purple Moon, and the others were all in front of Li Yi. According to the order, he was behind Li Yi. Perhaps they were assigned according to the time they became crown princes. In any case, Fang Ping knew that that place was probably his. There's danger everywhere. Fang Ping maintained his composure, but he sighed inwardly. Here, he really had to be careful with every step. If he accidentally sat in the wrong place, something big might happen. Moreover, there was even a true king powerhouse in the main hall. Here, even the fluctuation of emotions could be sensed. Fang Ping did not delay any further. He entered the main hall and bowed to Lord Wang and Tianyu. He had seen how Hua Yu and the others bowed just now. In this godforsaken place, he really could not take a wrong step. These people entered the main hall. Outside the main hall, there were some people who did not enter. They were the retainers brought by some powerhouses. Fang Ping knew this. During the sacred fruit feast, there seemed to be some battles. Retainers could be brought along. Sometimes, they would be useful. As for Feng Extermination, of the two rank 8s under him, Feng Hua was dead. Feng Zhe had gone to True King Hall and had not returned yet. This time, he did not bring anyone. Fang Ping took his seat. He did not hide anything and looked around. On the left side, the first was the Right Divine General, the second was Zhao Xingwu, and the third was Hua Qidao. Zhao Xingwu was considered an extra person. In reality, on the left side, the Right Divine General was the leader, followed by Hua Qidao, and then the other 7 hall masters. Sky Planting Hall Master was Lord Wang. From this, it could be seen that Sky Planting Hall was incomparably important. The 3 commanders were the highest corps. Below these 10 people, there were 16 crown princes. Fang Ping was the last one. Below him were the deputy hall masters of each hall. On the right side, Ji Yao and the others were the leaders, followed by the people from True King Manor. On the left side, there were some outer divine general powerhouses at the very end. In the main hall, there were currently more than 100 people sitting. The lowest was rank 7. When everyone had arrived, some palace maids began to serve the dishes. The so-called dishes were some energy fruits, heavenly treasures, and the like. There was no monster meat or anything else. The demons were not weak in the catacombs. They could not be eaten on such an official occasion. Of course, they could be eaten in private. In the main hall, there was silence. After a moment, Lord Wang smiled and said, "Recently, Lord Tianyu has condensed 3 holy fruits. I'm sure everyone knows the effects of the holy fruits. They strengthen the undying God and forge the undying body. The royal court is indebted to Lord Wang's kindness. For 1,000 years, the holy fruits that Lord Wang has condensed have been given to the powerhouses of the royal court. However, the holy fruits are limited. They are effective for martial artists below the divine path." Lord Wang babbled for a while. As he babbled, he began to pant slightly. Fang Ping stared at him for a while. Was it that serious? Was it that tiring to say a few words? In the catacombs, powerhouses were respected. Could such a person really sit firmly in the position of Lord Wang? The more it was so, the more terrifying it seemed. Not to mention the catacombs, just take MCMAU. Could a person without any ability be MCMAU's vice-chancellor? Even MCMAU was like this, not to mention the catacombs. Managing more than 1 billion square kilometers of rivers and mountains was not something that just anyone could do. After a while, Lord Wang chuckled and said, "This time, Lord Tianyu has condensed 3 holy fruits. It's already unexpected. However, Lord Tianyu plans to give one of them to Ji Yao." Below, Ji Yao got up. She did not have the usual disdain and arrogance she usually had for Feng Miexing and the rest. She bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Lord Tianyu, for fulfilling my wish. Ji Yao will remember it." The old man nodded slightly and chuckled. "Take it as a congratulatory gift from me, Lord Ji Hong. With 2 true kings in one clan, the Ji family is becoming more prosperous. Jinan has stepped into the divine path for a long time. It's not impossible for her to advance to true king." Jinan hurriedly bowed and said, "You flatter me, Lord Wang. Jinan cannot be compared to Brother Wang." After a few words, 3 turquoise fruits appeared out of thin air in front of Tianyu. They were not big, about the size of hawthorns. As soon as these 3 holy fruits appeared, many people's breathing became much heavier. These were fruits borne by a true king realm monster plant. They were of great help in improving mentality and forging the flesh. Energy fruits were also different from each other. Although the sunflower fruit was borne by a rank 9 monster plant, Monster Sunflower City's big sunflower produced a lot of them every year, so the sunflower fruit was not considered rare. Some rank 9 monster plants would bear the only fruit, which was considered rare. Back then, the Rose and Rose City had borne the only fruit. That was something that could even save a rank 9's mentality from perishing. It was considered a peerless treasure. As a true king, Tianyu did not only have the only fruit. He would have it for a period of time. However, it was not born randomly. Instead, it required a lot of energy. This was also the reason why a true king had to go into closed-door cultivation every time he condensed the only fruit. The value of the only fruit might not be lower than the only fruit of the rose. One of the 3 only fruits flew straight to Ji Yao. Ji Yao took it and thanked him again. The fruit disappeared into thin air. Fang Ping glanced at it from the corner of his eye. There was a ring in Ji Yao's hand too. Storage ring. I only got it recently, right? I didn't have it before. Otherwise, this thing would be mine after I chopped off her hands. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He had chopped off Ji Yao's hands at the king's battlefield. He did not see this thing then. At this moment, there were still only two holy fruits in front of Tianyu. The king lord seemed tired and did not continue speaking. The right divine general saw the situation and said slowly, "The holy fruits are rare. It's impossible for everyone to have them. This year, heaven's mandate royal court messengers came to the royal court. Those who come are guests. There are 16 highnesses in the royal court. Other than Highness Ji Yao, there are also 3 highnesses in heaven's mandate royal court. Lord Tianyu and the king's thinking is that the strong should be the one." Fang Ping interrupted him directly. "Extermination feels that it's inappropriate." The right divine general gave him a look. Fang Ping picked up a fruit and ate it, smiling. Extermination is only an upper stage commander. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the holy fruits have nothing to do with extermination? The strong should be the one. Are they going to compete to determine the ownership of the holy fruits? If that's the case, they might as well give it to someone else. What's the point of holding a holy fruit feast? As he said that, Fang Ping stood up and bowed to Tianyu, smiling. "Lord Protector, extermination is not questioning you, but this is unfair. By condensing the holy fruits, you are also cultivating talents for the royal court. Everyone in the royal court knows about your kindness. But extermination is young. In terms of strength, he's naturally not as good as those older people." Tianyu was not angry. He said lightly, "Then what do you think?" "What do you think?" Fang Ping smiled. "This is Sir's. Sir, you can give it to whoever you want to. Extermination doesn't dare to question it. But extermination believes that no one in the commander level is a match for him. In a battle of the same rank, extermination has nothing to fear. As he spoke, Ji Yao in front of him raised her head and glanced at him. She sneered. No one in the commander level is a match for him? Fang Ping looked at her, his expression much colder. He said slowly, Ji Yao, I'm talking to the Lord Protector. Do you think you have the right to interrupt? Humph. Fang Ping sneered and said, Sir, extermination's thinking is that the commander level should be given one holy fruit, the venerables should be given one holy fruit. As for the two highnesses, extermination thinks that the path of godhood should be walked by themselves. There's no need to distribute any more. Among the 16 crown princes of Sky Plant's royal court, 2 of them had already reached weak rank 9. The holy fruit also contained a trace of true king's origin enlightenment. It was very, very little. It was still helpful for the weak rank 9 to truly embark on the origin path. However, these 2 weak rank 9 martial artists did not have a true king as their backing. Fang Ping had some understanding of this. In Feng Mansion, he had asked Feng Yu about this a lot. If that was the case, Fang Ping felt that there was no need to bother with them. 1 holy fruit for a rank 7 and 1 for a rank 8. He was not a sure thing. It could not be helped. There were 19 highnesses in the 2 royal courts. Previously, he and Li were both rank 7. Now, Li had entered rank 8. In Sky Plant's royal court, only Feng Extermination was rank 7. In Destiny Royal Court, Tiger King's descendant was peak rank 7. Xianxia and that by Xianxia were both rank 8. Tiger King's descendant, Fang Ping glanced at the other party with a threatening look. If you dare to compete, I'll kill you. Hearing Fang Ping's words, Tianyu said slowly, Does anyone have any objections to Feng Extermination's suggestion? The Right God General said quickly, Sir, according to the original rules, the 19 highnesses will fight for 1, and the other manners will fight for 1. Is it inappropriate to give both to the highnesses? After he said that, a powerhouse in the crowd said immediately, Sir, according to the previous rules, the manners will also have a chance to fight for it. If we give it to the highnesses, I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Sir, in the crowd, many people spoke up, feeling that it was inappropriate. If they gave all 3 holy fruits to these people, then wouldn't they have come for nothing? 3 was not a small number. Ji Yao had taken it, so it was not appropriate for them to say anything. There were 2 left. Logically speaking, it would be good enough for the 19 crown princes to fight for 1. They had to give the others a chance. There were still so many descendants of the true king, in the 49 manners, other than Feng Extermination and a few others who were among the crown princes, the others were not included. Before Tianyu could speak, Wang Zhu, who had rested for a while, tilted his head to look at Tianyu and said with a smile, Sir, why don't we follow the original rules and let the others have a chance? Tianyu seemed to be considering. Very quickly, he said lightly, That's settled then. Fang Ping's expression was a little ugly. Above, a faint smile appeared on Wang Zhu's face. He glanced at Feng Extermination from the corner of his eyes. Don't rush. Let this king see if anyone will appear out of nowhere. At this time, Lu Wushan, who was in the crowd, said, Sir, Wang, regarding the sparring, the highnesses have different strengths. Swords and sabers have no eyes. Why don't the highnesses pick someone to spar with? As he said that, he added, This matter can be left until the end. There's no rush. As for the recent chaos in the Imperial City and the destruction of the Tribute Hall, I think we should discuss it first. I agree. We should discuss this matter first. The holy fruits are here, there's no rush. At this time, many people spoke up in agreement. Lu Wushan gestured at Fang Ping, meaning to tell him that he had arrangements, so there was no need to worry about the holy fruits falling into someone else's hands. Fang Ping smiled and nodded slightly. In his heart, however, he was cursing wildly. What are we waiting for? Let's split the fruits first. Also, did Wang Zhu and the Right God have some plans? Could it be that these 2 fellows want everyone to make a move and get ready to drag me out? Fang Ping's heart stirred slightly. He looked outside the basilica from the corner of his eyes. I can cover and change my aura for 1,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters, find someone weaker than me and disguise as my aura. TSK, let you guys catch me. However, there was no need to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. It would easily expose more of his trump cards. Moreover, they might not be sure that he was in the imperial palace. Changing someone else's aura now would prove that he was in the imperial palace. That would be even more dangerous. However, if you guys really notice something amiss, I'll do it. Not just one person, but all of them. Let's see who you guys can catch. He could change anyone's aura below peak rank 8. As long as it was within this range, any martial artist below peak rank 8 could be Fang Ping. In the basilica, everyone was discussing about other matters. The Lord seemed dissatisfied. The Right Divine General's expression was ugly too. He said lightly, "Today, Destiny Royal Court's distinguished guests are here. We'll discuss this later. If people from other royal courts were here, would it not be embarrassing for the royal court to discuss this?" It was not that no one knew about this. But embarrassing, it was also embarrassing for the Lord. What was there to be afraid of? Fang Ping felt that he needed to lead the situation. Although he was only rank 7, he was the crown prince with the highest chance of becoming the Lord. Moreover, there were many people supporting him. There were even a few true kings behind him. What was there to be afraid of? Hence, in the next moment, Fang Ping spoke righteously, standing up and saying, "Lord Tianyu, Lord, extermination feels that there is no need to worry too much. This is not a secret." Ji Yao and the others saw it too. At this moment, the royal court needs to respond. Are we really going to let that thief Fang Ping continue to roam free? When Fang Ping said his name, his face was livid, despicable, he deserved to die. The Lord glanced at him and said lightly, "Extermination, the Tianji army is already searching the entire city, not enough." Fang Ping was not polite, saying loudly, "The Tianji army is not as good as it was. Commander-in-Chief of the 3 units. Lord, your injuries are extremely serious. There is no time to care about the Tianji army anymore. In recent years, the Right Marshal has been recuperating in seclusion. The right unit is also in a mess." As for the left unit, Fang Ping looked disdainful. He sneered. "The 10 armies of the left unit have long been in chaos. The left marshal has just entered the divine path. Who in the left unit is convinced the Tianji army is the royal court's weapon of conquest, not a retirement home? The Tianji army that fought in all directions in the past, everywhere they went, there was no one who didn't submit, has already become a joke now." Fang Ping said loudly, "The Tianji army is named after the royal court. It was originally the royal court's strongest combat force, but now it has become a joke. Whose fault is it? The Lord is seriously injured, the right marshal is in seclusion. Among the 3 commanders, only the left marshal leads the Tianji army. The Tianji army has fallen into today's situation because of the left marshal's incompetence. Moreover, the Tianji army is also in chaos internally. Previously, he even cooperated with Li Yi in the imperial city to kill the Tianji army's general. At this time, Hua Qidao said coldly, "Your Highness, Kuei Ming is." Fang Ping cut him off abruptly. "Marshal Zhua, you don't have to remind me. Whether Kuei Ming was Fang Ping or not, there was no proof. If you said it was Fang Ping, would it really be Fang Ping? Perhaps someone had purposely framed Kuei Ming. Kuei Ming's death was strange, but since he was dead, there was naturally no way to refute it. All of you said that Maple Jade and Fenghua were Fang Ping's disguise. What a joke. Why don't you just say that I'm Fang Ping in disguise? Why don't you just kill me now and everything will be fine?" Fang Ping sneered. Feng Miaxing was just that arrogant, he had no respect for the King Lord. After Fang Ping finished speaking, Lu Wushan added with a smile, "You must be joking, Your Highness. Anyone could be Fang Ping, except for Your Highness." Moreover, they kept talking about Fang Ping. Was it really Fang Ping? Right now, all of the information is provided by the Tianji army, we don't know if it's true or false. Also, there should be an explanation for the Tianji army's surveillance of the matters. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Hall Master Lu, is it Fang Ping?" Miaxing guessed that the possibility of it being Fang Ping is still higher. Having said that, Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, "The reason why Miaxing targeted Left Marshal and the Tianji army was actually not because he wanted to. Miaxing believed that everything that happened earlier was all Fang Ping's doing. That's why Fang Ping must die." But can the Tianji army really kill Fang Ping now? Fang Ping did not hide his suspicions, gritting his teeth and saying, Miashing is worried that someone deliberately let Fang Ping go. Since Fang Ping is in Tianji City, then this time, no matter what, we must kill him. We don't know when Wang Zhu will return. During this period of time, we must let the Tianji army do their duty, only then can we continue to trap Fang Ping. If we don't kill Fang Ping, I won't be able to rest easy. Fang Ping said loudly, everyone. Is Fang Ping's calamity not enough to wake everyone up? Fang Ping's face was full of anger, shouting, he can disguise himself as anyone. He can move unscrupulously in the imperial city, he can destroy the mineral vein under Lord Tianyu's eyes. The current Fang Ping is only a venerable. Once he reaches divine general, divine path, who will kill him? Everyone says that Fang Ping is Miashing's nightmare, but he will be yours sooner or later. No, he's yours now. Fang Ping was agitated, shouting, that's why the Tianji army must change. Miashing, speak your mind. I don't trust Commander Zhua, and I don't trust the current Tianji army. Compared to them, I'd rather trust Ji Yao. Even Ji Yao will do her best to kill Fang Ping. You don't know how scary he is. If you let him go today, you'll regret it sooner or later. In the crowd, Ji Yao did not retort, which was rare. At this moment, although it had nothing to do with her, Ji Yao still said, Lord Tianyu, kingly, Ji Yao should not have participated in the Tianji royal court's matters. But killing Fang Ping must be done. Fang Ping can conceal his aura, he can change it. After reaching the venerable realm, he can even disguise himself as others, undetectable. He still has a large amount of imperishable substance, his vitality, force and mentality can be infinitely recovered. The current him may not be worthy of Lord True King's attention, but when he becomes a true king, he'll be extremely terrifying. He might even be the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor. Lord Tianyu and Lord Black Dragon both experienced the battle 1,000 years ago. When news spread that Fang Ping was the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor, Lord Black Dragon came out of seclusion and said that he must kill Fang Ping. He must not let the Devil Emperor resurrect. After Ji Yao finished speaking, Fang Ping smiled. Ji Yao, looks like you and I have a common understanding. Ji Yao huffed, she did not want to pay attention to him, if not for killing Fang Ping, do you think I would pay attention to you, in the basilica? Feng Miashing and Ji Yao, the two princes with the highest hopes of becoming lords, were determined to kill Fang Ping. Now, some people began to ponder. At this time, Hua Qidao said slowly, Your Highness Feng, do you mean that I let Fang Ping go on purpose? Fang Ping huffed coldly. Fine, I don't care if it's true or not. As long as Commander Zhua agrees, Fang Ping will die this time. Prince Feng Mansion will no longer participate in the Tianji army matter. Not only that, if you can kill Fang Ping, Prince Feng Mansion will not be stingy with your rewards. Hua Qi said nothing. Fang Ping said with an ugly expression, Commander Zhua doesn't even dare to agree to kill a venerable realm martial artist? There were 300,000 Tianji soldiers, dozens of divine generals, and many deity realm powerhouses. Was it so difficult to kill a revived martial artist in the imperial city? Since you can't do it, then Commander Zhua will step aside. Hua Qidao said lightly, Who does your Highness Feng think can guarantee that they can kill Fang Ping? Fang Ping shouted, At least he's more responsible than the left marshal. Hua Qi said. You've been targeting my Feng Mansion for a long time. Fang Ping is my greatest enemy, so it's not impossible that you deliberately let him go. Some words, don't force this commander to say it out. Having said that, Fang Ping looked straight at the Lord and said with an ugly expression, Previously, when the divine generals entered the palace to discuss matters, Fang Ping annihilated Duke Huai Manor. Something also happened in Duke Feng Manor. If I was at Duke Feng's residence that day, what would have happened to me? The Lord Huai King and the Lord bore the deepest grudge against Fang Ping. Fang Ping had yet to be killed. What was he waiting for? Were they waiting for the news of Feng extermination being killed by Fang Ping to spread? Their intentions are unforgivable. Your Highness, Duke Feng Manor will not let this matter rest. As soon as Fang Ping's words fell, chaos broke out in the basilica. Their mentality began to surge, and some people began to communicate telepathically. The divine general of the right said in a low voice, Feng extermination, some words cannot be spoken carelessly. Commander Yu, am I speaking carelessly? Fang Ping snorted coldly. If that's the case, then I'll say a few more words. That day in the 7 southern regions, the Longevity Sword and the Snake King left early, allowing Fang Ping to escape death. Now that Commander Zhao is here, I would like to ask you, what exactly happened that day? At the front of the crowd, Zhao Xingwu said coldly, that day, when we ambushed Fang Ping, the 9 Grand Elders came together, including me. 8 Origin Path powerhouses, which are what you call Deity Path powerhouses, attacked at the same time, apart from Lin Long, who was Zhang Tao's spy. The 8 of them attacked together, but in the end, all of them died. 4th Elder and 5th Elder are powerhouses of Origin Path, but because Wu Quishan and Li Chongxing returned early, they failed at the last moment. The powerhouses of the 7 southern regions couldn't even hold them back for 3 minutes. What a joke! Zhao Xingwu's expression was indifferent. Fang Ping also sneered. That day, Commander-in-Chief was in the 7 southern regions. Li kept urging me to kill the Longevity Sword. I didn't want to go, but Li impulsively wanted to kill the Longevity Sword alone. He's just a commander level. Does he really not know anything about the Longevity Sword? The Longevity Sword killed Monster Mu in the 7 southern regions previously. If Li is really stupid, then I'll believe it. But he's not stupid. If he could bribe Kuei Ming and Jing Yuhuai, how could he be really stupid? He did it on purpose. Feng Mieshing, how dare you spout nonsense? Li was furious. Fang Ping sneered. Nonsense? You never leave the palace. Why did you go to the 7 southern regions to supervise the battle? I also asked Commander Zhao why the ambush failed in the end. Commander Zhao once said that the key was that Zali Kaluo killed one of their Deity Path powerhouses at the crucial moment, a Deity Path powerhouse second only to Commander Zhao, Zali Kaluo. Uncle Wushan, do you know him? Lu Wushan said lightly, I do. Many years ago, I met him once in the Imperial City. Fang Ping laughed heartily. Yes. A martial artist who was reborn once appeared in the Imperial City, returned to the Land of Rebirth and killed the Deity Path powerhouse who wanted to kill Fang Ping. What a joke! If Commander Zhao did not tell us, we would still be in the dark. If Uncle Wushan had not seen this person before, who would have thought that a Deity Path powerhouse from the Land of Rebirth had come to the Imperial City long before Commander Zhao? Yet, this person saved Fang Ping. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Fang Ping had a playful look on his face. Suddenly, he looked at Xianxia and Xiantong on his right, whose faces were livid. He laughed even more unscrupulously. Even if Xianxia had reached rank 8, at this moment, his face was flushed red, so everything was true. Wang Zhu had really been schemed to death. Ji Yao's expression was also fluctuating. Suddenly, she asked, Lord Li, did Zali Kaluo really come to Skyplant City before? Li Zhu sighed suddenly and said softly, yes. The crowd was instantly in chaos. Li Zhu said slowly, however, that was before I was injured. At that time, he and I reached an agreement. He went to the Land of Rebirth and cooperated with the Pope to give the Land of Rebirth a fatal blow at the crucial moment. However, after I was injured, I could no longer control the situation. I didn't expect him to be a spy of the Pantheon gods. I'm afraid that when he came to the Imperial City that year, he came with the intention of finding out secrets. From the beginning to the end, he was a member of the Pantheon gods. The Right God General also added, that's right. I've seen Zali Kaluo before. Back then, he agreed to cooperate with us. He agreed very readily. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid there's a trap, Fang Ping said lightly. Li took the initiative to attack the Longevity Sword. Is that really stupid? Li said coldly, you have a part in it too. Fang Ping sneered. I have a huge grudge against MCMAU. So what if I admit that I'm stupid? When I see someone from MCMAU, I want to kill him. Why can't I? You, on the other hand, are you the same, or are you really so stupid that you overestimate yourself? Li's expression was livid. Fang Ping said again, someone so stupid can also become a venerable. I find it hard to believe. Having said that, Fang Ping said playfully, that day, the true king of the Land of Rebirth was restrained. According to the royal ancestor, originally, enough. These words were not said by the royal lord's faction, but by Tianyu. Tianyu glanced at Fang Ping and said lightly, Feng Miasheng, enough is enough. Fang Ping glanced at Tianyu, his face full of unwillingness. After a while, he said slowly, Sir is the guardian of the royal court. He protects the royal court, not a family. Fang Ping's problem, could it be that Sir also? Humph. Tianyu snorted softly. He was already slightly angry. At this time, Lu Wuxian said hurriedly, Miasheng, stand down. Beside him, Jingzhu also shouted, Your Highness, be careful with your words. They were also a little frightened. His Highness could not say anything more. If he continued, he might anger Tianyu's guardian. At this time, in the basilica, many divine generals looked at Fang Ping. Some shook their heads, indicating that he should not continue, while others looked at him mockingly, waiting to watch the show. On the right, Xian Tong and Xianzhen's expressions had already calmed down, but their eyes were extremely gloomy. Now, they knew what was going on. The true king of the Xian family was definitely killed by someone's scheme, despicable. Li Zhu was still calm and collected. After a long time, he said slowly, So, Miasheng thinks that I let Fang Ping go on purpose? Miasheng did not mean that. Fine. The royal lord said with a smile, Actually, there are some things that I can no longer control, and I don't have the energy to do anything about. If that's the case, Qi Dao, you've just entered the divine path. It's better for you to go into closed-door cultivation to stabilize your realm and go further. Miasheng, who do you think is suitable for the position of left commander? Who can make you believe that they can kill Fang Ping? Fang Ping replied, Miasheng thinks that Divine General Jingzhu can do it. As soon as he said that, a Divine General powerhouse immediately said, Divine General Jingzhu has just entered the divine path. Your Highness Feng, this is not appropriate. I think Divine General Hua Ping can do the position of left commander. No, Divine General Hua Ping, everyone started discussing. The other 7 hall masters were also powerhouses on the Divine General's ranking. These people began to discuss one after another. Fang Ping said straightforwardly, if they can kill Fang Ping, anyone can. If they can't, then find Fang Ping's enemy. Feng Mansion cannot trust anyone else. As soon as he said that, Lu Wuxian suddenly laughed. Your Highness, now that you mention it, I think of someone. Everyone looked at him. Lu Wuxian laughed. Marshal Zhao. Marshal Zhao failed to kill Fang Ping and came to the royal court in the end. He has a blood feud with Fang Ping. Moreover, Marshal Zhao is strong enough. I think no one will object to Marshal Zhao taking the position of left commander. No. That won't do. But Alliance leader Zhao has just come to the royal court. How can he be so careless? These people started arguing again. However, among the crowd, more than 10 divine general powerhouses said, Marshal Zhao is more suitable. There were also 4 to 5 true king manners who voiced their support. Li Zhu glanced at the crowd, a faint smile on his face. Below, the right divine general said slowly, Marshal Zhao killed Bai Zhu previously. The Tianji army might not be convinced, Fang Ping laughed. Convinced? Marshal Zhao's strength is here. Those who are not convinced can be killed. Why would they not be convinced? Does the royal court need everyone to be convinced if they want to rule the world? What a joke, the Tianji army is a weapon of war. As long as Marshal Zhao can suppress those who are not convinced, that's enough. The moment he said that, everyone was suddenly speechless. Lu Wuxian even smiled and said, Your Highness is the one who sees things clearly. Just as Your Highness said, the royal court controls the world, not because all living beings are equal. The current royal court is no longer as domineering as it was in the past. When did it become the turn of a group of weaklings to question the change of marshal? Back then, when the king, left commander, and right commander led the Tianji army, they also respected strength. Li Zhu interrupted. Since everyone thinks that Marshal Zhao is suitable, then Marshal Zhao will be the left commander. As for Marshal Zhao's headquarters, Fang Ping said, Divine General Jingzhu can do it. As soon as he said that, the Lord was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Yes. Fang Ping was all smiles. He glanced at Huayu and the rest with pride, a look of disdain on his face. Are you worthy to fight with me? Huayu and the rest did not look too good, but they did not say anything. At least Jing Zhu was not the left commander. If Zhao Xingwu was the left commander, he might not listen to Prince Feng Mansion. The matter of the Tianji army's left commander was settled so easily. Zhao Xingwu sat there without saying a word, instantly becoming one of the three commanders. As for the Tianji army, among the three, the center was the most respected, followed by the left, and then the right. Fang Ping glanced at Zhao Xingwu. In the next meeting, would you be sitting at the seat of honor on the left? Just like that, he became the Tianji Royal Court's military commander. That was really easy. If Zhao Xingwu was a spy, it would be too easy for him to get the position. These fellows from the catacombs were really ruthless. Zhao Xingwu came from Earth, everyone knew that. He was not on the same side as the catacombs, everyone knew that too. But to prevent others from benefiting, these fellows had so easily acquiesced to Zhao Xingwu being the left commander, even if he might kill the 100,000 troops of the left commander. At the same time, Fang Ping looked at the Lord again. Was the Lord such a coward? He admitted it just like that. He was afraid that it was not like that. This fellow, perhaps he had the same idea. As he thought about it, Fang Ping glanced at the outer hall from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, something stirred in his heart. F***ck, did I expose myself? I don't think so. The Lord, this old fox, seemed to have discovered something. Fang Ping sensed that the entire imperial court was locked down. Was he suspecting me, or was he suspecting others, or was he suspecting all of them? If this went on, with a true king here, would he be exposed? Fang Ping felt a little frightened, but he quickly regained his composure. Suddenly, he transmitted his voice to Lu Wushan and the rest. They frowned slightly, but after a while, they nodded slightly, not saying a word. Fang Ping settled this and heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "King, extermination has a request." The Lord was all smiles. He said, "Tell me about it." Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao. Ji Yao looked annoyed. Why was this fellow looking at her? Extermination wants to marry Ji Yao. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The place was in chaos. Ji Yao was also furious. She shouted, "Feng extermination, who do you think you are? You don't deserve it." Fang Ping smiled. "Ji Yao, didn't you look down on me? You and I are both descendants of true kings and high-ranked martial artists. Let's be straightforward. If I can kill Fang Ping, you and I will become partners. How about that? Killing Fang Ping is also what you and I hope to see. If I can't kill Fang Ping, I admit that I'm afraid. With Fang Ping around, I might not be able to step into divine path. Naturally, I won't be qualified to marry you. But as long as I kill Fang Ping, the fear in my heart will disappear. After consuming the holy fruit, I might be able to step into divine general very soon. Now that the war is about to start, you know what I mean. When that time comes, divine path and true king might not be impossible. Ji Yao, what do you think?" As he said that, he looked at the Lord and smiled. "King, please bear witness." The smile on the Lord's face gradually faded. What an arrogant fellow. The so-called hope of becoming a true king was just short of saying that he was going to replace the Lord's position. At this moment, if he could still maintain his smile, he would really be stepped on and rubbed against the ground. Feng extermination. Li Zhu said lightly, "Are you confident that you can kill Fang Ping?" Fang Ping smiled. "Of course. If not, then let's not talk about today's matter." "Ji Yao, what do you think?" Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao again. Ji Yao's expression was ugly. She said coldly, "Kill Fang Ping first. Fang Ping will die this time." Fang Ping said coldly, "I've been studying him for a long time. This person is extremely bold. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. He thinks that we're all idiots, but he doesn't know that he's the real idiot." Having said that, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "Kill." As soon as he said that, in the basilica, several divine generals suddenly attacked. Outside the basilica, there were hundreds of retainers, including some rank 8 martial artists. However, facing 7 to 8 divine generals' powerhouses, including powerhouses like Lu Wushan, how could they resist? No. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, someone in the palace actually attacked them. Feng extermination. Someone roared, Fang Ping shouted, Fang Ping might be hiding among these people. He thinks that I don't know what he's thinking. This person definitely hasn't left the vicinity of the imperial court. This time, if I don't kill Fong Ping, I won't stop. As for these people, Feng Mansion will compensate for your losses. Now, get rid of these suspicious people first. No one is allowed to leave the basilica. Fong Ping said coldly. Fong Ping hasn't been able to find him. Maybe the previous verification methods were useless. No one knows how good his disguise is. This time, when the imperial ancestor returns, other than a few people, I'll even suggest the imperial ancestor to destroy the city. Nonsense. Crazy. Feng extermination, how dare you? Everyone scolded him. Fong Ping said with a ferocious expression, everyone, don't shout. Later, you'll have to prove everything. I suspect that Fong Ping might even be hiding among you. Fong Ping gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said coldly, some people have never been investigated. Sir Tianyu, are you sure that the imperial court is really the imperial court of Godland? Have you ever thought of investigating someone? You can't find Fong Ping even after turning the entire imperial city upside down. But Fong Ping disappeared before everyone's eyes, appearing frequently near the imperial court. Tianyu's expression changed. He looked at the imperial lord subconsciously. The investigation was still going on. However, there was one person that no one had thought of investigating. He did not need to show his strength, did not need to show everything about him, and no one dared to skin him and pull out his tendons to investigate. Because according to his situation, he might die if he was investigated like this. At this moment, not only Tianyu, but the basilica was eerily quiet, a person with no strength but an extremely high status. Such a person did not need to attack, did not need to show his strength, and would not be watched all the time. If Fong Ping really found a chance to kill him and replace him. Many people were terrified. Was it possible? The imperial lord was Fong Ping? No, it couldn't be. Outside, the killing stopped very quickly. Lu Wuxian and the rest surrounded Fong Ping. A maple leaf appeared in Fong Ping's hand, and he said with a gloomy expression, extermination doesn't believe that Fong Ping can really escape from this place. But all the signs are proving that Fong Ping can't find him. He's extremely bold. He even dared to attack Sir Tianyu. Why is he so bold? Because he's confident. He's confident that no one will find him. He's so confident that even Lord True King can't find him. Extermination can't help but suspect, can't help but think. I want to kill him too much. If I don't kill him, I might have to live in a nightmare for the rest of my life. I can't accept this. Above, the imperial lord looked around and suddenly laughed. Self-deprecatingly, saying slowly, I've underestimated you. I've actually also suspected that Fong Ping might be hiding in the imperial palace. But I didn't expect, ha ha ha, the imperial lord laughed and said helplessly, I didn't expect you to be so suspicious. Extermination. Fong Ping's expression was ugly. I can't help but suspect. Imperial Lord, extermination is not being disrespectful. But if I can't find Fong Ping, there will be big trouble sooner or later. Today, I want to check everyone. Maybe you guys think that I'm not qualified. Sir Tianyu is here, but Sir Tianyu checking is inappropriate. I want to wait for the Imperial Lord to return. I've already sent someone to send a message to the True King Hall. When the Imperial Lord returns, let 2 true kings and above in the Imperial City go check. In other words, he did not even trust Tianyu. Lu Wuxian and the rest were visibly moved, but they guarded Feng extermination firmly. Above, the Imperial Lord did not speak again. Tianyu gave Fong Ping a deep look and said slowly, the Maple King has a good grandson. You flatter me, sir. Fong Ping said in a low voice, extermination is just not satisfied. After returning from the battlefield, extermination has already entered a dead end. If Fong Ping doesn't die, then extermination might die in his hands. Since it has already reached the point where it's either you or I, then extermination can only seek survival. In front of the crowd, Zhao Xingwu said indifferently, just say it. If you want to check the Imperial Lord, why don't I do it on your behalf? Zhao Xingwu smiled faintly. Although I'm not as good as a true king, if I were to check inch by inch, I might be able to find some clues. Insolence. The Right Divine General flew into a rage and shouted, Zhao Xingwu, if you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kill you. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xingwu laughed. I'm just saying. Can I really do that? Then let's wait for the Maple King and the other true kings to return, then we'll decide what to do. At this point, Ji Yao and the rest did not speak anymore. The people from Destiny Royal Court looked at each other, looking like they were waiting for a good show. This was really going to be a good show. Feng Extermination actually suspected the Imperial Lord. Maybe he was not suspecting at all, but was deliberately looking for an opportunity to let the Maple King investigate the Imperial Lord. Maybe, the Maple Mansion was suspecting something. Feng Extermination did not even believe in Tianyu's guardian. What a pity. At this moment, Ji Yao suddenly felt that it was a pity that the Maple King was not here. Feng Extermination was too anxious. Maybe they should wait for the Maple King to come and talk about this. At that time, there would really be a good show to watch. At this moment, on the throne, true King Tianyu did not speak. The Imperial Lord did not speak either. The basilica continued to sink into an eerie silence. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Fang Ping suddenly cursed, "It can't be so coincidental, damn it." Above the throne, Li Zhu suddenly felt relieved. He shook his head and laughed. "Extermination, you." Fang Ping did not care about him. He leaped into the air and flew outside. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu and the others had already flown out. In the basilica, Ji Yao also hurriedly used the flight step. Suddenly, she spoke telepathically, "Uncle Wang, isn't this too coincidental?" Just as we suspected Imperial Lord Li, Fang Ping revealed his aura. "Imperial Lord. Is there a problem?" And Fang Ping. "Is it really Fang Ping, or should I say, from the beginning to the end, it was all a trap?" Ji Nan's gaze was complicated. She spoke telepathically, "There are too many inside stories. Maybe, it might not be Fang Ping who is causing trouble. The internal strife in the Sky Plant's royal court is too serious. Someone might be using Fang Ping's name to do something. But this time, the Maple King and the Imperial Lord's faction have completely fallen out." Ji Nan's tone was also extremely complicated. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. The next moment, in the distance, Feng Extermination roared, "What a joke. Fang Ping is the Phoenix Sparrow? This is not Fang Ping's aura at all. What a joke. Ha ha ha, what a great show. Godland actually has such an extraordinary person. The royal court actually has such an extraordinary person. I have learned something new." Feng Extermination laughed maniacally. Ji Yao and the others' expressions changed drastically. "Phoenix Sparrow?" In the distance, in the monster hall in the palace, the Phoenix Sparrow's voice was anxious and angry. How did it become Fang Ping? Moreover, dozens of god generals were surrounding it. It was so scared. "Ji Yao, save me!" The Phoenix Sparrow screeched madly. Its mentality was fluctuating violently. "Save me!" These people were looking at it with such terrifying gazes. A few god generals had even controlled it. Its immortal god had just recovered, and now it was injured again. The Sky Plant's royal court was so fierce, it was a descendant of a true king. They could not do this, the Phoenix Sparrow screeched loudly. It also had a true king patriarch. It was also Ji Yao's partner. They could not kill it. It was also because of this that the surrounding god generals did not make a move. Fang Ping, was the Phoenix Sparrow? In that instant, they did not know if the aura that the Phoenix Sparrow revealed was Fang Ping's. Almost no one had seen Fang Ping before, except for Ji Yao and Feng Extermination. But they recognized the vitality force. Demons like the Phoenix Sparrow also cultivated vitality. However, it was different from the land of rebirth. Why would there be a change in his aura for no reason? In the Great Hall, Feng Mieshing was laughing hysterically, laughing like a madman. Scam. Despicable. At the same time, in the hall, there were still many people who had not left. Many of them looked at King Lord. King Lord suddenly sighed softly. "Who is it?" Tianyu's expression changed. He said slowly, "I don't know." Li Zhu, halfway through his sentence, Tianyu sighed suddenly and did not say anything else. Who was it? Was it really Fang Ping? At this moment, even he was uncertain, who was Fang Ping, or perhaps, from the beginning to the end, there was no Fang Ping. This was a scam created by a person. What was the other party's goal? Tianyu glanced at Li Zhu from the corner of his eyes. How many more things did he not tell him? Are you, really Li Zhu? Clang clang, in the beast hall, the phoenix sparrow was still calling out. Fang Ping's expression was cold. He was no longer laughing maniacally. His expression was grim. When Ji Yao arrived, she felt the phoenix sparrow's anxiety and fear. She said angrily, the phoenix sparrow can't be Fang Ping. Clang clang, the phoenix sparrow nodded hurriedly. It was not Fang Ping, Fang Ping said lightly. Where did this Fang Ping come from? Don't worry, Ji Yao. I'm not crazy. As Fang Ping said that, he looked around. Seeing that Hua Qidao and the others had also come, he smiled widely but his tone was cold. Fang Ping? Has anyone seen Fang Ping until now? It's all speculation. If I remember correctly, the one who deliberately led me to think about Fang Ping was Marshal Zhua, no, the current Divine General of Flowers, right? Fang Ping said lightly, the so-called change of aura and concealment of strength were all said by the Divine General of Flowers. After the Huai Manor was destroyed, only the Divine General of Flowers and a few generals of the Tianji army were outside the Imperial City. That day, the other Divine Generals were in the palace, but you guys weren't. After Kuei Ming's death and Feng Hua's disappearance, the Tianji army has been patrolling around the manor. The sky screen appeared to monitor the mansions. For our safety? Ha ha ha, to investigate every move of the Divine Generals in the city. To look for an opportunity. I'm too stupid. Fang Ping shook his head and sighed softly. If I say it's Fang Ping, everyone will believe that it's Fang Ping. Because my grudge with Fang Ping is as deep as the sea, everyone will take my words seriously. Fang Ping laughed self-deprecatingly. His eyes were dark as he said darkly, brilliant. Too brilliant. The first person in the city who said it might be Fang Ping was me. Now, if I admit it's not Fang Ping, wouldn't I be slapping myself in the face? Amazing. Extermination is still too young. He's been fooled since the beginning. Fang Ping's words made everyone come to a sudden realization. In the vast imperial city, the first person to announce Fang Ping's arrival was indeed Feng Miesheng. Hua Qidao did not say it clearly. When the Huai Manor was destroyed, Hua Qidao only said a few words. Now that he thought about it, Hua Qidao's words were actually directed at Fang Ping. Lu Wushan suddenly said with a gloomy face, if I remember correctly, almost all the immortal generals in the city are under surveillance. Only the left and right marshals of the Tianji army have no supervision, right? Everyone was speechless. Hua Qidao looked around and said slowly, what is Palace Lord Lu trying to say? Lu Wushan said coldly, what are you trying to say? Hua Qi said, you know it better than I do. In the entire imperial city, only you and the right marshal can move freely. You and the right commander often go to Wanting Tower as well. Divine General Jinan and the others thought that you were there to assist in the investigation and capture the culprit, but who knew if someone had done it on purpose? We can't find the thief. The thief is among you, of course we can't find him. Palace Master Lu, are you saying that it was me and the right commander who took action? He, isn't it? Hua Qidao said plainly, Palace Lord Lu has overestimated me. I admit that I am still not good enough to fool the heavenly generals. The right commander can. Lu Wushan sneered. Not only the right commander, but the three powerhouses of the past can as well. Having said that, Lu Wushan took a deep breath and said slowly, forget it, everything is just speculation. I won't say much. When Lord Feng Wang returns, he will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. At this moment, Lu Wushan and the others no longer believed in the Lord's faction, not just the Lord's faction, but Tianyu as well. Tianyu might be in cahoots with the Lord's faction, including the explosion of the mine. It could all be a self-directed and self-acted show. Several heavenly generals surrounded Fang Ping, Hua Yu, and the others. Some heavenly generals were also extremely vigilant, surrounding the crown princes. The other true king descendants who were not crown princes were also protected by heavenly generals. Some of the true king descendants held various items in their hands. A true king's avatar. Not every true king would be willing to cut off a true king's avatar. This thing was quite damaging to a true king. In the past, when Minister Wang had sent Zhang Tao's avatar to Fang Ping, he had even warned him not to let other true kings snatch it away. Otherwise, if the other party suddenly destroyed the avatar while fighting Zhang Tao, it could easily cause Zhang Tao to freeze for a moment. That was why True King's avatars were rare, but there were 49 True Kings in Sky Plant's royal court. Even if not all of them had cut off their mentality, there were still 8 to 10 of them. At this moment, at least 6 or 7 of them had mentality avatars in their hands. Seeing this, Hua Qidao suddenly let out a long sigh in his heart. The Lord's faction might be in trouble this time. Even he did not dare to think about it. The first person to mention Fang Ping was not him, not Feng Miexing, but the Lord. No one had seen Fang Ping before, even he had not seen him before. It was just a shop's manager who had disappeared. At that time, no one had sensed Fang Ping's aura, so no one could confirm that it was Fang Ping. The one who had confirmed it was Fang Ping was the Lord. What a show! Beside him, Ji Yao glanced angrily at the crowd, her heart filled with rage. This time, she did not care about Sky Plant's royal court's losses, but Sky Fate Royal Court had suffered heavy losses. Among the 5 high-ranked monsters, 2 were dead, and the remaining 3 were heavily injured. When Thousand Court Tower exploded earlier, the middle-ranked martial artists she had brought with her were almost all dead. Now, out of the 100 people in the envoy group, there were only about 20 high-ranked martial artists left. In the end, it was proven that all of this was caused by Sky Plant's royal court's own internal strife. She even wanted Uncle King to cooperate with Sky Plant's royal court to eliminate Fang Ping, but in the end, she was played in the palm of someone else's hand. How hateful! While it was hateful, it was also terrifying. On Sky Plant's royal court's side, someone wanted to be the mastermind. Lordly had serious suspicions. Not only Lordly, but King Maple's faction might also have some plans. These people looked extremely stupid, but they were just playing dumb. At this moment, Ji Yao felt a chill in her heart. Sky Plant's royal court might look like a mess, but did they really lose much of their strength? It was just a loss of face. The one who had really suffered heavy losses was Sky Fate Royal Court. A true king powerhouse had fallen. These people schemed casually, and they did not suffer many losses themselves. Sky Fate Royal Court was just cooperating, but in just a few days, a true king had died. Can we really cooperate with Sky Plant's royal court? Although Lord King and Father are strong, sometimes strength is not enough to change everything. Without an overwhelming advantage, these people are so cunning. Can King Ancestor and the rest really scheme to win against Sky Plant's royal court that has been fighting with the Land of Rebirth for countless years? Ji Yao suddenly wavered. At this moment, in her eyes, Sky Plant's royal court was a gathering place for a group of sinister villains. Sky Fate Royal Court liked to be straightforward, using strength to crush everything. However, Sky Fate Royal Court could not crush Sky Plant's royal court. In this case, if they cooperated, perhaps Sky Fate Royal Court would suffer a great loss. No, they had already suffered a great loss. A true king powerhouse had fallen. This was already an unbearable loss. Ji Yao looked around, gently comforting Phoenix Sparrow, no longer saying anything. Her heart was cold. This was not a place to stay for long. Fang Ping was also observing everyone. He said slowly, whether or not Phoenix Sparrow is it, Uncle Wushan, you and God General Ji Nan check it out. Otherwise, if we can't find Fang Ping after some time, someone will say that Phoenix Sparrow is Fang Ping in disguise and has already left the Imperial City. That would be a joke. Lu Wushan and the rest sneered. That was really possible. Ji Nan saw the situation and did not stop them. He said in a low voice, then check it out carefully. However, Fang Ping is disguised as a demon. Forget it, I don't want to say anything more. What a joke. If Fang Ping really had this ability, then from now on, no one in the world would have the ability to capture Fang Ping. He could even disguise as a monster. That meant that Fang Ping could disguise as anything. No matter how strong a golden body powerhouse was, there was still a limit. Everyone stopped talking. Lu Wushan and Ji Nan began to check Phoenix Sparrow inch by inch. Phoenix Sparrow's cries became much sharper. It was a female. These guys, they had gone too far. It was also a descendant of a true king. After leaving Sky Plant's royal court this time, it wanted to return to the Guardian Royal Court to complain. The people of Sky Plant's royal court were not good people. They had humiliated it again and again. In the midst of Phoenix Sparrow's sharp cries, Lu Wushan retracted his mentality. He shook his head and said, no. Of course, if Fong Ping can disguise as a demon, that means he can change at will. Actually, it's the same whether we check or not. There's no way to check at all. Lu Wuxian smiled faintly. If he can even disguise as a demon, then what's so difficult about disguising his internal organs? Now that even the demons are suspicious, there's no way to check anymore. Lu Wuxian's words silenced everyone again. That was right, if Fong Ping could even disguise as a demon, then what else could he not disguise as, checking the internal organs at this time? That would be a huge joke. Demons and humans were fundamentally different. If he could even disguise as a demon, why would he be afraid that he could not change his internal organs? As Lu Wuxian said that, he laughed and said, actually, there's no need to check anymore. Because we might have been checking on a Fong Ping that doesn't even exist in Godland. Maybe, the other party is still free and unfettered in the land of rebirth. If this gets out, I'm afraid we'll be the biggest joke in the world. If the land of rebirth finds out, I don't know what a joke it will be. Lu Wuxian shook his head. This was really a big joke. In the crowd, Ji Yao said coldly, doesn't Skyplant's royal court have spies in the land of rebirth? Let them go and confirm it. Hua Qidao frowned. In order to besiege and kill Fong Ping previously, the spies have been completely wiped out. Moreover, if Fong Ping really wanted to leave, he wouldn't do it with great fanfare, Fong Ping sneered. At this time, if Fong Ping appeared in the outer territory or somewhere else, that would be interesting. It's a pity that every place is besieging Fong Ping now. If not, I might be able to enjoy a big show this time. After saying that, Fong Ping glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao seemed to be telepathically connected with him at this time. Suddenly, she snorted coldly and said, then force Fong Ping to show himself. Isn't MCMAU in the 7th Southern Territory? Now, the 7th Southern Territory is besieging MCMAU and killing all of them. How can he not show himself? Fong Ping's heart stirred. The 7th Southern Territory was besieging MCMAU. Damn it, when did this happen? He mentioned this on purpose. In fact, he wanted to wait for news from Old Wang and the others to come, deliberately leading Ji Yao and the others to think that if they besieged and killed Old Wang and the others, maybe Fong Ping would show himself. However, Fong Ping did not expect that the catacombs was already doing it. They were besieging MCMAU. Damn it. Nothing will happen, right? Fong Ping was anxious and angry. He really did not know about this. He also did not know if Feng Miaxing knew about it. At that moment, he could not open his mouth to ask anything. As it turned out, Feng Miaxing probably did not know. Because very soon, Lu Wuxian raised an eyebrow and said, the 7th Southern Territory is besieging MCMAU? Ji Yao snorted. Why? You guys don't know? Isn't the 7th Southern Territory ordered by the Skyplant's royal court that anyone who kills MCMAU will be rewarded? Beside her, Hua Qidao said in a low voice, this is the military order passed by the Skyplant's army. Lu Wuxian snorted and said unhappily, silence them? Hua Qidao said angrily, the royal court and the land of rebirth have been at war for many years. MCMAU has caused heavy losses in the outer territory several times. Does the Skyplant's army not even have the full strength to annihilate MCMAU? This matter was not considered wrong. Annihilating MCMAU was also what the entire royal court hoped to see. Lu Wuxian heard that and did not say anything else. Fong Ping, however, sneered. It seems like the Skyplant's army thinks that all the royal residences are useless. Annihilating MCMAU, yet they don't know about us. I'd like to see if you guys can annihilate MCMAU. Whether you can force Fong Ping out. Maybe we'll have to put on another great show with great momentum and heavy losses. In the end, Fong Ping did not even show his face. I'm afraid you guys won't dare to push too hard, lest Fong Ping really shows up. Feng Miaxing. Hua Qidao's expression was ugly. He said angrily, enough is enough. Some things are not up to you. Do you really think that you, a commander-level martial artist, can provoke us again and again? Fong Ping said indifferently, so what if I am? The city will continue to be locked down. I'd like to see if the 7th Southern Territory can really force Fong Ping out. If MCMAU really suffered heavy losses and Fong Ping still did not show up, it did not mean that he was heartless and selfish. It did not mean that he was really not in the land of rebirth. However, if Fang Ping was really forced out, some things could be explained. Could Fang Ping, who appeared in the outer territory, clone himself and come to the palace again? Fang Ping sneered and said, however, forcing Fang Ping to show up in the 7th Southern Territory might not be possible. I think it's best to kill a few people close to Fang Ping and find a place that he feels safe. That would be even better. Beside him, Ji Yao said lightly, who is he close to? As far as I know, although Fang Ping is from MCMAU, he has no blood relations with them. Now that he's wanted, even if we kill all the people from MCMAU, he might not show up. Fang Ping smiled. I think there's still hope for this. Others might not know, but isn't Zhao Shuai here? Ask Zhao Shuai, and you might get something. Now, I'd like to see if Fang Ping is hiding in the Imperial City. There might be a way to force Fang Ping to show up. Ji Yao nodded slightly. That was true. Zhao Xingwu came from the land of rebirth. He might know a way. Very soon, everyone returned to the Myriad Dao Temple. Fang Ping did not even look at the King Lord. He looked straight at Zhao Xingwu and said with a smile, Zhao Shuai, it's very easy to determine if Fang Ping is in the city now. Force Fang Ping to show up. The Heavenly Plants Army has already ordered the 7th Southern Territory to besiege MCMAU. However, MCMAU is only a sect after all. Fang Ping and MCMAU are not related, he might not show up. Zhao Shuai came from the land of rebirth. Do you know any way to force Fang Ping to enter the Divine Land? As he said that, Fang Ping did not wait for Zhao Xingwu to answer. He suddenly looked at the King Lord and said with a smile, King, maybe we can let the cults from the land of rebirth test him. Li Zhu said lightly, last time, we suffered heavy losses. The hierarch could not show up. I'm afraid there's nothing he can do. Maybe Zali Caro is willing. Fang Ping said thoughtfully. Li Zhu gave him a deep look and said lightly, Zali Caro is from the Pantheon Heaven. I have no way to command him. Maybe Lord Maple King can instruct him. If that's the case, there's no other way to determine if Fang Ping is still in the land of rebirth? Fang Ping looked at Zhao Xingwu again and said, Zhao Shuai, is there no one close to Fang Ping in the land of rebirth? If we kill these people, we will definitely anger Fang Ping and force him to show up. Is there no one? Zhao Xingwu said lightly, of course there are, and there are quite a few. MCMAU Longevity Sword Li Chongqing, Longevity Sword is not Fang Ping's teacher, but they are very close. If we kill Longevity Sword, there is a high possibility that Fang Ping will show up and take revenge. NMAU's God of Blood War Wang Jinyang, this person is Fang Ping's first martial arts teacher. They are from the same hometown and have entered the catacombs together many times. They are friends who have gone through life and death together. When the divine sect attacked Fang Ping in the past, Wang Jinyang saved his life. Li Chongqing and Wang Jinyang both saved Fang Ping's life. Although I have thought of killing Fang Ping before, I still admire him. He will never ignore saving his life. He will definitely repay the kindness. If we kill his savior, he will definitely show up and take revenge. He will not rest until he is dead. Wang Jinyang, at this moment, Fang Ping frowned slightly and murmured, I think I've heard this person's name before. Beside him, Ji Yao gritted her teeth and said, of course you've heard of Feng Miaxing. You've even seen him before. Have you forgotten about Fang Ping's accomplices in the Land of Kings? This empress has investigated everything clearly. These people are all from martial arts universities. No, Jiangchao is from Star Town. Other than Jiangchao, the others are all martial arts universities. Among them is Wang Jinyang, the saber-carrying person who stood with Fang Ping in the Land of Kings that day. As she said that, Ji Yao added, a few days ago, I have also seen him in the 18 southern regions. He has also reached commander level. Fang Ping understood. He frowned and said, now that you mention it, I remember now. It's him. He saved Fang Ping's life before? As he said that, Fang Ping shook his head and said, I want to kill him, but I don't know where he is. If that's the case, then kill Longevity Sword. I also want to see if Fang Ping will sit and watch Longevity Sword die. Lu Wushan interrupted, that's hard to say. Even Longevity Sword has been killed. Even if he is in the Land of Rebirth, he might not dare to show up. Above, Wang Lord said lightly, are you sure that Fang Ping is still in the Land of Rebirth? Fang Ping said calmly, there's no harm in trying. Even if he is not, after killing Longevity Sword and Wang Jinyang, keeping their heads and hanging them at the Imperial City Gate, if Fang Ping is still in the Imperial City, will he show up? Maybe, maybe not, at least it's a chance. Having said that, Fang Ping raised his head and said, I'm afraid the effect of checking is not that great now. Fang Ping chuckled. There are 10 million people, how are we going to check? Unless we do as I said, exterminate everyone in the Imperial City, not just the humans, but also the demons, or even destroy the entire Imperial City, leaving only a few important figures to keep watch at all times. Perhaps, this is the only way to completely prevent Fang Ping from sneaking into our midst. Otherwise, if we want to find someone whose existence we don't know, Fang Ping laughed and said, of course, this is extremely important. If we destroy the entire Imperial City without confirming whether Fang Ping is in the Imperial City or not, that would be the biggest joke in the world. Therefore, the most important thing now is to confirm whether the person who sneaked into the Imperial City is Fang Ping himself. Among the crowd, someone quickly agreed, that's right. Now that everyone is panicking, we can't go on like this. At the very least, we have to confirm whether it's Fang Ping creating chaos or not. If in the end, when there are countless casualties and everyone is looking for Fang Ping, and Fang Ping finally shows up in the land of rebirth, in the outskirts, then the name of the royal court will really be tarnished. That's right, that makes sense. Everyone agreed one after another. Now they were looking for Fang Ping everywhere, making everyone anxious. Everyone did not trust each other, and it was already a mess. But in the end, even the Imperial City was ruthless enough to be destroyed, and they finally found out that Fang Ping was free and unfettered in the land of rebirth. That would be the biggest joke of all time. Because of a person who did not exist, Skyplant City that had stood tall for 10 million years was destroyed. At the thought of this scene, everyone's faces turned green. If this spread out, everyone would really die of laughter. Everyone was talking, but Fang Ping was praying in his heart. Old Wang, oh old Wang, I'm afraid you're in trouble now. But even if you're in trouble, hurry up and make some noise now, let others know that you're in the land of Imperial battlegrounds, this way, I'll have an excuse to kill you. I have to go. If he did not go now, his life would really be hanging by a thread. There might be something wrong with the royal lord. If there was no problem, now that the royal lord had agreed to be checked, everyone would be checked one by one, and he would be in danger. However, if the royal lord did not agree to be checked now, Fang Ping and the others would not continue to check either. There was no need for that. If the guy who was the biggest suspect did not agree to be checked, then it would be a joke if the others kept checking. When martial artists cultivated to this level, who would not have any secrets, especially the elemental Dao powerhouses, they would almost never agree to be checked by the true king. True King Tianyu would also not check these people here hastily. These people were either the true king's descendants or god general level powerhouses. Check them unless they had their permission. Among the 49 true king's descendants, some of them might even know the true king's elemental Dao. This was related to some true king's elemental Dao, including those god generals' elemental Dao. Who knew what would happen if a true king were to check them unscrupulously? At high ranks, mentality had reached the stage of materialization. Unless the other party's mentality was destroyed, or the true king voluntarily released his mentality to allow the true king to check, otherwise, the true king would not be able to see through anything. At this time, only if the royal lord took the lead and agreed, and another true king who was not on the same side as Tianyu came to supervise together, would there be hope of completing this project. When the Maple King returned, this matter might be agreed upon. Fang Ping was still thinking about these. Above, Li Zhu said calmly, then let's try. Someone, go inform the 7th Southern Territory, kill the MCMAU people as soon as possible, and bring Li Chongqing's head to me. Having said that, Li Zhu said again, the matter with Fang Ping will be put aside for now. Now that everyone is suspicious of each other, I'm afraid we can no longer convince everyone. Today is the Holy Fruit Feast, let's return to the main topic. First, determine the ownership of the Holy Fruit. All the retainers are dead. If you want to fight for the Holy Fruit, then it'll depend on your own abilities. Fang Ping snorted coldly in his heart. Was the royal lord changing the topic, or was he trying to win back around, deliberately making everyone fight for it? Once he made a move, there was no way to hide it. when that time came, everything would fall apart on its own. Even if the Maple King returned, it would be useless. Once Fong Ping was found, there was no need to investigate anymore. Old man, there's definitely something fishy going on. Even at this time, you still want to dig me out. Fong Ping was sure that the royal lord probably suspected that he was still among this group of people. Maybe, the royal lord had already guessed that Feng Miexing was Fong Ping. This possibility was not impossible, however, at this time, he dared not let anyone check him. The only one present who was qualified to check him was Tianyu. On Tianyu's side, however, if Fong Ping did not agree, Tianyu would not check him hastily. He was the Maple King's grandson. If the Maple King did not come, Fong Ping would not agree, unless Tianyu wanted to turn against the Maple King. You want me to make a move, right? If I don't fight for the holy fruit now, it would be a joke. If I quit, no one would believe that I don't want the holy fruit. Fong Ping thought to himself. He did not say it himself, but looked at Lu Wuxian. My ability is not good enough, I can't get the holy fruit. It's time for the Maple King's faction to do something. As expected, Lu Wuxian was very cooperative. He said immediately, King, the holy fruit is to make the weak stronger, not to let the weak kill each other. Your Highnesses, you are all priceless. How can you treat this like child's play? Besides, many of your Highnesses have Lord True King's avatars. If you make a mistake in the heat of the battle, won't blood be spilled in the myriad Dao Temple? Lu Wuxian said with a smile, now that there are so many things going on in the Imperial City, I think it's better for Lord Tianyu to decide for himself. Lu Wuxian looked calm. Should Tianyu protect the Maple King's faction? If he gave it, there was nothing to say. If he did not, it would be purposely targeting the Maple King's faction. Currently, the Maple King had contacted many True Kings. In the Hall of True Kings, other than the Hall Master, he was the most powerful. Feng Miexing was also the Lord's most likely successor. If the guardian of the royal court did not approve of the Feng family, then there were some things that needed to be discussed. The decision was entirely up to Tianyu. Tianyu had protected the Sky Plant's royal court for nearly 1,000 years. Naturally, it was not without benefits, nor was he so selfless. If Tianyu was really biased towards the Lord's faction, then it was hard to say whether the guardian of the royal court would still be Tianyu. On the throne in the hall, Tianyu the guardian glanced at Lu Wuxian, then at Fong Ping. Finally, he said slowly, what is everyone's decision? Lord, decide for yourself. No one dared to refute, this was Tianyu's. He could give it to whoever he wanted. Tianyu was also a true king, so it was not their place to question him. Hearing that, True King Tianyu pondered for a moment. After a long while, one of the two fruits in front of him floated to Fong Ping. The other one. Tianyu seemed to hesitate for a moment. Initially, according to the Lord's intentions, this holy fruit should still be given to the Maple King's faction. However, Tianyu did not do so at this moment. The fruit floated out slowly. In the next moment, many people looked surprised. In the crowd, Bai Shangyue was dumbfounded. Give it to me, he gave it to me, he could not believe it. Why did he give it to him? This was too unexpected. Li Zhu glanced at Bai Shangyue, then at Tianyu from the corner of his eyes. He did not say anything. True King Tianyu said lightly, I'm tired. Let's stop here. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyu disappeared. Fong Ping, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Given to Bai Shangyue, he had thought of many people, but he did not expect Tianyu to give it to Bai Shangyue. This meant that Destiny Royal Court had gotten 2 holy fruits this time, even more than Sky Plant's Royal Court, on Destiny Royal Court's side. Jinan was delighted at first, then her expression changed. She quickly transmitted her voice, Yaoer, be careful. Ji Yao was quite happy at first, but she was confused at first, then her expression changed slightly. Beside her ear, Jinan said gloomily, I thought it would be given to someone from Sky Plant's royal court. I didn't expect it to be given to Bai Shangyue. Once Bai Shangyue achieves divine general quickly, your position as lord may not be secure. Ji Yao's expression changed again. Damn it, she had almost forgotten about this. Although the Ji family was strong, they could not do whatever they wanted in the royal court. King Bai Shangyue was also very strong. If his grandson achieved divine general, then the fight for Lord would be a little uncertain. Tianyu was deliberately provoking Destiny Royal Court's internal strife, otherwise, she could have quickly entered Venerable after consuming the holy fruit and quickly caught up to Bai Shangyue and the others. Then, with the Ji family's resources, she could quickly enter Divine General. Bai Shangyue and the others might not be as fast as her. Ji Yao was still thinking. In the main hall, the Lord said slowly, "Then let's disperse. However, for the next few days, it's best that everyone does not leave Skyplant City. As for how to deal with Fang Ping's matter, we'll discuss it after Lord Maple and the others return." It would still take some time for Lord Maple to return. Li Zhu thought to himself. He looked at the people in the hall, but did not say anything in the end. He got up and walked slowly to the back of the hall. Fang Ping. Feng Miexing? Is it him? Or someone else? Li Zhu thought to himself. Even he was slightly puzzled at this moment. Fang Ping was definitely among this group of people, he was sure. What a pity. Maybe I should have killed him. Li Zhu felt a little regretful again. Everything that happened today made him wary of Fang Ping. This kind of person was quite dangerous, however, at this time, it was not good to cause more trouble. In the main hall, Tianyu left. Lord Wang left. Fang Ping did not leave. Fang Ping said suddenly, "Uncle Wushan, Jingzhu, and the other uncles, Ancestor Wang hasn't returned for the past few days. All of you must be tired. Come to Prince Feng Mansion and rest for a few days." Their expressions changed drastically when they heard that. Some of the true king descendants' expressions changed too. What did Feng Miexing mean? Fang Ping looked around, his expression amused. "I'm afraid Ancestor Wang hasn't returned and died here. The Imperial City is too dangerous now. If not for the fact that we haven't caught Fang Ping and confirmed whether he's here, we'd all be prepared to leave." Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao. "Ji Yao, you'd better come with me. It's not too late to leave after Ancestor Wang returns." Now that he was leaving, if something happened on the way and he died here. Duke Feng's mansion would not bear any responsibility, by then, it might be Fang Ping's doing again. Ji Yao's expression was livid. "Skyplant's royal court's business better not involve us. Feng Miexing, I don't care what you do. The royal court has reached its limit. If something happens to me, none of you can escape." At this time, Ji Yao was also shocked and angry. Would these people dare to make a move against them? Skyplant's royal court must be crazy, but they even dared to plot against true monarch Mystic Jade to death. What else would they not dare to do? Fang Ping laughed and said playfully, "That has nothing to do with me. Ji Yao, it's up to you whether to go to Prince Feng Mansion or not. But I said, you'll be safer when Ancestor Wang returns. Prince Feng Mansion doesn't want anything to happen to you. After all, you and I have a chance to become a family." "Shut up." Ji Yao was furious. She had had enough of these people. If she had known this, she would have invited a true king powerhouse to accompany her. She wouldn't have been afraid to return to the royal court. She did not dare. Would someone intercept them on the way back to the royal court now? Jinan and Xiantong were both divine path powerhouses. But if someone like the right divine general came, they could be killed. What was the benefit of killing them? Were they trying to frame Fang Ping? That would be underestimating their father and the others, or were they trying to kill with a borrowed knife? Lord Li and Prince Feng were prepared to use Destiny Royal Court to eliminate the other party. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that. The Maple King's faction and the King Lord's faction had already fallen out. What tricks does King Li have up his sleeve? Is it related to the true monarch hall master of the Heaven Plant's royal court, who was the person behind Prince Li? Many questions flashed in the minds of many people. As for what happened in the Imperial City, it was more like a farce. Fang Ping walked out slowly, still on high alert. He was still in danger. There was no increase in wealth after obtaining the holy fruit. This meant that he was in great danger and could lose his life at any moment. King Lord? Or Tianyu? Fang Ping was sure that these two were the ones who were suspecting him. Otherwise, according to the current situation, almost no one would suspect him anymore, and he would not be in danger. However, if his wealth did not increase, it meant that he was in extreme danger. "I must leave as soon as possible. Lao Wang, your ability to stir up trouble is not good enough." Fang Ping felt very helpless. Old Wang and the others really could not do it. They had been in the king's battlefield for quite a few days, right? After so many days, why hasn't there been any big commotion? What kind of life is this? At the same time, Wang Jinyang and the others were fleeing frantically as they were being chased. Li Hansong could not hold on any longer. As he flew, he roared, "Still chasing? If you keep chasing, I'll use my ultimate move. Detonate the origin and we'll die together." As he said that, a shiny thing appeared in his hand. He roared, "Do you want to die together? You're just a bunch of lackeys. Do you think you're qualified to kill us?" Behind them, some people who were chasing slowly stopped in their tracks. Someone asked telepathically, "Is this the true king's origin?" Everyone was not sure, they were not big shots. Only a few of them had seen the true king's origin before. Someone said telepathically, "It's not easy to tell. We're not familiar with these things. I'm afraid only the highnesses know." "Damn it, are we just going to let it go like this? Then do you want to die together with them?" These people were communicating with each other. Some were unwilling, some were angry. Soon, someone said, "The highnesses will be here soon. Seal the exit and don't let them leave. Send more people to patrol at the border wall. Don't give them a chance to enter the general territory. Now, this is the only way to prevent them from escaping. Why don't a few of you go test it out and see if it's the true king's origin?" The crowd was instantly silenced. What a joke! If it was really the true king's origin, then the people who tested it would be completely annihilated. Moreover, the other party had 4 people. If they wanted to force them to use the true king's origin, it would not be enough without 10 people. Everyone was rank 7. Who could let more than 10 rank 7 martial artists go to their deaths? Everyone was silent. Their movements slowed down. In front, Li Hansong and the others ran very fast. After running for a while, Qin Fengqing's face was pale. He said, "Luckily, these people are very afraid of death. If they really came, we'd be finished." After saying that, he said, "Ironhead, you bastard. Can't you use this thing to pretend to be the absolute vile origin every time? Can't you change it?" Li Hansong said in surprise, "Pretend? I'm not pretending. This is the absolute vile origin. Get lost." Qin Fengqing cursed. "Are you kidding me?" Li Hansong said with a serious face, "It's true. This is our trump card, our final ultimate move. If we can't beat them, we'll scare them. Of course, I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. But if it really comes to the last minute, I'll release it and we'll die together." Qin Fengqing's face was blank. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Really? Of course. Bastard." Qin Fengqing scolded loudly. "So the trump card you guys were talking about is this thing? Is it for mutual destruction?" At this time, Old Wang sent a voice transmission to Li Hansong and said with a smile, "Look at how scared he is. Don't scare him anymore." Li Hansong was very serious again. He said, "Old Wang, I'm not scaring anyone." Li Hansong was very serious. He did not send a voice transmission. He said, You think I'm scaring you? It's really the absolute vile origin. When I release it one day, remember to run properly. You might not necessarily die. When that time comes, I'll use the divine armor to protect you. No, Old Wang, you and Yao Qingjun can also transform your weapons to protect yourselves. As for Qin Fengqing, I can't do anything about that." Wang Jinyang was stunned. He could not help but ask, "Really? Of course. You. Where did you get this thing?" Wang Jinyang was stunned. He had thought it was fake too. How did it become King real? Was it not used to scare the people in the catacombs? Li Hansong said casually, "The director gave it to me." Huh? The few of them looked surprised. "When did he give it to you? Why didn't we know?" Li Hansong said as he sprinted. "Before we came, the director said that we're going to the battlefield of kings. We need to get something to protect ourselves, so he gave it to us." "That's not right." Yao Qingjuan's expression was slightly stiff. "We're going to the battlefield of kings. The director doesn't know, right?" The other 3 looked at him in disdain. "Stop joking. why were you so honest? How could old Zhang not know that they were going to the battlefield of kings? How was that possible? Wang Jinyang did not say anything else. He only sighed. Next time, don't say some things. Give me a look. It's not safe to talk about anything now. Maybe we were overheard when we talked about this on the internet last time. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Li Hansong did not care about this. He said, right, the director said that if we reach the rank 9 territory, we should throw this thing out. Maybe there'll be a big scene. What else did he say? He also said, Li Hansong thought for a while before saying, he also said that it's best if Fang Ping throws it again. We can hide for a while. Otherwise, the probability of us dying is 99%. Wang Jinyang paused for a while before saying, the director knows everything. He's just watching the show. Let's talk about this later. We can't even get out of the rank 7 territory now, let alone the rank 9 territory. Having said that, Wang Jinyang said again, someone left the rank 7 territory recently. Did he call for help? I'm not sure. As they spoke, Qin Fengqing panted. Guys, I really can't take it anymore. If this goes on, we'll really die here. Do we have a way out? They looked at each other. After a while, Li Hansong said dryly, do we? Qin Fengqing was confused at first, then despair. Did they? These words were not confident at all. Li Hansong said sheepishly, don't worry. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. We should be fine. If we can't, we'll find a ruin to hide. Who knows, we might reach rank 8 in a day. When that time comes, we won't have to be afraid of these people anymore. Qin Fengqing had lost all hope. After a long time, he said in grief and indignation, I'm not going with you bastards anymore. They snorted. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. Can you blame us? Now you're scared. Li Hansong did not care about him. He looked behind him. Seeing that no one was chasing after them, he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry about this. Find a place to rest. We'll find a chance to attack them later. Qin Fengqing had already accepted his fate. If Fang Ping did not come this time, they would really be finished. These guys were not reliable at all. The so-called trump card was actually a bomb that would kill them all. Skyplant City. Residence of Prince Feng. Fang Ping still did not move. Around him, a few god generals were on high alert, guarding him without moving. Fang Ping did not speak either. The danger was still there. Even if he had reached residence of Prince Feng, there were still people watching him. He was now 100% sure that he might have been targeted. One or both of King Lord and Tian Yu were watching him. Even now, his wealth had not increased. Looks like it's still necessary to muddy the waters. Otherwise, something bad might happen this time. Fang Ping thought to himself. The green fruit appeared in his hand. What's the effect of this thing? How much is it worth? Fang Ping was not sure how useful the holy fruit was, but he could feel wisps of charm circulating around the fruit. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to consume it. Not to mention that his wealth did not increase, it was best to consume this fruit in a quiet place and a safe place, lest his aura was exposed when he cultivated. At this moment, Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. Beside him, Lu Wushan also said, Fengji is back. Isn't he at the king's battleground? Fang Ping suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He hoped that good news had arrived. However, he did not know this Fengji. It was better to wait for someone else to interact with him first. Fang Ping said, Uncle Wushan, can I trouble you to ask about the situation? These people now. I can't trust them. Lu Wushan did not say much and walked out quickly. After a while, Lu Wushan brought a young martial artist in and said, something happened at the king's battleground. A few martial artists who resurrected are killing martial artists everywhere at the king's battleground. It seems, it has something to do with Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression changed. He shouted immediately, tell me, who is causing trouble at the king's battleground? The man called Fengji said hurriedly, there are a total of 4 people. No, 5 people. The Jiang family's Jiang Hao, and someone who seems to be Fang Ping's brother, Qin Fengqing. There are 3 other people, Li Hansong. Fang Ping shouted hurriedly, Is there a martial artist whose entire body is wrapped in vitality when he fights? Yes, right, I think he's called Wang Jinyang. The other person is. Fang Ping was already ignoring him. He suddenly laughed loudly. A God-given opportunity. Wang Jinyang is actually at the king's battleground. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He did not hide it. He walked out of the hall directly, rose into the air, and shouted, Ji Yao. In the next moment, in a mansion not far away, Ji Yao raised her head and glanced at Feng Miexing, who was in the sky above Prince Fang's mansion. She snorted coldly and ignored him. Fang Ping shouted again, come quickly. The king's battleground. Wang Jinyang has appeared at the king's battleground. Not only Wang Jinyang, but Fang Ping's accomplices who attacked us last time are also at the king's battleground. As soon as he said that, Ji Yao did not care about the king's court's rules anymore. She rose into the air directly and shouted coldly, is this true? Fingji, speak. Fang Ping shouted softly. Fingji was still a little confused. Fang Ping had not come yet, why was His Highness so excited? However, he did not have the chance to ask now. He said hurriedly, reporting to Your Highness, everything is true. Not only have my subordinates returned, but there are also people from the other Highness's side. As for Destiny Royal Court, Her Highness Ji Yao also sent someone back to Destiny Royal Court to report. I didn't expect Her Highness Ji Yao to be here. Fang Ping ignored him and laughed. I was just about to force Fang Ping to show himself. I didn't expect Her Highness Ji Yao to be here. In the Outland, Longevity Sword and the others might run back to the Land of Rebirth. They might not be able to kill him. However, in the king's battleground, as long as the entrance is blocked, they have nowhere to run. Fingji, is the entrance still in our hands? Yes. Fingji said hurriedly, at the entrance, we and Destiny Royal Court have sent people to guard it. They can't come out. However, they are cunning and may have brought True King's origin with them. They have used it to threaten us a few times. Also, Destiny Royal Court. Fingji glanced at Ji Yao. Fang Ping laughed coldly. Needless to say, they are definitely unwilling to cooperate. Fang Ping sneered and did not continue. He said, so, Fang Ping's accomplices are now trapped in the king's battleground? Fang Ping glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's expression changed. She said, what do you plan to do? Do you still need to ask? Fang Ping's expression was cold. Kill them. Especially Wang Jinyang. It's best if we can capture him alive. If not, then we'll kill him. Spread the news and force Fang Ping to show himself. As long as we can confirm that Fang Ping is not in the Land of Rebirth, then the Imperial City. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said slowly, maybe, it really is Fang Ping. No one can be sure until the very end. Ji Yao frowned slightly. It won't be easy to kill them in the king's battleground. Although there aren't many of them, the area is huge. If they want to hide, Fang Ping said, no matter how they hide, they will come out sooner or later. As long as the entrance is guarded, they can't escape. However, Fang Ping glanced at the Imperial City and said slowly, the Imperial City can't be locked down forever. That's why we have to kill Wang Jinyang as soon as possible and confirm Fang Ping's whereabouts. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said slowly, Ji Yao, ask a few of your people to come out and follow me to the king's battleground. When we reach the king's battleground, ask your people to listen to my orders. This time, I will personally lead people to annihilate them. You're going? Ji Yao humphed. If you go, you still want the Destiny Royal Court to listen to you? When that time comes, it's hard to say how many people will be left alive. Why don't you hand your people over to me? I will surround and kill them. Fang Ping sneered. You? Other than letting them go, what else can you do? If it wasn't for you last time, Fang Ping would have died in the king's battleground. Bastard. Ji Yao, I'm not your subordinate. Don't yell at me. Ji Yao's expression was ugly. Fang Ping ignored her and shouted, all the commanders in the residence, follow me to the king's battleground. In Prince Fang's residence, the commander-level powerhouses rose into the air. Willow Wushan and the rest rushed over too. Seeing that, Willow Wushan frowned and said, Your Highness, you don't have to go personally and risk your life. I can just bring some people over. Fang Ping shook his head and said, Uncle Wushan, if I don't go, these people might not do their best. As he said that, Fang Ping added, of course, extermination has a request. Please speak, Your Highness. Elders, all the commander-level martial artists and the residents who are qualified to enter the king's battleground, follow me. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, this time, I want nothing to go wrong. Not only the commander level, but also the venerable realm. Let people enter the venerable territory, find the weak point of the border wall, and kill those people. The more people, the better. I don't believe that these people can't be killed. Seeing that he insisted, Willow Wushan said in a low voice, then I'll go with you. Fang Ping looked around and said, okay. Also, Jingzhu and the other uncles don't have to follow. Continue to lock down the imperial city. When I confirm Fang Ping's situation, Ancestor Wang should be here. When that time comes, if Fang Ping still hasn't appeared, then Ancestor Wang will make the decision. As he said that, Ji Yao suddenly said, Uncle Wang, let's go to the king's battleground too. Ji Nan, who had rushed over, frowned slightly. Ji Yao humphed and said, I also want to see if Fang Ping will appear in the king's battleground or in Skyplant City. If he dares to come to the king's battleground this time, you must make him stay. If he doesn't appear, then take Wang Jinyang's head and go to 7 Southern Territory. If he still doesn't appear, then he might be in Skyplant City. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. Ji Yao, you're coming too? What a joke. Is the king's battleground your residence? Can't I go? Of course not. Fang Ping laughed. That's good too. This time, you and I will work together. Ji Yao, this time, don't get captured alive again. Humph. When Ji Yao heard that, her expression turned ugly instantly. She looked at him and said, you should pray that the whole army doesn't get wiped out again. Last time, it wasn't me who got all my subordinates killed. Fang Ping did not say much. He looked at everyone and said, then let's gather the martial artists now and go to the king's battleground. Having said that, Fang Ping suddenly frowned and said, hurry up and be quiet. This is to prevent Fang Ping from getting wind of the news and blending in with these people. The people that Uncle Wang brought must be carefully checked later. Along the way, Uncle Wushan must also pay more attention to prevent Fang Ping from blending in. Everyone nodded and did not say much. They all went back to gather the martial artists who were qualified to go to the king's battleground. It was just a few people. They did not think that they could not kill them. Fang Ping and the others were still busy. Very soon, the right marshal arrived using flight step and landed in front of Prince Feng's residence. He saw people gathering everywhere and then looked at Fang Ping, who had already walked out of the residence. He frowned and said, Your Highness is going to the king's battleground? Since the right marshal already knows, why are you still asking? Your Highness can't go. The right marshal frowned and said, Fang Ping hasn't been found yet. Fang Ping suddenly shouted, can't go? Let Wang Jinyang and the others go? When the time comes, when Wang Jinyang and the others leave and expose the fact that Fang Ping is still in the land of rebirth? Right Marshal, do you really think that I'm an idiot? I'm going to kill Fang Ping's savior. How dare you stop me? What are you trying to do? The right Marshal's face was livid. Stop you from killing Fang Ping's savior? The right Marshal suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted, Fang Ping's whereabouts are still unknown. If we leave now, Fang Ping might blend in with them. We can't find him anyway. It's hard to say if he's there or not. Having said that, Fang Ping suddenly said, Uncles, do a thorough check again to see if there's anything unusual. If the right marshal is worried, do a check too. Don't say that I, Feng Miasheng, have taken Fang Ping away. The right marshal frowned again. Seeing that more than 30 rank 7 and 8 powerhouses had already gathered around him, he said slowly, Please wait for a moment, Your Highness. I'll make a trip to the imperial court. Do as you wish, right marshal. The right marshal said no more. He took the flight step and headed straight for the imperial court. After a while, the imperial palace basilica. Li Zhu leaned against the seat and said softly, Feng Miasheng is bringing people to the land of imperial court. Yes. Wang Jinyang has really appeared at the land of imperial court. Yes. Not only Mansion Feng, but some people from other manors have also returned to report that Wang Jinyang is indeed there at the land of imperial court. What a coincidence. The King Lord chuckled softly, closing his eyes in deep thought. After a long while, the King Lord mumbled, Fong Ping. I'm afraid he'll appear at the land of Imperial Court. No, he might appear at the land of rebirth. The King Lord muttered to himself. Suddenly, he laughed and said, if Fong Ping appears at the land of rebirth, then Fong Ping doesn't exist in the Imperial City anymore. If that's the case, there's no need to seal the city anymore. There's also no need to check anything. The Right Marshal frowned slightly, saying in a low voice, Brotherly, what are you trying to say? At this moment, he did not address him respectfully anymore. What was Li Zhu trying to say? What was he trying to do? Li Zhu sighed softly. With King Feng's return, with the current situation, perhaps, he will really destroy the Imperial City. Moreover, since Feng Miexing is questioning me, King Feng will definitely take the opportunity to check me. He might attack me secretly and kill me. His intentions should be put to death. Li Zhu said self-deprecatingly, I'm injured. How can I withstand a true king powerhouse's sneak attack? When that happens, whether I'm Fong Ping or not, I might become Fong Ping. A dead lord is not worth mentioning. How dare he? The Right Marshal flew into a rage. Then, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was not about whether he dared or not, but the possibility was more than 90%. At that time, Li Zhu was a cripple. Compared to a true king-level powerful being, he would definitely die with a single thought. Would King Feng dare? Absolutely. Thinking of this, the Right Marshal suddenly said in a serious tone, Brotherly, are you really just worried that King Feng will harm you secretly? If you still have some strength left, it won't be that easy for King Feng to take your life secretly. Having said that, the Right Marshal took a deep breath and said, Or, are you afraid that your godhood will be exposed? Li Zhu smiled. What do you mean, Brother Gu? The Right Marshal stared at him for a moment and said slowly, if Brotherly has really lost all of his strength, King Feng's faction can't wait to change the dynasty and replace him. If this goes on, Brotherly will be in danger. Why don't we take this opportunity to invite a few true kings to check Brotherly together? After that, Brotherly will be imprisoned in the True King Hall. Although you won't have the power you have now, you can still live the rest of your life in peace. Li Zhu said bitterly, can I really live the rest of my life in peace? Once I abdicate, it will be my death, the death of the Li family. The Right Marshal said seriously, although the true kings of Crimson Moon can no longer support Brotherly as lord, they can definitely protect Brotherly's life. King Feng's faction only wants the position of lord. The Li family is no threat, so why would they offend the true kings for the Li family? The Right Marshal said again, Brotherly, you and I have known each other for so many years. Are you still going to use these excuses to fool me? Li Zhu didn't speak again. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. The Right Marshal's expression wasn't good. He said slowly, back then, the three of us entered and left together. We lived and died together. We entered the Xianxia army together, cultivated together, fought in the Outer Realms together, and fought against Destiny Royal Court together. In the end, you defeated everyone in Fengjiu City and became the Lord of the Royal Court. Many true kings thought highly of you. Brother Hua and I also became the left and right marshals of the Tianji army. At that time, some people even thought that Li Hua and Gu Marshal were one person, an expert comparable to a true king, but now, Brother Hua has fallen, and Brother Li is no longer the same as before. Perhaps I should retire. The Right Marshal said in a low voice, after that war, I was severely wounded, but in recent years, I have made some gains. In fact, I should have left the Imperial City long ago, to find a place with no one to study. Perhaps, after a few more years, I will truly become a true king. Brotherly, you should know why I have stayed in the Imperial City all these years. Everyone says that kings are heartless, but I am not a king. I still have feelings, but, after today, this little bit of affection will be gone. Brotherly, it has been more than 10 years. I have repaid what I owe you. Li Zhu slowly opened his eyes and said with a complicated tone, how could I not know Brother Gu's intention to protect me? But, there are some things. Li Zhu pondered for a while, then said slowly, Li Zhu started from a humble background. Even though I became a king lord, I lived under someone else's roof, under someone else's orders. Back then, Li Zhu had the intention to reform. Seeing that success was so close, all his efforts were wasted. I caused Brother Hua to fall, and Brother Gu to be wounded, heroic lord? Li Zhu's face was full of bitterness and unwillingness. He said self-mockingly, ridiculous. Pawns, abandoned pawns. In that war back then, the three of us were abandoned pawns. The Maple King's faction plotted against us. What about the others? There are dozens of true kings in the True King Hall. Did anyone care about our lives? A king lord who started from a humble background wanted to suppress the True King Hall and recreate the era of two kings. These true kings are used to being high and mighty. They are used to being in control of everything. Back then, Li Zhu was young and impetuous. He tried to overthrow everything. How could he be exempted? Li Zhu smiled faintly. A king lord who was arrogant and was about to advance to true king level. He even had two brothers who were about to advance to true king level, a king lord who commanded an army of 10 million and tens of thousands of high-ranked soldiers, a king lord who might destroy the land of rebirth and make a great contribution. Brother Gu, did he deserve to die? Royal power. Divine power, Li Zhu mumbled, royal power is bestowed by God. The king lords are just puppets. The true king hall is the deity. A king lord who tried to overthrow the divine power deserves to die. The right god general's expression changed again. His voice was hoarse. Back then in that war. Did the other true kings also? Li Zhu sneered and said faintly, you and I don't know if Li Zhen will step on the second path. Do you think those high and mighty deities don't know? The Maple King doesn't know. The Crimson Moon Kings don't know. What about that one? But after I was injured, he still supported me to be the king lord? Li Zhu's expression was playful. He said faintly, because I'm crippled. Instead of going through more trouble, isn't it better to support a king lord who might be a descendant of the other true kings, and support me to continue being the king lord? Coincidentally, Li Zhu can live until the war begins. What a great choice. The right god general's expression changed completely. Li Zhu smiled meaningfully. He looked into the distance. For a moment, the hall was silent. Feng Mansion. More and more people were gathering. The right divine general flew over from the palace again. He took a look at the people gathered, then at Ji Yao's group who was packing up. You guys really want to go? Of course. The right divine general glanced at Fang Ping and said coldly, if Fang Ping is among you, it will be extremely dangerous for you to go to the battlefield. Fang Ping said impatiently, according to the right divine general, we don't have to do anything. We can just wait for death here. I won't stop Prince Feng if you insist on doing things your own way. The right divine general said in a low voice, but I'll say one last thing. Fang Ping might appear among you. Don't think so. Some things are not impossible. Having said that, the right divine general ignored Fang Ping and looked at Ji Yao's group. Your Highness Ji Yao, it's best if you don't enter the battlefield. If you die in the battlefield, if it's done by someone from the royal court, it has nothing to do with the royal court. The royal court will not go against Destiny Royal Court at this time. Your Highness knows what I mean. If your Highness really dies, it has nothing to do with us. Once you leave Skyplant City, the royal court will not care about this anymore. Not far away, Ji Yao frowned. After a while, she said, Ji Yao knows what she's doing. The right divine general did not say more and left with flight step. Ji Yao frowned again and asked, isn't the right divine general going to check? No need. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. What did the right divine general know? Fang Ping could not care anymore. Soon, he said impatiently, since everyone is here, let's go. At this time, another group of people came from afar. Hua Yu laughed loudly. Feng Miesheng, why don't you go and watch the show? Fang Ping's expression was cold. He snorted. You guys want to go too? The Imperial City is too dangerous. It's better to go out. Hua Yu smiled faintly. It's safer to go to the battlefield. Fang Ping snorted. Less nonsense. If you want to leave, you have to pass the inspection. Hua Yu smiled faintly and said, there's no need to trouble you. Don't worry, this sovereign's men are all trustworthy. If they can't be trusted, then no one can be trusted. Fang Ping snorted again and said straightforwardly, other than you and the God General Martial Artist, everyone else has to be inspected. Cut the crap. Otherwise, now that the left side has locked down Skyplant City, don't even think about leaving. Hua Yu's expression was ugly, but a moment later, he recovered his smile and said, all right. Wu Shenlu and the others didn't stand on ceremony either. Apart from the divine general of King Hua's mansion and the others, everyone else carefully examined the place. After a while, Lu Wushan and the others shook their heads. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He used flight step and left. Goodbye, Skyplant City. What a pity. His biggest regret this time was not being able to take away Tianyu's Lake of Life. As for the others, they had more or less achieved their goals. Li Zhu. Fang Ping's heart trembled once more. This guy was quite dangerous. The right divine general did not even investigate this time. Instead, he said something meaningful. Maybe, he really knew something. What is this guy trying to do? And Zhao Xingwu, just as Fang Ping was thinking about Zhao Xingwu, in front of him, in midair, Zhao Xingwu stood tall in the void. Looking at everyone, he said slowly, if any of you meet human martial artists in the land of King Battleground, if any of you can return alive, I hope everyone can pass on a message for me. Fang Ping smiled and said, please speak, Marshal Zhao. Family members should not be implicated. This is my own crime. It has nothing to do with others. As Zhao Xingwu said that, he continued, the heavenly axiom is unpredictable. There will always be a chance of survival. If I stay in the divine land, maybe tomorrow will also be a chance of survival for humans. Li Zhan and Zhang Tao want to kill me. I won't defend myself. One day, they will know that I'm not the one in the wrong. Fang Ping smiled and said, that's all? Marshal Zhao, when we go this time, there are resurrected martial artists guarding the land of King Battleground. They will pass on Marshal Zhao's message. Fang Ping laughed heartily. Zhao Xingwu did not say anything else. The others did not care either. It was better if these words were passed to the land of rebirth. No matter what, it was a fact that Zhao Xingwu was in the divine land. It did not matter who was right or wrong. What was important was that perhaps it could be used to sway the resurrected martial artists' minds. Everyone did not say anything else. One by one, they took the flight step and left. Imperial Court. Above a palace, Li Zhu stood with his hands behind his back, watching the crowd leave. The right divine general had already returned. He stood beside him and set up a barrier. He asked softly, who is Fang Ping? Is it important? Li Zhu chuckled and mumbled, it's not important. The right divine general's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, he is full of tricks. We have to be careful. Li Zhu laughed again. How can I not know? But it is indeed difficult to find him. Unless, we kill all of them? Brother Gu, you can't do that. Li Zhu sighed softly. If we kill them, regardless of whether it's the real Fang Ping or the fake Fang Ping, my death will come. Brother Gu, I'm just asking to live. The right divine general let out a long sigh. Yes, they could not be killed. Who should they kill? If it was a normal person, it would be fine. If it was Feng Miexing, Ji Yao, or the descendants of the true kings, if the Lord sent someone to kill them, the true kings would not let him go. It had better not be Feng Miexing. If they killed Feng Miexing, regardless of whether he was real or fake, the Lord would die. Because the Maple King would not accept this, whether it was real or fake, his grandson was dead. The dead could not speak. Evidence could be forged. No matter what the Lord said, it was fake. If they killed the Lord, they would not have to worry anymore. The right divine general sighed for a while. Finally, he asked in a low voice, how much longer? 2 to 3 years. Li Zhu laughed. There's no rush. Fang Ping is a threat. Li Zhu understands this. But even if it's a threat, it's not now. It's not you or me. After all, there are still hundreds of true kings and a few temple masters in Godland, including the place where the kings fight. Li Zhu smiled faintly. This is an era of sudden upheaval. Every chess player wants to take the stage. Including those who had already fallen, they might all reappear in the world, they all want to play chess. They all want to control everything and dominate everything. Is it really important to have one more Fang Ping or one less Fang Ping? Suppressing Heavenly King, Demon Emperor, two kings, Life King, Martial King, there are too many people. They all want to be chess players who dominate the world. If that's the case, maybe it'll be more interesting if there's one more Fang Ping. Li Zhu laughed again. He said as if he was talking in his sleep, appear in the world. In this era, it's time to settle everything. After waiting for so many years, it's time to end it. As he said that, he looked at the right divine general and chuckled. Go into closed-door cultivation. When that day comes, anyone who is not a true king is just an ant. Fang Ping too. If he doesn't become a true king, when that day comes, he's just an egg whose nest is overturned. The right divine general's expression changed. Finally, he asked, the seed of rebirth. What exactly is it? Li Zhu smiled faintly. Who knows? If even the true kings want it, then let's have it. Who knows if it's an eternal scam? Ha ha ha. Everyone likes to scheme. Maybe this is also a scheme. How can you and I know if it's real or fake? The right divine general's gaze was extremely complicated. Then, what are we fighting with the land of rebirth, true king? True king Hall, chess pieces, all of us are just pawns, why are we fighting? Why are we fighting? Maybe these true kings are all chess pieces. What a joke, even though they knew it might be a scheme, these people still rushed forward like a flock of ducks. They did not hesitate to plot for almost 1,000 years to start the final battle. There might be many things that he did not know, including this brother of the past beside him. Had the current lord really told him everything? No one can believe it. Only I can believe it. The right divine general had this thought. Maybe it was time for him to understand. The dragon beast quickly flew toward the land of rebirth. Fang Ping sat on the dragon beast, thinking about a problem. This time, his identity was probably known by others. There might be 3 people who knew about his identity. The Lord, the right divine general, and Zhao Xingwu. The first 2 did not mention it. Zhao Xingwu's last words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Fang Ping could not understand it for a while. Humans are the most sinister. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Whether it was the catacombs humans or the earthlings, they were all very sinister. The demons, on the other hand, were a little stupid. If the Maple King was in the city, he might have discovered him long ago. However, that idiotic blockhead Tian Yu was probably still a little confused. Demons will always be demons. Becoming a demon doesn't mean that I become smarter. It's too dangerous to hang around in the royal court. I can't become a demon. Otherwise, I can go to the demon royal court. These idiotic demons. Just as he thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly realized. Forget it. He would not go. Demons were very straightforward, this was only in the catacombs human royal court. In the demon royal court, it was so messy. Those big demons would not have time to talk nonsense with you. They might just kill you all. If they killed you, then all the problems would be solved. Li Zhu might have let me go on purpose. No spirit creature would do that in the royal court of spirit creatures. Letting me go on purpose means that he still wants to hide. Fang Ping thought of a problem. What was Li Zhu hiding? Pretending to be stupid, pretending to be weak. This guy was the Lord. His strength might not be gone. Maybe his strength is still there. He just used some method to hide it. Then, why did he hide his strength? Fang Ping's head hurt from thinking about it. Forget it. He would not think about it anymore. He would tell old Zhang about it later. Old Zhang, that cunning old man, might have something in common with Li Zhu. Fang Ping did not think about them anymore. Instead, he glanced at the people around him. Right now, there were still many god generals around. He dared not make a move. However, once he reached the battlefield and entered, it would be his chance. Fang Ping saw Ji Yao and Bai Shangyue. He muttered in his heart, you 2 rich people are not leaving? Don't blame me for being rude. I have to think of a way to escape safely, and create some trouble for the Lord at the same time. He probably didn't kill me because he wants me to solve the problem for him. This guy probably wants me to kill everyone here. He's so evil. It's a pity that Li Yi didn't come. Fang Ping suddenly felt a little regretful that Li Yi did not come. The Lord was very cunning. If Li Yi came, Fang Ping was prepared to frame him. Feng Mia's life was in Li Yi's hands. This would be a great show. Since I can't die in Li Yi's hands, who should I die in? Feng Mia better not die in the hands of humans. Otherwise, King Maple might really go crazy. Fang Ping glanced at the crowd from the corner of his eyes. He could not kill all of them. He had to leave a group of them as audience members and mouthpieces. He had to choose someone to be the scapegoat. He had to be the scapegoat for killing Feng Mia. Not a single person from the Lord's faction came this time. They had probably calculated this and did not want to give Fang Ping a chance. Based on this, Fang Ping was sure that Li Zhu was really sure that he was among this group of people. Otherwise, he would have sent someone to help him. You let me go today. On one hand, you want to hide yourself. On the other hand, you want to use me to complete some things that you can't do. I can't kill Huayu, Purple Moon, and the rest. I have to leave some of them to give you some pressure. If Feng Mia is dead, your pressure will be much less. I can't let you have it easy. As for the people from Destiny Royal Court, Fang Ping suddenly looked at Ji Yao, a smile on his face. Ji Yao seemed to have sensed it. She turned her head and glanced at him, her expression cold. Fang Ping continued smiling. You're rude to me, but I'll be polite to you. I won't kill you. On one hand, the Life King is powerful. The split body may be very strong, but I might not be able to kill you. On the other hand, if I killed Ji Yao, the Lord might expose his identity through some means, making the Destiny Royal Court more hostile to humans. If I don't kill you, you kill me. Fang Ping had an idea. He believed that if Ji Yao killed Feng Mia, even if there were suspicious points, someone would help him clean up the mess. The Lord, Fang Ping was now very sure that if Feng Mia died at Ji Yao's hands, the Lord would definitely add fuel to the fire. He would insist on this point and make the Maple King's faction go against the Destiny Royal Court. As for him, he would plot in the middle. Not only could he reduce his own pressure, he could also work with the Destiny Royal Court to prevent the Maple King's faction from taking over. Therefore, Feng Mia dying in Ji Yao's hands is what the Lord hopes to see. It's what I hope to see too. The Maple King's faction has been active recently. As for the Lord, he's keeping a low profile. He won't make too big of a move. He can also buy time for humans. Fang Ping suddenly straightened out all the clues. There was a super spy in the catacombs, Li Zhu, who was working with him. No matter what Li Zhu's ultimate goal was, right now, his and Fang Ping's interests were the same. If that was the case, Fang Ping did not mind working with him. Let Feng Mia be killed by Ji Yao. The Lord will make this the kind of irrefutable evidence. Very good. Fang Ping suddenly felt a tacit understanding with the Lord. You help me, I help you. Our goals were the same. As for who would benefit more, it would depend on the situation. Fang Ping felt that he had benefited, but in reality, the Lord felt that he did not lose anything at all. Not to mention that the mine that Fang Ping dug was not his. Even if it was his, he would not care. Fang Ping helped him solve the problem of the Maple King's faction. Perhaps in Li Zhu's eyes, this was a big gain. I'll find a chance to let Feng Mia die. Then, I'll change my identity and leave the battlefield. But Old Wang and the rest are being watched now. Once they come out, it will definitely cause some chaos. If they come out, it means that the people guarding the entrance are all dead. This is not a small matter. Fang Ping sighed in his heart again. This was a little troublesome. Could old Zhang see this? He should be able to. Hopefully, old Zhang could come to their rescue in time and bring them away. Otherwise, it would be difficult to leave the battlefield. It's best if I become a human too. But if I become a human, someone will have to stay behind, or find a dead person to replace me. Is there anyone dead in the battlefield now? Fang Ping suddenly licked his lips. He thought of a person. He wondered if Tua Man was dead. If he was not, then he was still inside. He would kill him first. The evil sect's second elder was Tua Man Sr. This guy tried to kill him last time. He had to take revenge. Forget it. We'll talk about it when we get to the battlefield. Fang Ping stopped thinking about it. He suddenly said, Bai Xianxia, are you selling the holy fruit? On the other dragon, Bai Xianxia snorted coldly and ignored him. Fang Ping laughed. Name a price, Bai Xianxia. Don't think about becoming a divine general or a true king. The stronger you are, the faster you die. Do you believe me? Bai Xianxua's expression was ugly. Not far away, Jinan shouted, Feng Miasheng, stop talking nonsense. Fang Ping said mildly, what did I say? That's the truth. Some people just can't see reality clearly. Is King Bai Xianxua qualified to fight a life king? Bai Xianxua, it's best if you don't enter the battlefield this time. If you go in, you might not come out alive. Having said that, Fang Ping smiled. You can consider selling the holy fruit to me. Bai Xianxua sneered. Feng Miasheng, you're still not good enough to sow discord between me and Ji Yao. You're only talking about the position of a lord. I've never thought about it. Do you think everyone wants to be a lord? Even if I can't become a lord, it doesn't mean that I have no hope of becoming a true king. Isn't becoming a true king better than being a lord? Feng Miasheng, you're underestimating me. Fang Ping sneered. Go in and try then, but it's a pity that you're venerable. Ji Yao might not be able to meet you. Ji Yao might not be able to kill you even if she goes to the battlefield. You've escaped death this time. Bai Xianxua and Ji Yao sneered at the same time. Idiot, why would they care about such a shallow attempt to sow discord? Fang Ping ignored it. I'm just saying it casually. Maybe I'll be useful in the future. At the crucial moment, I can pretend to be Bai Xianxua and kill Ji Yao. Of course, Fang Ping did not care about that. An apple-like fruit and a heavenly golden lotus appeared in his hands. He said, Bai Xianxua, let's cut the crap. I'll trade for your holy fruit. Bai Xianxua sneered and said disdainfully, you're using the maple fruit and the holy lotus to trade for my holy fruit. Feng Miasheng, are you dreaming? He was disdainful. Beside him, someone said in a low voice, Maple Imperial City's Maple Lotus Demon Divine General produced another maple fruit? Although the maple fruit is not as good as Lord Tianyu's holy fruit, it's still a premium. Previously, the two divine generals of 9 cities consumed the maple fruit before they stepped into divine path. As these people chatted, Fang Ping took the opportunity to understand some information. The maple fruit was also a treasure that Fang Ping obtained from Feng Miasheng's storage ring after killing him. This thing was quite expensive, the system estimated it to be more than 200 billion, it was even more expensive than the heavenly golden lotus. Together with the heavenly golden lotus, the total value of the holy fruit was more than 350 billion in Fang Ping's eyes. However, Bai Xianxua still looked disdainful. It seemed like the holy fruit was not cheap. The prices of goods in the catacombs were very different from those on Earth. The main reason was that there were too many energy stones here, so they had depreciated. Here, one petal of the heavenly golden lotus cost 500 kilograms of energy stones, and one petal cost 4,000 kilograms, which was 1,200 billion. On Earth, it was only 160 billion. The difference was about 8 times. According to the catacombs price standard, the maple fruit was worth 1.6 trillion. It would require at least 5,000 caddies of energy stones. Fang Ping suddenly had an idea. He smiled. Ji Yao, do you want the maple fruit? Ji Yao turned her head to look at him, her expression indifferent. What do you mean? I'll sell it to you. I was in a hurry this time, so I didn't bring much spring of life with me. Before he finished his words, Lu Wushan turned around and said, Your Highness, the maple fruit cannot be traded. Your Highness lacks the spring of life, I still have some. Fang Ping secretly despised him. How many do you have? You don't even have a storage ring. What did you bring? I saw it, a few dozen kilograms of life essence was enough to kill him. That's not what I want. Fang Ping smiled. Uncle Wushan, you still need to cultivate. This time I'm escorting extermination. How can extermination still want uncle's things? This time I got the holy fruit. It doesn't matter whether I have the maple fruit or not. As he said that, Fang Ping asked again, Ji Yao, do you want to trade? Ji Yao's gaze flickered. How much do you want? 500 boxes of spring of life. Ji Yao's expression turned livid instantly. 500 boxes, 5,000 caddies, what a joke. Among the crowd, Xianxia said mildly, 100 King's Palace also sells maple fruits, but it costs 60 boxes of Spring of Life. Feng extermination, do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Fang Ping sneered. Shut your mouth. I'm discussing a trade with Ji Yao. Who are you to interrupt? Fang Ping looked disdainful. He could not be bothered with him, but he was calculating in his heart. The things in the catacombs were 2F** king expensive, 600 caddies, 1.5 trillion, he had to sell the maple fruits and snatch them back later. Although it was the same to snatch the life essence later and increase his wealth, Fang Ping suspected that Ji Yao might not have that much life essence. Before everyone entered the battlefield, Jinan and the other god generals probably had some too. He had to take the good stuff from them. The maple fruits would definitely be left for Ji Yao. To maximize the benefits, selling them now was the most suitable. Fang Ping did not waste any more time. He chided Xianxia and said, the 100 King's Palace sells them, but that doesn't mean they have them in stock. Moreover, the maple fruits are different. The maple fruits from the Maple Imperial region are the most effective. Ji Yao, 80 boxes of Spring of Life. With our status, there's no need to bargain. Are you buying or not? Ji Yao frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, she glanced at Jinan. Jinan nodded slightly. They could still be bought. The Maple Imperial region had a top-notch Divine Path Realm monster maple tree. The maple fruits were condensed from that maple tree. The Maple Imperial region's maple fruits were indeed the best kind. 80 boxes, 800 caddies of life essence was not a small amount. However, if there was no war in the catacombs, a rank 9 monster plant could gather a lot of them. This thing was not as valuable as these energy fruits. Moreover, condensing energy fruits would consume a large amount of life essence. There was also a cost. I don't have that much, Fang Ping said straightforwardly, I only want the Spring of Life. I don't want the rest. I don't lack those. It's just that I didn't prepare too much Spring of Life in a hurry. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you the maple fruits. Ji Yao did not say anything else after hearing that. She transmitted her voice to Jinan and the rest. Very soon, on the Destiny Royal Court's side, Jinan, Xian Tong, a few rank 8 martial artists, and Xianxia and the rest all took out some life essence. After a while, many jade boxes appeared in Ji Yao's hands. She threw them to Fang Ping through the air and said coldly, give me the maple fruits. Fang Ping scanned the area. He did a good job this time. He had almost emptied these rank 8 and 9 life essence. If he snatched Ji Yao later, the maple fruits would be back in his hands, earning 800 caddies of life essence for nothing. It was worth it. Moreover, his wealth would increase by a lot too. Fang Ping did not hesitate. He threw the maple fruits out directly. His wealth increased by 180 million points in an instant. 800 caddies of life essence was worth 2 trillion. However, he had calculated 200 billion for the maple fruits. Now, he had to deduct the increase in wealth from the maple fruits. Fang Ping smiled. His wealth had increased a lot. The danger was gone. If he snatched the maple fruits back later, he could increase his wealth again. The life essence increased his wealth, and so did the holy fruits. Obviously, the catacombs also traded holy fruits. Fang Ping was still a little shocked. In the catacombs, he had not excavated enough. These things were traded. It seemed like the market here was very high-end. However, the increase in wealth from the holy fruits was not as much as Fang Ping had expected. 100 million points, it was not a small amount. It was equivalent to the system's evaluation of 1 trillion. It was equivalent to the value of 5 maple fruits. In other words, the effect of the holy fruits was at least 5 times that of the maple fruits and 50 times that of the one-petal heavenly golden lotus. However, Fang Ping was still a little disappointed. It seemed like this was not an energy fruit obtained by a true king with all his might. Otherwise, a true king would be more than 5 times stronger than a rank 9 monster plant. Although, it was not appropriate to use strength to measure the value of the energy fruit. Fang Ping glanced at the data and did not say anything. Wealth, 381 million points. Vitality, 70,480 calories, 70,480 calories. Mentality, 4099 Hz, 4099 Hz, Destructive Force, 35 yuan, Bones Honed, 206 bones, 100%, Storage Space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, Energy Shield, 1 point/minute, plus, Aura Simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, previously, he had condensed 50 lumps of 1,000-element imperishable substance and spent 500 million wealth. He had thought that the value of the holy fruits was amazing, perhaps more than 1 billion wealth points. Now, it seemed like he had thought too much. Actually, Fang Ping also knew that the possibility was not high. 1 billion points, that was 10 trillion. The system's valuation was different from the catacombs' prices. The system's valuation was 10 trillion. According to the catacombs' inflation, that would be about 80 trillion energy stones, which was more than 100 tons of rank 9 energy stones. If one mineral vein did not even have that much, there would at least be a few mineral veins. Only a fool would exchange a few mineral veins for one holy fruit. It was impossible. I've spent too much wealth points. In the end, I still need more than 600 million points to level up. I hope I can get this much from the King Battleground this time. Fang Ping felt that there was a lot of hope. Ji Yao had a holy fruit, and so did Bai Shangyue. That would be 200 million. This did not include other things. If he included them, it should be enough. I have 1,300 caddies of life essence now. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. He hoped to snatch another 700 caddies to make up a ton. However, Ji Yao and the rest did not seem to have many left. Fang Ping glanced at the Sky Plant's royal court people. These people did not have storage rings, but it was hard to say. Hua Yu and the rest might have. You don't have to contribute too much. 700 caddies of life essence is enough. Let me calculate life essence in tons. Fang Ping felt that he could change units. When he went back, he would tell others that he had a ton of life essence. I have to use 10 tons of rank 9 energy stones as a unit. As Fang Ping thought about it, he almost could not hold back his smile. At this moment, he did not care about these things. The danger had been eliminated. He should be out of the Lord King's threat range. Fang Ping suddenly woke up. He turned around abruptly. Motherf *Ker, he was already 3,000 li away from Sky Plant City, right? 3,000 li. He, an upper stage rank 8 martial artist, was finally out of danger. What did this mean? It meant that the Lord King might chase after him. It was not until he flew 3,000 li away that the Lord King gave up on this idea. Or, within 3,000 li, even if the Lord King was in Sky Plant City, he could still threaten him? Damn it. How is this possible? 3,000 li, even old Zhang can't threaten me. No, this might mean that the Lord King's attack can radiate 3,000 li. Once I'm attacked, I can't escape. He's stronger than King Huai. Much stronger. King Huai killed Jiao, but he couldn't kill Jiao from 2,000 li away. My strength and Jiao should be equal. If that's the case, the Lord King is stronger than King Huai. Damn it. Fang Ping was terrified. This guy was a true king, and an extremely powerful kind of true king. Fang Ping was extremely terrified at this moment. Even if he felt that the Lord King's strength was still there, he did not think that this guy would be very strong. He thought that the Lord King had recovered his previous strength at most. But now, thinking about how the Lord King had even kept many true kings in the dark, Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. It was not a secret technique. This guy had relied on his own strength to hide under the true king's noses. His chi was actually still there, but his chi was the remnant of his chi when he was injured at peak rank 9. After all, he was an elemental Dao powerhouse. That was why the Lord King he sensed now was a person with weak elemental Dao aura who was about to die. Actually, the true kings knew of his existence. It was different from Fang Ping who had concealed his chi. But this guy could hide his strength from the true kings. And his rank 9 standard without being discovered by the true kings. That meant that his strength was much stronger than those true kings. Damn it. This is too important. Fang Ping even suspected that he was stronger than old Zhang. How is this possible? At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt that this function of the system was really too awesome. Maybe I've discovered a big secret that everyone in the catacombs doesn't know. A powerhouse who might be strong enough to be comparable to two great Dao is actually hibernating. What is he waiting for? At this moment, Fong Ping only felt that he had really gained a lot this time. He knew too many top secrets. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. I'm currently in 4th place in the monthly votes, not too far from 3rd place. I hope that my brothers will support me. The top 3 in the monthly votes rankings have bonuses. I'm earning money for the new year. Brothers, please support me. Thank you. Last 3 days of global martial arts, asking for monthly votes, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. The kingdom was quite far from the king's battleground, more than 30,000 li. However, the dragon's speed was also extremely fast, reaching up to 1,000 li per hour. On the afternoon of the 15th, Fong Ping and the others set off. On the night of the 16th, Fong Ping could already see the desolate and uninhabited land in the distance. The king's battleground was like a big bowl, upside down on the ground. The king's battleground was between two kingdoms. The kingdom's terrain was not rectangular. From the king's battleground, it was Destiny Royal Court's territory. In terms of territory size, Destiny Royal Court was slightly larger than Skyplant's Royal Court. The four kingdoms' total area was more than 6 billion square kilometers. Among them, Thousand Demon Royal Court was the largest, while Guardian Royal Court was the smallest. Destiny Royal Court's territory was much larger than Skyplant's Royal Court's. By much, it was probably close to the total area of Earth. Before they reached their destination, Fong Ping stood up on the dragon's back, his expression cold. We're finally here. The kingdom shouldn't have put up a warrant for Fong Ping. Otherwise, why would they force him to enter God's land? Everyone was speechless. Putting up a warrant for Fong Ping was to make it easier to kill Fong Ping. Who would have thought that they still needed to force Fong Ping to enter God's land? After saying that, Fong Ping tilted his head to look at the people on the dragon's back, saying, 34 commander-level martial artists, 12 venerables. Commander-level martial artists, follow me into the king's battleground. Venerables, Fong Ping pondered for a moment, then looked at Hua Yu. Hua Yu, give me the commander-level martial artists under you. I'll let my people cooperate with you in the venerables battleground. Are you interested in bringing people to play across the boundaries? Hua Yu smiled playfully. Feng Mieshing, you're bringing so many people in just to capture a few people. Don't you even have this little bit of confidence? Fong Ping's expression darkened. Cut the crap. What do you know? These people are the reincarnations of some powerhouses from the land of rebirth. Although they are not as strong as Fong Ping, they are not to be underestimated. Hua Yu, if you're still so stupid, you'll be the next one to die. Hua Yu snorted. Not far away, Purple Moon smiled faintly and said, there's no harm in going to the Commander Realm to take a look. Feng Mieshing, we can leave our men to you, but you have a precedent. Last time, you were completely annihilated in the General Realm. I hope that it won't happen again this time. After saying that, Purple Moon said to the people behind her, Commander Realm warriors, follow Feng Mieshing into the unified domain. Remember, be smart. Don't think about throwing your life away. We're all Commander Realm martial artists. I don't think we're that stupid. Fong Ping huffed. Purple Moon, don't give me that. If your people go in, then you have to listen to me. Otherwise, if anyone dares to mess up my plans, this commander will kill them all. Fong Ping was not courteous at all. Purple Moon chuckled softly, not minding either. He continued to count the number of people and said in a low voice, there are a total of 42 commander-level people. Hua Yu, Yangxing, and the rest of you, there are a total of 60 people. Killing those people is not up to me alone. Hua Yu smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, alright, you guys can go in now. Listen to Feng Extermination's arrangements. The other young man also said with a smile. Fong Ping did not say anything more. He turned to look at Feng Ji, who had just returned from the battlefield, and asked, how many people does the Majestic Court have in the unified domain? Feng Ji said hurriedly, when this subordinate came out, there were 37 people. What about the 8 major divine sects and 12 dynasties? About 30 people. This subordinate did not check carefully. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said slowly, in that case, this commander can still gather close to 70 people in the unified domain. Including the people here, there are 130 people. On the other side, Ji Yao said slowly, this consort did not bring many people this time. There are only 10 people who can enter the unified domain. However, the majestic court has about the same number of people in the unified domain as you do. It won't be a problem to gather 70 people. Fang Ping said savagely, 200 people. 200 commander-level people. If we still can't kill Wang Jinyang and the rest, then we're all trash. His face was full of savagery, but many people snorted at him. Huayu smiled faintly and said, you and Ji Yao are among the 200 commanders, but you can't even kill a few martial practitioners who have come back to life. Feng Mieshing, if you really fail, this sovereign thinks that you should just withdraw from the throne yourself. A few hundred people. That was not to chase and kill, but to search. After all, the unified domain was not small. If they found the people, so many people could not kill them. 200 commander-level people were enough to kill a rank 9, a large number of ants could kill an elephant. Rank 7s were not weak either. If they attacked together, they could even kill a rank 9. In the past, when human rank 9 martial artists were not enough, 7 or 8 rank 7 martial artists dared to intercept a rank 9. Although there were heavy casualties, at least they could delay the other party. 200, if they fought with all their might, they could even kill a rank 9. Fang Ping did not care about him. He looked at Ji Yao and asked, did you bring the true king's origin with you? Ji Yao glanced at him and said lightly, that's none of your business. Fang Ping was displeased. He shouted, Ji Yao. You better not go in. This commander does not want what happened last time to happen again. If you bring the origin with you, those people will capture you and use you to threaten us. Do you want to repeat what happened last time? Ji Yao's expression was ugly. Feng Mieshing, this bastard, was getting more and more arrogant. Fang Ping did not care how ugly her expression was. He looked around and looked at the Tiger King's descendant. He said, anyone who carries the true king's origin better not go in. This commander does not want them to use you as a target. They could have one for sure, but in the end, because of you, we will suffer heavy casualties. Beside him, Lu Wushan also said, the situation in the unified domain is special. It's best not to bring the origin with you, including Lord True King's clone. Even if you bring it, it's best not to use it. Although Lord True King's clone doesn't contain much origin, mainly a mortal deity, once its attack power reaches the divine path, it will also trigger the chaos origin. Origin Qi was slightly different from a clone. One was the embodiment of Origin Dao, containing a wisp of Origin Dao enlightenment. In fact, it did not have any attack power. In the outside world, it was almost useless, unless it was used for enlightenment. However, in the unified domain, Origin Qi was the trigger, and its lethality was extremely high. As for the True King's clone, it contained very little Origin Qi. Some did not even have it at all. It was purely cut by mentality. If such a clone only had the strength of a weak rank 9, it would not trigger the chaos origin. At this time, Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao and said, Lord Life King's clone on you, its strength should have reached the divine path. It's best not to bring it. Fang Ping's heart was filled with anticipation. Don't bring it. If you don't bring it, I can kill you. If you do, it will be very troublesome. Ji Yao humphed. Mind your own business. Why won't I bring it? With Ancestor King's clone around, I don't think they will dare to do anything to me. Obviously, this woman was not completely stupid. Just bring it, and don't use it. When it was really necessary, it would be extremely dangerous. Who would care if others died or not? At most, they would die together. Fang Ping felt regretful. What a pity. It seemed like he could not force this woman to the path of death, or else it would be troublesome. She was harder to kill than Feng Mieshing. Life King was definitely stronger than Feng Mieshing. Life King was the Lord of Destiny Royal Court's True King Hall, a top-notch powerhouse who had fought with Heavenly King suppressing across space. His clone would not be weaker than old Zhang's. Once Ji Yao was killed, it might explode on its own. As for Feng Mieshing's Maple King's clone, it had not reached that level yet. From this, one could see the difference in strength between some powerhouses. Of course, the strength of the clone depended on how much mentality these true kings cut. Heavenly King Suppressing had cut a few times, but his strength was very average. Obviously, he did not cut much. At the moment, he was not sure how strong the Life King's clone on Jiyao was. Fang Ping felt that it was best not to test it. The king's battleground. The few human rank 9 powerhouses in charge of guarding were still on the high platform that Fang Ping had arrived at previously. Beside them, in the Catacombs Powerhouse's palace, there were also a few rank 9 powerhouses in the flight step, looking at the periphery. On the high platform, Wei Yong's expression did not look good. So many people, so many powerhouses, almost 10 rank 9 powerhouses had come, more than 30 rank 8 powerhouses, there were even more rank 7s. Wei Yong roughly sensed that there were about 70 of them, an army of more than 100 people had arrived. At this moment, Wei Yong's head was as big as a cow's, about to explode. He hurriedly looked at a rank 7 martial artist who had been on standby and shouted, "Go in quickly. Go, tell everyone to evacuate the rank 7 region, you must be fast." He was not the only one. Several other rank 9 powerhouses who were in charge of guarding the place bellowed angrily, "Go. Remember, even if the entrance is blocked, you have to break through it." When the rank 7 martial artist hurried into the rank 7 territory, the Caucasian powerhouse from the Hall of Gods said with a livid expression, "Wei Yong. Damn bastard. Tell your Lord Martial King that we do not welcome people from martial arts universities. Next time, cancel the quota for martial arts universities." Experts from Myriad Pagoda World and Ancient Buddha Sacred Ground agreed, "That's right. Your people are too much." Every time, he would implicate others. If this were to continue, how would they be able to explore the King battlefield? How can it become a holy land for cultivation? All of them were extremely dissatisfied. If this went on, how were they going to continue exploring the King-level battlefield? The entrance of a few people from martial arts universities had attracted so many people to help. They were about to go crazy. Wei Yong also wanted to cry but had no tears. He was too lazy to argue and immediately said, "Stop talking nonsense, delay for a while. Quickly, say that we want to check their identities and qualifications. At least let our people out first. Otherwise, they won't be able to come out later." At this time, the few of them could not be bothered to continue cursing. What Wei Yong said was right. If they did not delay, such a large group of people entering together, there must be an important figure with leadership power. Then, the people inside would be in danger. The few of them did not delay and flew toward the entrance one after another. Before the others came out, at least most of the people had to evacuate before the catacombs people could enter. Otherwise, something big might happen. Wei Yong prepared to intercept them for a moment while transmitting his voice. "Later, I will return to Mount Royal Sea to inform all the paragons. When you guys come out, take some of them with you. Don't stay here for long." The people from the sacred grounds responded one after another. Usually, everyone was at odds with each other. However, when it came to a time of life and death, if they still could not reach an agreement, the human world would have been conquered long ago. Even so, the few of them still made up their minds. There would not be a next time. The next time martial arts university people came, they would immediately evacuate their people. If martial arts university people participated in the next youth competition, they would immediately protest. Of course, it was hard to say whether there would be a next time. Who knew what would happen in 3 years? As these people were discussing, in the distance, a group of people riding on dragon beasts had already flown over. From afar, some of the powerhouses in charge of guarding the imperial battlefield shouted, "Welcome, your highnesses. Greetings, Lord Liu. Greetings, Martial Man." The powerhouses in charge of guarding were also very surprised. So many people, so many powerhouses. Lu Wushan, the top powerhouse in the God General's ranking. Jinan, Xiantong, the big shots in Sky Gate Royal Court, each led an army. Xiantong was still the #1 powerhouse in King Mystic Territory, leading the entire King Mystic Territory. Maple Mansion, Hua Mansion, Ziluo Mansion, Tiger Mansion, 100 Hills Mansion, the heirs of these mansions were all here. Even they did not expect that a small disturbance in the imperial battlefield would actually attract so many people. "Lord? They were welcoming, but Wei Yong and the rest's expressions changed again. Even the Lord-level powerhouses were here, although humans did not know much about the few royal courts, they at least knew that Skyplant's royal court had 9 halls. Other than the true King Hall, the other 8 halls Lord and Deputy Lord were all peerless powerhouses among rank 9. They did not expect such powerhouses to come here. Not only Skyplant's royal court, but Destiny Royal Court also had many powerhouses. Wei Yong even felt that these few god generals who came were giving him a great sense of oppression. This is troublesome. These people are guarding the periphery. Even if they come out, it will be dangerous. I'm afraid the few of us can't stop them. It seems that we must ask the paragons to come and hold the fort. Wei Yong thought to himself. Including the rank 9s who were originally in charge of guarding, there were already 14 catacombs rank 9s here. Among them, half of them had stepped into Origin Dao. With so many powerful rank 9s here, the 6 of them might not be able to stop them. Fortunately, no desperate realms came, but it's hard to say what will happen next. If the human paragons are here, I'm afraid that the catacombs paragons will also come soon. Wei Yong's mind was filled with thoughts one after another. He was still thinking. At this time, among the people who came, someone shouted loudly, "Is Fong Ping here? Tell the resurrected martial artists that if Fong Ping comes here, I will let Wang Jinyang and the rest go." The person who came was very arrogant. He stood alone on top of a dragon beast's head. Soon, he looked at Wei Yong and the rest, shouting, "You guys go back and report to your true king. Let Fong Ping come to the land of King Battleground, I will bring people back, otherwise, I will kill all the resurrected martial artists in the land of King Battleground this time." After saying that, Fong Ping shouted again, "King Ancestor, King Huai, and the other lords will be here soon. King Hua and the other lords may come too. If you still don't hand Fong Ping over, don't blame me for attacking the land of rebirth." Fong Ping shouted loudly, his face was full of arrogance. Actually, he was telling these guys to go back and report quickly. King Maple and the rest were likely to arrive at the Imperial City. If they did not find Fong Ping when they arrived at the Imperial City, with the King Lord's cunning personality, he might deliberately leak that Fong Ping might be in the crowd. That guy, in order to get rid of suspicion, would most likely leak some information on purpose. Of course, it would not be too soon. If it was too soon, the King Lord was also worried that Fong Ping and the rest would be killed before they could reach the land of King Battleground. When Fong Ping and the rest entered the land of King Battleground, that guy might do this. Among the crowd, there were a few descendants of the true king now. They were all the most important kind. The probability of the true king rushing here was not small. When Wei Yong heard this, his expression changed instantly. A few true kings? No, he had to find Zhang Tao quickly. The few martial artists inside were Zhang Tao's people. If things went according to the current situation, they would die without a doubt. Wei Yong and the rest did not reply. Fong Ping shouted again, "Hand over Fong Ping, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I will kill all of you until the land of rebirth flows with blood. If you don't hand over Fong Ping and let the longevity sword come here, I will also give you a chance." Wei Yong and the rest were confused. Why was the longevity sword involved again? Seeing that they did not utter a word, Fong Ping snorted coldly. "A bunch of trash. Go and inform your true king. You can't make the decision yet. Do you want us to attack the land of rebirth before you are willing to beg for mercy?" Wei Yong frowned at him. Arrogant, he knew this guy, Feng Miexing. Previously, he heard that he was on the run after being killed by Fong Ping and was lucky to escape with his life. Now he was actually arrogant. Wei Yong did not say much. He sent a voice transmission to the others. "This is troublesome. I have to leave immediately and report to Absolute Summit. Everyone, delay for a while more." All right. Actually, there was no need for him to delay. Fong Ping ordered directly, "Recuperate for a while and get ready. Someone, Feng Ji, you go in first. Gather the people from the royal court and wait at the entrance. This time, we must kill Wang Jinyang." "Yes, sir." Feng Ji responded. Without hesitation, he entered the rank 7 region very quickly. Ji Yao and the rest did not have any objections. Ji Yao also made some arrangements, sending people in to gather people first. Lu Wushan and the rest looked satisfied. The few highnesses had all grown up. This was the proper way to do things. It was to prevent the other party from defeating them one by one before they could gather. It was good now. When everyone was here, hundreds of chieftains would gather and surround and kill a few rank 7s. It would be a piece of cake. This way, the safety of the few highnesses would be the greatest guarantee. As he was thinking about it, Fang Ping shouted again, "The rest can leave. Keep a close eye on Wang Jinyang and the rest. Don't let them leave the land of war. Even if they leave the land of war, be prepared to kill them. Don't worry about the land of rebirth's true king. Ancestor Wang and the rest will be here in a moment." At this moment, Wei Yong could not take it anymore. He shouted, "How dare you attack the homicidal martial artists outside the land of war?" Fang Ping sneered. "So what? Wang Jinyang and the rest must be killed. Do you really think that the royal court is afraid of you? You?" Wei Yong was anxious. Without hesitation, he used flight step and headed straight for Mount Royal Sea. Lu Wushan glanced at Fang Ping and sent a voice transmission, "Your Highness, don't incite the battle between the true kings." Fang Ping laughed. "Miesheng understands. We are just forcing the land of rebirth to hand Fang Ping over." Lu Wushan nodded slightly and said nothing more. While Fang Ping and the rest were waiting. Forbidden Catacombs, Mount Royal Sea. Wei Yong did not stop. His speed was extremely fast. It took him less than half an hour to travel 1,000 miles. At this moment, Wei Yong was in a sorry state. Flying at 2,000 miles per hour was a heavy burden on his body. He had just arrived at Mount Royal Sea when Zhang Tao's silhouette suddenly appeared. He asked, "Is there a situation in the land of war?" Wei Yong said hurriedly, "There's a problem. Many powerhouses are here. One of the 8 halls even sent a hall master. I've never seen him before. 70 to 80 rank 7 martial artists are here. That's not all, the Maple King's descendant, Feng Miesheng, even said that many peerless powerhouses are coming." Wei Yong reported the news hurriedly. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment. His gaze was slightly strange. He asked, "Repeat what Feng Miesheng said word for word." Wei Yong was a rank 9 after all. His memory was amazing. Without any delay, he repeated it immediately. Zhang Tao began to plan in his mind, this was a threat. It also meant that Feng Miesheng was arrogant and despotic. But this seemed to be a message too, right? The Maple King was coming. Many true kings were coming too. He even asked someone to tell these peerless powerhouses that even the longevity sword was mentioned, Fang Ping. This thought popped up in Zhang Tao's mind. The next moment, he was suddenly sure, it must be Fang Ping, this guy killed Feng Miesheng and replaced him. He actually became the crown prince, not bad. If that was the case, he had become the boss of the rank 7 region in the land of war. How did this kid do it? As Zhang Tao thought about it, his expression suddenly changed. Mother ****. Old Zhang suddenly cursed. This kid seemed to have said that many true kings were coming. Based on this guy's personality, he must have felt that he could not handle it alone and said it on purpose. He was asking him to hurry up and save his life. Maple King, Hua King, Ziluo King, and this is the Monster Plant Kingdom. Don't tell me the Monster Plant Kingdom is coming too? Zhang Tao's face turned green as he thought about it. What was this bastard doing? Why did he provoke so many true kings just by going to the restricted area? Wei Yong saw him swearing and said worriedly, "King Wu, are they really going to start a war? It's not the time yet. They've waited for thousands of years. It won't be this time, right?" Zhang Tao's expression was ugly. It would not be an all-out war. However, if these people knew that Fang Ping was here and Fang Ping killed their descendants, a war might break out. Others aside, if Maple King knows that Feng Miesheng is dead, he definitely won't let it go. That guy wanted to kill Fang Ping for a long time. The Feng family's more powerful figures are all dead. Zhang Tao was helpless. Maple King's 2 sons, both of whom had stepped into Origin Dao, were all dead. Among his few grandsons, Feng Qing and Feng Miesheng were the most outstanding. Now, they were all dead. If Maple King knew about this situation, how could he not go crazy? It was fine if they were not all dead. At least there was still hope. If Feng Qing was dead, there was still Feng Mieshing to replace him. However, now that they were all dead and the rest were all repulsive people, how could he not be angry? This is troublesome. Zhang Tao was very tired. I thought that I alone would be enough. I'm afraid it's a little troublesome now. It's not enough. Also, what did this kid do to stir up such a big mess this time? Did he reap any benefits? Stirring up trouble depends on whether it's worth it or not. If it's not worth it, then stir up trouble. I can't tolerate this kind of cleaning up after a person. This bastard, provoking a true king, it's not worth it if I don't get 2,000 caddies of energy stones. A ton of energy stones is worth it if I provoke a true king, but how many do I have to provoke? How many tons, and this is the light kind. If I fight a true king to the death, F*ck, it's not worth it if it's less than 5 tons. Zhang Tao cursed in his heart. A fight to the death might not happen. However, some conflicts were inevitable. In other words, if he had conflicts with many true kings this time, Fang Ping would at least get back a few tons of energy stones. That would not be a loss. I was going to collect 1,500 caddies from him. Humph. Now, if a true king comes, it's 1,500 caddies. I'll see if he still causes trouble next time. Zhang Tao made up his mind, if 4 or 5 true kings came this time, he would collect 600 to 700 caddies from him. That kid still had a few tons of mineral vein in MCMAU. If he did not get anything this time, the mineral vein would belong to him. That's good too. Let's see if you still cause trouble after I take your mineral vein. Old Zhang calculated and said quickly, you go back first. I know what happened. Now that the catacombs' true kings haven't arrived, it's not convenient for us to show up. Don't worry, this place is only 1,000 miles away from the king battlefield. If a true king really comes, we'll be there soon. Wei Yong thought about what we meant. Did the martial king think that he could not handle it alone? Surely not. Zhang Tao ignored him and did not probe the king battlefield with his mentality, lest others think that he had a guilty conscience. If there were no true kings coming to the king battlefield, he would be suspicious if he rashly probed. I'm afraid it's a little difficult for me to handle it alone. I'll have to call Li Zhen. That old geezer warlord still has to guard Magic City. He can't come, so I'll have to call another powerful paragon. That should be enough, right? With 3 powerful paragons, it's not a big deal if 4 or 5 true kings come. But this kid is really going to go bankrupt this time. After causing so much trouble, maybe I can extort 10,000 caddies of energy stones, just enough to take away half of MCMAU's mineral vein, lest others think it's unfair, Zhang Tao calculated in his heart. MCMAU still had some assets. Fang Ping kept causing trouble like this. He had to be taught a lesson. MCMAU has suffered a lot this time. We've lost half of the mineral vein. It's time to remember. P.S. Those who participated in the tipping event can go for the lucky draw now. The event has ended. The King's Battleground. Fang Ping brought everyone and stood at the entrance. Not long after, a group of people rushed out, covered in blood. Fang Ping saw the situation and shouted, someone, go in and tell them not to let these useless people break up the camp. Other than Wang Jinyang and a few others, they are all useless. It doesn't matter if they kill them or not. The human powerhouses who had just rushed out glared at them. This was too much of a blow, Fang Ping sneered, his face full of contempt. He cursed in his heart, what are you glaring at? I'm saving you. Ignoring these people, after a while, Feng Ji came out and said loudly, Your Highness, the news has been spread. Now they are rushing to the entrance. Fang Ping looked around. Many people had come out from the human side. If he delayed any longer, others would be suspicious. Fang Ping did not delay any more, shouting, go in. As soon as he finished speaking, there were people scouting ahead, and people protecting behind. Under everyone's protection, Fang Ping began to enter the king's battleground. The crowd followed in. Seeing this scene, the human powerhouses sighed. They were dead, Wang Jinyang and the rest would definitely die, too many, they could still escape before, that was because the catacombs were not united. Now, 2 princes with the right to speak had entered. Now in the rank 7 region, who dared to disobey, a few hundred rank 7s, were enough to fight a big battle. In the Tiannan Catacombs battle, the catacombs gathered rank 7 martial artists were only about 100 people. This time, there were more people than the Tiannan battle. Moreover, these people could enter the king's battleground, they were geniuses. Their martial arts and combat techniques were stronger, and their equipment was better. Many of them carried divine weapons. Wang Jinyang and the rest were not rank 9s. Even if they were rank 9s, weak rank 9s would still die. Origin powerhouses were more likely. Origin powerhouses were very difficult to kill. At the same time Fang Ping and the others entered the king's battleground. Skyplant City. 2 huge figures broke through the air and arrived directly. In the next moment, an old figure appeared in the void. Tianyu. Feng Ji, Huaying, both of you are here. In the void, King Huai's mentality swept past, and he snorted softly. In the next moment, a team of Skyplant soldiers guarding in the Huai Manor exploded. The old Tianyu frowned slightly. Duke Huai snorted coldly and said, "The Duke Huai Manor is not the place for the royal court to interfere. How dare you barge into Duke Huai Manor? You're courting death." He did not care what these people were doing in Duke Huai Manor. Without his permission, entering Duke Huai Manor was the same as seeking death. Having said that, King Huai's mentality swept across the imperial city and asked coldly, "Where is Fang Ping?" Tianyu glanced at him and said indifferently, "Huaying, don't be impatient. Withdraw your pressure." King Huai was completely unbridled. Although he hadn't specifically targeted them, nor had he purposely retracted his oppressive might, over 1,000 people had already died in the city. Tianyu was clearly displeased. This time, King Huai retracted his aura and said mildly, "I only care about Fang Ping. That bastard provoked us again and again. We should have killed him long ago." At the side, the Feng King also looked around and said slowly, "Where's Old Man Extermination?" Tianyu said mildly, "Feng Miasheng and the others have gone to the battleground, preparing to kill Fang Ping's henchmen." Tianyu said casually, then said, "Fang Ping didn't appear. What happened earlier might not have been Fang Ping's doing." "What do you mean?" King Huai was somewhat displeased and said unhappily, "Then who killed the people from King Huai Manor?" He was displeased, and so was Tianyu. He said in an icy voice, "Huaying, don't question me again. You don't have the right. If you dare to be impudent again, don't blame me for summoning back the demons from the King Huai region." King Huai snorted but said nothing more. Within the territory of the king's court, all the demons, be it monsters or monster plants, had to listen to Tianyu. Today, everyone's life essence and energy fruits were provided by the monster plant clan. If he really angered Tianyu and summoned these demons back, he would be in trouble too. The Feng King smiled faintly and said, "Why is Tianyu so angry?" After he said a few words, Tianyu's anger subsided and he said mildly, "When I became a king, there was no King Huai to speak of. Young people are hot-tempered." King Huai glanced at him and ignored him. He became a king relatively late. Tianyu was also a monster plant. He had lived for an unknown number of years and started guarding the Sky Plant Royal Court 1,000 years ago. It was around that time that he became a true king. As for him, he became a true king only a few hundred years ago. On the other hand, the Feng King had become a true king for a longer time. Although he was later than Tianyu, he improved faster and walked quite a distance on the Tao of Origin. In the void, the three chatted for a while. Below, many people were kneeling. The few of them did not mind. The Feng King glanced at Zhao Xingwu who was not far away and raised his brows slightly. He did not look much and said, "Let's go to the Feng mansion for a chat." 2 people and 1 demon directly landed in the Feng mansion. Once they landed in the Feng mansion, the Feng King asked, "What's going on with Zhao Xingwu?" Tianyu smiled faintly and said, "Feng Ji, you really don't know anything?" The Feng King smiled and said, "Indeed, I don't know. My clone was taken away by extermination, and some things have not been sent back." As he said, the Feng King swept a glance at the Feng mansion. Then, he suddenly grabbed with his bare hand. In the next instant, a figure landed in his hand. Jin Yuhuai was almost scared to tears and hurriedly said, "Lord Feng King, this subordinate comes from the 6 southern regions. It was His Highness who brought me back. The Feng King frowned slightly and said, "Shut up. This king is asking you, who have you been in contact with?" Jin Yuhui had a blank expression. Then, he said nervously, "Lord, this subordinate." The Feng King ignored him. In the next instant, some things on Jin Yuhui's body directly floated out. The Feng King said faintly, "Medicinal pills from the land of rebirth. Have you been in contact with resurrected martial artists?" Jin Yuhui hurriedly said, "I've fought with resurrected martial artists many times in the 6 southern regions and seized some of their medicinal pills." The Feng King said faintly, "No wonder. As soon as this king entered the mansion, I felt the unpleasant aura of the resurrected martial artists. Get lost." After saying that, the Feng King ignored him. Jin Yuhui's legs turned to jelly. He greeted the 3 true kings with fear and trepidation before leaving the place in a panic. The Feng King walked toward the basilica while shaking his head and said, "Resurrected martial artists are really everywhere. Even the Feng mansion is tainted with their aura." Tianyu smiled and said, "You know a lot about resurrected martial artists. How can I not know anything after fighting for so many years?" The Feng King did not mind. He smiled and said, "But you, Tianyu, have been guarding the imperial city for so many years. You don't know much about resurrected martial artists." After a few words, the Feng King and the others had already arrived at the basilica. The few of them took their seats. Tianyu did not delay and roughly explained the matter. The Feng King heard that and frowned slightly. The Tianji army is indeed useless. Extermination was too anxious. He should have waited for this king to return before making plans. It's not appropriate to bring people to the king's battleground in a hurry. Tianyu smiled faintly. It's understandable. Beside him, the White King said, "Then let's investigate thoroughly. Feng Ji, you and I will work together to seal off the imperial city and investigate carefully. I've checked on Feng Ping before. If we meet Feng Ping, no matter how he disguises himself, once I inspect him, he will definitely reveal his flaws." He had checked on Feng Ping once in the king's battleground. Even if Feng Ping disguised himself, as long as he was inspected by his mentality, it would be difficult to hide from him. Even if he did not inspect his internal organs or other places, he could break through his mentality defense and identify him. The Feng King was not in a hurry to speak. He asked, after extermination and the others left, "Did anything happen?" "Nothing." "Nothing?" The Feng King pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the imperial palace and asked faintly, "What did Li Zhu say?" Li Zhu. Tianyu thought for a moment before saying, "Li Zhu had no choice. You also know that ever since he returned injured that year, Li Zhu no longer cares about the royal court's matters." "Is that so?" The Feng King laughed faintly. "Tianyu, we rarely return to the imperial city. You've always been here. There are some things that you know better than us. You've guarded the royal court for 1,000 years. You should know this. In this world, only the true king exists forever. The Lord, the royal court, it's all just a game. In this 1,000 years, the royal court has changed 6 lords. 1 died in the Forbidden Sea, 2 died in the royal court's expedition, 1 died in the bounded zone, and 1 was executed by the true king's hall. When it came to Li Zhu's generation, when he entered Godpath, he wanted to interfere with the true king's hall and bring about his own destruction." The Feng King smiled faintly. "If not for the Netherworld King destroying his origin, I'm afraid he would already be dead. This person has great ambition. He wanted to use the royal court to control the true king." "What a joke." The White King also sneered. Li Zhu was too ambitious. He should have died long ago. He actually wanted to recreate the era of the 2 kings and even the era of the demon emperor. He wanted to unify God continent and change Emperor Li. What wishful thinking! According to this king, he should have been killed long ago. I don't know what King Qian was thinking. He actually supported him to become the Lord. King Qian, the Feng King smiled. King Qian is confident that Li Zhu won't be able to escape his control. He's just setting up a trap to create some trouble for us. Speaking of King Qian, the Feng King wasn't in a hurry to talk about other things. He looked at the old man that Tianyu had transformed into and smiled. "Tianyu, has King Qian appeared recently?" The war is approaching, but King Qian hasn't shown himself. Could it be that he will only appear when the war arrives? Tianyu said slowly, King Qian and Heaven Suppression King have been in a stalemate for decades. I heard that he appeared at Imperial Sea Mountain a few days ago. Feng Ji, you should know better than me. Before the Feng King could speak, the Hui King said coldly, when I fought with King Wu, he did speak. However, he was very secretive. I don't know where he is. All these years, he hasn't returned to the true King Hall. This king suspects that he isn't even in God Continent. Tianyu smiled. What do you mean? He has been searching for traces of the two kings and even the Demon Emperor. Did he discover something? Or has he already infiltrated the king battlefield? The Feng King pondered. The chaos origin Tao of the king battlefield is extremely strong. The deeper one goes, the stronger it gets. King Qian shouldn't be able to infiltrate, right? That's hard to say. The Hui King smiled. King Qian is also one of the oldest true king experts. In terms of time, he has been a king longer than Fate King. Fate King has only been the Hall Master of Heaven Fate Royal Court's True King Hall for 300 years. King Qian has been the Hall Master for 800 years, you and I don't know exactly when he became a king. I've always suspected that King Qian participated in the king battlefield battle. The moment this was said, Tianyu's expression changed. Slightly. That shouldn't be the case. If King Qian participated in the king battlefield battle, it means that he has been a king for thousands of years. From what I know, King Qian only became a true king after the Demon Emperor invaded God Continent. Hearing its words, King Hui smiled and said, perhaps. However, King Qian is indeed too low-key. All these years, I've only seen him a few times. I don't know what he's thinking. Feng Ji, are you confident you can defeat him? The Feng King chuckled. How can it be so simple? King Qian has been on the second path for a long time. He has fought with Zhen Wang a few times and has never lost. Although he hasn't used his full strength, his strength is still extremely strong. Defeating him will be difficult. The Feng King then said, let's not talk about him. When Niexing left, did Li Zhu react? Tianyu said lightly, I asked Gu Luo to stop him once. Feng Niexing didn't listen, so Gu Luo didn't stop him again. I asked Gu Luo to stop him, the Feng King seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he stood up. Huaying, Tianyu, since Fang Ping might have come to Skyplant City, let's continue searching. Fang Ping might be the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. If he really came to God Continent, we must make him stay. As the Feng King said that, he looked in the direction of the palace again. Fang Ping. Although Li Zhu was crippled, he was not an idiot. If Fang Ping really came to God Continent, he could hide it from others, but could he hide it from Li Zhu? The imperial city might be big, but Li Zhu was not really an idiot. If he was, there would not be any true king supporting him all these years. The Feng King vaguely sensed that something was not right. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the main hall and reached the sky in an instant. He released his mentality abruptly. The Hui King also flew into the sky and began to investigate from the other side. Tianyu did not interfere. Instead, he stood tall in the sky and watched from the side. The Feng King probed while thinking about something. In the next moment, his mentality suddenly entered Li Zhu's residence. When he saw that Li Zhu was in closed-door cultivation, the Feng King frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, his mentality entered the Right Marshal's residence. Right Marshal's residence. The Right Divine General looked calm. He said slowly, Sir Feng King, don't tell me you think that Fang Ping will sneak into Gu's residence? You stopped extermination before? Yes. Previously, when His Highness Feng and the others wanted to leave, I was worried that Fang Ping would be among them and tried to stop them once. However, His Highness insisted on going his own way. With Hall Master Lu escorting him along the way, I didn't stop him again. Who asked you to stop him? Li Zhu? That's right. The king is also worried that Fang Ping will be among them. He wants to wait for Sir Feng King to return before making a decision. In the sky, the Feng King probed for a while. He was a little distracted. At this moment, the Feng King's mentality suddenly spread toward the imperial palace. At the same time, Tianyu released his mentality and blocked the mentality. He said slowly, Feng Ji, I will investigate the imperial court. There's no need to trouble yourself. Tianyu, I just have a few questions to ask Li Zhu. Tianyu pondered for a moment and said, the imperial court is the orthodoxy after all. The true king hall is only one of the 9 halls. King Qian and the other kings haven't made a decision yet. Feng Ji, don't act recklessly. The Feng King smiled faintly. If I really wanted to do anything to him, he wouldn't have lived until now. Tianyu said no more and spread his mentality. In the next moment, the Feng King's mentality entered the imperial court. In the imperial court, Li Zhu was currently watering a crystal-like little tree. The little tree was full of vitality and was filled with the aura of life. The Feng King's mentality flashed past. He did not send a voice transmission but condensed into a phantom and suddenly appeared in front of Li Zhu. He said with a faint smile, King Lord, it's been a long time. Li Zhu turned his head to take a look and continued to water the little tree in front of him. He said with a smile, is something the matter, Feng King? The Feng King was not in a hurry to speak. Taking a look at the little tree, he said with a light smile, although the tree of life is good, it can only delay the rapid outbreak of your origin injuries. It treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Li Zhu is aware. But people only have one life, nobody wants to die in such a useless way. Rumor has it that the tree of life bears a fruit of life that can let people live another life. Maybe, there's really hope? The Feng King laughed faintly and said playfully, live another life? The tree of life bears a fruit of life. That's just a rumor. Legend has it that back then, the demon emperor once planted a tree of life and bore a fruit of life. But that was a great feat that was only completed with the sacrifice of myriad Daos and absorbing the source of myriad Daos. Li Zhu, perhaps you can try to slaughter tens of thousands of God-path martial artists and see if you can bear a fruit of life. Li Zhu laughed and sighed. After all, there's still hope. It's better than waiting for death. If not, Li Zhu would have died a long time ago. Why does Lord Feng King want to crush Li Zhu's last hope? The Feng King laughed again and said faintly, I just don't think there's a need to waste the spring of life. You've already used up quite a lot of the spring of life on the tree of life. Li Zhu laughed. This is also the only benefit of being a lord, isn't it? The Feng King did not continue this topic. The phantom strolled past Li Zhu and walked to the front of the huge window. At this moment, the imperial city could be seen. The Feng King looked for a while and said, your people didn't go to the king battlefield? Extermination is young and full of vigor. I didn't let them go in case there's a conflict. Do you think Feng Ping came to Godland? Li Zhu pondered for a moment and said slowly, if there's no second person with this kind of ability, if this is not controlled by Lord Feng King, then Feng Ping must have come. I don't want to do this. The Feng King said calmly, I don't need to do this to deal with you. So, you're not doing this in the dark? Li Zhu laughed and sighed. In the end, strength is everything. If you really have the energy, you should find a way to recover your strength. It's been so many years. I've seen through everything. The Feng King was silent for a moment and said, Feng Ping really came? Should be. When extermination left, did Feng Ping sneak into the crowd? Most likely. The Feng King looked at him for a while and suddenly laughed. How brave. If that's the case, you knew that Feng Ping might have snuck into the crowd, but you didn't care and let him go? Li Zhu laughed. Feng King, Li Zhu wants to live. If it were you, what would you do? Stop him or not? If he stopped, extermination would not listen. He thought that Li Zhu was determined to let Feng Ping go. If he didn't stop him and Feng Ping left, there would be less trouble in the imperial city. Moreover, no one was willing to listen to Li Zhu. Gu Luo went to stop him, but no one cared. What else could he do? The Feng King's apparition looked at him deeply. After a while, he said slowly, if anything happens to extermination, I will settle it with you. Lord Feng King, you must be joking. Li Zhu said slowly, I've done everything I could. Moreover, whether it was Feng Ping or not is just a guess. There's no proof. Extermination also has Lu Wushan and a few powerhouses to protect him. Why must you vent your anger on me, Feng King? The Feng King said nothing. Li Zhu laughed again. Lord Feng King, you should go to the battlefield to take a look, in case something happens. The Feng King said calmly, if I go now, I'm afraid I'll enter the battlefield. Moreover, I'm also thinking, is it Feng Ping's doing, or is it someone else? Extermination has my avatar to protect him. Even if Feng Ping really appears, he might not be able to do anything. Li Zhu smiled and didn't say anything. Maybe. The Feng King saw this and said nothing more. In the next moment, the apparition disappeared. After the Feng King left, Tian Yu's avatar appeared and said, will Feng Extermination die? I don't know. What about Hua Yu and the rest? I don't know. What about Ji Yao? I don't know either. Li Zhu laughed. Lord Tianyu, Li Zhu isn't a god. How can I control everything? I can only say that everything is up to the heavens. I only care about the imperial court's matters and I can't do anything else. Tianyu sighed and said after a long time, if Feng Extermination, Hua Yu, and the rest die, the Feng King and the rest will probably vent their anger on you, then, I hope that you can protect them. Li Zhu laughed. They didn't die in my hands, so what can I do? Tianyu went silent for a moment before saying, I'm thinking, can you really unify God continent? I don't know. I've cultivated for thousands of years. Maybe I made the wrong bet this time, Tianyu murmured, and his figure disappeared. Li Zhu waited for it to leave before laughing and shaking his head. Since he had made the bet, there was no need to hesitate. How could he continue walking the true king path if he hesitated? You're old. Li Zhu murmured. He didn't say anything else and continued watering the tree of life. The king battlefield. Feng Ping didn't know that Li Zhu didn't release any information in secret. He just told the Feng King that he might have blended into the crowd. Right now, Feng Ping couldn't care less. The moment he entered the king battlefield, Feng Ping heaved a sigh of relief. This was a good place. Here, there was no true king watching him. There were no Origins powerhouses following him. In front of him, a large group of rank 7 martial artists gathered. When they saw Feng Ping enter, they shouted in unison, Greetings, Your Highness. Feng Ping swept his gaze around and asked darkly, Where are they? Reporting to Your Highness, Qin Feng Qing and the rest appeared 800 arcs to the south. What about now? Now, a bunch of trash. Feng Ping cursed and shouted, Trash. How many of you are carrying divine weapons? Step forward. Everyone looked at each other. Soon, including the people Feng Ping brought, there were about 100 martial artists. More than 50 of them stepped forward. Seeing this, Feng Ping shouted, All of you, follow me. The rest of you, split into 2 teams. Each team will go in one direction and search along the boundary wall. I will bring people and march straight in, forcing them to the end of the boundary. When that time comes, we will surround and kill them together. Having said that, Feng Ping looked at Ji Yao and the rest who had entered behind him and said, Ji Yao, what arrangements do you have for your people? Ji Yao looked at the people from Destiny Royal Court. Before she could speak, Feng Ping said again, Why don't you and I go together? Let the peak commander level martial artists and the martial artists with divine weapons stay behind to protect us. The rest of us will go in both directions and search together? Ji Yao pondered for a moment and said, All right. However, Feng Miesheng, you don't have the right to order me around. This time, if it wasn't for Feng Ping. Feng Ping smiled and said, Of course. If that's the case, then do it quickly to avoid wasting time. They did not delay any further. Feng Ping left about 20 people to guard the entrance. There were about 160 people from the 2 royal courts. There were 2 teams on the left and right. Each team had about 30 people. As for Feng Ping and Ji Yao, they led the mighty group of more than 80 people in a straight line, heading straight for the end of the battlefield. After walking for a while, Feng Ping suddenly scolded, A bunch of idiots? Take out your divine weapons and hold them in your hands. As martial artists, don't you understand this? Once the battle starts and the divine weapons appear, the delay is enough for all of you to die. Everyone was speechless. Divine weapons appeared in their hands, but they were cursing in their hearts. Feng Mieshing had gone crazy again. It only took an instant for divine weapons to appear from the Sanjiao gate. Yet, there were so many problems. Fang Ping did not care what they thought. A rank 9 divine weapon long halberd appeared in his hands. Many people were envious. Beside him, Ji Yao gave him a look and sneered without saying a word. Fang Ping humphed. You don't have to. I don't expect you to participate in the battle either. Just don't get captured. Ji Yao glanced at him coldly. Feng Mieshing had been going overboard recently. Although Feng Mieshing was savage before, he was not as arrogant as he was now. Fang Ping did not look at her. Right now, Fang Ping was thinking about how to get rid of this group of people. There were too many of them. There were 80 of them. If his identity was really exposed, even though his golden body was powerful, he would not be able to withstand so many people joining forces. I'll have to create some accidents along the way and continue to disperse these people. I'll have to defeat them one by one. Fang Ping thought to himself. His mentality had already probed outwards. He was ready to look for a monster's nest and start a war with them. There were many chaotic monsters in the king's battlefield. When the war started, he could fish in troubled waters. Just as Fang Ping and the others entered. Rank 7 territory. Thousands of li away from Fang Ping and the others. Qin Fengqing asked while eating monster meat roasted with energy stones, it's so quiet. They're all gone. Is something going to happen? Wang Jinyang looked around and said softly, I'm afraid a decision maker has entered. Who? How would I know? Qin Fengqing said unhappily, did Fang Ping enter or not? What's the rush? How can I not be? Qin Fengqing was a little mad, saying in grief and indignation, I've been in for 10 days. I was hunted for 10 days. I've lost a lot of money, not to mention money. I only have that little bit of wealth, and it's all gone. I was counting on this time to turn things around. Now, how can I live like this? Last time Fang Ping and the others made a huge profit in the Land of Kings, he was so jealous he went crazy. A few rank 6 martial artists made hundreds of billions, even trillions, in one trip to the Land of Kings. Divine weapons were calculated by hundreds. He thought that since he was a rank 7, he should be able to make some money. He did not need much, even 100 billion would do. Now there was nothing left. The small amount of energy stones they had brought in had all been used up. Was it easy for him to get some energy stones from Fang Ping? Wang Jinyang ate on his own, ignoring him. Although it did not matter if they ate or not at their level, it was rare for them to relax, so they took the opportunity to rest. He ignored him. Li Hansong ate wildly while replying, we're not here to make money. Nonsense, I'm here to make money. Qin Fengqing retorted. Nonsense, why would I come in if not to make money? I cultivated to rank 7, but I'm still a pauper. It's so hopeless. Now I have to freeload mines every time I cultivate. Am I shameless? I want my own mine too. His original intention was to come in and make a fortune. Li Hansong sighed. Don't be silly. How much money can you make if you make it yourself? Look at us, who isn't richer than you? Call me master. I'll think about it and teach you how to make a fortune. Qin Fengqing's face darkened. He snorted. Cut it out. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Call me master. This time I guarantee you'll make more than 100 billion, really? Li Hansong grinned. Why would I lie to you? Qin Fengqing didn't think about it and quickly said, Master. Wang Jinyang lowered his head. He couldn't look. Yao Qingjun looked at him disdainfully. Have some shame, rank 7, Grandmaster, this fellow. In the future, whoever called him Grandmaster, he would have to take away his title of Grandmaster and be ashamed to be associated with Qin Fengqing. Li Hansong grinned for a while, and Qin Fengqing hurriedly said, Tell me, how do we earn money? Li Hansong said calmly, What's the rush? I can't rely on you to earn money. I have to rely on Fang Ping. Now that everyone had disappeared, it was very likely that they had gathered together. Someone from the outside world had probably arrived. If Fang Ping wanted to come, he could only be in this group. However, there were too many people, so he might not have the chance to make a move. Let's not hide anymore. Let's show ourselves and split up. We'll split into 4 groups and lure them away to create an opportunity for Fang Ping. Doing this could be considered as a form of cooperation. This fellow Fang Ping's trip to the restricted area this time would not be a problem for him to scoop up at least 1 trillion resources. Let's work together. According to his personality, 10% would be enough for us to eat. Qin Fengqing's expression changed. He said dryly, "We are going to be the bait now?" The other party has gathered together. If Fang Ping doesn't come, do it or not. If you don't, then forget it. If you don't, find a place to hide. Qin Fengqing pinched his chin and thought for 3 seconds. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do it. I'll bet that he's in the crowd. Anyway, you bastards have forced me into a dead end. It doesn't matter if I bet or not. If that bastard Fang Ping doesn't sneak in this time, we're doomed. Come, let's go lure him, don't rush." Li Hansong chuckled. Wang Jinyang laughed too. "What's the rush? How can we do it? Old Jiao, your mentality is strong. Go and check where they are. Ironhead, go and see if there are any gathering places for monsters nearby. Do some statistics. When Old Jiao has news later, lure all the monsters out. We can't do less. At least 10 or so rank 7 monsters will be enough. Since we're going to be the bait, we can't make such a ruckus. If we make a bigger ruckus, we'll make a bigger ruckus and make them panic." Qin Fengqing rubbed his chin and said, "I think, why don't we do it bigger, Ironhead? Don't you have the ultimate origin chi? Take the origin chi and rush into the crowd. I guarantee that they'll scatter. Those people are afraid of death too. If they gather together, they'll be targets. If one dies, a lot of them will die. If we break through them and lure the monsters to surround and kill them, it'll be a complete mess." Li Hansong nodded. "Makes sense. Then I'll give this to you." "You go, I'm not going." Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes. "You have the divine armor. What are you afraid of? They won't kill you in a short time." "I don't. If I rush over, they'll attack me together. They'll kill me in one move. Then take the origin chi and perish together with them. I don't want to die." The few of them joked for a while. Without further ado, they packed up and went on their separate ways. Somewhere else. Fang Ping did not mention the matter of splitting up. If he did, it would arouse suspicion. Fang Ping continued to lead the large team forward to investigate. Since he had nothing to do, Fang Ping suddenly asked, "Ji Yao, do you think Bai Shangyue and the others will cross the border to the territory of supremacy?" Ji Yao frowned. "How would I know?" "They will." Fang Ping smiled. "They definitely will. Since they've come to the place where the kings fight, are they here to sightsee?" "No, they have their own motives. The territory of supremacy is the center where the wind and clouds gather. That's why they'll come." Ji Yao thought about it and agreed. It would be strange if they really stayed in the venerable territory. However, Ji Yao glanced at Fang Ping and said, "You're not as stupid as I thought." "Stupid?" Fang Ping chuckled. "Enjoy these words yourself." Without waiting for her to get angry, Fang Ping said mildly, "You think I'm stupid? Is it because of the incident at the territory of supremacy that you think I'm useless because my entire army was wiped out and I was forced to flee by Fang Ping? Isn't that the case?" Ji Yao sneered. Fang Ping smiled. "Yes, but you don't have to laugh at me. You're really miserable, but I am different." Ji Yao looked at him without saying a word. Fang Ping set up a barrier and said playfully, "Do you really think I'm stupid? That means you're the real idiot. Think about it, what did I lose when the battle at the territory of supremacy ended? Nothing. Other than carrying the title of useless, I had nothing. On the contrary, I won. Feng Qing is dead. The Feng family can only push me to be the crown prince, the only crown prince. I can use the resources and mobilize the forces. If Feng Qing was still alive, would I be as carefree and unrestrained as I am now? The Feng family has 2 crown princes. Feng Qing has a higher chance than me. Would I have a chance? At that time, not only would I have to be careful of outsiders plotting against me, but I would also have to be careful of Feng Qing plotting against me. Ji Yao, Do you understand? Ji Yao's expression kept changing. She said coldly, "You're saying, Fang Ping wasn't wrong that day." "That's right. Everything was part of my plan." Fang Ping chuckled. "I purposely let them die, let Fengqing die, let me be in a sorry state, carry the title of trash, let people lower their guard against me, think that I'm only relying on Ancestor Wang. I like this feeling, like everything is under my control." Ji Yao took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "What are you trying to say by telling me all this now? Helping you is also helping me." Fang Ping's gaze was deep. He said as if he was talking in his sleep, "By Xianxia, Huayu, Purple Moon. These people will all enter the territory of supremacy. Ji Yao, do you think you'll definitely become a lord? Do you think you'll succeed just because the Ji family wants you to be a lord? What a joke. The Ji family has a true king-level lord. Will others still give the Ji family a chance? The other true kings in Destiny Royal Court will really want the Ji family to have a third true king? As expected, Bai Shangyue and the others will become your biggest obstacle. Not only will King Baishan support him, but soon, there will also be a group of true kings supporting him." Fang Ping sneered. "It's funny that you don't understand anything. You can't see through anything. The Ji family is so powerful. Who will agree? 3 true kings. You didn't even think about what happened to Li Zhu in the past. The Fate King is in charge of the True King Hall and your father is in charge of the Royal Court. Now that your father has entered the True King level, you still want you to continue? That's ridiculous. No matter how strong the Fate King is, can he suppress the heavens? You only know how to rely on your family and your father. You've never thought of relying on yourself. A person like you, even if you become a lord, will die sooner or later. Even the Fate Kings can't protect you." Ji Yao did not say anything. After a moment of silence, she said coldly, "Continue." "Hee hee." Fang Ping laughed. "You're too naive. Today, I'll teach you that you can only rely on yourself in God's land. If you're not ruthless, how can you survive? Only by eliminating your opponents, framing others, and being the mastermind behind the scenes can you have the last laugh. I know that some people will say that Fang Ping might be hiding among us. Actually, what I want is for everyone to think this way. Ji Yao, let's work together. Let's work together. I'll help you eliminate Bai Shangyue, and you help me eliminate Huayu and the others. After that, we'll frame Fang Ping. We'll continue to be useless and suffer failure again." Ji Yao looked at him coldly. "You want to kill them?" Fang Ping snorted. "You're an idiot for asking this. Ji Yao, you disappoint me. Do you think you're fit to rule Destiny Royal Court? If you really become the ruler of the Destiny Royal Court, they'll regret it. As for you, even if you become a lord, you'll be a puppet for the rest of your life. You have no right at all. Forcing you to take over will only harm you. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything about what happened today. No one will believe you even if you tell them. Instead, Bai Shangyue and the others will be more afraid of you and more wary of you." Ji Yao did not say anything. Suddenly, Phoenix Sparrow chirped. Fang Ping sensed it with his mentality and laughed. "Look, even a monster is more decisive and intelligent than you." Clang, clang, Phoenix Sparrow was unhappy. "Are you looking down on monsters?" Fang Ping laughed. "Phoenix Sparrow, you might as well follow me instead of Ji Yao. What can Ji Yao give you? Can she make you the guardian monster of the royal court? She doesn't have that ability. Besides, Destiny Royal Court is protected by the Black Dragon. If you follow her, you'll be her mount for the rest of your life. You understand that you should be ruthless, but Ji Yao doesn't. In God's land, how can someone who is irresolute and irresponsible be worthy of being a powerhouse? Ha ha ha, what a joke." Phoenix Sparrow did not seem angry this time. She chirped a few times and suddenly felt that Feng Miashing was quite good. Ji Yao seemed a little irresolute. Ji Yao saw that Feng Miashing and Phoenix Sparrow were chatting excitedly. She said coldly, "Feng Miashing, we can't kill them. We need help. There's a risk of information being leaked." Fang Ping was disappointed again. "You still don't understand." Fang Ping sighed. Fang Ping. Remember, everything was done by Fang Ping. kill them together. After that, you and I will release the true king's clone and kill everyone else. Fang Ping said coldly, remember, other than you and me, kill everyone who knows about this. Who do you think we are? If we live and everyone else dies, who can prove that we did it? But Fang Ping isn't here. Fang Ping sighed again. Fang Ping is full of tricks. Who knows where he is? The Imperial City has surrounded Fang Ping and we still can't find him. We can totally deny that Fang Ping has escaped again. If we can't find him, it's because the other powerhouses are useless. In other people's eyes, we are trash. So what if we have to bear the title of trash again? So many chieftains. Ji Yao's eyes showed her struggle. Feng Miaxing was ruthless. He wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, to kill everyone here. Ji Yao suddenly looked at him and said, how would this consort know if you would attack me or not? Fang Ping sighed helplessly. I need you to help me. Do you understand? I need someone who has nothing to do with me to help me, and you are the most suitable. You and I only need a fake marriage and a reputation. This is the biggest help to me. And you can also get help from Prince Feng Mansion, Wang Zhu. Actually, he has already taken 2 paths. Fang Ping said in a low voice, this is Prince Feng Mansion's biggest secret and also my sincerity. Wang Zhu has already taken 2 paths, but he has been holding it in. Also, let me give you another piece of news. Li Zhu is not as simple as you think. Do you think he only knows how to scheme? He easily schemed and killed Mystic Jade, true monarch. You people from Destiny Royal Court are incomparably stupid. I always thought that you were very strong. In reality, if it wasn't for the resurrected martial artist restraining us, the royal court would have destroyed you long ago, Li Zhu. Actually, he has also taken 2 paths. Impossible. Ji Yao lost her voice in shock. How could it be? Skyplant's royal court had 3 powerhouses who had taken 2 paths. Impossible, Fang Ping said coldly. You think it's impossible? Why do you think Wang Zhu hid the fact that he has taken 2 paths? Who do you think Prince Feng Mansion's biggest enemy is? It's Li Zhu. If it wasn't for Li Zhu, do you think that Destiny Royal Court can really overpower Skyplant's royal court? We have internal problems, that's why you people think that Destiny Royal Court is invincible. What a joke. Ji Yao was so shocked that she could not extricate herself. Li Zhu had taken 2 paths, so had Prince Feng. Skyplant's royal court actually had 3 powerhouses who had taken 2 paths. No way, impossible. Ji Yao looked at Fang Ping abruptly and said in disbelief, you're lying to me, aren't you? Fang Ping sneered and said regretfully, you're really too stupid. Lie to you? Is there a need for that? Do you know why I told you all this? I told you, every man for himself. I don't care about others, I only want to win. I want to become the Lord, to become a true king. The Great War is coming. Not only with the Land of Rebirth, but also with the war to unify Divine Land. As soon as he said that, Ji Yao's expression changed again. She hurriedly said, what war to unify? Fang Ping growled, don't ask these stupid questions. Do you think that we're planning all this just for the Land of Rebirth? What a joke. Fang Ping said coldly, this war is not only about the Land of Rebirth, but also the war to unify the entire Divine Land. Other than that, why do you think these people continue to endure when they step onto the second path? Because they're all waiting, the second king is about to be resurrected. Ji Yao was stunned once again. Fang Ping, however, was secretly satisfied. Did I scare you with what I said? He was just spouting nonsense. It was so mixed that you couldn't tell the truth from the lies. Some things, he was spouting nonsense. Some things, he was telling the truth. For example, the Lord was very strong, this was true. For example, the second king was about to be resurrected. It was not true now, but it might become true in the future. Old Zhang had this plan. Life King and the rest might not be unaware of it. When Ji Yao told Life King and the rest, perhaps Life King and the rest would help him prove that it was true. That's why, at this time, everyone is conserving their strength and improving their strength. Only the Sky Fate Royal Court is stupid enough to participate in the Battle of Rebirth. Of course, maybe Life King and the rest have their own plans. Fang Ping laughed. Ji Yao, I've said so much. Can you understand what I'm saying? The Great War is coming. The powerhouses have their own plans. When that time comes, everyone below the true king will be pawns. I'm not willing to be a pawn. I'm not willing to be abandoned. That's why I want to be a chess player. That's why I want to become a lord. I want to become a true king as soon as possible. As for you, don't think that you have a good chance. Time waits for no man. Can you really wait until that day comes? Wake up. In this world, only you and I can work together to help each other go further. As he said that, Fang Ping laughed. Of course, there's also the Phoenix Sparrow. The Phoenix Sparrow, your ancestor is the Phoenix King who guards the royal court, but you're not. The Phoenix Sparrow guards the royal court, but you have a master too. Ji Yao and I will become the Lord, then we'll help you. We'll unify the 3 royal courts and work together. This is the best choice. Our identities and positions are the same. Our needs are the same too. Ji Yao bit her lip and said, what do you want to do? Wait first. When those people come to rule the region, you and I will work together. We'll say that Fang Ping is among them and that he's one of them. We'll work together to kill him. Don't worry about the news leaking. In the end, we'll kill everyone and the news won't leak. Ji Yao, can you control your subordinates? Ji Yao said, I can. Fang Ping muttered, on my side, there are some people that need to be eliminated. Later, we'll find a chance to kill all of Huayu's subordinates. Just say that they died in the hands of Wang Jinyang and the others. If we work together, we can suppress all opposition. Ji Yao was silent. After a moment of silence, she said in a slightly gloomy tone, did the Maple King and Lord Li really step onto the second path? What's the point of lying to you? Fang Ping laughed. Actually, you just didn't think about it. If you really have doubts, you'll understand after a little testing. That day in Myriad Dao Palace, I purposely made people think that the Lord was Fang Ping and had them check him. At that moment, didn't you realize that the Lord was actually afraid? He wanted to hide himself. He didn't dare to let anyone check him. At that moment, the Phoenix Sparrow's vitality exploded. Do you think it was just a coincidence? No, the Lord was purposely diverting attention. That's why I even suspect that the Lord had the same idea as me, to frame Fang Ping and let the resurrected martial artist bear all the blame for us. This is what we need to see. Ji Yao recalled the situation that day and said slowly, actually, we also suspected at that time. But I just thought that maybe the Lord Li was worried that the Maple King would plot against him, or that he had recovered his original strength, so he didn't do anything. I didn't expect that he would step onto 2 paths. As she said that, Ji Yao asked, how did you know? Fang Ping laughed. Do you think that I only rely on the Lord King's support? You're wrong. The Heavenly Plant's royal court is more complicated than you think. Of course, I still have people supporting me. King Qian? Fang Ping laughed but said nothing. I won't say, because I'm talking nonsense, but this woman is so gullible. I was still thinking about how to kill all of them. Now, maybe I have a way. He and Ji Yao were both bigwigs. First, get rid of Huayu's subordinates. When Huayu and the others came in, he and Ji Yao would work together to frame these rank 8 martial artists and make them kill each other. Then, he would come out and clean up the mess. How simple was that? The people he brought from the royal court were all from the Maple King's faction. These people could still be relied on for now. In the end, I'll be killed by Ji Yao, leave some alive and let the matter be exposed. I wonder if the 2 royal courts will be in chaos? Purposely raise the strength of the Maple King and Li Zhu. When Ji Yao gets out alive and tells the Fate King, will the Destiny Royal Court still dare to cooperate with the Heavenly Plant's Royal Court? It's true that Li Zhu has strength. Moreover, he should be a true king-level powerhouse. Only I know this now. If the Destiny Royal Court confirmed that Li Zhu has strength, then they will definitely be suspicious and worried. TSK, the inside of the fortress will be breached. And all this needed an important person to convey all this, Ji Yao. Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao again. Good person, forget it, I won't kill you. I'll just rob you. There was also the monster Phoenix Sparrow. She was a little ambitious. Perhaps he could use her to mess up the royal court's defense. I'm too much of a genius. No, I'm half a genius. Ji Yao and Phoenix Sparrow are also half stupid. Fang Ping praised himself for a while in his heart. He felt a little regretful. It was a pity that he was not the real Feng Miexing. Otherwise, if he was Feng Miexing, then he would have really made a fortune. Perhaps he could really join forces with Ji Yao and become the lord, become a true king, and even pull the Ji family into his side. Feng Miexing is an idiot. He has status but no intelligence. He's not like me, Fang Ping. I'm talented and intelligent. He deserves to be killed. At this moment, Ji Yao suddenly said, "What if they enter the territory together? What do we do?" There were dozens of venerable martial artists, Fang Ping sighed. "Surround and kill one of them first. You and I have reached an agreement. Killing is easy. For example, Hua Yu. I said he's Fang Ping, and you said so too. Purple Moon and the others can't wait to kill him. It's just right. We can give them an excuse. Everyone has a tacit understanding that we can definitely kill him. There are many ways. This is the simplest. Or we can split them up. We have our own people in the territory, and they will probably come together. These people won't expect us to really dare to kill them here. Bai Shangyue has a true king's clone. I know, but how many people can a true king's clone kill? Just stay away from them and let the martial artists under us do it. If they don't die now, they will die sooner or later. It's better to recycle them." Fang Ping said with a smile, "This time, you and I brought the most people. The others didn't bring many people. We'll get rid of their commanders and subordinates first. It won't be too difficult to kill them." "Ji Yao, you're not afraid, are you?" "Why would I be afraid?" Ji Yao snorted coldly, her face full of disdain. She was trembling in her heart. Feng Miexing was so vicious. There were so many high-ranked martial artists, hundreds of them. They were the royal court's elites, the venerables were the royal court's high-end combat strength. Yet he killed them just like that, without hesitation. But, Ji Yao struggled a little, but Feng Miexing was right. If she wanted to become the lord, King Bai Shanyue's faction was also her opponent. Previously, Tianyu had purposely given the 100 Mountains holy fruit to provoke them. The people from Sky Plant's royal court are too scary. Lord Li, King Feng, and even Feng Miexing, who I look down on, has been plotting against us. That time, he was the one who deliberately killed Feng Qing and the others. And Li Yi. I heard that Li Yi has also been pretending and putting on an act. Ji Yao suddenly felt extremely insecure. She wanted to return to Destiny Royal Court. Without the royal ancestor and her father by her side, she felt unsafe everywhere. She felt that those who were stupid were all acting. What they saw might not be true. At this moment, she recalled what Jinan had said earlier. "Because I'm not strong enough. If I were a true king, they wouldn't have plotted against me so easily." Ji Yao murmured in her heart. "Yes, because I'm not strong enough, and I'm not as ruthless as them, so I have to be more ruthless." Fang Ping and Ji Yao chatted for a while. Suddenly, he shouted, "Men!" Soon, a few martial artists arrived. Fang Ping glanced at them. They were all brought from Prince Fang's mansion. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "I've thought of an important problem. If Fang Ping finds out that we've surrounded and killed his friends, there's a high chance that he'll take the opportunity to sneak into the battlefield. The few of you, go to the entrance immediately. No one is allowed to enter or leave. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let them go." Whether they were leaving or coming in, he would kill them all. Remember, anyone, the people who should have entered the territory have already entered, and those who should have left have already left. Right now, no matter who enters or leaves, they are not our people. Fang Ping is very good at disguising himself. No matter who it is, unless Ji Yao and I show up at the same time, he will kill them immediately. Your Highness, the commanders hesitated. "Kill them all." If someone from the royal court came in from the outside, Fang Ping said coldly, "What? This commander's orders are no longer effective?" "I wouldn't dare." A peak rank 7 martial artist beside him said hurriedly, "Your Highness, if the royal court sends an intelligence," Fang Ping barked, "Idiot. Now that we have hundreds of people here at the king's battlefield, what other information does the royal court have to send over?" Anyone from the palace who came in now could very well be Fang Ping in disguise. remember my words, kill them all on the spot. Even if I kill the wrong person, I will bear the consequences. It's not up to you to question me. Yes, sir. The few of them answered immediately. Fong Ping shouted, go quickly. Tell the others at the entrance that if Fong Ping sneaks into your group, it doesn't matter if you die, but if anything happens to me, your entire family will die. Yes, sir. Fong Ping looked at Ji Yao and said, Ji Yao, send 2 people from your side too. Remember what I said. No matter who it is, kill them all. Someone dared to show mercy and let the enemy escape. Humph. Fong Ping let out a cold humph. Ji Yao did not say anything else. She barked, go, watch the entrance. Remember, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Yes, sir. A few people from the Destiny Royal Court responded as well. Now that Feng Miexing and Ji Yao had reached an agreement, there was no room for doubt in the rank 7 region. Not even the descendants of other true kings. Soon, the 5 of them left the line and headed for the entrance. Ji Yao waited for them to leave before glancing at Fong Ping. Fong Ping said telepathically, to prevent anyone from running away and reporting the news, that would be very troublesome. Ji Yao snorted. I don't need you to teach me. Fong Ping cursed under his breath. What are you humming for? You're an idiot. I'm afraid that someone outside will find out and come in to report. They had to guard against this, however, most of the people from the rank 7 region had been brought in by them. There were very few people who could enter now, so it was hard to say if there were any. Those who came in to report the news could only wait for death. There were still dozens of people at the entrance. Fong Ping looked around for a while, continuing to transmit his voice, can everyone on your side be trusted? Ji Yao looked around and quickly said, a few of them are under by Xianxua's command. Let's find an opportunity to split up and get rid of these people. Ji Yao, don't tell me you can't even do this? Ji Yao frowned and said, just let our people surround and kill them. Fong Ping growled, idiot, who knows if they have planted spies around us. We have to hide first to prevent the news from leaking when we surround and kill by Xianxua and the others. When we really attack, even if they are spies, they won't be able to turn the situation around. Ji Yao, you're disappointing me more and more. Ji Yao gritted her teeth hatefully, but she did not speak anymore. She had to learn something from her memory. These treacherous people were indeed more scheming than she was. Now that they were exposed, if there were spies that were not eliminated, it would be very troublesome when the time came. Ji Yao did not speak. Fong Ping said again, can Tiger Peak be trusted? Do we need to kill him? On Destiny Royal Court's side, a total of 4 descendants of the true king had come this time. Ji Yao, Xianxia, by Xianxua, Tiger King's descendant, Tiger Peak. Tiger Peak was also a peak rank 7. This time, he was moving together with Ji Yao. Ji Yao glanced at Tiger Peak, who was not far away. Her voice transmission sounded a little complicated. Tiger Peak is Grandpa Tiger King's descendant. Grandpa Tiger King treats me very well. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Yao suddenly said, kill them all together. If there were more people, the risk of information being leaked would be higher. If Tiger Peak died, others might not believe that she was the one who did it because Tiger King was on Life King's side. In the past, when she went out of the Forbidden Catacombs, it was also Tiger King who protected her and sent her back. Outside the Forbidden Catacombs, it was also Tiger King who protected her. The Ji family and the Tiger family were also allies. If Tiger Peak died here, no one would believe that Ji Yao was the one who did it because she had no reason to do so. Fong Ping could not help but look at her. This woman really learned fast. I only made the first move, and you already learned to kill your own people and frame others? How cold-blooded. But I like it. Fong Ping sneered in his heart. Tiger Peak, maybe he had to think of a way to stay. Tiger Peak trusted Ji Yao a lot, but the person he trusted, the person he loved, suddenly betrayed him and wanted to kill him. One could imagine how crazy and resentful Hu Feng was at that time. Once they left the Imperial battlefield, Hu Feng might go crazy. The more he loved her, the more he wanted to take revenge. When that time came, Tiger King might completely fall out with the Ji family. Some of the things said by the descendants of the Tiger King were much more convincing than those said by other people. It's time for Destiny Royal Court to fall into chaos. I can't just get involved in everything. Fong Ping sneered in his heart. He used his mentality to transmit his voice again. That will have to wait until the end. If Tiger Peak dies now, people will be suspicious. Having said that, Fong Ping suddenly smiled and transmitted his voice. Maybe, killing Phoenix Sparrow will be better. Ji Yao's expression changed slightly. She looked at him, gritting her teeth. After a long time, she humphed. No need. Fong Ping smiled and did not say much. Beside him, Ji Yao frowned, her expression turning colder. This time, was it good or bad to work with Feng Miaxing? Maybe, she should kill Feng Miaxing in the end, completely annihilated. However, since Feng Miaxing dared to mention this, he might have a secret plan. Working with the Feng family might be better. Ji Yao thought to herself and did not say anything. Fong Ping, on the other hand, continued to look for opportunities to continue exploring the monster's lairs. After exploring for a while, Fong Ping suddenly looked ahead, his brows moving slightly. Not only Fong Ping, but Ji Yao also looked ahead suddenly and said coldly, "There's something strange." Fong Ping nodded slightly and said slowly, "The monster's aura is very strong and chaotic. There are many monsters ahead." Ji Yao glanced at him and said lightly, "Your immortal god isn't weak." Feng Miaxing had just become an upper stage commander, yet he had discovered the abnormality before the peak commander martial artists. Ji Yao was a little surprised, but then she understood. Of course, Feng Miaxing was confident. Otherwise, he would not have calculated so much. Fong Ping did not care too much. He shouted, "Men! Go ahead and investigate. We've encountered the chaotic monsters." Seeing that many people wanted to go, Fong Ping shouted, 3 to 5 people will do. Don't be disturbed." Very soon, 4 martial artists went straight ahead. Fong Ping stopped in his tracks and shouted again, "The rest of you, wait for news. Don't panic." Seeing that Fong Ping had arranged everything clearly, Ji Yao did not bother anymore. Everyone waited. After a while, Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. There was a human's aura. Old Wang and the rest. Fong Ping did not say anything. His mentality was probably the strongest among these people. He was also the first to discover it. After a while, the few people who went to investigate suddenly shouted from afar, "Your Highness, the monsters are attacking. They're attracted by the resurrected martial artists. D***it. Fong Ping cursed and shouted, "Quick, don't let them escape. Kill." As soon as Fong Ping finished speaking, he led everyone and charged into the distance. At this time, everyone could feel the aura of the resurrected martial artists in the distance. They were all leading a group of monsters in their direction. "Your Highness, there are a lot of monsters, shut up. Kill them. Don't let anyone escape." Fong Ping shouted angrily. Then, he saw Wang Jinyang in the crowd and shouted, "Come with a team. Chase after them." As he said that, he pointed. Among the people that Hua Yu had handed over to him, 4 to 5 people were there. When they saw Feng Miaxing pointing, they did not hesitate and quickly followed Fong Ping and charged into the distance. Fong Ping used the flight step and shouted, "Leave half of you to resist the monsters. The rest, split into 4 teams and kill them. Quick!" Fong Ping shouted. Then, he looked at Wang Jinyang who had already escaped to the side and roared, "Wang Jinyang. Today is the day you die. Don't even think about escaping." Fong Ping was extremely fast. He led about 10 people and charged toward Wang Jinyang. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Your Highness, be careful of the trap." "Shut up. Do as I say. Quick!" Fong Ping shouted. He had already led his people away from the main group. Ji Yao, who remained in place, glanced at her surroundings and suddenly shouted, "Men, chase after that fellow with this consort." As she said that, Ji Yao pointed at Qin Fengqing who was the weakest. Then, she shouted at Hu Feng, "Hu Feng, bring some people to kill that Li Hansong." Hu Feng did not hesitate. He hurriedly led a lot of people to chase after Li Hansong. On the other side, a peak rank 7 martial artist also led a lot of people to chase after Yao Qingjun. The rest of the people quickly charged at the demonic beasts that were converging from all directions. "Wang Jinyang. Don't even think about escaping." Fong Ping unleashed a burst of speed and bellowed hysterically, "Stop right there. Otherwise, this commander will kill your little lover. In front of him, Wang Jinyang, who was running madly, stopped in his tracks. Mother asterisk cur. F asterisk ck, Feng extermination, Fang Ping. Old Wang was dumbfounded. I thought you would just be a foot soldier when you snuck in. You actually became the boss. At this time, Fang Ping seemed to be cursing casually. He continued to yell, not just your lover, I will kill your entire family. You still want to run? Today, you will definitely die. Quick, surround him. Fang Ping yelled as he made arrangements. The people around him were actually having a headache. If His Highness wanted to kill him, then kill him. Why did he have to say so much? However, at this time, they could not care less. One by one, they chased after Wang Jinyang. They surrounded him from all sides, ready to surround and kill him. Fang Ping increased his speed by 30%, passing by the crowd. His mentality spread rapidly. He said telepathically, quick, find a more secluded place. Let them surround you and kill them together. Old Wang did not reply. His mentality was not as strong as Fang Ping's. It was easy to have problems transmitting telepathically. Fang Ping's telepathic transmission confirmed Old Wang's identity. He cursed in his heart. Just you wait, this bastard did it on purpose just now, what little lover. I didn't expect this. Thinking about it, Old Wang was still very emotional. I didn't expect you to become the boss of the rank 7 territory, boss is a spy. These people in the catacombs will die. Let's see how many will die. Wang Jinyang continued to run, purposely looking for places with a less open field of vision. He was getting further and further away from the direction of the big group. At this moment, there were a few martial artists guarding Fang Ping beside him. Soon, someone said in a low voice, Your Highness, he seems to be luring us on purpose. Fang Ping scolded angrily, Are you scared out of your wits? I still have the true king's avatar with me. Even if he has a divine general martial artist hiding here, he will still die. But they have the true king's origin, Your Highness, shut up. It's not on him. Do you think I can't sense the true king's origin? It's on that armored martial artist. As soon as he said that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then there was no need to hesitate anymore, that was true. Feng Miexing would not court death. No wonder he had no scruples and went straight in. Everyone did not hesitate anymore. They increased their speed. Maybe Wang Jinyang had slowed down, or maybe everyone had really increased their speed. After a while, a few rank 7 martial artists flanking from the side blocked Wang Jinyang's way. At this moment, everyone had arrived at a small valley area. Wang Jinyang suddenly stopped and shouted, Don't attack. Feng Miexing, let me go. I will tell you about Fang Ping. Fang Ping waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to surround Wang Jinyang. As he approached, he sneered. What are you trying to say? Wang Jinyang, you must die this time. However, if you have important information, I can consider sparing your life. Your Highness, the resurrected martial artist is very cunning, Fang Ping frowned and said in a low voice, I have my own plans. The few people around him were helpless. However, when they saw a maple leaf appear in Fang Ping's hand, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they were prepared. They were just afraid that His Highness would be ambushed if he was careless. As Fang Ping approached, he sent a voice transmission to the others. Don't attack first. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Everyone moved closer to Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping glanced at them and sent another voice transmission. Get close. Bastard, leaving such a big gap for him to escape? The people who followed him held their divine weapons in their hands. They were extremely vigilant and started approaching Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang laughed. There's no need for that. Since I'm surrounded, I want to live too. I won't attack again. Fang Ping sneered. I don't think you can escape either. Wang Jinyang, I didn't expect you to be so stupid to fall into our hands so easily. Wang Jinyang laughed. I'm very stupid, but Fang Ping is even more stupid. Actually, Fang Ping doesn't know that I've long disliked him and wanted to kill him. Oh right, if I kill him, do you still have the rewards that the catacombs promised? Fang Ping laughed out loud. Of course. However, do you think you're qualified to kill Fang Ping? Wang Jinyang laughed too. Why not? Fang Ping may be stronger than me, but he's actually very stupid. If I want to kill him, it'll be a piece of cake. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. As he moved closer, he scolded, only I can kill Fang Ping. You don't have the right. If you say Fang Ping is stupid, you're even more stupid than him. I'm not as stupid as him. The people around him were about to break down. His Highness must be crazy, he was already surrounded. He could either be captured or killed. What was he doing with all the nonsense? Fang Ping and Old Wang scolded each other for a while. Suddenly, he shouted, capture him, Wang Jinyang. If you dare to resist, you'll die. Wang Jinyang said lazily, I won't resist. Everyone was stunned again. So easy? Even so, these people did not let down their guard. They pounced on Wang Jinyang one after another. These people were already very close to Wang Jinyang, ready to capture him. In the next moment, everyone's vision went black. Everyone was shocked. In the dark, they heard Fang Ping shout, gather here quickly. In the next moment, everyone gathered in the direction of the voice. A peak rank 7 martial artist had just rushed to Fang Ping's side when he was greeted by a golden broadsword. The broadsword flashed and disappeared. The man's head fell to the ground. Even now, his eyes were still full of fear and disbelief. His Highness killed him. He was a member of the Maple King's faction. Fang Ping killed the man with one slash and attacked quickly. In the dark, many people were still at a loss, but they would not sit still and wait for death. They all rushed toward Fang Ping. As Fang Ping hacked at them, he laughed and said, Old Wang, your acting skills are really bad. Beside him, Wang Jinyang watched him kill people like he was watching a show. He said impatiently, get lost. If I knew you were doing so well, we wouldn't have stayed here and suffered. Cough, cough. It's not really good. Don't mention it. If you guys don't make some noise, I'll be left behind. Damn it. He's Fang Ping. Only then did someone react. Instantly, they cursed in fear, Fang Ping, Feng Miaxing was Fang Ping? Fang Ping slashed again and chopped off the head of the middle stage rank 7 martial artist who was shouting the loudest. After he was done, he scolded, shut up. Do you think you're awesome by being so loud? I'm Feng Miaxing. The Feng Mansion has already reached an agreement with the resurrected martial artist. What the F***ck do you know? These words were even more shocking than Fang Ping saying he was Fang Ping. In an instant, the remaining few people felt like their worldview was about to collapse. What was real, what was fake? Beside them, Wang Jinyang was completely speechless. This guy's bad taste had not changed. Even when he died, he would make people die unreconciled. Every time you fool the dead, doesn't your conscience feel uneasy? Fang Ping did not care about this. Wang Jinyang watched him kill people like he was cutting melons and vegetables. He sighed. This house of yours is really useful. Once you enter, you can't run away. You can kill rank 7s more effortlessly than a rank 9 killing rank 7s, nonsense. Do you think it's useless to spend so much imperishable substance? As Fang Ping spoke, his body flickered with a golden glow. A roar sounded. Fang Ping's golden glow trembled. He was speechless. Is it fun to self-destruct? In the time it took to exchange a few words, more than 10 rank 7 martial artists had all been killed by him. Fang Ping waved his hand casually. Then, he cursed, Motherf ***, I told them not to take back their divine weapons. These bastards actually took away 2 divine weapons. They killed 12 people and only got 10 divine weapons. They did it on purpose, didn't they? Wang Jinyang was completely speechless. In the blink of an eye, both of them appeared outside the golden house. Fang Ping sensed for a while. He smiled. Someone is coming from behind. So many people have died. The next show won't be easy. Remember, 1 or 2 more times will do. Not more. I still have a big show later. I can't kill everyone now. As Fang Ping said that, he added quickly, there will be a big battle soon. The few of you better hide first. At the end of the battle, you or Ironhead, pretend to be me and show your face. Remember, you have to wait until I fight Ji Yao before you show your face. It'll be best if there are a few witnesses to prove that Fang Ping is among you. Wang Jinyang said quickly, you want to expose your identity? How are you going to leave then? You guys help me look for an alias. See if there are any dead human martial artists here. If you find one, lend me your identity. Okay. Fang Ping sensed that many people were approaching from behind. He said quickly again, it's best if one of you goes out first. Help me check out the situation. You guys are in danger too. Qin Fengqing is not a resurrected martial artist. Those true kings might not fall out with him just to kill him. Ask him to find a chance to go out and contact old Zhang at the end of the battle. See how many true king powerhouses are out there. Once I go out, if there are true kings guarding me, they might kill me without caring about anything. You must protect me. If I die this time, it'll be a big loss. Why don't I go out first? It'll be dangerous for you if you go out. Right now, the true kings here in the catacombs are going crazy. I'm afraid the resurrected martial artists will also be on the list of people who must be killed. Let Qin Fengqing go. Tell that fellow that there will be danger, but there will be plenty of benefits. You must be reliable. Old Zhang might not be able to do it alone. After he snatches us, run straight away. Deliver the message. Don't worry about anything else. Okay. The two of them talked quickly. Fang Ping suddenly slashed with his saber. A loud boom resounded through the sky. Damn it. Wang Jinyang. Don't you dare. Fang Ping roared. He tossed the corpses aside casually and punched again, exploding the corpses. Then, he roared again, True King's avatar. Damn it, you actually have a True King's avatar. Rumble, Fang Ping roared as he bombarded the valley. Old Wang glanced at him, feeling a little helpless. Aren't you tired of singing a one-man show? Forget it. I can't be bothered with you anymore. Old Wang did not delay either. He left quickly. Before he left, he roared, Feng Miaxing, consider yourself lucky that I didn't kill you this time. You think you're qualified to kill me? Fang Ping roared again and again, punching harder. The surrounding area was almost completely blasted by him. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping gave himself another punch. He hit himself until his clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dirt. Wang Jinyang, who had already gone far away, saw that Fang Ping was especially energetic and felt helpless again. What did this fellow Fang Ping learn in the past 2 years? The catacombs people were really unlucky to meet this fellow, Your Highness. An anxious roar came from afar. Fang Ping roared, Chase. Damn it, chase him quickly. I don't believe that he has a second True King's avatar. As he spoke, many people had already caught up to him. Seeing the blood seeping from the corner of Fang Ping's mouth, the valley completely blasted into a sinkhole, and some mutilated corpses scattered everywhere. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Soon, however, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Feng Miaxing was not dead. If Feng Miaxing was dead, it would be a terrible disaster. Fang Ping's expression, however, was somber. He roared angrily, Why are you looking at me? Chase him quickly. Don't let him get away. He wants to kill me with a mere avatar? Wishful thinking. He really thinks that I'm unprepared. Many people were shocked. His Highness had a lot of life-saving techniques. Lord Feng King was indeed powerful. Despite thinking about it, many people in the crowd quickly chased after Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping's expression was ugly. He shouted, Go back and gather. Damn it, these fellows have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, but I don't think they have many avatars to use. A commander-level powerhouse in the Feng Mansion said hurriedly, It's good that Your Highness is fine. The Land of Rebirth's True King's avatars are not unlimited. It's worth it to use more than 10 people's lives in exchange for one avatar. Moreover, not many of our people died. They are all His Highness's Huayu and the rest, Fang Ping humphed. This is a little troublesome. Huayu and the rest died as soon as they arrived. These useless people actually gathered together and let the avatars kill them. How stupid. Fang Ping cursed a few times. His expression was livid. Without another word, he led his people and flew back. As for Wang Jinyang, he had disappeared long ago. It was obvious that they could not catch up to him. Let's go back first and discuss this at length. We've just arrived and we've already suffered heavy losses. The martial artists who resurrected are indeed cunning. All of you are also useless. Nobody actually reported that they have a true king's avatar. If something happens to me, none of you can escape. Everyone was speechless. They could not be blamed for this. When some of them were chasing after Wang Jinyang and the rest, they did not see them use this. Perhaps they felt that they were not worth using the true king's avatar. Fang Ping did not say anything else. His expression was still ugly. For a moment, the others did not dare to ask anything else. All of them were trembling with fear. End of chapter 764. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.